Day of Terror by Barrington J Bayley. Chapter 1. Shriek of the PSYKER. "Is that him?" the Space Marine librarian said.
"That is him, Lexicanium,"
the Technomat guard answered in a flat, amiable tone.
"He was brought in 30 days ago, dispatched by the Scholar Psychana."
The librarian mentally forgave the guard for answering questions it had not been asked. A Technomat had only a rudimentary personality, its mind wiped clean for some misdemeanour, or possibly grown in a vat to serve the purposes of the administratum. It served only one function, and knew only that function. It certainly did not understand the finer points of protocol when speaking to a person of rank. On a flickering screen by the door, the librarian could see into the cell. The pale young man within was huddled on a bench. He was clad in a single simple garment of tanned animal skin, fringed at the skirt and sleeves. The apparel of the primitive world from which he had been taken, most likely. Even from here, the librarian could pick up his almost uncontrollable fear. "Bring him out." The guard's hooded eyes dimmed, switching to the infrared it used when escorting prisoners. The rough cast-iron door clanged open. The burly Technomat lumbered inside, hauled the young man to his feet and manhandled him into the corridor. The black-clad librarian and leather-clad primitive regarded one another, one with an aloof curiosity, the other with apprehension. The librarian knew the young man could psych him, too, and this frightened him all the more. He did not know why he had been brought here. He did not know who or what the librarian was. He did not know what was intended for him. There was no point in trying to reassure him. If he were to know, his terror would likely cause his heart to stop. "Come." The librarian turned and led the way down the long corridor, followed by the guard occasionally assisting the prisoner, whose knees were wont to buckle every few steps. It was a feature of Mars, home of the Adeptus Mechanicus, that there was no standard level of technology. The most developed, that is to say, the most prehistoric arts, stood side by side with the crudest of modern improvisations. The visual scanners for viewing the interiors of the holding cells had been made by young pre-initiates as a trial exercise, and utilised spinning charged discs instead of powered scanning screens. At the end of the long corridor, whose iron walls ran with moisture and grew green mould, and behind whose ranks of cast-iron doors languished many a silent captive of the Adeptus, lay on an elevator cage with folding bronze gates. With a clashing sound, the gates were thrown open. The 3 men of such wildly different origins stepped inside. The Technomat flung the gates shut and threw a heavy lever. There was a clunk, a thud, and then a loud, strained whining as the lifting cables took hold. The cage went up, 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 and up, endlessly aloft. Atop the highest tower in this part of Mars, thick, weather-worn windows gave a panoramic view for hundreds of miles over the landscape of what was still called the Red Planet. In the main, its reddish hue was not, as it had been in past ages, due to its ochre deserts. It was due to rust. What lay below the tower resembled nothing more so much as a riotous, decaying jungle spreading without end. But that jungle was not natural. It consisted of gigantic machinery, both new and abandoned, of hive cities, both new and abandoned, of colossal engineering constructions, some of it twisted and sagging and covered with an oily fog of pollution. It was, in fact, the result of nearly 40 centuries of the cult mechanicus, the worship of the machine. For here it was, and here alone, that the scientific arts had been preserved for mankind during the long dark ages of anarchy, when Earth itself had fallen into barbarism. During that time, the adepts of Mars had rarely bothered to clean up the spoils and derelict production areas. Ever busy with the sacred task of new fabrication, the tech priests of the machine god regarded the work of bygone ages as holy relics. And so the machinery of Mars had proliferated like a cancer, piling over the surface of the planet. Here and there, patches of the original desert were still visible. When the wind rose, the ancient sand came howling over the works of man, pitting and eroding the rusting surfaces, laying down a patina of red Martian dust over the metal environment. But at the moment, the weather was calm. The wan sun shone serenely through a pink sky. In that sky, long glinting objects could be seen moving in leisurely fashion from horizon to horizon, following one another in a continuous train. They were the orbiting docks and factories that were also part of the Martian industrial monolith, turning out the ships of the Warfleet Solar and other specialized constructions requiring zero gravity. Leaving the top of the lift shaft, the three men were ushered by a Lexomat secretary into the office of Magus Technicus Ipsissimus. The Technomagus was himself of venerable years. Just how many centuries he had lived was known to few, chiefly to his personal tech priests and the Magus biologists who attended to his body modifications. His lined, aged face bore an expression of pained anxiety. Clad in his scarlet robe and seated at a desk of electrum inlaid with sapphires, he conducted a conference with a visiting emissary of the inquisitorial representative. He was one of the High Lords of Terror. He barely seemed to notice the entrance of the prisoner. The emissary, wearing a rich blue tabard and matching cape, was listening carefully to the Technomagus's words.
"It is 178 years,
Ipsissimus was saying,
since the Inquisition sent a null ship into the Eye of Terror. The reason is simple. Of the previous 20 such spy ships dispatched, none have returned or succeeded in sending back any useful information."
"The Eye is an extremely dangerous place," the inquisitorial representative pointed out smoothly. "Best left alone in some people's view."
"Ha!"
Ipsissimus waved his hands in exasperation.
"Left alone? To wreak whatever havoc it can? Yes, I know people have different opinions as to the dangers it represents. Not everything is made known, but you of the Inquisition surely know better than anyone else that it is in fact the greatest peril to face mankind. Come now, do not frown. I mean no disrespect to the Inquisition. There is no point in sending out men and ships to sure destruction without purpose. Still, the problem rankles. It has annoyed me. So I have put my mind to it over the past few years. I have engaged myself on a new type of null ship. It has 10 times the screening of the old model. It could cross the eye from end to end without being detected. It is better armed and larger, so it can carry more fighting men if it is detected, and it is fortunate that I have so exerted myself."
The emissary politely ignored the Technomagus's boastfulness. Age had its privileges. "Is such a ship practicable?" he asked thoughtfully. "Is it even possible? I recall the difficulties with the old null ships. They were more an act of desperation than anything else, and were believed to be the best that could be built."
"You may safely leave that to the ingenuity of the Adeptus and of myself in particular. We do not like to be defeated by any problem. It calls into question our devotion to the machine god."
The leather-clad prisoner whimpered. He had been silent until now, standing by the side of the room with one arm expertly gripped by the guard, gawping through the thick glass-eyed windows, deaf to the conversation taking place nearby. To be transported from the depths of a dismal dungeon to the height of this tower, 3 imperial miles above the surface of the planet, standing in real sunlight and open to the view of the panorama below, left him even more stunned than had his previous experiences. He shrank as faces turned towards him. and words in an unfamiliar, intimidating Gothic dialect began to wash around him.
This young man was about to be burned as a witch on some emperor-forsaken planet or other,
Technomagus Ipsissimus was saying.
When he was picked up by agents of the Adeptus Telepathica, he is a very strong PSYKER. Very strong indeed, one of the strongest ever found in a number of respects. It was judged he would burn out too quickly to be worth training as an astropath, so he was sent to serve the Astronomicon. Even there he was rejected on account of his instability. Even the Astronomicon has its requirements, it seems. He was handed back to the Scholar Psychana for review, and would have been sacrificed to the Emperor like any other uncontrollable PSYKER, were it not for certain visions he recounted. As these bore a relation to my null ship project, I had him transferred here.
For one born with such a disability, he seems to have had an unusual degree of luck to escape death so regularly, the emissary said with a wry smile.
That may not necessarily be the case, the Technomagus murmured. What do you make of him, Lexicanium?
The librarian regarded the primitive PSYKER again. He seems not to have fallen foul of demonic possession in any form, which is unusual in one of his advanced talent. His luck, again, perhaps. He is tormented and very unstable, mainly due to the fact that he lives in constant terror.
Terror! Yes, terror. Get him to tell us about the Eye of Terror.
At the mention of this phrase, which the PSYKER had failed to hear earlier while his mind was on the landscape below, he now let out a great howl.
The door! The door! Flee! The door is opening! The door is what he calls the Eye of Terror, Ipsissimus said gravely to the emissary. A poetic phrase. A cosmic door into the warp. His visions are fragmentary, but the Scholar Psychana are convinced he has seen that something significant is happening there. Something we need to know about. Therefore, I propose we send the new null ship into the Eye. Perhaps it can find out.
He made a gesture.
Allow me to introduce Epistolary Librarian Marsh Toomer, of the Purple Stars chapter of the Adeptus Astartes. Conditional on your approval, he will accompany the mission and act as astropath, should it become necessary to try to dispatch a message out of the Eye.
The Technomagus's wheezy voice paused. The emissary turned his gaze to the librarian for the first time, nodding in cool but genuine respect. Any Space Marine, because of the ancient, though indirect link with the Emperor, was regarded with a measure of awe, quite apart from his almost superhuman qualities. At that moment, the wild PSYKER, in one convulsive movement, broke free of the guard's grip. He threw himself to his knees before the aged Technomagus and spoke with a strangled, desperate voice in the vowel-twisting accent of his home planet.
Noble sirs, I beg you, please do not kill me. Kill you? The Magus echoed, raising his bushy eyebrows. We weren't thinking of killing you.
With a supercilious curl of his lip, the emissary of the inquisitorial representative looked down at the fawning captive.
What would you like us to do with you, young man?
Make me unconscious, like a vegetable, and keep me alive forever. Do not let me live. Do not let me die. If I die, my soul goes to the other side of the door. He means the warp, my lords, the librarian offered. He has seen into the warp and fears what he has seen. Tottering forward, the venerable Technomagus took the PSYKER's arm and brought him gently to his feet.
Take heart. You are to be of great service to the Imperium. You will have brave companions. You are to go into the Eye of Terror, the place you call the door. Your talents will be of use there, with others like yourself. Emperor willing, you will find out what is really going on."
When he heard this, the terrified PSYKER's body went rigid. His eyes bulged. With a strangled yelp, epistolary librarian Mashuma staggered back and raised his hands to his head, as if he had been struck a physical blow. The emissary of the inquisitorial representative and the technomegas both flinched as well, for although he had not made a sound, the PSYKER had uttered a mind shriek, a psychic scream which tore through every living consciousness around him, a ragged, rending mental howl of utter, absolute horror, terror, and despair. Chapter 2. Dread Mission. To the ordinary view, the great swirl of close-packed stars, designated by the Imperium the Eye of Terror, resembled just what the name implied. A baleful, glowing eye glaring in space, set like an evil jewel in the northwest of the galaxy. To many, that was all it was. Among the Imperium's teeming trillions, few knew much by the way of history. Even less had ever had it explained to them the true nature of the other realm, the alternate, insubstantial universe that was called the Imperium, or simply the warp, by the tech priests whose great engines drove their vast interstellar ships from star to star. It was not that such knowledge was hidden, though officially its existence would be denied. It was simply not generally disseminated. And so, to many of the more educated, the idea that the warp was a realm of chaos inhabited by spirits, monsters, and demons was either ignorance, the stuff of myth and legend, or else rank superstition. True, the Eye of Terror, which also went by many other names in the regions surrounding it, was held to be a dangerous place. The navigators of the Navis Nobilite avoided it. It was a warp storm, the greatest in the galaxy, and to enter it was to throw one's life away. To the academically minded on some planets, even the cult of the Emperor, the official religion of the Imperium, was not always to be taken literally. If there were no such things as spirits, some argued, then it was obvious that the Emperor could not be what it was claimed he was, and which in truth he really was, namely, the greatest of the gods. True, there could be a reason for such lack of knowledge. Perhaps it was the case that ignorance suited the administratum. Already too many human beings were psychically sensitive to the warp. Some, often unwittingly, opened a path for warp creatures to enter the material world. The consequences were dire, both for themselves and for those around them, and not infrequently for entire planets. So it was that even people living in the crescent of worlds skirting the Eye of Terror did not know that even the wildest of rumours fell far short of the reality. For in the heart of the Eye was what was called the BYSSOS, a hole in the stuff of space, through which poured the raw energy of the warp, mutating and corrupting all that it touched. Moreover, all around that gaping rent in reality, right up to the fringes of the terrible storm, which had existed for thousands of years and showed no sign of ever abating, were innumerable worlds under the corrupt sway of chaos, of demons and of chaos-possessed warriors who were every one mortal enemies of the Imperium. One set of people under no illusions as to its nature were the occupants of the unnamed, secretly built Imperium nullship, transported by starship from the planet Mars to an airless moon, jointly under the control of the Adeptus and the Inquisition. It underwent its final trials. Then, psychic screening set at maximum, it nosed through the Cadian Gate, the only properly navigable path into the Eye. Once within the starry whirlpool, it was beyond the Imperium. It was among the hell worlds, swimming through the heady sea of shimmering supernal energy, where the warp and real space overlapped. The exterior of the null ship was a forest of baffles, turrets and antennae. It was the boast of the Adeptus Mechanicus that the vessel was invisible to any psychic or material probe which the Chaos world could throw at it. Within the narrow hull, the only illumination was the dim green glow of the instruments and the phosphorescent runes. The only sound, the muttering of the voices against the background of whining engines. Aboard were the tech priests who had helped build the null ship, 2 navigators, 3 inquisitors, one of whom captained the vessel, half a squad of Purple Star Space Marines, including epistolary librarian Mashtuma, and the specially trained team of psykers whose task it would be to spy on the hidden realm within the eye. And also, bound into a bucket chair, half insane, mouth frothing with terror as he felt the loosened power of the warp surging all around him, was the benighted young man whose uncontrolled psychic power had made his life a misery, who had somehow cast his mental vision into the eye to see something taking place there, something dangerous to the Imperium, and who was now to be the expedition's guide. The Space Marine librarian knelt beside the young man, injecting him with a calming drug. The psyker's jaw was already slack. Now his head lolled as Mashtuma spoke quietly to him. "Which way?" There was no need for the prisoner to speak. The entire team of psykers was tuning into his mind. No two saw quite the same, as their own nervous systems interpreted what the shivering young man perceived, but they also shivered with him. None had ever before had the experience of sensing psychic energy that reached for light years in every direction, permeating the very space they occupied, mixing with the air they breathed. For the psyker, it was like drowning in electrified foam. Not all of them would have been able to describe what they sensed, but for most it was like seeing a vast, multicoloured expanse in which were abstract shapes, blocks, cubes, swirling spheres, building and dissolving. The wild psyker closed his eyes. "The door," he mumbled. "They are going to open the door." They saw where his mind tended. They relayed instructions. The 2 navigators conferred, hunching together in the cramped cockpit in the nose of the null ship. One of them turned to the Inquisitor captain. "The Astronomicon is barely perceptible as it is, Lord. In that direction we shall lose it altogether." "Then lose it. We didn't come here to play safe." They both nodded, wondering why they had even bothered to inform the ship's commander of their concern. Partly it was simple reflex. Without the Astronomicon, the immense psychic navigation beacon provided by the Emperor and drawing on the power of 10,000 young psykers, the Imperium could not be maintained. Warp travel over more than a few light years was impossible without it. To a navigator, it was a constant presence, of which he had been conscious since birth. When assigned to this mission, the 2 had known that for the first time in their lives, they might lose sight of it. They might, for the first time ever, have to guess which way was out. They turned the ship, plunging through the warp. The Astronomicon faded and was gone. They were directionless. Still, it might come back. The roiling warp storm that was the Eye of Terror only differed from other such cosmic tempests in that it was bigger, much bigger. The Astronomicon could still shine through, but patchily, as the currents of the Immaterium raged and swirled. The navigators fought down their panic, steering the ship, guided only by the extravagant shapes forming and dissolving within the eye. Worlds were swaying past them. Not normal worlds, such as would have been found in calmer regions of the galaxy. Weird worlds. Nightmare worlds. Worlds that made no sense, either in terms of astrophysics or of mental perception. It was as if the darkened, cramped interior of the null ship was an iron bullet of rationality in an insane universe. As if it had no right to be there. In truth, it did not have any right to be here. Despite its adamantium strength, the hull of the ship creaked as it sank further into the eye, like a submarine diving too deep and coming under intolerable pressure. But the pressure was not physical. It was psychic. The screens were groaning as they strained to keep the worst of the storm out. Here was the place I saw! The thought came from the wild PSYKER in a blaring warning, like a baby crying for its mother. Now came the moment of maximum danger. For the spy team to probe clearly, the screens would have to come down for a brief interval, leaving the null ship visible, should any demon or renegade PSYKER be looking this way. The ship's present position was too dangerous. Should they unscreen in the middle of a particularly violent warp torrent, the minds of all aboard could be ripped to pieces. The null ship drifted, allowing the current to carry it into a calmer backwater, where it emerged from the warp, insofar as that was possible in this mixed realm of warp-real space overlap. The screen came down. For the PSYKERs, it was like having a glass window wiped clean of obscuring mud and grease. They were given a clear view over a distance of 50 light-years. Minds of the strangest, most perverted sort revealed themselves to their gaze, on planet after glowing planet. But that was not all. The works of those minds were revealed too, the works of minds and hands and manic, distorted machines. A shocking panorama opened to the PSYKER's view. They saw construction yards for interstellar warships on continent after continent, on planet after planet. And for those warships too massive to be lifted off a planet except by magic, construction docks in orbit, or in what seemed to be a miasma, floating in some strange region which was nowhere at all. Battleships. Battleships by the 100, too many to be counted, a panoply of military power for which there could be only one reason: to challenge the Imperial fleet. An armada, a great invasion battle fleet, was being prepared. It's impossible! The Inquisitor captain snarled in protest as the terrible news was relayed to him. His incredulity was understandable. The Chaos Worlds had never been able to organise on a large scale. The one great weakness of the Chaos realm was that it was chaotic. War within the Eye was constant. Much as they hated the human Imperium, neither the Chaos Gods nor their worshippers were capable of cooperating with one another for any practical purpose. Few new warships were ever built. In the main, the traitor legions still used the same ships aboard which they had fled into the Eye so many 1,000 years before. The psychic screens had been down for only moments, but towards the end of that time, the PSYKERs felt the awful gaze of some malevolent intelligence. An amused, booming voice echoed through their consciousness. It seemed to make the very adamantium of the null ship's hull ring. "Greetings, my little ones! Get us out of here!" roared the Inquisitor captain. Even he had felt the demonic owner of the dread voice insinuating into his mind. The navigators needed no prompting. They dropped the ship back into the warp. The null ship was underway, moving in the immaterial currents like a fish carried by the tide. "We cannot see the Astronomicon, Captain." "Just get us away from here, as far as we can, until you find it." "Yes, Lord." Not knowing which way was out, it was a suffocating feeling, a panicky feeling. Ignoring the flimmering horrors all around them, the navigators plunged the spy ship into the endless depths. No, surely this could not be right. They were sinking. The warp was getting denser, harder to peer through. Many navigators had learned the trick of seeing in more than 3 dimensions, of being able to understand shapes and labyrinths in 3, 4, 5, even 6 dimensions. But this was different. A writhing maze stretched all around them, but it was a maze in 100 dimensions at least. It was impossible for any human mind to unravel it. "Which way? Which way?"
Gag that idiot, somebody!
The Inquisitor captain barked. He gestured at the wild psyker, whose last shreds of sanity seemed to have gone now. The young man sagged in the chair to which he was bound, drooling, eyes closed, a continuous bleating sound coming from his open mouth. The navigators conferred briefly. They agreed that there was no wise choice to be made. Everything depended on pure chance. They spun the null ship, selected a direction at random, and continued on. Librarian Marshjuma stuffed a cloth into the wild psyker's mouth and taped it over. The sound of the man's straining breathing was the loudest noise to be heard. The presence of the demon had faded. How far away had the chaos being been when it had called to them? Light years away. In real space, probably. Perhaps no distance at all in the warp. Time and distance did not have the same meaning here in the Eye of Terror. At length, the multidimensional swirl flattened out. The mad extra dimensions dropped away, folding up like a cosmic house of cards. Then, as one, the navigators breathed a fervent sigh of relief. From far off, in their warp vision, came a faint, pearly glow. Pure light of a holy beacon. The light of the Emperor, shining even here. Mentally intoning heartfelt prayers of thanks, the navigators again turned the nose of the ship, seeking the way back to the Cadian Gate. Then, without warning, the null ship spontaneously dropped out of the warp. It was in real space, or what passed for real space, in this infernal region of the galaxy. The twin engines were gunned again, without result. The ship stubbornly refused to make the transition to the realm of the Imperium. After inspecting the instruments, the crewmen looked at one another questioningly. Was this some unrecorded feature of the warp? Could it be what had happened to the other null ships? Had they simply become stranded? Or was it enemy action? A tremulous voice rang out in the near darkness. "Unknown vessel approaching." Pale phosphorescence lit up their faces as they leaned towards the scanner screens. The vessel on course for them was a Chaos ship, no doubt of that, and it was close. From this distance it was possible to estimate its size. Though not large, not much bigger than the null ship itself, it evoked fascinated awe in the watchers. The tech priest spoke up. "Strange. Despite all the, embellishments, shall we say, I recognize the design. It was built in the Martian orbital yards, perhaps 10 millennia ago. The design was discontinued after the Horus Heresy, and yet it looks brand new. Except, of course, for the embellishments." The embellishments, as he called them, were quite grotesque. It was as if the small space cruiser had contracted a cancer, or had mutated, putting forth flesh-like protuberances. In places it seemed squashed, in others bloated. A pair of gigantic coral-coloured claws sprouted from its front end. Fronds, walls, and fins, brilliantly hued in green, lavender, and scarlet, gave the main hull the appearance of an exotic fish. The pilot-navigator fed power to the real space motor. It was no use. The Chaos cruiser easily matched their velocity, and continued to close in. The null ship had no external armament, but on the other hand, the approaching ship gave no sign that it intended to use its own. It came directly on, its great claws extended and reaching out. "Prepare to repel boarders," the Inquisitor captain ordered. He had already guessed what was about to happen, despite its seeming impossibility. The Chaos ship expanded and filled the view screen as if seen through a magnifying glass. There was an ear-shattering crunching noise, accompanied by brittle snapping sounds, and followed by the hiss of escaping air, as the curved wall of the long narrow cabin caved in. The enemy cruiser's claws were chewing through the pure adamantium of the hull. All except the Astartes reached hastily for breathing masks. The Space Marines didn't need any. They could survive unprotected in the hard vacuum of the void. In the event, none were needed anyway. As the Chaos cruiser nestled in close to the null ship, gripping it in its great claws and tearing open a gap in its hull, it also sealed the edges of the hole and prevented any further escape of air. Lumbering and pushing its way through the rent came a hulking figure in crimson power armour. Like the ship from which it came, the armour seemed to have mutated in some way, growing grotesque excrescences in glowing colours. The stranger made an odd contrast with the Space Marines, whose own power armour, though almost equally bulky, was clean of line and gleaming. The boarder seemed to have foreseen what he would find. A hand flamer hissed point blank straight into the chest of the leading Space Marine, burning instantly through both his mesh armour and the black carapace which augmented his rib cage, charring his heart and lungs. Even as he fell, one of the Marine's comrades avenged him, chainsword in one hand, slicing through the attacker's luridly decorated power armour. Power axe in the other followed up, and striking deep into the wearer's body, tearing him apart. The purple stars did not draw their bolt weapons. To discharge them would have sent exploding bolts ricocheting off the adamantium walls, slaughtering friend and foe alike. Their weapons were chainswords and power axes, and with savage cries they rushed to the boarding point, where already other bestial invaders were forcing themselves through the rent. Beyond it, a red glow could be seen, from which, as if emerging from the heart of a furnace, came more Chaos Warriors, similarly armoured. Mashtuma found he could not immediately identify from the intricate designs which of the ruinous powers they served, if any. Not all Chaos Renegades had pledged their allegiance to any particular disgusting deity, but scurrying after them were creatures that might once have been human and were completely naked. They waved long pincers in place of arms, had hooves instead of feet, and legs of goats, and the faces of horned beasts. They carried no weapons. Their pincers were razor sharp. A kick from their hooves could smash a limb or break a back, as they quickly proved. The intruders did not in the least mind firing flamers and bolters in the pipe-like cavity. They brought pandemonium with them. The team of PSYKERs cowered as the Marines fought hand-to-hand with almost twice their number of armoured warriors, in a display of wanton ferocity. Bravely, the tech priests rallied to join the fray, attempting to take on the beastmen with axe and sword, and so gave the purple stars a free hand. They were no match for the chaos monsters. Arms and legs were snipped off in an orgy of butchery, the beast things yowling with delight as the priests fell screeching and gouting blood. The armoured chaos boarders were howling too, while they fought, howling with joy and abandonment as bolt gun flared, power axe fell, chainsword ripped and scythed, and hissing gouts of condensed flame washed through the null ship without mercy. Combat to the death seemed but a game to them. The confined space within the null ship filled with a mist of spattered blood. Then, a different kind of creature bounded from the other ship, a creature whose shape could not properly be made out, but which sizzled and snapped with a blue energy as it leapt shrieking about the cabin, bringing death to all it touched. Librarian Mashtuma knew that this foul thing was a materialized warp creature, pushing the now twitching form of a pincer-armed beastman off himself. He concentrated his mind and fired its full charge of spiritual power in a bolt of pure psychic energy. The warp thing exploded like a ball of lightning and was gone. Suddenly, all was quiet, except for the puking groans of the dying. All the Space Marines save he were dead. 9 or 10 Chaos Renegades were also dead, as were a dozen naked pincer-armed monstrosities. The tech priests had all died. Mashtuma himself was badly wounded, having taken the backlash of a handflamer shot in the abdomen. The Chaos ship was disengaging, pulling away, its claws releasing them. There was a bang as the cabin partly depressurized, air whipping into the void before the null ship's emergency sealant surged into place, blocking up the ragged hole, appearing like a smear of mud. Oxygen hissed softly, bringing the pressure back to normal. It was strange to see friends and enemies piled together in so narrow a space, blood mixing in the scrum and congealing as one. The stench of spilled blood and burned flesh was choking. Mashtuma fought to stay conscious and cast his gaze around the cabin, looking for anyone else who might still be alive and also capable of action. Forward in the nose of the ship he saw one of the two navigators, his head smashed to a pulp. Then, beside him, the second navigator, one arm a bloody mangled mess, raised his head, his face twisted in pain, and looked at the librarian in despair. Glancing at the external view screen, Librarian Mashtuma saw the Chaos Raider retreating. "Try the warp engine," he gasped. The navigator obeyed, pulling himself into the pilot's seat. With his good arm, he pulled down a control lever, intoning a prayer, though the words came through gritted teeth. The ship dropped into the warp. "Get us out of here," Mashtuma ordered in a faint, gravelly voice. "Get us back to Cadia." He did not know if the navigator could stay conscious for long enough to carry out that duty, or indeed would live that long. The few groans to be heard were dying now, as life slipped away from those who could still feel pain. Among them was the wild PSYKER, the poor young wretch who had escaped being burned as a witch on his primitive home planet, who had escaped death at the hands of the Adeptus Telepathica, who had escaped being sacrificed to the Emperor as a morsel of psychic food, of whom no one had ever even bothered to ask his name, and who now was to suffer the fate he dreaded most, as the lifeblood drained away from his smashed chest cavity, and who uttered a faint, final, whinnying cry of despair, as he felt his soul being sucked into hell. "A Black Crusade is coming." "Impossible. There hasn't been one for a millennium and a half." "There has never been one such as this is going to be." The private office of the Lord Militant Commander of the Imperial Fleet's Segmentum Obscurus was a place given to calm and quiet. The wood panels lining the walls were carved with scenes from the fleet's glorious past, battles fought, worlds subdued, planets destroyed, relief ships got through in apparently impossible conditions. Carved there too were the bleak figures of commanders of the past, in full dress uniform, breasts covered with medallions, staring out from the grained wood as if grimly reminding the present incumbent of the gravity of his duty. Seated with the commander around a table of mahogany inlaid with platinum were all his admirals in high-collared dress jackets. He had just finished giving them as much information as had been brought back by the stricken null ships sent into the Eye of Terror by the Inquisition, aided by the Adeptus Mechanicus. Only one man had returned alive aboard the damaged spy ship, the inside of which had resembled a charnel house. That had been the one surviving navigator who had guided it back to Cadia. Luckily, the librarian who had accompanied the Purple Star's detachment, Mashtuma, had recorded a full report before he, too, died of his injuries. In a final act of heroism, he had even managed to remove the prognoid glands from the mangled bodies of his fallen comrades for reseeding. The librarian's report was still being exhaustively studied and evaluated, but it was the overall commander of the Segmentum Obscurus, Lord Militant Commander Drang, who would have to make a decision. The Eye of Terror lay within Obscurus, one of 6 segments with which the Imperium was divided, and here, at Cyber Mundi, was based Battlefleet Obscurus, the force which would have to be committed if any action was to be taken. Judging by the reports before him, there definitely would have to be action. And soon. No one knew how many human-inhabited worlds lay within the Eye of Terror. Conceivably, there were as many as there were in the human Imperium itself, and conceivably those worlds were just as densely populated. Sometimes the Eye was called the Imperium of Chaos. Though that was a fancy misnomer, because it was not an Imperium at all, but a disorganized melange. If the Chaos Powers had finally learned to organize themselves, then the prospect was terrible indeed. The Imperium itself would be under threat of being overrun. The 10,000-year ordeal of torture the Emperor had imposed on himself to preserve humanity from the horrors of chaos would have been in vain. "Gentlemen," Commander Drang said in a soft voice, "it is not hard to guess the enemy's intention. This is not the first time he has come out of the eye in a crusade to conquer surrounding star systems. Such crusades have always been contained and defeated in the past. But what has now been revealed is on a different scale. The enemy is building a battle fleet large enough to overwhelm Cadia, the guardian of the Cadian Gate, from where he will be able to invade all the worlds fringing the eye to the galactic south. These worlds will give him a base from which to launch a war in the Segmentum Obscurus and beyond. He will lose that war, of course. Indeed, I do not believe he will break out of the Segmentum, but it is our duty to see that such a war does not take place. Gentlemen, we must define a strategy. Drang paused, raised his chalice and breathed deeply of the fumes given off by the mixture of sweet herbs smouldering in it. The others, following this example, breathed from the cups before them. The youngest of his admirals, who perhaps had not yet learned to refrain from questioning anything the commander said, took the opportunity to speak. My lord, can we trust the reliability of this observation? No Black Crusade has held together before, and all we have is the reports of PSYKERs, not hard evidence. Since that report, a second null ship of the old design has also been sent into the eye, though without Space Marines aboard. It failed to return. However, the Imperium's most powerful PSYKERs have directed their powers into the eye. They confirm that there is something afoot there, something unprecedented and very dangerous. Letting the herbal smoke drift leisurely from his nostrils, Drang surveyed the gathered admirals with his one normal eye and the implanted monocle, which jutted out a good 2 inches from his right eye socket. The admirals stared back stoically, meeting the stony regard. None dared flinch or allow his gaze to waver. The sporting of visually enhancing monocles was something of a tradition in the Obscurus fleet, but the one worn by the Imperial commander was different. It was a replacement, not an aid. Everyone knew the story of how he had lost his right eye when a young fleet captain and in engagement with Orc raiders. He could easily have had the eye replaced with another natural one. Instead, he had chosen to have the present prosthetic fitted. It was said to be unique and irreplaceable. There were even some dark rumours concerning that monocle. Some said it had been made by a tech priest of genius whom Dang had murdered after the fitting to preserve its uniqueness. Another version of the story gave the monocle an alien origin. Drang then having ordered the exterminatus of the entire alien planet, again to satisfy his craving to own something unique. Whatever the real story, it was a matter of record that Drang had boasted that, standing on the upper deck of a battleship in hard vacuum, he could spot an enemy warship up to a half light-year distant. Here is my proposal, gentlemen, Lord Drang said. We shall serve the Emperor by removing the threat at the outset. This will be a manoeuvre which has never been carried out before. An incursion by massed naval forces into the eye, the object being to annihilate the invasion fleet while it lies in the construction yards. We shall go in through the Cadian Gate and hit them before they know what is happening, then withdraw just as quickly. He shrugged. A pity we cannot land ground forces and fortify a few planets too, but such an action is ruled out at a very high level. The Eye of Terror is the strangest of places, as you are all aware. The Adeptus Terra believes the risk of mental contamination is too great to allow Imperium forces to spend any length of time there. When Drang uttered a proposal, everyone present knew he was issuing an order. Here was a plan, daring to the point of madness. But one did not argue with the Lord Militant Commander. Discussion would be limited to ways and means of effecting the aim Drang had outlined. Gothic-class battleships, supported in the main by Styx and Hades-class heavy cruisers, will make up the bulk of the task force, he continued. All those in Battlefleet Obscurus, except those that must be held in reserve, will be committed to the attack. And after I have consulted with my good friend Lord Militant Commander Investicone, I am sure we can confidently expect substantial elements of Battlefleet Pacificus to join us. Drang gave a mirthless smile. Invisticor will not want to leave all the glory to me. The servitors brought more dried herbs to refill the golden chalices. An invigorating mood of grim determination took over the Admiral's conference. The planning talk went on, far into the night and beyond the next dawn. Chapter 3. Warp Terror. Interstellar trader Maynard Rugelow was wishing he had never set foot in the miserable city of Gendover. Indeed, he was wishing he had never turned the prow of his ship towards the pesky planet calling itself Apex 5, being the fifth world from the dim, smouldering star labelled Apex on the star charts for no clear reason. Sun, planet, and city alike were all afflicted with the same grim dullness. It made Rugelow want to pull his head into his coat, like a tortoise retreating into its shell. Even the reddened rays of the dismal sun, when they actually managed to filter through the smoky sky, had the appearance of prison bars, which was quite untypical of the sweep of worlds out here among the fringe worlds close to the great warp storm some called the Eye of Terror. The Imperium's hold was not strong here, since the Eye presented a danger to shipping, and, generally, a frontier atmosphere prevailed. Rugelow had heard stories of dark raiders sallying out of the Eye to pillage and destroy, carrying back slaves to their fiendish dens. Not that Rugelow had ever been able to find anyone who had witnessed or even had personal knowledge of such a raid. Whether the stories were true or not, the ruler of Apex 5 came from distant Terror itself, and was rigidly orthodox. He had imposed his own unbending version of the imperial cult across the planet. Public proctors were everywhere, seeing to it that the citizenry observed strict uniformity of dress and conduct. One could probably find oneself in prison, Rugelow thought glumly, just for breaking wind. He was sitting in a coffee house, almost the only form of meeting place in Gendover. It dispensed red Folian coffee, a sweet, sticky, rather nauseating hot drink, which was the nearest thing to a stimulating beverage allowed in the city, though all it accomplished was to keep one awake when one wished to go to sleep. On a raised dais in the corner sat the house proctor, able through his battery of soft speakers to hear everything said throughout the room. Rugelow was pleading with his starship's navigator, Dian Abritu. The two made an odd pair. Rugelow had the over-ruddy face of a man who had stood under many suns, easily identifying him as a free trader or wandering adventurer, types all too common in the fringe worlds and not particularly welcomed on Apex 5. His black goatee beard and dark, ever-shifting eyes gave him a slightly piratical look, while his maroon jerkin with scarlet braid and lime-green knee breeches with silver buckles stood out like a blazing beacon amid the drab, black and brown clothing the Gondovians all wore. Abruzzo, on the other hand, shunned sunlight of whatever intensity or colour, though in any case nothing could have taken away his navigator's pallor, and like most of his kind, wore subdued colours. His gaze was downcast as he listened to Rugelow's words, the red bandana across his forehead concealing his warp eye. "Things'll get better, I promise." A regretful frown on his broad face, Abruzzo politely but firmly shook his head. "I'm sorry, Captain. You've said that too many times before. Everything you touch turns to dust. You haven't paid me for nearly a year now. I'll pay you everything you're due. The very next contract I get, even if it leaves me with nothing. You've said that too many times as well. Sometimes I think you deliberately don't pay me just to hang on to me. But now I'm cutting my losses. The job I've been offered suits me perfectly. On a pilfering, regular line, with a hereditary charter, under a captain who can't trade anywhere else even if he wants to. Where's your sense of adventure? I haven't got one, Aborder stated calmly. You're the one with the sense of adventure, and if I may say so, it's about the only kind of sense you have got. Rugelow groaned softly to himself. Everything was slipping away. He couldn't operate at all without a navigator. All he had left now was his ship, the Wandering Star, for which he had a deep affection, perhaps because of its advanced age more than in spite of it. That, and the trader's charter, of course, the letter of marque. He twitched his head as if brushing away flies. It didn't do to think about that too much. It looked as if he wouldn't have the Wandering Star much longer either. Thanks to Aborder's defection, it was now stranded. At the same time, a Gandovian merchant had filed a claim on it in recompense for a ruined shipment of apple peaches, an exotic, very expensive fruit which rotted within minutes unless stored at a precise temperature of 18.5 degrees. How was Rugelow to know his hold temperature regulator was faulty? Damn Apex 5's ruler, and damn his meticulous legalities. Rugelow glanced up guiltily. The proctor had risen to his feet. He strode haughtily across the room to Rugelow's table. In his skullcap and stiff black uniform, he made a sinister figure as he leaned towards the pair with an angry expression on his face. You two have been talking together in this coffee house for the past 20 minutes, he thundered. And in all that time, I have not heard once you praise the Emperor. He's always so much in our minds, sir, that every word we speak is in thanks to him. Rugelow smiled ingratiatingly. He is indeed the source of all that is good and worthy in our lives. Do not take me for a fool, Outworlder. Watch your speech in future, both of you. Aborder stood up with a slow, ponderous motion and turned to address the proctor. May I express my thanks, sir, for your correction of our manners. Since I intended to make Gondova my home, I, for one, will heed it. Smiling slightly, he made a gesture of farewell to Rugelow, then walked out of the coffee shop with a final backward scowl. The proctor returned to his duty station. Rugelow was alone. Pensively, he surveyed the shop's customers. They were a dull lot, as befitted this dull city. Their depressing drab clothing covered everything except their faces. In some cases, they even wore gloves, as if it was indecent to show one's hands. What a place to be stuck in. Then, his slowly sweeping gaze abruptly stopped. A spindly, pale young man was sitting at the other end of the room, playing nervously with his coffee cup. There was a certain soulful look about him, a look which Rugelow knew well. The look of a navigator. True, there was no sign of a warpie. The young man wore no bandana, and the skin of his high forehead was smooth. But Rugelow was not fooled by that. It would not be the first time he had known a navigator to cover his third eye with simp skin in an attempt to disguise himself and hide what he truly was. Surreptitiously, Rugelow studied the stranger. His unassuming apparel fitted in with the local custom, but then navigators never were flashy dresses. The only point at odds was the shabbiness of what he wore. The local people were hard-working and wore clothing of quality, if not style. This young man clearly had little money to spend. That alone set him apart from the locals. After a shifty glance at the proctor, Rugelow stood up and sidled to his table. "Praise be to the Emperor," he said, in a voice loud enough for the proctor to hear even without his eavesdropping microphone. Then more quietly, "May I sit with you?" "Praise be to him." Rugelow seated himself quickly, giving the other no chance to express his obvious wish to be left alone. The young man avoided his eye, shifting uncomfortably and ignoring Rugelow's strained smile. "Something tells me you are not a native of Apex 5. The young stranger gulped. "Why not?" "Oh, I'm good at reading people." Rugelow's smile became more relaxed. He was on the right lines.
My name is Maynard Ruglow. I'm a trader. May I know yours?
Kaladin. Pelor Kaladin. Ruglow wondered if that really was his name. He leaned forward so that he could get a closer look at the young man in the subdued light. He fancied he saw a slight bump in the middle of his forehead. That would be his warp eye.
I have a proposal to put to you. Shall we talk here or outside?
Proposal?
Yes, of a professional nature.
The look of genuine fright this remark evoked told Ruglow for certain that his judgment was correct. He had found a navigator, one who, for some reason, did not want it known that he was a navigator. Kaladin's voice almost trembled as he replied, "The Emperor is the source of all my blessings. I have nothing to hide, and I don't see how I can be of service to you."
"As he is of mine." Ruglow leaned closer and spoke in a low, conspiratorial voice.
If Kaladin didn't care what the proctor heard, then neither did he.
"I am a trader. I have a ship out in the spaceport, the Wandering Star, my pride and joy. I'm in need of a navigator. I can pay you well."
Again, the young man gulped. He seemed to be in a panic. He looked this way and that as if seeking a way of escape. "I don't know how I can help you. I don't know any navigators. Go to the naval office." If Ruglow could have acquired a navigator through official channels, he would not be sitting here now.
"I prefer more informal arrangements. Come now, let us not prevaricate. It is perfectly obvious to me what you are."
"You're mistaken. I don't know anything about space flights, except as a passenger." Glancing over at the proctor, Ruglow saw that he was sitting on his dais with eyes downcast. It seemed to him that he was listening to their conversation with interest.
"The Emperor is the source of all truth and all wisdom," he said emphatically. "Where would we be but for his guidance and protection? Likewise, we should all strive for truthfulness, should we not?"
He paused, then added hopefully,
"Would you be interested in just one trip? Whatever your present circumstances might be, that wouldn't take up too much of your time."
He let his eyes wander pointedly over the other man's garments.
"I'm sure the fee will come in useful."
Kaladin's agitation did not go away. His fragile voice rose almost to a shout, causing other customers to look around in curiosity. "I am not a navigator. As the Emperor is my witness, leave me alone." Almost knocking the table over in his hurry, he rushed from the coffee house. Ruglow smiled grimly as he in turn rose to his feet.
"You just need persuading, my friend," he murmured to himself, then left in pursuit.
Dusk had come to Gandova, giving the drab buildings a sooty look. It would not be safe to be out much longer. The city arbitrators required all those without special dispensations to be in their homes 1 hour after the onset of darkness, and in their beds half an hour after that. Earlier that afternoon, Ruglow had chanced to walk through Gandova's Central Park, where a preacher of the Adeptus Ministorum, or Ecclesiarchy to give the Adeptus its other title, had been haranguing a crowd. Given that the planetary ruler was a Ministorum fanatic, requiring everyone to believe with absolute faith that the Emperor was Lord and Saviour of all humankind, no passing Gandovian would have dared to do otherwise than to stop and listen. Just the same, Ruglow had been struck by how quiet and well-behaved the crowd was, doing no more than clap politely as the preacher made point after vociferous point. He could well understand why the parish clergy did not include in its ranks a confessor, one of those masters of crowd emotions, whose sermons nearly always ended in hysterical lynchings on the slightest suspicion of heresy. Such wild behaviour just did not accord with the orderly conduct of Gondovians. As he stood listening to the preacher's nonsense, Ruglow had also realised for the first time how much his garments stood out here. Restrained though they were by his own standards, he was receiving stuffy, suspicious stares. But with the proctors filtering among the crowd, he had thought it unwise to follow his impulse to scurry away, and had lingered for nearly an hour. Now the street was full of people hurrying home. He looked up and down and saw a dark-clad figure hurrying around a corner. It had to be the disguised navigator. He was nowhere else in sight. As fast as he could stride without actually running, Ruggalo followed. He found himself in an empty cul-de-sac. There was no sign of Kaladin. He ran to the end of the narrow side street and discovered an alley running at right angles, parallel to the main road. His quarry must have hoped to use it as an escape route, which meant that he had been afraid Ruggalo would come after him. As he jogged up the alley, Ruggalo asked himself the reason for the young man's odd behaviour. Could it be that he was an outcast, expelled from the Navis nobility for some crime or misdemeanour, even forbidden to practice his profession perhaps? Oh joy! A solitary abandoned navigator cast out of his house, with no means to earn a living. Just what Ruggalo needed. With a suddenness he had now come to expect after the 2 or 3 days he had spent on the planet, darkness closed in, the last few gloomy rays of Apex's light failing to penetrate the cloud-polluted sky. The dimmest of dim streetlights took their place, but did not even prove equal to the previous murk. In an hour, even they would be switched off. Ruggalo reached the end of the alley and saw that it divided in 2 directions. He cursed. He had lost the navigator. Then, from somewhere up the right fork, he heard a strangled cry. He hesitated, torn between need and self-preservation. Pulling a tiny plastic handgun from a slim holster next to the skin of his abdomen, the carrying of any kind of weapon was illegal in Gundover, he loped forward, keeping close to one wall. Under the feeble amber glow of a street lamp, 4 figures were struggling. One of them was the young man calling himself Pelor Kaladin. The simp skin had been torn from his forehead. His third eye, the warp eye, stared blankly out. His 3 attackers, to Ruggalo's mild surprise, appeared to be Gondovians. Like Kaladin, they were all young men. They probably thought their apparel wildly daring, even subversive. Their sombre, conventional black garb bore 1 or 2 tiny patches of muted colour, reddish-brown or dark blue. No wonder such rebels kept to their dark alleys. 2 held Kaladin by the arms, while the third yelled in his face. See you are one! We thought so. We've been watching you. No! Kaladin groaned. Yeah, and you're taking us into the eye. Come on, let's get him out of here. As far as Ruggalo could tell, the hoodlums were unarmed. He emerged nonchalantly into the gleam of the lamplight, the tiny gun concealed in his palm. Such manners, and I thought everyone in Apex 5 was a perfect gentleman. Wait till I tell the proctors. Kaladin slumped, while his captors stared at Ruggalo with disbelief. He gave them no further chance to deploy any weapons they might have hidden about them. He extended his right arm and discharged the plastic gun twice, with a double popping sound. The first bullet hit the young man who had been haranguing Kaladin in the chest. The other thudded into the abdomen of one of the 2 holding him prisoner. Eyes bulging with shock, both were hurled back by the impact and collapsed. Ruggalo sidestepped, seeking a clear line of fire so as to deal with the third assailant in the same way. But there was no need. He fled. Initially dragged off balance as the stricken Gondovian fell, Kaladin recovered himself. He was shaking. Thank you, he gasped. With interest, Ruggalo looked at the young navigator's warp eye, set amid his forehead. The pupil was quite large and dark, almost purple, with a soft lustre. But it displayed his youth, and the fact that it had not been used much. The older and more experienced the navigator, the more the pupil became enlarged. In his years in space, Ruggalo had seen some where the white had gone altogether. Such navigators were reputedly dangerous to be around, liable to strike a man dead with a glance. Just the same, Kaladin's third eye gave Ruggalo the same impression that all navigators' warp eyes did, an alien, unblinking stare. It did not seem like a natural organ at all, more like something artificial that had been set in place. He spoke in an amused drawl. Not a navigator, eh? Guiltily, the young man put a hand to his third eye, feeling the torn simskin. Then he reached into his pocket for a handkerchief, which he tied hastily in place to cover his forehead. "I was telling the truth," Kaladin insisted in a quivering voice. "I am not." "Why continue to lie when you're caught out red-handed?" "I am not a navigator." Rugelow grinned cynically. "Of course not. You're only disguising yourself as one, and then disguising the disguise. Come on, we'd better get moving. It'll soon be curfew time." Kaladin stared appalled at the two sprawled bodies. "What about those?"
"What about 'em?"
"You've killed them. Did they deserve that?"
"Oh, they deserved it all right, but they're not dead."
Rugelow opened his right hand and displayed the little gun nestled neatly in his palm.
"This fires low-velocity slugs, broad-nosed. They only kill you if you're unlucky. They don't break the skin. Instead, they squirt a knockout drug through it. These goons will wake up in about 20 hours with a lot of internal bruising. They might even be able to stand up again after a couple of weeks."
"I can't stand violence."
"You've met some, Navigator."
"I am not."
"I know. You're not a Navigator."
Kaladin was still staring at the tiny gun. "What are you doing with that anyway? Weapons are forbidden here. You can't even get out of the spaceport with one."
Rugelow marvelled at the young man's naivety. "It's made of a soft plastic. The spaceport detectors can't see it."
He put the gun back in its holster and beckoned, leading the way back to the main thoroughfare. The streets were emptying and already had a deserted appearance in the dimming light. He turned to Kaladin.
"What did those fellows want of you?"
"Like you, they think I'm a navigator. You know, the Great Warp Storm? The one they call the Eye of Terror? There are stories in this region that the worlds inside it contain fabulous treasures. Some insane people get the idea of going to look for those treasures. They wanted me to guide them into the Eye." Thoughtfully, Rugelow gazed up at the sky. In this part of the galaxy, the Eye of Terror, or Oculus Terribus, it had other names, Hell's Whirlpool, the Cyclone of Chaos, and so forth, was actually visible to the naked eye as a great swirl of stars, like a miniature galaxy. He wasn't sure if this hemisphere of Apex 5 faced that way at this time of day, and anyway, the night sky was obscured by cloud. But the idea of a cosmic treasure house suspended overhead was appealing.
"I thought it wasn't possible to navigate into the Eye because of the warp storm."
"It's always possible to enter. Getting out again is another matter, though that too can be done." Kaladin's voice fell to a mumble. "I must thank you for coming to my aid. Now I'd better be going to my lodgings. I don't want to be caught outside." Rugelow noted with satisfaction that Kaladin was speaking with a navigator's knowledge.
"It's not the proctors you have to worry about," he said. "Your hopeful travelling companions who have just tried to kidnap you will doubtless have friends who know where you are staying. You can't go back to your lodgings."
In point of fact, Rugelow thought it unlikely that the young man was in any further danger. The Gandovians had been disposed of too easily. They were amateurs, well out of their depths. His main motive was to get Kaladin back to the Wandering Star, where he could again try to persuade him to accept employment. Seeing Kaladin hesitate, a frightened frown on his features, he added, "You'd better come with me." "Well, just till tomorrow. Then I'll see if I can get a ship out of here."
"I wonder if he has the fare for that," Rugelow asked himself, hoping otherwise.
The forlorn navigator seemed as though in a trance as he walked alongside him to the spaceport. The streets of Gendova, almost completely empty now, were narrow, the buildings huddled, with steeply slanted roofs for draining off the frequent rain. The city was like its inhabitants, insular, without light or colour. The proctors had disappeared, their place taken at night by the regular police force, the arbitrators. Already a patrol car was prowling. It slowed down as it passed by, a helmeted figure within scrutinising the pair. Despite the hour's grace after dark, the arbitrators did not like to see anybody about when they came on duty. Perhaps it was their foreign apparel which saved the two from being challenged. They passed through a spacious arch which marked the limits of the town and led to the wrought iron gates of the spaceport. These swung open after Rugelow showed his permit to the guard. Before they could enter the spaceport proper, they had to pass through the scanning machine which looked for contraband. Rugelow passed a wink to Kaladin as, once again, it failed to detect his plastic weapon. None of the spaceport staff bothered to ask for Kaladin's credentials. With his bandana and his pale, exhausted appearance, it was plainly taken for granted that he was Rugelow's navigator. Outlined in the garish light of tower lamps, Gandover's spaceport lay before them. It was like some bizarre, gigantic junkyard, littered with hulking, crenellated forms, having the appearance of crumbling metal castles. These were cargo ships of various kinds. Such ornate, convoluted shapes made no sense in terms of aerodynamics, though that hardly mattered. Spacecraft pushed themselves beyond the atmosphere by brute force, but the intricate turrets, baroque decorations and leering gargoyles were an essential part of the arcane tech wizardry of the Imperium. The largest of these ships was only modestly sized as spacecraft went. The really big bulk carriers, which in any case were unable to land and ferried their cargoes to and from parking orbit, would not bother coming to an out-of-the-way planet like Apex 5 at all. Interspersed among them were even taller travelling cranes, the only way of getting merchandise into the ship's holds. While further off, almost out of sight in the gloom, were the repair yards. Steam and acrid-smelling vapour billowed around the two as they crossed the concrete-clad field. With a mixture of pride and embarrassment, Rugelow eventually pointed out his own ship, the Wandering Star. "There she is," he declared, forcing cheerfulness into his voice. "Home at last." Kaladin looked up at Rugelow's cargo carrier with a critical frown. It was a squat, tattered lump, dwarfed by nearly all the surrounding ships and definitely showing its age. The hull scored and pitted as though rotted with rust, the fluted columns covering the engine vents battered and dented. Its lines were cleaner and more aerodynamic than anything else on the field. Such simplicity was a sign of how cheaply it had been built. The gargoyle faces on its four sides were worn away and barely visible. They were supposed to help ward off demons while in the warp, but Rugelow was sceptical of their efficacy and had never bothered to have them reshaped or even cleaned. The Wandering Star stood no more than 90 feet high. To a citizen of Gandover, that would have seemed enormous, larger than almost any building in the city. To Rugelow and any other spacefarer, it was small. He had seen armed scout ships almost as big. Had he had a bigger ship, he might have found life less difficult. As it was, he was forced to carry small volume, high-value goods, which brought two problems with them. Either he had to buy such goods himself, for which he did not always have the money, or, failing that, he had to find a merchant who would trust him to carry them, which wasn't always easy. Often, he found himself transporting cargoes which barely covered his running costs. Like those damnable apple peaches, he reminded himself ruefully. At his urging, they climbed an access ladder, went through the port and into the small hold, which took up most of the bulk of the ship, then up a companionway to the crew quarters in the nose of the vessel. These consisted of the pilot's cabin and a slightly larger area for living space. Kaladin hesitated and trembled at his first sight of the claustrophobically cramped control cabin. He seemed about to panic until Rugelow gently ushered him inside. Of 3 electrolumens which were supposed to give light, only one was working, and the brass fittings, tarnished from years of neglect, gave off only the dullest gleam. The ceiling was concave, striated with supporting arches, drooping with ribbed conduit hoses, and was so low that it barely gave headroom. There was a musty, suffocating smell to the air, the runes and sigils surrounding the 2 pilot seats, supposed to give comfort, had the opposite effect on Kaladin. He felt completely cut off from the world, as though they were already in the warp, Or, although that would not be nearly as bad, as though they were in one of those peculiar vessels he had heard of but never seen, which dived miles beneath the ocean or tunnelled far beneath the crust of a planet. There was not even the comforting aroma of Ministorum incense, which most captains burn to bring the blessings of the Emperor. Ruggalo had long ago given over the living quarters to his navigator, Abruzzo, and shifted himself into the control cabin permanently. It was therefore cluttered. Even the flight controls were littered with domestic objects such as boot brush and nail clippers. A pallet on the floor was where he slept, and he had managed to find room for a small table and 2 straight-backed chairs. He gestured Kaladin to one of these now. Rummaging in a cupboard, he brought out a cut-glass decanter and 2 crystal glasses, items he had kept back from a cargo of such glassware, and placed them on the table. "Let's hope no stuffy emperor-worshipping spoilsport is able to spy on us here," he said jovially, and poured a pale green, locally illegal liqueur into the glasses, handing one to Kaladin. The young man sipped at it cautiously, while Ruggalo swallowed his glassful in one gulp and then filled it up again. "Now," he said, in the tone of an interrogator, "tell me why you pretend not to be a navigator." "Because I am not one," Kaladin retorted angrily. "Don't be stupid. Of course you are. And come now, what's the use of being a navigator if you don't ply your trade? There has to be a reason. Are you in trouble with your house? Perhaps you can tell me. I'm an understanding man." The plainly miserable Pelor Kaladin sighed and relaxed a little, huddling in his chair. "I am not a navigator," he said slowly, "for the very simple reason that I can't navigate." "Can't navigate?" Ruggalo stared at him nonplussed. "Can't navigate?" He pursed his lips. Could the navigator gene have failed in this young man? Was he a reverse mutation, a throwback, born of navigators but unable to see into the warp? If so, it was no wonder he had been thrown out of his family. But no, that couldn't be it. They were more likely to have had him quietly put down, rather than throw him out to fend for himself. A non-navigating son of a navigator house would be bad publicity for the entire Navis nobility, an arm of the Imperium which jealously guarded its reputation. "Are you warp blind?" he asked gently. No, not at all. That's the trouble. I can see only too well." That was all Ruggalo could get out of him for now. Kaladin turned the tables, asking in a rather impudent tone why the trader was in need of a navigator, and how he had lost his last one. Ruggalo shrugged evasively. "Oh, he was a dull fellow who didn't like travelling from place to place. He took another position with a hereditary charter." He spoke scathingly, looking around at the poorly appointed, musty-smelling cabin. Kaladin curled his lip and clearly was not convinced. It was not until much later, when Ruggalo had succeeded in plying him with more of the green liqueur, that Kaladin told his tale. "It's true. There I am a trained navigator," he admitted for the first time. "But I am a disgrace to my house. I am deregistered, not allowed to practice. Neither could I, even if I were allowed." He took his head in his hands and did not speak for some time. Then, in a burdened voice, he went on. "The training of a navigator is long. It is not simply a matter of being able to see warp currents, knowing how to find a way through them and how to use them to reach a far destination. It's both a science and an art. Eventually, in my 30th year, which is young for a navigator, by the way, we live longer than you who are without the navigator's gene, I was to make my first full flight with my trainer present only as an observer. This was just 3 days after my mother died. I was very close to her, and her death affected me strongly. After marrying my father, she had ceased working as a pilot, so she didn't have a very great experience of the warp. Anyway, shortly after we made the warp drop, again, Kaladin buried his face in his hands. His tone was anguished. I saw her outside the ship in the warp. She was clawing at the hull, trying to get in, pleading with me to help her. I went crazy," he went on in a mutter. I actually abandoned the pilot's seat and tried to get to the external hatch so I could open it and let her in. They had to drag me back. My trainer took over the ship immediately, of course, and took me back to the house under restraint. I was in complete shock. There I was, examined and pronounced unfit for pilot or navigation duties. Eventually, my father let me leave the house. I've been wandering from place to place ever since. Most of the time, I scarcely know where I am. But I've never used my warp eye since. The very thought of it. He broke off for a moment. So you see, you will never be able to hire me as your navigator. It's impossible, quite apart from being against the laws of the Imperium. Ruggalo now understood what a lost soul he had chanced upon. The poor fellow lived in a state of pathological terror, as well as horror, of course, at wondering what torments his mother's soul was enduring. Has it crossed your mind that grief for your mother's death might be responsible for what you thought you saw? He asked in as kindly a tone as he could muster. You don't really believe it was your mother out there, do you? That's what the apothecaries all tried to tell me, Kaladin retorted. But they were lying, or else fools. It was her. Her soul, of course, not her body. Anybody who knows the first thing about the Immaterian can tell you that such things are possible. Obviously, nothing he could say would free Kaladin from his delusion, Ruggalo thought. If it was a delusion. But every time you travel from world to world, you have to go through the warp, unless, that is, you stay within the same planetary system, he pointed out. Doesn't warp flight frighten you as a passenger? No, Kaladin answered with a weary pause. The ship's screens are sufficient protection, or warp flight wouldn't be possible at all. I don't think about it any more than a passenger on an ocean ship would think about the depths he's floating on. Kaladin's face glazed over thoughtfully. In the training college it was described as a paradox, a material object moving through the Immaterium, all by the grace of his divinity, the Emperor, he added with a sudden passion. Curious, Ruggalo asked. You really believe the Emperor is a god? Kaladin seemed to have regained his self-control now. He was his usual miserable self. Of course, don't you? Ruggalo uttered a short barking laugh. Only when there's a preacher near at hand. It's not something I worry my head about. He could be a god for all I know, but if I'm seriously to believe that, then I'd have to start believing all those stories. About the enemy's gods too. And all that stuff about demons. I don't believe in demons. At least, I don't think I do. Yes, Kaladin said stiffly. I can see you don't, just by looking at the state of your ship's outer hull. If you take my advice, you'll clean up the warding images and have them reconsecrated. They're not there for nothing, whatever you might think. As for the Emperor, he went on, he most definitely is a god. Any navigator can tell you that, even a deregistered one like myself. Ruggalo decided it was time to change the subject. Thoughtfully, he tugged his goatee beard, remembering what Kaladin had said about the Eye of Terror. No one had ever told him that money could be made by going there. Mostly its reputation was as a dwelling place of demons. Ruggalo didn't believe in demons, as he had said. By the same token, he wasn't ready to take tales of fabulous trading opportunities too seriously either. No doubt there were inhabited worlds inside the Eye, out of reach of the Imperium because of the storm, but probably they were primitive and poverty-stricken. But on the other hand, those young scum I rescued you from, he remarked casually. I'm surprised to find cheap criminals like that in a place as rigidly controlled as Gendova. Apex 5 wasn't always like it is. It has only received the benefits of regulation since the present High Commander took over. There are still some renegade types lurking about, though they mostly keep their heads down. What you said about the Eye of Terror, is there any truth in that? Kaladin looked at him guardedly. You don't seem to know much about this region, he commented. Have you been in the Obscura segmentum very long? For that, how long have you been a free trader? By now, Maynard Ruggalo was in his cups. The night was well advanced, and he was halfway into a second bottle of Masteuse, the thick green liqueur he plainly liked. He hiccuped, drew himself up, and spoke with all the dignity he could muster. I am not a free trader. I am a rogue trader. Kaladin blinked, then threw back his head and laughed. You're a rogue trader? He spluttered. It seems I am not the only one travelling in disguise. Where is your fleet of ships, your private army, your specialists and technicians? If you are in need of a navigator, why do you not go straight to this planet's commander with your charter, your letter of marque, and demand he supply you with one? There was good reason for Kaladin's scepticism. A rogue trader was a person of rank, someone who had risen high in the Adeptus Terra and to whom considerable resources had been entrusted. He was outside the reach of the priesthood. He acted on or beyond the edges of the Imperium, exploring, trading, fighting, coming into contact with unknown alien races. He was a law unto himself. In short, he was utterly unlike the bluff, but quite obviously unsuccessful common merchant who sat here. I wonder if you are even a free trader, Kaladin went on, twisting the knife in the wound. If my guess is correct, you're an unlicensed privateer, scratching a living like 10,000 others by buying and selling whatever and wherever you can. Oh, you think so, eh? Enraged at having his word doubted, Ruggalo jumped to his feet and strode unsteadily to a timber chest bolted to the floor of the cabin. Flinging open the lid, he began rummaging inside. Odd items of clothing, trinkets, various small instruments flew across the cabin as he burrowed furiously for what he sought, until he produced a vellum scroll tied with silk cord, which he flung at his accuser. There is my letter of marque. Kaladin picked up the scroll from where it fell to the floor, pulled open the silk knots and unrolled it. He studied it carefully. It was indeed an impressive document, hand-scribed in ink of 3 colours, gold, silver, and purple. The lettering was of an ancient, elegant style, and, supposing it was not a forgery, it did appear to be the licensing document of a rogue trader, replete with dozens of empowering clauses. There was only one thing wrong. Kaladin glanced up at Ruggalo, then back at the scroll. This isn't made out to you. It's to someone called Hansard, Ruggalo. You tell me your name is Maynard. Furthermore, it's dated 50 years ago, when I would guess you hadn't been born. Ruggalo sighed deeply and nodded, his eyes downcast. Well, it works sometimes. So who is Hansard Ruggalo? My father, Ruggalo said wearily. He was a rogue trader, a most impressive man. As a boy I accompanied him on his expeditions. It was a wonderful life. I was a young man when he was killed on one of those expeditions, and by then I had grown used to such a life and didn't want to lose it. So I tried to take his place. I became an imposter, impersonating him every time we communicated with the administratum. It worked for a while. My father's former staff cooperated out of loyalty to him, but I didn't have his flair. Things started to go wrong, and after a few years my people had all slipped away, taking most of the ships with them to become freebooters. In the end, I only had one left, with just 4 crewmen, and they wanted to quit as well. It was too big for me to handle alone, so I traded it for the Wandering Star. Defiantly, Ruggalo grinned. So, you see, I was a rogue trader, in a way, or rather my father was. Some captaincies are hereditary, aren't they? Why wouldn't this one be? As far as I know, the charter had never been revoked. My father's death never reported. So as far as I am concerned, I still am a rogue trader. Then it's as I thought, Kaladin said softly. You are operating without a license at all. Ruggalo blew out his cheeks. Well, that depends on your point of view. Kaladin wondered why Ruggalo didn't carry out the imposture in earnest, assuming his father's name and perhaps making himself look older. Then he realised that he was too slippery an individual to allow himself to be boxed in like that. He didn't look like a rogue trader. There would be too much risk of exposure, in which case he would have no way out. We're both a couple of frauds, it seems, Ruggalo said. He swallowed the last of the masseuse. Let's get some sleep. The ex-navigator had to steady him on his feet at one point, as Rugelow showed him to the rear chamber and pointed to a bed. Then Rugelow reeled back into the pilot's cabin and collapsed on his pallet. When he awoke, he raised his head and stared blearily at the external view screen, which he had switched on. The lights of the spaceport were being diluted by a faint lightening of the dark, starless sky. Then, quite suddenly, streaks of light showed through the sooty cloud covering. It was dawn. Rugelow forced himself to his feet. His head throbbed as a result. He staggered to a drawer, opened it and took out a tattered Liber, bound in the mottled skin of some unnamed animal. It was a book of prayers and charms. Hurriedly he rifled the pages until he came to the much-used ritual for curing hangovers, muttering the ancient words to himself, though he almost knew them by heart. He nearly forgot the footnote. Used in conjunction with satin snake oil. Tossing the grimoire back into its drawer, he stumbled to the cupboard and groped until finding a vial. Pulling a face, he forced down a single swallow of the nauseous-tasting syrup. Whether it was the spell or the snake oil, or both, he did begin to feel better. He splashed water on his face and ran his fingers through his hair. What was he going to do about Kaladin? There had to be some way of pulling him together. He was about to look for something to eat when he noticed a movement out on the spaceport, which was in full visibility now. Daylight on Apex 5 came with the same rapidity with which it departed. It was the same on all the Apex worlds, due to the smallness of the Apex sun. The wrought iron spaceport gate had opened and a party of black-clad, black-hatted men was walking purposely through it, making for the wandering star. Turning up the magnification, Rugelow recognized one of them immediately. The merchant Fustog must have got up very early indeed and hurried through the streets the very second it was legal to do so, and so must the bailiffs he had brought with him, one of whom was carrying a bundle of documents under his arm. They had come to seize the ship. By the Emperor! Rugelow looked about wildly. Then he flung himself into the pilot's seat and began the pre-launch check procedure, clicking switches and darting his eyes from rune to rune in near panic. By the billion hells, there wasn't time for that. He had to get away now. Rugelow stopped checking. It was lucky he had spent the last of his money on reaction mass. He booted up the power. Before it was even safe to do so, he opened up the conduits, keeping his eye on the external screen. What looked like steam billowed up from the vents at the base of the ship, quickly taking on a luminescent quality as it became white-hot. Fustog's party flung up their arms in alarm and ran for cover. With a rumbling sound, the wandering star lifted off, swaying in the air thanks to Rugelow's unsteady hand on the controls, and accelerated away. In minutes the ship was outside the atmosphere. Apex, small, white and bright, shone in blackness, surrounded by stars. If he looked in a certain direction, Rugelow could make out a different nebula, a large, indistinct patch of brightness. The Eye of Terror. Briefly, he stared at it, remembering the various legends he had heard about it. Then he started wondering what to do next. He had yet to establish an orbit about Apex 5, though he thought there was little chance he would be pursued. Surely the planet defense forces wouldn't be mobilized just to execute Fustog's warrant. He was on a parabolic course, which, if uncorrected, would bring him crashing back down on the surface. He could never make a landing on Apex 5 again. He would be arrested immediately, and it was the only inhabited planet in the whole Apex system. A system he could not leave because he did not have a warp navigator. Or did he? He let the wandering star coast, reaching the apogee of its trajectory. Slowly but surely, he came to a decision. In his time, Rugelow had worked without a navigator before. Then he had been trading between 3 inhabited planets of the same system. Navigators weren't necessary if you didn't want to go from one star to another. In fact, one couldn't drop into the warp at all until one was outside a star's warp island, a distance of some tens of millions of miles depending on the size of the star. So he had got used to piloting for himself in real space. It was easy, really. The ship's machinery did all the calculating. All one had to do was enter the coordinates of the destination and make some adjustments towards the end of the flight. Plus, land and take off, of course. In this case, it was simplicity itself. He only had to get a certain distance from Apex, and no great distance either. Apex was a small star. Rugelow got to work, choosing a direction at random as long as it was away from the sun, and kicked in the real space engine. The wandering star surged away from Apex 5. He rose gingerly, opened the cabinet door, and peeped into the living quarters. Kaladin was still asleep. He hadn't even been awoken by takeoff. Thanks, no doubt, to good old Mr. Masteus, Rugelow thought with satisfaction. He himself was still tired. He lay down and dozed off. When he awoke, it was 3 hours later. The real space engine had switched itself off. The ship had put itself in a parking orbit around Apex. The cabin door opened gingerly. Kaladin crept through, peering around him, his face even paler than before. His eyes fell on the external view screen, which showed a background of stars. He looked puzzled, then alarmed. "Where are we?" "About 20 million miles from Apex. Why?" Kaladin screeched. "What do you think you're doing?" While speaking, Rugelow had moved from his pallet bed to the control panel. He smiled confidently at Kaladin. Then, reaching over the pilot seat, he grabbed a slide lever on the right-hand side of the panel and pulled it down. They both felt a lurch in the pit of the stomach. On the view screen, the stars vanished. There was only a swirling greyness. The external scanners found nothing to focus on now. The wandering star had slipped into the warp. There came a whining sound as the warp engine began moving the cargo ship through the Imperium. Invitingly, Rugelow gestured Kaladin towards the pilot seat and released the navigator's cocoon. It bulged weirdly, waiting to engulf its occupant. Kaladin seemed paralyzed. He stared wildly. "Stop it! Take us out of the warp!" "It's too late now," Rugelow pointed out. "We're underway. The gods alone know where we'll come out. Light years from anywhere, maybe right in the middle of the eye. We're hopelessly lost without a navigator." "Take us out!" Kaladin flung himself at the controls, reaching for the warp lever. Rugelow intercepted him. The two men struggled briefly. But the slim young navigator was no match for the burly trader. Soon, Rugelow was sitting on his chest. "It's up to you," he shouted. "We're dead unless you do your job." Slowly, he got off Kaladin, allowing the younger man to come to his feet. The two stared at one another. Then Kaladin looked again at the swirling view screen. He began shrieking in a high, hysterical voice, closing his eyes and stopping up his ears with his hands, while Rugelow continued to berate him. Rugelow's patience snapped. He seized hold of Kaladin, tore off his bandana, and pushed him towards the pilot's seat with its gaping cocoon. "Navigate! Look into the warp, else we are dead!" Kaladin ceased shrieking and began to sob. "Look into the warp!" Rugelow repeated, this time in a firm, insistent voice. He felt the young man's body stiffen under his fingers. As if in a trance, Pelor Kaladin summoned his psychic energy, directing it into his third eye, and looked. He was not looking at the external view screen. That would have shown him nothing. To his warp gaze, matter did not exist. He looked straight through the hull of the ship, right into the sea of non-existence, through which the wandering star swept like a ghost. Just what he saw, Rugelow did not know. Every navigator saw the warp differently, as his brain constructed sense out of what was essentially senseless. "We're lost," he muttered. "We've been drifting without guidance." "Very well. This is what I'm paying you for. Take over." "I can't," Kaladin protested again. Nevertheless, he stumbled towards the navigator's chair. He reached out and collapsed the cocoon. "I don't want that," he muttered. "It makes me feel trapped." Rugelow said nothing. The cocoon was a restraint. Navigators sometimes started thrashing about because of what they saw in the warp, but if Kaladin wanted to dispense with it, that was up to him. Kaladin's hands trembled as he reached for the warp controls. Ruggalo hoped he really did know what he was doing. He had no assurance that Kaladin's ejection from his navigator house was not for mental instability only, but for navigational incompetence as well. He stood by, leaning over the shivering young man. There was a flat plate on the control board, on which symbols flickered as the ship moved through the warp. Only navigators knew how to read such a plate. Kaladin, however, hardly glanced at it. Navigators rarely did. They relied on their warp vision. Kaladin was glancing all around, not just forward, but to the sides, overhead and below. Suddenly, he uttered an ear-piercing shriek and leaped to his feet. Pointing at the cabin wall, his face distorted. "Mother!" Ruggalo looked. He could see nothing. "She's there! Mother! Mother! We must help her!"
"There's nothing there, Pelor. Whatever you're seeing, it's not your mother."
Yes, it is. She's trying to get in. She's calling to us. Quickly, we must help her." Kaladin had the strength of a madman as he fought with Ruggalo in his attempt to get to the hatch. Ruggalo did not know what would happen if a ship broke its air seals while in the warp. It was such a crazy notion that he'd literally never thought about it before. But he had no intention of finding out. Momentarily, Kaladin broke free of his grip. Instead of going after him, the trader lurched to the control board and shoved on the warp jump lever. With a descending groan from the dying warp engine, the ship dropped out of the Imperium. Maybe it was the stomach-churning sensation accompanying such a transition that did it, but Kaladin was stopped in his tracks. He turned around. "She's gone."
"She was never there."
"She was. I saw her."
"Your mother's dead. You're just having delusions."
"Am I?" "No, you don't understand." Kaladin looked bewildered. "Where are we?"
"You're the navigator," Ruggalo said. "You tell me."
As if sleepwalking, Kaladin moved to the control board and studied the screens, comparing the charts with the stars in view. He shook his head dolefully. "We're stranded in open space. Light years from anywhere."
"Of course. We've jumped blind. We're lucky we didn't smash into one of those asteroids that drift between the stars. You'll have to get us out of here."
"But I can't."
"Okay, we'll just sit here until the air runs out."
Kaladin buried his face in his hands. Neither spoke for a long time. "It was her, you know," he said accusingly.
"How do you know that? You're in no condition to judge. Most likely it was a mental delusion, or perhaps it was something real, but not your mother at all. Perhaps it was one of those demons you talk about, making you think it's her."
Ruggalo didn't believe what he was saying for a moment. The demons did not exist, in the warp or anywhere else, but he was willing to say anything if it would bring Kaladin out of his mood. The navigator did seem to be taking his words seriously. He was frowning. A demon? I hadn't thought of that.
"Yes, and the more you think it's your mother, the more you can be sure it is a demon. It's getting into your mind and manipulating your emotions."
He let that sink in, then added,
"Come on, let's get a planet under us."
Kaladin clenched his fists. The look on his face was pure misery. Slowly, he seated himself at the command board, carefully removed Ruggalo's boot brush, nail clippers and one or two rumpled, grubby small garments from it, and then sat studying it, his hands shifting uncertainly. Ruggalo moved to the rear of the cabin, out of Kaladin's way. It was up to him to overcome his sickness now. Kaladin took hold of himself. His hands reached for the controls. His warp vision opened. Again there was a lurching in the stomach, like dropping in a high-speed elevator. The ship phased back into the warp. Every navigator saw the warp in a different way. To one, it might resemble an endless green landscape, marked out in meadows and woods, dotted with lakes and here and there towering palaces. Another might see a jumble of steel girders, like an endless three-dimensional city. Still others saw hierarchies of heavens and hells, bursting with twisted inhabitants. For many, though, the warp appeared as a nightmare of mad colours and abstract shapes, not always in 3 dimensions, sometimes in only 2, sometimes in 4, 5, or 6, but always there were 2 constant features. One was that everything was continually moving, surging, swirling in response to the passage of the warp currents, and the second was the Astronomicon, a pure white light that shone from a distant beacon and penetrated everything. For Pelor Kaladin, the warp was a lush tropical jungle. It had no bottom, no top, and no boundary. As he guided it, the ship was pushing aside lush foliage, easing itself between enormous boles and tangling creepers. This jungle had inhabitants too, leering faces, animal, human, and what might have been demonic, poked between the fleshy petals of luscious orchids, flitting by as the wandering star made its majestic progress. None of this occluded the Astronomicon. It was like a universal luminescence that filtered through everything, revealing its source, the godlike light that was the source of every navigator's deep-rooted faith. Maynard Ruglow, of course, was aware of none of this. He only knew that Pelor Kaladin was staring as if in a trance, and that his hands were applying themselves artistically to the steering controls. Suddenly, Kaladin spoke, but this time he stayed in his pilot's seat. "She's there."
"It's not her, Pelor."
"She's there. She wants to come in."
"Ignore it. It's not really her."
"She's pleading with me. She says I can save her if I really want to."
"It's a demon, wanting you to breach the screen so it can drag us into the warp."
Knowing the deadly danger they were in, should Kaladin again lose his composure, Ruglow almost found it possible to give credence to his own invention. He saw the navigator's body stiffen as he struggled with himself. Kaladin spoke again, his voice breaking into a sob. "She's been swept off the hull. She's falling away behind, holding her arms out, imploring me."
"Keep going."
This time, Kaladin obeyed, though tears were streaming down his face. He was looking for a patch of darkness. In the warp, that always meant proximity to a star. Time went by. It was rarely possible to predict how long a warp journey would take. That depended on how swift were the warp currents available, and the skill and experience of the navigator who utilized them. Kaladin, Ruglow granted, was not experienced. He sat in his straight-back chair and said nothing. At last, Kaladin spoke. "All right, we're somewhere. Do you want to come out?"
"Might as well."
Kaladin pushed the jump slide lever. There was a sickening, skipping lurch. The warp engine fell silent. Stars appeared on the main view screen. They were different from before, and the vague nebulosity, the misty swirl of light which had been visible from above the atmosphere of Apex 5, seemed much bigger and brighter. Swivelling in the pilot's seat, Kaladin turned to confront his abductor. "All right, I've done the job for you."
"I've done the job for you," Ruglow countered. "I've cured you of your phobia. Aren't you going to thank me?"
"Thank you for what? For forcing me to abandon my mother?"
Ruglow waved his hand dismissively. "Are you still clinging on to that?" he retorted. "I've explained to you. It wasn't your mother. It was a warp demon, or else something in your mind. You gotta forget it."
Kaladin's face looked haunted. "Perhaps, but I still believe it was my mother, even if she's gone for good, now that I've forsaken her. Do you realize what that means? When we die, we all go into the warp." He shuddered, and his next words were agonized. "What's the good in being alive, if that's what's in store for us?"
"You'll get over it," Ruglow told him impatiently. "You'll see it my way. Where are we, by the way?"
"By the nearest star I could find." Kaladin glanced at the instruments behind him. "We're closer to the eye than before, right on the edge of it, in fact. This system has 15 planets, one inhabited, though with only a small population. Nominally in the Imperium, though not appointed planetary commander. It's called Caligula, a frontier world."
"Sounds interesting. Take us there."
Obediently, Kaladin turned back to the board. Privately, Ruglow was smiling to himself. He had found a navigator. Kaladin set a course. With a cough and a roar, the real space motor burst into life. They sped towards the planet Caligula. Chapter 4. Strange Goods. Their landing on Caligula, fifth planet of a star bearing only a number on the Imperial charts, was unusual for anyone versed in the ways of the Imperium. No planetary defences were in evidence. No voice came through the communicator demanding identification or challenging their right to visit, or warning that a laser cannon was already trained on the ship. There was not even the personal clarion call of the local Imperial commander. A strange omission indeed. It was as though the world below, with its shining white clouds, basking in the light of its brilliant sun, was virgin and untouched by man. Which was not quite the case, though the planet was far from being densely populated. Only when Pelor Caladan took the wandering star down into the atmosphere and went soaring over the landscape did a number of medium-sized settlements reveal themselves. "Find the biggest one," Rugelow said. They landed outside a straggling township on the shore of a storm-tossed ocean. It did not even boast a spaceport, only a large, rolling expanse of bare earth, which was scorched and blasted by the propulsion motors of vessels which had landed and taken off there previously. A few of these littered the field at present, battered and scored, pressing their landing legs into the earth. There were also some which would plainly never take off again, turned on their sides, half crushed, dragged to the side of the field and left to rot. Kaladin grinned when he saw these. "Pilots are used to setting down on adamantium, or at least hardened concrete," he said. "This field isn't even levelled. It's like landing on a hillside. Looks like some people forgot what they were doing."
"Probably too drunk," Rugelow muttered. Ruefully, he recalled times when he too had been obliged to land his ship on an uneven surface and had nearly come to grief. There was no custom shed, indeed no administration buildings of any kind, only a dirt track which led into the town. Kaladin sighed and shook his head. "Don't they care at all who comes here?" "Obviously not. Just the sort of place I like. Let's go inside and have a look." They clambered down to the main hatch, which Rugelow slammed shut. He took some care of the way he engaged the locks. There were no guards here, and therefore no protection. Or worse, shipjackers. Then he climbed down the ladderway and joined Kaladin on the ground. The navigator looked on with horror as the trader turned away. No, by all that's holy, you've got to do more than that." He almost pushed his companion aside in his hurry to reach the rune plate at the foot of the ship and place his right palm on the inlaid protective sigil. Closing his eyes, he intoned a prayer, while Rugelow stood by with a cynical smile. Finishing the rite, the navigator turned to him with a sigh. "No wonder you're such a failure. You don't do anything at all to bring yourself good fortune." Rugelow shrugged. The two looked around them. The sky was light blue, streaked with white cloud at a great height. The air was warm and balmy and had a resinous smell to it. A light wind was blowing. For once, the wandering star did not look out of place. More than a few of the ships on the ground had an improvised look, as though they had been bolted together from pieces of other ships, which was probably the case. What there was of traditional ornate decoration was crushed and distorted. The warding gargoyles, in some cases absent altogether. The whole impression was definitely edge of the Imperium, a frontier. And yet it was deep inside Segmentum Obscurus, one of the 5 Segmenti Majoris with which the Imperium was divided. The Eye of Terror was a frontier all of its own. Then, Rugelow's gaze chanced on a ship near the outer limit of the field that was like no other he had ever seen. The first astonishment was its colour, not the dull scored and pitted grey and black of any other craft that travelled in space, but a pearly white, iridescent with shimmering hues. It was as though the ship had passed through a rainbow and become smeared with its colours. It was hard to understand how such a display could withstand the rigours of space. The second novelty was its shape, not the heavy crenellated bolts and rivets of any other spaceship. This was sleek, as though, if cast in a mould, and elongated. It looked like some elegant flying animal about to leap into the air. Following his gaze, Kaladin became tense.
He spoke in a hushed tone.
"That can't be an Imperium ship. It must be alien. There are aliens here. Maynard, perhaps we should leave."
Rugelow smiled again. Having just overcome his very worst fear, Kaladin was now willing to go into the warp again rather than face an alien life form. True, for the average person, the prospect was frightening in the extreme. Aliens, all aliens, were mankind's mortal enemies. "Take courage, friend. I've talked with aliens and survived." They set their faces towards the settlement. Ahead of them lay a sprawl of hastily erected metal structures and large tents, whose coverings flapped in the breeze. It was a shanty town, which they approached along a single dirt road. Kaladin paused and had to be urged on at the first sight of the inhabitants who passed to and fro, rough, hard-looking men who cast feral glances, clad in a motley variety of costumes, weapons not holstered but carried in the hand or thrust casually into clothing, as if ready to use at the slightest provocation. There was no sign of law here, no arbitrators or police. If there was an Imperial commander at all, he was probably resident on another planet, taking little interest in the lawless world he nominally ruled. Instead, it was left to adventurers, hunters, freelance miners, and possibly pirates. Rugelow had a good feeling about this place. He felt a premonition that he would find business here. Not that he had much to trade with. Kaladin had once more put Simskin over his warp eye. He still did not like to be recognised as a navigator. He shrank nervously as they strode up a dusty track. This was not the orderly, fairly safe Gendova he had grown accustomed to. Rugelow glanced at the ribbed or corrugated sheet metal which had been used to throw the shacks together. Some of it, he saw, came from the industrialised worlds of the Imperium. That was easy to spot, for the Imperium metal forgers could rarely resist stamping a piece of bare metal with some image or other, baroque designs, banners, flags, reliefs of cowled adepts or hideous beasts, or helpful runes. Whoever had built the shacks had little regard for any of this. Sometimes the decorations were sideways or upside down, which drew displeased frowns from Kaladin. Rugelow made an attempt to cheer him. "Well, I don't see any aliens yet." They came to where an awning cast a shade. Over it was a banner with a legend, "Drinks, Smokes, Stuff." It was the entrance to a drab red marquee. A hubbub of conversation came from within. Peering inside, Rugelow saw a large space, about the size of some minor cathedral of the cult of the Emperor. Parts of the overreaching canvas roof had been opened to admit air and sunlight. Tables and chairs had been laid out. On the further side, a long bar had been set up, composed of empty crates. The marquee was filled with men and women drinking, smoking herbs of various kinds, or simply talking. As in the dirt street outside, the people were dressed in ways which would have had some of them subject to arrest in many parts of the Imperium. Rugged-looking men in heavy, durable clothing, frequently torn or muddy, were probably prospectors or miners. Others, mostly women, wore flamboyant, even indecent garments, while others again wore almost nothing, dressed in rags. Rugelow touched his companion on the arm. "This looks like the place to find out what's going on." They went inside. At the bar, it was something of a relief to find that almost any kind of money was accepted. He had been in places where the local imperial ruler, quite illegally, decreed all trade to be in his own local money, making a profit on the currency exchange. Rugelow bought 2 mugs of a watery, evil-smelling brew, which he brought to the table. From its gingery taste, he guessed it was made from some vegetable root. Kaladin sipped his with distaste and played nervously with his mug. It was plain he felt intimidated by the company around them. Rugelow had left his plastic gun behind, and instead had a lethal needle gun and a small las pistol hidden on his person. He had found it an advantage to show no visible weapons. It made people weary of him once they knew he was a trader. It was always assumed that a merchant would be armed. "Why are we here?" Kaladin asked plaintively.
That business on Apex 5 left me low in both trade goods and money. I need to build up my business without interference, informally, so to speak, before I have the wherewithal to enter a more regular trade. Sometimes one can pick up valuable items quite cheaply in a place like this.
While speaking, Kaladin had been casting his bland, sun-reddened face about the drinking hall. Suddenly he stopped, his jaw dropping. What by his mightiness is that? He was staring at a figure leaning nonchalantly against the bar, surveying the general scene with glittering eyes. Taller than most men and slender, the figure had a head that was partly ovoid, partly angular, as if moulded by a whimsical sculptor, and it wore a fixed, supercilious expression. The figure was humanoid, but not human. It was not even organic. It was a machine, but not one made by the hand of man. An electric blue cloak covered it. Beneath that could be seen a pearl-grey sheen. "A robot," Kaladin said, staring openly. Rugelow let out his breath slowly. "Not one made by human hand." Kaladin realised that he was right. The mechanical creatures of the sacred Adeptus Mechanicus were clumsy, clanking beasts of burden, with little intelligence, most often used as bomb-carrying cannon fodder. This machine creature was a thing of grace and beauty, and it had an air of self-assurance about it. "So, there are aliens here," he said in a tremulous voice. But Rugelow had already left the table. He strode to the bar to confront the robot. He could see at once that its body shell was neither metal nor plastic, but some other glistening material. A shiver of excitement went through him. What might this robot be worth on more civilized worlds? He had to look up at the mysterious construct to speak to it. "Who owns you?" he said in a quiet but demanding voice. After a pause, the answer came in a distant, ghostly voice, as if from someone talking in his sleep. "Whoever can overcome me will own me. No one else." It was a more intelligent answer than a human-made robot could ever have given. In the human world, an artificial brain would never have been able to manage such enigmatic phrasing. He returned to the table. "It's alien, all right," he muttered to Kaladin. "What sort of aliens?" "I don't know, but—" Rugelow swallowed hard, looking around him again as if searching for them, whatever they were. "Have you ever heard of Eldar?" "Are they anything to do with orcs?" Rugelow shook his head. To most people, an alien was just an alien. Ask the average person for the name of any particular alien race, and orcs was the answer one got, if any. He began to explain in a low, hurried voice, glancing up at the robot every so often. "I'm not sure myself if they are real or mythical, but the Eldar are said to be an ancient, non-human race, adept at making robots. The way I heard it, every Eldar wears a special gemstone on his breast. It's a spirit stone, which absorbs the wearer's experiences. When the Eldar dies, the stone contains his spirit. It can be put in a machine or robot, and is able to animate it. In that way, the Eldar comes back to life again, usually in order to fight in a battle or something." He stopped, searching his mind. "There's a word for these spirit-animated fighting robots. Wraithguards." He nodded his head towards the figure at the bar. "I think that might be a Wraithguard." Kaladin stared at the humanoid machine, revulsion contorting his pale features. "Alien art. Disgusting. It even looks evil, just like that ship on the space ground. You see how different it is from the holy work of our tech priests, imbued as that is by the sacred light of the Emperor? Why, I'll bet those aliens have to invoke demons to make anything function at all." "Yeah, I expect so," Rugelow responded absently. He had to admit that both the robot and the coloured spaceship looked very strange, even sinister. But he had been exposed to alien tech arts several times before, and was less inclined to be religious about the subject. "Just the same," He was far from sure of his own explanation. The Wraithguard, if that was what it really was neither armoured nor armed. Also, it bore no markings, and he had heard that Eldar society was elaborately colourful. In any case, what was it doing on a human world? He remembered something else he had heard. The spirit in a Wraithguard lived a dreamlike, almost somnambulistic experience. Perhaps it had somehow wandered away from where it belonged, got lost, or had been abandoned. He didn't believe the robot's claim to have no owner. How it had ended up in Caligula was a mystery in itself, but it could not possibly have survived among humans without becoming enslaved. Someone must have control over it. At that moment, someone sidled up to the Wraithguard, muttered to it briefly, and stood close by with a propositional air, giving Ruggalo a single questioning glance. He was a small, middle-aged man with a mild, round face, lined as if with habitual anxiety, his eyes an affable blue. His apparel was simple, a caress singlet, blue doublet, with a pale green beret peaked at the front. Ruggalo rose once more to approach the stranger and spoke politely, but with the tone of one accustomed to being given an answer. "Are you the owner of this machine?" Smiling, the other shook his head and pointed to the further end of the long bar. There, invisible until a knot of people moved out of the way, was another extraordinary figure, lounging against the counter in exactly the same way as the wayward Wraithguard. This alone drew Ruggalo's attention to him. Robots were nothing if not imitative, and the Eldar machine would most likely ape its master. Attentively, Ruggalo fixed his gaze on him. He was about the same height as the robot, but there the resemblance ended. The man was of stick-like thinness. Stiff black hair hung up like fire-blasted wheat from his narrow skull. His clothing was also black, but tatty and crumpled, and it stuck to his skinny frame as if it had not been removed for years. As for his face, it was wild. The eyes staring, the bony nose jutting from between sallow cheeks, ears jutting from either side of his head, as though they had been glued there as an afterthought. More extraordinary than his appearance was his behaviour. He appeared to be haranguing the people around him, though they took absolutely no notice, gesticulating jerkily, bending his angular body this way and that as if demented, which possibly he was. Ruggalo rose and made towards him through the throng. As he came nearer, he heard the man's words through the hubbub, spoken in a strident tone as if he addressed not those around him, but instead was conducting an inner monologue.
"Have I not discovered the roots of my desire? You who hear me, do you not see that all is but a plain dish and a nothingness? No, because you have never been where I have been. You have not seen the roots of my desire. You have not seen. He paused to drink deeply from a tankard he had been waving in his right hand. The brew seemed to disappear with extraordinary rapidity into his narrow mouth and down into his stomach, without the necessity of his swallowing. He belched, then continued his nonsensical tirade. "None can know the roots of my desire, none who has not been there. Is that not so, my dearest one? Tell him of my roots." As he spoke, he flung out an arm to indicate a young woman sitting by herself nearby, her arms resting on a table. She smiled up at Ruggalo and licked her lips. As soon as he set eyes on her, Ruggalo received an impression of seductive wildness that was almost vampiric. She had a round, smooth face which, for all its prettiness, reminded him of some cat-like beast. Her hair was jet black and slicked down, her eyes were green and oval, and rarely blinked, giving her a hypnotic, staring quality. Her costume consisted of a brief basque of dark blue, revealing her full figure, and smooth, plump limbs. As she leaned on the table, he could see how full her rump was, pressing down on the seat. He stared back, startled. The girl rose and stepped to him. Her movements were lithe,
Still smiling, she raised a hand and drew her fingernail down the side of his neck. The sensation sent a jolt of pleasure through him. He found himself unable to meet her steady gaze and shuffled away from her touch. In a thrilling contralto, she spoke. "My name is Angelica. What is yours?" "Maynard Rugelow," he responded gruffly. Then he turned to the tall, black-clad man whose face, seen close up, was flaky and walled, as though he suffered from an affliction of the skin. "I'm told you own that robot I see standing down the bar." The tall stranger turned to give Rugelow an unnerving stare. "Ah, the Wraith Guard, my friend and colleague, Kyler, gave out the information, no doubt, without even charging for it. Always too generous, always too loose with his tongue." So it was a Wraith Guard. Rugelow was disappointed that the man knew the origin of the machine. He had been hoping to acquire it for a trifling fraction of its real value. Not that he was giving up yet. "I have seen its like a few times before," he said offhandedly. "Generally they are not worth much. As servants they are useless. Also they are apt to break down a good deal, and no one in the Imperium knows how to repair them. They are Eldar made. Still, I know where I could dispose of it as a curiosity, and would be willing to take it off your hands." "Ha ha ha! You hope to cheat an honest trader. By the roots of my desire, I should squeeze your giblets and make wine of your gall. Is he not a man of deceit and treachery, my darling Angelica, my slacking of deepest desires?" Angelica's green eyes were on Rugelow, seeming to pierce him with her emerald stare. "He is indeed nothing but lies and plots and manipulations, my dearest Gundrum. I see them laid out in his mind like an evil map. He thinks that we are but simpletons, being far from the great cities and worlds where men swarm like ants. He thinks that for a few coins, for a few baubles, for a few pleasant words, he can take from us the Wraith Guard and all the rest of our hard-won treasures. In truth, he could not raise the Wraith Guard's value even if he were to sell all that he possesses, and then sell his soul into the bargain too. But then a soul is a little thing, worth less than a pebble on a beach." All the while that she spoke in her enchanting voice, Angelica continued smiling at Rugelow as if she loved him and wanted only to please him. At first Rugelow was entranced. Then he shook himself and laughed. "I can see that I've met my match," he congratulated, and turned back to Gundrum. "So you are a trader too," he said. "We would not sell you the Wraith Guard, even if you had its price," Gundrum told him, in a more friendly tone. "It is destined for the palace of the Imperial Commander to become one of his pets. It is his hobby to have exotic and beautiful animals roaming freely about his spacious halls. The Wraith Guard will look well among them." "I see. I confess I'm curious to know where you got it." "I'm sure you are." Gundrum was looking over Rugelow's shoulder. Turning, Rugelow saw what had attracted his attention. 3 men had advanced on Pelor Kaladin and surrounded his table, leaning over him, mouthing something at him. One was bull-necked and burly, a heavy pistol of some sort thrust into his belt, his hairy chest bared. His 2 companions were smaller and raffish-looking, the sort Rugelow had seen on countless planets, usually making a living as thieves or hired mercenaries. Kaladin looked terrified, especially when one of the latter pulled his head up by his hair and placed the edge of a knife at his throat. Gundrum suddenly raised his voice and shouted in a language unknown to Rugelow. "Hek krala! Elefor shwalaha!" Swift as a snake creature on some death world, the Eldar Wraith Guard moved into action. Its electric blue cloak swept behind its shoulder like the wings of an eagle as it leapt to the table, revealing in full the glittering beauty that was its naked form. First of all, it seized in one hand the wrist holding the blade which threatened Kaladin. There was an audible snap as the bones of the forearm, both ulnar and radius, broke, and a cry of pain as the ruffian fell back, hand dangling, knife clattering to the floor. The bare-chested leader of the trio was not slow. He yanked his weapon, a slug gun, from his belt and managed to get in a shot. The heavy metal bullet ricocheted off the robot's pearly casing without leaving a dent. By then, the pistol was in the Wraith Guard's grip. It closed its fist. Fragments and shards, all that remained of the gun, tinkled to the tabletop. Moving like a dancer, the Eldar machine seized the weapon's owner, turned him upside down and brought his head down with force on the stone floor. The third assailant had already fled, along with his injured friend. Calmly, the Wraith Guard returned to the bar and lounged against it as before, surveying the scene. The man Gundrum had called Quailer had disappeared. Ruggalo had been pushing his way through the crowd. Now he reached the shaking Kaladin, looking down on the unconscious form slumped on the floor. "What did they want?" Kaladin shrugged. "They'd run out of money for drink, that's all." Gundrum strolled up and watched as the body was dragged through the door and dumped in the dirt of the street. No one bothered to check whether the bare-breasted man was still breathing. Ruggalo now noticed distinct circular lines around the Wraith Guard's wrists. He realized that its hands were detachable, probably so they could be replaced with weapons. He turned to Gundrum. "You must be getting a very good price for your property. Not only is it unusual to look at, you'll be losing an excellent bodyguard." "Rarity always commands a good price. Is that not the supreme dictum of we who buy and sell?" Gundrum challenged. "Though, my friend, in this region, the rare, the special, are not always as rare and special as you might think. For I would say you come from more orderly parts, or you would not have left your companion defenseless." "Yes, well, where did you get the Wraith Guard?" He had not expected an answer to his question, but Gundrum gestured him to a canvas flap near the end of the bar. "You wish to trade? There is a more private place." With a nod to the barman, he led them through the flap and into a small compartment made of fabric so thick that no sunlight penetrated it, so that it had to be lit by a lamp on a hook. Ushering Kaladin in behind him, Ruggalo glanced round to see the cat-faced girl following them. He held the door open for her, her bosom pressed against him as she squeezed through. As soon as they were seated, the strange trader became direct. "You have a ship?" Ruggalo nodded. "You wish to buy?" "It depends what you have." "Oh, you will want what we have. But what will you buy it with?" Ruggalo thought of the small hoard of trade goods in his hold, a few weapons, some ornaments, some odds and ends, and of his limited amount of currency. It had been some time since he had possessed any real amount of working capital. That was why he had been working, in effect, as a lowly merchantman, transporting other people's goods for a modest payment. A humiliating come-down, which had ended in his landing at Gandova with a cargo of rotting peach apples. Just the same, he sensed a tantalizing opportunity here. So Gundrum's next words were music to his ears. "We may be able to help one another. You think of me as rough, uncouth frontiersman, do you not? But no, it is you who is ignorant and untutored. It is you who is from the wilderness, from deep in the Imperium where everything is stultified by laws, laws and more laws. From here on, one becomes free. From here, one travels off the Imperial charts to far, strange, distant places. There, I found the roots of my desire. There I became changed. Everything is changed there." He leaned close to Ruggalo. His voice dropped to a low, conspiratorial tone. "Even space is different." Ruggalo frowned his puzzlement. "Space can't be different," he said. "It's the same everywhere." His frown cleared. "Do you mean the big warp storm? The Eye of Terror? It's not space that's different, it's the immaterium. It forms a big vortex. Gundrum was half crazed, he reminded himself. He didn't know the difference between real space and the warp. He had probably misunderstood remarks made by his navigator. Navigator? Where did someone as mentally deranged as Gundrum seemed to be acquire one of those? He put the thought out of his mind. Angelica had not joined them at the table. Instead, she stood behind Ruggalo. Now she placed her hands on his shoulders and began to massage them gently. A feeling of pure pleasure suffused through him, sending him into a trance. For a moment, he seemed to go spinning through a dark tunnel and was robbed of his will. Then, with a gasp, he broke away from her, his chair scraping on the floor. He looked up at her, then at Gundrum. Kaladin, he noticed, was looking on with a blank expression on his face. Is she from the Eye too? Angelica. She is my own, very dear sister, who accompanies me on all my journeys. It is she who pilots my spacecraft. She is changed too, my dear sister, Angelica. She's your pilot? Kaladin broke in, sounding mystified. But she isn't a navigator. An awkward silence was all the answer he got, until, after a long pause, Angelica broke into sudden trilling laughter. Why do you wish to do business with a stranger you have only just met? Ruggalo asked suspiciously. Gundrum laughed. A man without resources who tries to buy a Wraith Guard must be a good trader. Besides, you look like a man who is willing to take chances. Now, here is what is at stake. My Angelica knows a route into the Eye, but there is not much profit to be made bringing out goods from there and selling them in the fringe worlds. They will command a higher price elsewhere. Now I myself do not wish to trade deeper into the Imperium. It is unfamiliar to me. There are too many rules. I have no charter. Besides, he twisted his peculiar form into a travesty of a shrug. There are too many priests, preachers, and arbitrators. Anyone who looks the least bit odd receives their attention, so I'm told. You, however... Ruggalo was feeling excited. What a piece of luck. His natural optimism began to soar like a bird. I knew things would start looking up again, he told himself. That's all very well, he said calmly, hiding his feelings. But what sort of goods are we talking about? You come directly to the point. By the roots of my desire, that is good. By the BYSSOS, by the great gods, by the greatest whirl of wonders the galaxy has seen, you must pass through reefs, through storms, you must twist and turn, and when you come to the universe of marvels which the gods have prepared, and there is our treasure house. Within the Eye are more worlds than can be named. Upon those worlds are artisans, craftsmen, distillers of liqueurs, consummate, intricate, miraculous. What would the cognoscente of the rich worlds of the Imperium not pay for them? I am tired of supplying our Imperial commander with his toys. An Imperial commander is only as wealthy as the planet he rules, and ours is therefore impoverished, having for subjects rogues and vagabonds. Angelica moved aside, giving Ruggalo a passing caress which sent shivers running through him. Let me show you one or two trinkets to reveal to you what I mean, Gundrum said. He shrugged something off his shoulder. Ruggalo wondered why he had not noticed before that he carried a shoulder bag as black as the ragged garments he wore. Then again, it clung so tightly to his form as to be almost invisible. Then, as he placed it on the table, it seemed to Ruggalo that it expanded to several times its former size. The trader from the Eye of Terror dipped his hand in the bag and brought out a box about the size of a large book. It was made of a reddish wood, which gave off a faint perfume. As it was laid on the table, Ruggalo saw that it was decorated with relief carvings of what he presumed were imaginary beasts, or, if not, than denizens of some fabulous planet unknown to him. The carvings were very faint, however. They seemed to disappear and reappear as the box was moved. With an air of deliberation, Gundrum lifted open the box's hinged lid. It seemed to exude a rosy glow, from which ascended a large moth-like creature, coloured red and orange. The moth began flittering about the room, and as it flew, it left a trail of golden light behind it in the air. Steadily, the space of the room was filling with criss-crossing luminous lines. At the same time, like the lighting of a candle, a feeling of contentment began to grow in Rugelow's chest. He felt that he could watch the fluttering moth forever, could wait until the whole room was one mass of glowing lines in which he was trapped. What then? He saw a glaze in Kaladin's eyes and knew that he was experiencing the same. Not Angelica, however. She was fidgeting and writhing, licking her lips, her face enraptured. She was feeling some different, more stimulating pleasure. It was utterly impassive. With a snap, he suddenly shut the box. The moth-like creature, together with the golden mesh it was creating, vanished at once. "A pretty thing, is it not?" said Gundrum enticingly. "An ideal after-dinner entertainment to offer some high-born lady. If one could mass-produce such a trinket, one would make a fortune. The artisans of the eye unfortunately work by hand, and tire of producing the same item over and over. Hence, rarity is the norm. Now, take a look at this." He returned the box to the bag, then felt about in it before withdrawing another object, which he also placed on the table. It had the form of an ornate pagoda, tinselled and trimmed with multicoloured metal which flashed in the lamplight. It was considerably larger than the box with the moth in it. Rugelow wondered how he had managed to hide both in the black bag. Discerning a movement within the pagoda, Rugelow and Kaladin both leaned closer. There was indeed something going on inside it, a confused roiling and struggling, but the body of the pagoda was of frosted glass, and it was not possible to see within it clearly. Rugelow then noticed that among the intricate decorations was a chute winding around the outside of the tower from top to bottom. It ended in a door in the shape of a gaping, fanged mouth. The thing was a toy helter-skelter. As he watched, a tiny doll figure emerged onto the platform which surrounded the crown of the tower like the brim of a hat. It looked for all the world like a real miniature human being, a man dressed in motley red and green clothing. Rugelow marvelled at the craftsmanship which had gone into the mannequin, if it was not a holographic projection, which it did not seem to be. Almost immediately it went sliding down the chute, arms and legs waving, face staring up, its features distorted in utter panic. It seemed to be yelling something. As soon as it reached the bottom, it was swallowed up by the fanged mouth. Its place was taken by a female figure which also went sliding down the helter-skelter, yellow gown billowing, legs kicking, arms raised imploringly, shouting and grimacing like the first. More mannequins followed, men, women, children, struggling, writhing, screaming as they followed one another down the chute in a seemingly endless procession. "A story accompanies the toy," Gundrum explained. "A gruesome tale to tell one's children." "Maybe another time," Rugelow mumbled, horrified. Reluctantly, Gundrum replaced the pagoda. Mystifyingly, it made barely a bump under the folds of black cloth. "Would you care for a taste of this liqueur? Men would sell their daughters for a bottle of this." This time, the bag produced a small cask-shaped container of ribbed glass, and 4 tiny cups, hardly bigger than acorns. Placing each on the table, Gundrum unstopped the bottle and very, very carefully poured measured amounts into the cups.
The fluid which oozed into them was thick and syrupy and seemed reluctant to leave the bottle. It almost seemed alive, or electric, sparkling, effervescing as it flowed, first amber, then scarlet, going on to an ever-changing succession of colours. Even when it had settled in the little glasses, it continued to seethe and change colour. Gundrum lifted his glass to his thin lips, took a quick swallow, then set it down again. Angelica did the same. Neither of them showed any reaction. Rugelow, and a little more reluctantly, Kaladin, followed their example. Rugelow had intended to take no more than a sip at first, but somehow the slug of liqueur spilled as one big drop into his mouth. It felt as though a flavour bomb was slowly exploding on his tongue. Fleetingly, everything he'd ever tasted he experienced over again, bringing a delirious rush of past memories. First of all, the taste of every liqueur he had ever drunk, then other beverages, then delicious cold drinks, iced confectionery, delicacies, expensive foods. It was all over in a moment. He did not remember swallowing. The liqueur seemed to pour itself down his throat of its own volition, as if eager to get to his stomach. Then a savage jolt, like an electric shock, went through him, releasing a surge of exhilaration which blew through him like a roaring wind. He went quite rigid. Then it was over. Rugelow relaxed, letting out an ecstatic sigh. "It's wonderful," he breathed. Kaladin was looking even paler than before. At that moment, the door flap was shoved open. A burly man strode into the room, taking in the scene at a glance. He seemed angry. He had an air of pent-up energy. Like many on Caligula, his clothing was torn and dirty, as if getting dressed was an afterthought. His blonde hair was shorn close to his skull, the skin showing through the bristles. He looked down at the cask-shaped bottle, at the tiny glasses, at the black bag. He opened his mouth, revealing large, ragged teeth. "What are you doing, Gundrun? Why was I not told of this?" Hunched over the table, Gundrun looked up at the intruder, his body bending in apparently impossible places. "Making contacts, Farfar. Making contacts. Why do you fret?" The big man bent, rudely looking straight into Rugelow's face, then into Kaladin's. Rugelow got the same uncomfortable feeling he had seen from Angelica of having his character inspected in a way no normal person could. Then a big beefy fist was shaking in front of his nose. "You are after our secrets. You want to get into the eye. You want to take our trade." Angelica chuckled. "And what would that avail him, Foy? How many merchant adventurers has the eye swallowed up? Many have gone in. How many have come out? Only Gundrum and myself. Of course," she added in a teasing tone, "I could always decide to offer him my services. Where would you and Gundrum be then?" Fofo growled. He rounded on Rugelow again. "Stay out of the eye, do you hear me? That's our business." "I've no intention of going there," Rugelow said, trying to sound as though he meant it. "It's not possible to navigate there, is it?" As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he regretted them. He had unthinkingly revealed his true thoughts. Gundrum and Angelica had succeeded in going in and coming out again. Therefore it was possible, and what one person had done, another could do. And look what delightful trade goods could be obtained there, probably quite cheaply, though Gundrum had not explained what he used to pay for them. It would be much better to obtain these goods at source, if at all possible. If he simply acted as Gundrum's go-between, he would realize only a small fraction of their value. Frantically, he tried to suppress this line of reasoning. This Gundrum was not a fool. Any trader worth his salt was adept at guessing what another was thinking. He could only hope that he and his sister were so confident of their secret route that they did not believe anyone else could find or use it. "I should kill you now," Fofo said in an aggravated tone, though he sounded a little mollified by what Angelica had said. He turned to go. And then it happened. Rugelow saw the back of his head smooth out, the cropped hair disappearing, the skin puckered, and then formed itself into a second face, an ugly dwarfish face, with protruding lips and a snub nose, glaring out from the back of Fofo's skull, and grimacing at Rugelow as if trying to attract his attention. A high, squeaky, chattering voice came from it, a shrill voice of panic. "No, no, no, don't go, no, 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 don't go!" It was still screeching at him as Fofo went through the door, closing it behind him. No one else gave any sign of having seen the apparition or of hearing the voice. Rugelow shook his head, trying to clear it. He couldn't believe what he had seen. It was a hallucination, he decided, brought on by the liqueur. A powerful potion, indeed. Gundrum scooped up both bottle and cups and returned them to the bag. Rugelow could not contain himself. "I need hardly point out," he said slowly, "that the bag you carry is hardly large enough to contain anything you have taken out of it, or put back into it." "This?" Gundrum picked the bag up. Its silky material contracted as he did so, folding in on itself until it was no more than a slip of cloth, smaller than a handkerchief, which he tucked into a side pocket. "The eye has clever weavers, too," he said, his small mouth pursing in the suggestion of a smile. "Now, here is something else for you." Dipping into the same pocket, he displayed in the palm of his hand a number of small crystals or gemstones. They were pale blue in colour, translucent but otherwise unremarkable. Rugelow picked one up, inspecting it. It was not an amethyst or anything he recognised. "Are they valuable?" "Not as gems. They are dream jewels. Put this under your pillow at night, and what you dream of can become real." Rugelow was disappointed. "That's all it is? A good luck charm?" No, you misunderstand. It really does make material objects out of dreams. A wonderful device to give a child. It might dream of some marvelous toy, game, or whatever it desires, and there it will be at the bottom of the bed in the morning. Is that not miraculous?" "Certainly, if true," Rugelow said doubtfully. He was trying to imagine what kind of technical art could make such a thing possible. "Try it. Take that one with you." Gundrum motioned to his sister. Silently the two left the canvas room. Holding the gem up to the lamplight, Rugelow tried to examine it more closely, but it still seemed unremarkable. The light filtered through it, as it might any uncut precious stone or lump of crystal. Perhaps there were 2 or 3 shadowy patches in it, which normally he would have thought of as flaws. He put it away in the purse he carried inside his jerkin. The pair emerged back into the drinking hall. Gundrum and Angelica were gone, along with the Eldar Wraithguard. Fofo was skulking along the other end of the bar, talking with Quila. Rugelow sent Kaladin to the bar for 2 more tankards of the evil-tasting brew. Before the navigator had time to return, he became aware of someone else sliding into the seat beside him. He looked sideways. It was an elderly man whose face was half hidden by a swathe of cloth, which went over his head like a burnous, such as he had seen worn by those living in very hot deserts. Rugelow could see why. Close up, it was possible to glimpse behind the burnous. The left half of the man's face seemed to have melted, the flesh to have run like molten lead. Otherwise, he wore a plain tabard and leggings. Making no apology for his presence, the man spoke directly. "Do not travel off the charts. You will regret it most seriously." "What makes you think I intend to do that?" "I have lived here a long time. I am used to seeing men like you lucking for profit. I have seen them fall to temptation. If you travel into the galactic whirlpool, you will lose your souls. The worlds of the eye are infested with demons. Do not go there." Rugelow said, "Have you been there?" He received no answer. The man stood up quickly, as though the question frightened him, and strode off. Kaladin returned with the tankards. Thoughtfully, Rugelow drank.
Chapter 5. The Dream Gem. So what do you think, Pelor? They were back in the Wandering Star. Ruggalo was rolling the blue gemstone around his palm and grinning. I'm going to dream of a slave girl. Kaladin was shocked. You're not going to try it? Of course. We have to test our merchandise, don't we? He held the jewel up to the light and squinted through it thoughtfully. This gem is not unique. Gundrum had several of them. Perhaps we could acquire a bulk load. We're in luck, Pelor. Our sense riches. Don't meddle in arcane powers. Oh, don't worry, Ruggalo assured him. If it works at all, I expect it just makes your dreams more vivid or something. Like making you have the same dream twice, but stronger the second time. That would be like having a dream come true, wouldn't it? You should be more careful, Kaladin warned him glumly. I sense magic. As for riches, somehow I don't imagine that peculiar character Gundrum will leave us much of a profit margin. His sister unnerves me too. Didn't you notice her interest in you? Ruggalo had to admit that Angelica's attentions had made him uneasy. She had been playing with him, no doubt of that. It gave him the sense of being a hapless prey hypnotized by a predator. He wasn't sure he would be able to resist her advances for any length of time, in spite of how strange they made him feel. Still, he didn't intend to let matters reach that stage. We'll make our own profit margins, he said confidently. Can you follow a ship through the warp, Pelor? You're not thinking of trailing Gundrum? Why not? There's a trade route to be discovered. The Astronomicon is weak out there. We could get lost, or more probably get blown out of space for our pains. That trade route, as you call it, is those people's secret. You've seen how much they want to guard it. That's a chance we'll just have to take. I don't like it, and I don't think you should use that jewel. Ruggalo tossed the gem in the air and caught it again. Well, I'll tell you in the morning if anything happened. It seemed there was nothing Kaladin could do. He left the cabin, retiring to his quarters. Ruggalo prepared to settle down. He pulled off his outer garments, lay down on the pallet on the floor, and pulled a padded blanket over him for cover. The uncut gem he placed under his pillow. He didn't expect anything particularly remarkable. However, he fell asleep with unusual swiftness, and sometime during the night he began to dream. Usually, Ruggalo's dreams were confused and dim. He remembered little on waking. Now, for once, they were vivid and full of wish fulfillment. He was on the bridge of what had been his father's flagship, and was now his flagship. In echelon around the flagship were all the other vessels in the retinue, fully manned and equipped. He was a successful rogue trader, fully accredited in his own right, with more than 30 years' experience. Currently, as so often in the past, he had gone far beyond the range of the Astronomicon, like the adventurers of those wild and heady days of millennia before, when there was no Astronomicon, fearless and daring anything, pitting his wits as a man of the Imperium against all comers. A planet swelled below them, mottled and coloured like a rotting fruit, glowing in the light of its sun. His outfit had discovered, not for the first time, an unknown alien civilization that was beginning to develop space travel. Nuclear-tipped missiles arced up from the planet's surface. Ruggalo's little fleet was about to engage in a war with an entire world, indeed, an entire alien species. Ruggalo would win that war, of course, and would make off with his ship's hold, filled with alien treasures, as well as data on the defeated world for which the Administratum would pay well. The dream dissolved in a jumble of images, as dreams will. Ruggalo was a boy again. He was visiting the house of his friend, the son of a wealthy noble family. In his bedroom he opened his toy chest and took out a casket, lavishly filigreed with rich workmanship. Words were carved on its sides. Kill the mutant. Destroy the alien. Setting it on a table, he lifted the lid to reveal 4 model figures lying inside. 2 were of Space Marines in full power armour, 1 crimson, 1 purple, blazoned with their chapter emblems. Of the other 2, one was a grossly mutated human, Head 3 times normal size, eyes, mouth, nose and ears all misplaced, as were the arms and legs. The other was a monster, a black tentacled creature with gleaming scythe claws at the end of each limb. Both mutant and alien were ugly, vicious and wicked. There were also 2 control units for animating the mechanized models as they were pitted against one another. How Ruggalo had envied the spoiled rich boy his expensive toy. And of course, his friend always made him play either alien or mutant, and the game was cleverly engineered so that, with 2 players of equal skill, the Space Marine nearly always won. Any other arrangements would have been bad for a child's education. Now, here, he was playing with his fantastic toy again, only this time it belonged to him. It was he who was holding the Space Marine control in the palm of his hand, and the crimson-armoured Adeptus Astartes warrior's chainsword was disposing of the mutant, limbs detaching and flying everywhere. It was at that moment he realised with a sudden lucidity that he was dreaming. Sadness overcame him, a great feeling of loss. When he woke up, he would lose his marvellous possession. How to keep it? Inspiration came to him. He placed the figures back in their casket. Then he willed himself to dream that he was lying in bed. He placed the casket at the foot of the bed. Then he went to sleep. Maynard Ruggalo opened his eyes to see that the chrono panel was signalling early morning at the settlement's Caligula longitude. The dream of being a boy was fresh in his mind. This was unusual for him. He rarely remembered his dreams. He threw off the cover and sat up, stretching himself, thinking of the day ahead. The eye trader Gundrum was an oddball. He wasn't sure quite how to deal with him. He was about to come to his feet when something at the end of the panel caught his attention. It was a casket, richly filigreed. On the side, in carved relief and painted silver, were the words, "Kill the mutant, destroy the alien." "Pello!" he shouted agency. "Pello, come here, quick!" Kaladin appeared in seconds, alarm on his face. "What's the matter?" "Tell me, in all seriousness, am I still dreaming?" Perplexed, the navigator stared at him. "Not unless I am too." "Look at this." Ruggalo lifted the lid of the casket, showing the exotic models within. "I dreamed of this in the night. Now it's here, real." "You used the jewel?" "Yes, I used it. It works." Kaladin stepped forward and gingerly took out one of the Space Marines from the casket, almost as if afraid it would burn him. Experimentally, he moved the model's arms and legs. "A child's toy," he remarked blankly. "Are you really sure it wasn't here before? Part of the cargo?" "I'm certain. I haven't seen one of these since I was a boy." Kaladin replaced the figure, then wiped his hand on his clothing as if it had become tainted. "It's impossible," he announced. "It must be sorcery. The gem is making us see and touch things that aren't there. Get rid of it." Ruggalo considered this. "Well, let's put it to the test." He went to his pallet and retrieved the dream gem from beneath his pillow. "I'll take this out of the ship, walk away with it, and bury it. If what you say's right, the toy should disappear. A sorcerous delusion couldn't work at a very long range, I imagine." Swiftly, he dressed, left the cabin, climbed out of the port, and descended to the ground with the gem in his pocket. It was no more than an hour after dawn. Steam rose from the mossy plain surrounding the space ground, a daily morning effect caused by the strong sunlight on the damp plant life. He looked around him, allowing his gaze to rest on the painted spaceship parked some distance away. He knew now that it was Gundrum's ship. He had seen him and his party entering it the night before. Walking away from the wandering star until he had reached what he judged to be a safe distance, he looked around to make sure he was unobserved before digging his heel into a soft patch of earth. He dropped the gem into the shallow depression, covered it with a large stone, and walked back to the ship. He entered the cargo cabin to find that Kaladin had cleared a space on the table and was manipulating the crimson-armoured Space Marine from the control unit, swinging the chainsword, making it step forward and back. The navigator started guiltily as Ruggalo came in, hurriedly putting down the unit. "I hit the gem almost a mile away," Ruggalo said with quiet satisfaction, "and the toy is still here." Kaladin gave a worried shake of his head. Materializing dream objects. How could it be possible? Not even the techno-magi of Mars can do that.
Who cares? Ruglo said feverishly. Perhaps the Mars Magi can do it. People high up in the Adeptus Terra keep a lot of things to themselves. Or maybe it's a secret known to alien tech priests. Gundrum found the Wraithguard in the eye too, and that's alien. There's all sorts of stuff in there. It's a treasure house, all unknown to the Imperium, and just because the Navy hasn't the nerve to go in there. By the Emperor, what a find.
I can't believe any tech priest could do it, human or alien, Kaladin said, his voice burdened. Demons. Demons might be able to do it. That's the only thing I can think of. Leave that gem where it is, Maynard.
Pelor, there are no demons. It's a story to frighten the ignorant with.
Kaladin's lip curled sardonically. That's a foolish attitude to take, if I may say so. The Navy commanders seem to be wiser. Not only is the Eye a warp storm, the biggest in the known galaxy, where navigation is impossible, it's also a place of mystery and evil. If everything one hears is true. He glanced at the casket and Space Marine. I think there might be demons here.
People here on Caligula are trading with the Eye. Maybe the storm has quietened down or something. Gundrum and his sister know a way in and out for a start.
Don't believe everything that Gundrum says. Neither he nor his sister are navigators. Unless there's a new breed outside the houses, which I don't believe for a moment. I suppose they could be doing 4 light-year jumps without using a navigator, but I don't believe that either. You can't get anywhere that way.
4 light-year jumps, Ruglo nodded thoughtfully.
Navigators were taken so much for granted that one tended to forget that the navigator gene didn't occur among alien races, as far as he knew. They had no individuals who could see into the warp, without which only short warp jumps were possible. Hence, there was nothing to match the vast, glorious Imperium of mankind. He dismissed the matter with an impatient wave of his hand.
Negative thinking. That's no way to get rich.
After his experience the day before, Kaladin was reluctant to visit the settlement again. Ruglo elected to go alone. He retrieved the dream gem and left the space ground. Carts were passing down the dirt street of the settlement, hauled by beasts of burden with long matted fur and an ambling gait. The carts were filled with farm produce, traded, Ruglo guessed, for money or for goods brought in from elsewhere. From the Eye, perhaps. He entered the same drinking hall as before and cast about for Gundrum. There was no sign of him or his sister, the ravishing Angelica. There was no Wraithguard either. Neither, he was glad to note, was there any sign of the Free who had molested Kaladin the day before. He strode to the bar and spoke to the barman.
Where's Gundrum?
The barman answered in an unfamiliar accent, offhandedly wiping his hands on a cloth. Think you that I know the whereabouts of all? I serve drinks, I serve smokes. Have you money? Reluctantly, Ruglo parted with a few coins for a tankard of evil-tasting brew. Gundrum was probably in his ship, he reflected, but knowing the ways of traders, there was no point in trying to visit him there. It was regarded as ill-mannered. For the first time he spotted, seated at an empty table, the small man in the green beret and caress singlet who had pointed out Gundrum to him the day before. After a moment, he recalled his name, Kyler. He sauntered over and casually joined him.
Remember me? I'm looking for Gundrum. I gather you know him.
Sure. The man gave a lopsided smile. I'm his partner.
Ruglo raised his eyebrows. I didn't know he had a partner, except for his sister Angelica. What's the nature of your partnership exactly?
He knew this was an impudent question. The stranger, however, did not seem offended. I go with him on his trips.
Indeed. Tell me, do they have a navigator? Gundrum said his sister does it, but that's hardly possible.
The man laughed. Possible or not, Angelica does it.
She doesn't have a warp eye.
Ruglo fell silent, realizing he had been making an assumption. Because Angelica did not have the air of a navigator, he had presumed she wasn't one. But she could be hiding a warp eye, as Kaladin did.
So, where's Gundrum now?
Delivering the Eldar robot to the Imperial commander's men. somewhere along the coast. How did he come by that alien-built ship of his, the coloured one? It is an alien, Kyler grinned. He had it painted out in the eye. For some reason, its shape changed too. Almost everything can change out there. It's a place of wonders, or perhaps, I should say, places. It's huge. Bigger than the whole rest of the universe, some people say. Of course, that's an exaggeration. Ruggalo was surprised at how ready Kyler was to talk. Hadn't Gundrum criticised him for that? But despite his glowing description, Kyler's chirpy attitude seemed to be fading. He looked weary, and his words were forced. He glanced shiftily at the bar, then stealthily produced a coloured bottle from the shoulder bag he carried, and poured from it into a tiny goblet. He knocked the drink back with one toss of his head. Ecstasy transformed his face. Ruggalo recognised the liqueur Gundrum had given him the day before. He waited until the man seemed recovered before speaking again. Do you know what dream gems are? I'm interested in getting some. A bulkload. Can you and Gundrum get them? Gundrum can get them by the barrel load, I expect. But what do you want with them? They're not as easy to sell in the Imperium as you might think. Stuff like that can bring the Inquisition down on your head. Ruggalo smiled to himself. What Kyler had said was certainly true in principle, but not in practice. There was a big demand for alien contraband in the Imperium, especially among the wealthier members of the Administratum who hungered for the exotic. And how much would the Adeptus Mechanicus pay for something that could produce matter out of nothing? Neither Gundrum nor the man he was talking to appeared to understand what the gems implied. To them, they were just curios. Will Gundrum be back today? Gundrum is erratic. He changes his mind a lot. One day he'll go into the eye and never come back like all the others. A shadow fell across the table. The man with the half-melted face stood over them, the burnhouse dangling on one shoulder. He stabbed a finger at Ruggalo. You mean to go into the eye? I can see it in your mind. You are a fool. He swept on before Ruggalo could reply. Kyler poured himself another slug of the liqueur. He smiled sourly. Another dissatisfied ex-partner of Gundrum's, he said. He's giving you good advice, though. Forget about doing business with Gundrum. You don't want those dream gems. And definitely forget about the eye. Death is a blessing compared with what can happen to you there. He raised his goblet in a brief toast. Still, what's the good of talking to you? You don't believe me. That eager look you've got in your eyes. I've seen it before. Too many times. Me, I'm sick of the old business. Then why are you still in it? Ruggalo asked him. At first it was for adventure, and an easy way to make a living. But now, he knocked back the liqueur again, and seemed to pass into another realm. He's addicted to it, Ruggalo thought. Too many people were telling him not to go into the eye. Ruggalo was cynical about such warnings. Nobody around here acted from altruistic motives. If they were trying to frighten him off, that meant the eye was a good place to go, and easier to deal with than they claimed. When Gundrum comes back, tell him I want to talk to him, he said. Kyler started mumbling. No. You don't want to see Gundrum. Gundrum is bad. He has crossed over. So has Angelica. Has she been taking an interest in you? Watch out. It's all right for her and her brother. They're good at making agreements. Others end up like 4-4. Go back to where it's safe. Space Marines, Emperor, Inquisition. The liqueur had obviously befuddled the little man's brain. Ruggalo left him trying one more time, under the suspicious gaze of the barman, to pour from the clandestine bottle. That night, Ruggalo put the dream gem under his pillow again. He had been only partly joking when he had wished for a slave girl. Now that he knew it was possible, he willed himself to dream of one as he approached sleep. As before, his dreams were unusually vivid, and at first he did dream himself into a harem, where scantily clad women danced and swayed to lilting music. Briefly, he remembered that this was but a dream and told himself that one of the women would be his when he woke up. But then they all faded. Now he was in a bazaar he had visited many years ago. It was on a very hot planet where life was only possible under air-conditioned domes and arcades. The cooled air currents made the canvases of the booths ripple. Occasionally, a searing blast of hot air went blowing through the bazaar as one of the outer doors was opened, causing the cooling units to whine in protest. Again, Rugelow's dream was the fulfillment of a thwarted desire. Quite by accident, he had come upon a memory portrait in the form of a large enamelled brooch with a damascene frame. These were rare, made by some lost art, and few people even knew of their existence. In this case, the portrait was of some high-born lady, though she must have lived centuries ago, for the portrait was at least that old. She was in the bloom of her life, her oval face surrounded by dark curls, her large brown eyes regarding the beholder soulfully, her full bosom definitely clad in sensuously peach-coloured silk. As Rugelow gazed at the portrait, her memories came flooding into his mind. He glimpsed the life of the nobility, their great houses, their power, their wealth, their elegant social life. He felt he knew her friends as she knew them. He seemed to remember her upbringing, her childhood, her parents and grandparents. And what of the present? Who did she love now? The portrait artist could not, of course, reveal that, yet there were hints. Closed doors in her memory, which seemed to tell more than they were meant to conceal. Unfortunately, the storekeeper knew the value of the brooch. Rugelow's attempts to buy it as cheap gaw met with no more than a patient smile. Rugelow offered more and more, until he was gone to more than he could actually raise, and still it was not enough. Rugelow had been forced to give up and go away in a fury, wondering if he dared come back later and steal the brooch, a question which contained its own answer, for the punishment of theft on this harsh world was too terrible to think about. Now, so many years later, he had a second chance. Once again the stall holder was demanding a price he could not pay, the same price he would expect to realise himself. So he hefted the portrait in his hand and thought fervently, "This is what I want." "Maynard, wake up!" Pelor Kaladin's voice in his ear brought him out of the dream with a jerk. He opened his eyes and saw the Wandering Star's cabin around him. Automatically, he looked at the chrono panel. It was well after dawn. Kaladin had dressed himself and was gesticulating nervously. There was something small, hard and metallic in Rugelow's hand. He lifted it before his face, his eyes widening in wonder. A damascene frame, enamelled surface, oval face and soulful eyes. Already little flashes of imparted memory were flickering at the back of his mind. Fully awake now, he drew a deep breath and held out the brooch for Kaladin to see. "Look, Pelor, look! I dreamt it. It became real, just like the Space Marines game." The navigator glanced at the brooch. "Very nice," he said coolly. "But I thought you might like to know that Gundrum's ship is readying for takeoff." "What?" Rugelow threw aside the pallet's covering and staggered to the main board. Kaladin had already activated the view screen, rotating the view to where the rainbow ship was powering up, a steam-wreathed glow coming from its venturer. Kyler had said that Gundrum was erratic. Of course, Rugelow didn't know exactly what Kyler's relationship with Gundrum was. Presumably, Gundrum and his crew were going into the Eye to get more trade goods. If they expected to trade with Rugelow when he got back to Caligula, they would be disappointed. Why buy from Gundrum if he could go to the source? "Wait till he's gone," he ordered Kaladin. "Then follow. Can you do that without him knowing?" Kaladin said calmly, "I don't remember accepting employment with you." Rugelow groaned. He had been hoping to avoid this. "You have your ability back. It's your duty to use it," he said, hoping he sounded convincing. "You're a navigator again. I suggest we team up together." "Not," Kaladin said firmly, "if it means going into the Eye of Terror." "You know, you're too ready to be frightened by rumours," Rugelow complained. "The Eye isn't something supernatural. It's just a massive volume of space that's been hit by a warp storm.
Anyway, I don't believe for a moment that Gundrum is going deep into the eye. He's found a planet on the fringe of it that trade goods find their way to, somehow, from the world's inside. A world that nobody else knows about. He's onto something good, but he's too addle-brained to know it, and he's not exploiting it properly. I'll show him what a real professional can do.
Kaladin ignored the boast. The trouble with you is, you've closed your mind to what evil forces exist in this galaxy of ours. Essentially, you lack imagination.
The trader snorted. Listen, I've seen rather more of this galaxy than you have. I've seen aliens, visited worlds outside the Imperium, but I've never seen demons, and I don't believe they exist.
Not even the one you said was impersonating my mother?
Well, that was just
to fool me.
Rugelow shrugged off his embarrassment. Look, I'll grant the Emperor is a god, if you like. I can accept that, but nothing else. He paused. But for me, you wouldn't have recovered your navigator ability. And you can't be certain you're completely cured yet. You need me. And I'm not ready to go back to more civilized worlds yet. There's nothing for me there. I'm my father's son. A rogue trader in spirit, if not in fact. I vote for going on.
Kaladin licked his lips. He knew that Rugelow was playing on his sense of honour, applying moral blackmail, in fact. The trouble was, it was working. It was true what he had said. He had forced him to face up to his mother's ghost, if it was his mother. He had made a navigator of him. On the view screen, the painted spaceship was suddenly enveloped in flame and superheated steam. A roar resounded through the hull of the wandering star. The vessel lifted off the ground, hovered above the field for a few moments, rotating idly as if turning in the wind, then jetted straight for the sky with a fading rumble.
Make your mind up, Pelor, Rugelow shouted. On to riches or back to defeat?
He was like a child looking forward to a special jaunt. There was no time for reflection. Kaladin could follow a trail through the warp if it was made recently enough, but tracking a ship through real space to its jumping-off point was a different matter. The radiation from a real space drive dispersed quickly. He threw up his hands in resignation. Prepare for takeoff. Rugelow grinned. While the trader strapped himself in, Kaladin took the pilot's seat and immediately began warming up the prime mover. There was a hollow roar, and a faint shiver ran through the ship's frame. He took them surging into orbit, executing an outward spiral which took them steadily further from the surface of the planet. The painted ship had to be given time to get away, or Gundrum would quickly spot that it was being shadowed. Before long, the instruments detected the trail of ions, postrions, and decay products, revealing the recent passage of a real space drive. Rugelow bent his head to the scryer, scanning ahead in the direction the trail took. A faint, moving spot appeared on it, picked out from the background of stars and receding rapidly.
There it is. Gundrum's ship.
Kaladin nodded. We'll wait until it no longer shows. They now had the other ship's direction. It was following a shallow curve straight out of the system, at an angle from the plane of the planetary orbits. Kaladin fed power to the drive again. The wandering star shot off in pursuit. After 5 hours, they had come to the edge of the region where the gravitational power of Caligula's sun prevented entry into the warp. Kaladin pulled down the cocoon navigators used to pilot through the warp, and diverted power. With a stomach-churning wrench, they were suddenly in the warp, the immaterium, the in-between. There were countless names for it. The Sea of Lost Souls was the one Kaladin did not like. In the three-dimensional jungle, which was how his mind saw the warp, it was as though Gundrum's ship had pushed its way through the foliage, flattening it slightly. He had only to follow this trail before the foliage closed in again, like going through a partly filled-in tunnel. It hardly surprised him that this tunnel went in the direction of the Eye of Terror. The hours passed. It would be days, probably, before the painted ship reached its destination. In the meantime, they would both have to sleep. The ships of the Imperial Navy would never set out with only one navigator on board. For others, for free traders making a living with small spacecraft, the case was different. They could afford, usually could only find, a single pilot capable of steering through the warp currents. Some navigators took drugs to keep them awake for extended periods, but these were apt to cause hallucinations if used too often. Many a ship had come to grief as a result. Otherwise, a navigator would park his ship in a dead spot in the currents while he slept, hoping it would not drift too far off course, or else allow himself to be carried sleeping on what appeared to be a smooth current, hoping not to be carried hopelessly off course. Either way, he did not dare to sleep for more than an hour or two at a time. For Pelor Kaladin, the warp currents consisted of winds blowing through the jungle and stirring up the foliage. If the currents were violent, the jungle itself would begin to move. Boles and vast green ferns appearing to become uprooted and hurling themselves at speed through the Imperium, together with leering faces which from time to time showed themselves. None of this concerned Maynard Rugelow. He could see none of it. At length he announced that he was tired and left Kaladin wrapped in his cocoon. For privacy he retired to the living quarters proper which he had allowed Kaladin to use, and he took the dream gem with him. Smoothing out the bed and slipping the stone under the pillow, he settled himself down to sleep. Did the gem stir up dreams as well as make them real? It was true that for the past 2 nights Rugelow, usually a sound sleeper, had dreamed more vividly than ever before. Now, minutes after he dropped off to sleep, he entered a stream of dreams which seemed to reel themselves off one after another, like sliding down a helter-skelter, and all in brilliant colour. At first they were pleasant. He dreamed of friends, as he had known in the past, of good times he had experienced, of the youthful voyages he had taken with his father. He dreamed of meeting a wonderful woman who became his adoring companion, almost his slave. That dream began to turn a little sinister when the woman turned into Angelica, the sister of Gundrum. Then he dreamed that she produced a knife and used it to cut off both her breasts, the blood streaming from her mutilated chest. Angelica threw back her head and laughed, waving her arms in the air. Her green eyes sparkled with a perverse pleasure. Then she was gone. Rugelow found himself plunging through a verdant jungle of monstrous unknown plants. He did not know it, but it was the same jungle Kaladin saw when he looked into the warp. Faces leered from it. Impossible-looking creatures peeped between the stretching boles and the shivering leaves. Rugelow came to a clearing. It was at this point that the dream turned into a nightmare. A creature waited for him there. A creature such as he had never imagined, a creature compounded out of the most vicious parts of every predatory animal. A huge raptor's beak jutted from a narrow bossed face with staring avian eyes. There were 4 legs with razor-sharp talons, apparently designed for kicking and disemboweling, and more limbs. There were a cross between human arms and avian wings, spreading metallic-looking feathers which glittered red and gold, ending in long pincers. That was not all. The creature had a tail which lashed from side to side and carried a sting the size of a power sword, while from muscular shoulders sprouted long tentacles equipped with rows of suckers. But worst of all, it spoke to him.
"Ah, Maynard Rugelow," it purred. "How could you have been so foolish? It is tiresome to feed on dead meat. Come, be a tasty morsel for me. Let me feed on you while you are alive. Let me suck the entrails from your belly and the thoughts from your brain."
Rugelow's legs seemed made of lead as he turned and fled in panic. Fungi squashed and popped underfoot, puffing out clouds of spores which surrounded him like a fog and made it difficult to see. Looking back, he saw the monster which knew his name ambling after him in leisurely fashion, gaining on him without effort. The terror and helplessness which overcame him made him shriek uncontrollably. He seemed to have no strength. He moved as if under water, his feeble limbs failing to answer the urgings of his brain. "Maynard!" purred the voice from the great beak. It seemed to be right next to his ear. He felt the hard beak itself nuzzle him. A tentacle touched his shoulder. A hefty pincer stroked his face, and a great acid stench made him retch. It was as his panic reached its pitch that a desperate thought came to him, a last ray of hope in his distress. This could be a dream, a nightmare. I can escape if I make myself wake up. Otherwise... His shrieking had stopped. His terror had struck him dumb. Now he tried to shout out again, but all that came was a feeble croak. He tried again, and heard a wailing, unsteady voice that might or might not have been his own, echoing through the blinding spore fog. "Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!" He was trying to force his eyes open, making them bulge desperately in what he hoped was his nightmare. It was as the sharp beak dipped down to his soft, bulging abdomen and began to caress it preparatory to feeding that there was a sudden snap in his consciousness. His eyes sprang wide open. Sweating from every pore in his body, he was lying on his back on the divan bed attached to the one wall of the domestic cabin, staring up at the dim, mottled ceiling. "Thank the Emperor," he breathed in gasps. "It was a dream." "Maynard!" Ruglo froze. He did not dare look. There was only a single electro candle burning, set at its lowest level, and most of the cabin was swathed in darkness. From the corner came a rustling, scraping sound. As his eyes turned, despite himself, in that direction, he saw a beak shape emerge from the shadows, glinting briefly in the candlelight. It receded. Then it came into view again, and with it emerged the rest of the huge monstrous creature from the green jungle, its crested head brushing the ceiling, its repulsive bulk taking up the entire end of the cabin. Now Ruglo lost his reason entirely. His insides turned to jelly, seized by an uncontrollable juddering. He became a terrified child, shrieking and crying in a confused babble as the thing that knew his name advanced on him. The apparition was as yet only half-formed, by turns fading, almost disappearing, only to emerge once more into near solidity before becoming transparent again, as if it had not quite accomplished the transition from dream world which had spawned it. The wing arms spread as though to embrace him like a lover, tail sting waving back and forth, the cruel beak descending as if for a kiss in order to feed on him. Suddenly the door banged open. Pelor Kaladin stood outlined in the rectangle of light from the control cabin, his face a spectacle of shock and horror as he beheld the scene. "Emperor, save us!" Such was Kaladin's abject terror that, like Ruglo, he was unable to move, and all that came from his throat was an inane, quivering, wailing noise. Like Ruglo, too, his intestines were writhing in fear-driven pain as though an electric current ran through them. He sagged. His vision darkened and consciousness almost left him. Then he stiffened. His warp eye seemed to expand and become more lustrous. He glared at the monster. In a bellowing voice quite unlike the frail tones Ruglo was accustomed to hearing from him, he propelled words at the creature as though they were weapons. "In nomine di Imperatus, tabia imperio fode demon, ne nos molesto, Imperium, ebe ex loc, el redio eonde veste, vene nequum, un mondum mortalium." The extraordinary beast reared up and advanced on Kaladin. It flickered, almost vanished, then resurged with an incoherent roaring and cackling. Again, Kaladin pronounced the resounding words of exorcism. The monster shivered and shook and quaked. The immense beak gaped and exhaled a glowing purple smoke that brought with it an indescribable stench, a combination of burning corruption, rotting flesh, all mingled in some indefinable manner, with the most enchanting aromas, so that one could not tell which were repulsive and which enchanting. Then ragged holes appeared in what was left of the monster. It was disintegrating. With a sudden screech, it collapsed inwards as though sucked to a central point and was gone, leaving behind an unbearable stink and a sensation of intense heat which departed only gradually. With a shudder, Kaladin closed all three of his eyes. He sagged, gripping the doorframe, but lacked the strength to hold on to it and slid to the floor, where he began to sob, his mind numb with a terror so great that he wouldn't have thought it possible to feel it and still live. Rugelow was still shaking and babbling incoherently on the bed. Minutes must have passed before Kaladin could venture into the cabin to discover that sanity had left the trader altogether. Help me, Divine Emperor, potens terribilis, savior of mankind, help me. Kaladin reached out and slapped Rugelow sharply in the face. Then he forced him off the bed and half dragged him into the control cabin, where he dumped him on one of the 2 chairs at the table, taking the other himself. Rugelow's hysterical prayers fell to an incoherent mutter. As for Kaladin, his strength seemed to have left him. He was like a puppet with cut strings. What was that? Rugelow mumbled. In Emperor's name, what was that? A demon, Kaladin quivered. It was a demon. Rugelow was still shaking uncontrollably. It's the jewel, he confessed. I used the dream gem. It came out of my dream. We must destroy it. Go and get it. I can't. I'm too afraid. Where is it? Under the pillow. Summoning all his remaining courage, Kaladin rose and gingerly stepped into the living quarters. The deodorizing unit, a necessary piece of equipment in any spaceship with a confined living space, was whining away energetically to eradicate the extraordinary stench exhaled by the warp thing. The cabin had a hallucinatory quality, an unnatural depth which seemed to stare back at him, the walls glowing with an eerie life of their own, as if the demon possessed an intensity of life and consciousness far greater than that of physical creatures, and its aura still lingered. He lifted the pillow. Where the gem would have been lay a patch of blue dust. Perhaps it had crumbled when he banished the demon. He returned to the control cabin. Neither man spoke for a long time. Then, in a tone of quiet admonishment, Kaladin said, You see, it's true. Demons do exist. Abjectly, Rugelow nodded. I've been so foolish. Yes, I'm afraid you have. No wonder Gundren made off without bothering to talk to us again. Do you understand? He was making a gift of you to the demon. It was about to feast on you, body and soul. The dream gem is a conjuration device. Its purpose is to allow demons to materialize, to come out of the Imperium. Rugelow's normally ruddy complexion, already nearly as pallid as Kaladin's, went grey. If only Emperor you knew how to banish it. Kaladin looked at him. Navigators have psychic powers, but not enough to exorcise demons. I was like you, just shouting prayers in complete panic. In this case, a banishment formula I learned in navigator training. It shouldn't have worked. I think it did because the demon hadn't fully materialized. It was partly a dream creature still. You were probably supposed to dream several more times before the demon was able to manifest itself, he continued. But you used the gem while we were in the warp. That gave it a chance to get through prematurely. There was, in fact, a little more to it than that, but Kaladin was loath to discuss the private and secret knowledge of a navigator. He had employed the banishment rite, as if by instinct. It was formulated in the arcane words of an ancient language, pre-Gothic, but he knew its meaning. In the name of the God Emperor, I command you, foul demon, trouble us no more. Quit this place and return whence you came. Come no more to the world of mortals. It was ironic that Rugelow, who had been an unbeliever until now, had unknowingly spoken the truth about one thing. When he thought to see his mother pleading with him from outside the ship, it must have been a demonic pretender after all. Somehow, it must have sensed his weakness. There's something you had better know, Kaladin said. I heard it from my mother. The Inquisition kills anyone who has seen a demon, or who they even suspect has seen one. That's how dangerous materializations are, so don't speak of what just happened to anybody. Rugelow's teeth were chattering. Insane thoughts were going through his brain. Would the demon still be there in his dreams when he went to sleep again? What would it be like to be eaten by it, body and soul? He seemed to hear its voice now, calling seductively to him, reassuring him, offering him wealth, riches, power, incomparable delights. The culminating delight of all, being to be devoured. It came to him that he had a reason for continuing in pursuit of Gundren. The fiend had tricked him. He could get revenge by taking away his trade. Terror and greed fought within him, twisting his thoughts insanely. "We are in a realm of madness," he shouted in desperation. "You were right all along, Pelor. We must turn back." He found himself repeating the words of Coiler. "To safety. The Imperium, Space Marines, the Inquisition." He looked around him in bewilderment, as if waking up suddenly. "Where are we?" "I've moored the ship in a dead spot. I was asleep when I heard you screaming." "Then take us back." Kaladin nodded. He stepped to the control board and took the first pilot's seat. Before pulling down the navigator's cocoon, he directed PSYKER power into his warp eye and started back in shock. The elaborate jungle by which he was accustomed to interpreting the warp was no longer there. Not as a jungle, at any rate, or rather, it was a jungle torn to shreds and engulfed in a raging ocean typhoon. Shattered branches, shredded leaves, boles and boughs, splintered and smashed, all surged and whirled together, interspersed with brilliant orchids and splattered blossoms. Carried hither and thither in the turbulence of an angry warp torrent, it was impossible to resist. The Wandering Star, too, was part of that onrush. Kaladin stared in utter helplessness, knowing there was absolutely nothing he could do. Like driftwood in a hurricane, they were being swept directly into the eye of terror. Thanks for watching, everybody. Please remember to give this video a like. I hope you enjoyed the high energy performance. More coming soon. Thanks for supporting the channel, everybody. You can see your names here. And if you'd like to join them, please follow the links below. It's really appreciated. And I will see you again soon. Cheers. Bye. Chapter 6. First Blood. Lord Militant Commander Drang's visit to Segmentum Pacificus was not in the least like conferring with his own admirals. He was not Potens Maximus here, but a brother commander, from whom was expected the punctilious protocol of an honoured guest. His entourage, consisting of 200 persons, not counting the servitors, the holomats and lexomats, on permanent loan from the Adeptus Mechanicus, was conveyed in a vast space barge escorted by a flotilla of cruisers. There was a whole battery of adepts, an inquisitor from the Ordo Malleus who had spent 3 days in the carnal hull of the null ship, soaking up the psychic resonances still faintly detectable in the adamantium hull. An entire team of analysts led by the Magus Logis, who had pored over every word of Librarian Marstuma's report, as well as visual and auditory records taken on board during the attack in the Eye, and, as well as that, a team of military analysts who had assessed both the threat and how to meet it. Like an ambassadorial mission, the flotilla descended through the endless panorama of docks and installations orbiting Hydrophor, a cathedral-towered spectacle which made the planet itself, 2,000 miles below, seem small by comparison. This was the base of Battlefleet Pacificus, not quite on the scale of Drang's own Battlefleet Obscurus base, but still grand enough to stupefy. One of the major investments of the Imperium, it was a girdle of steel and adamantium, massing billions of tons. Further flotilla travelled, emerging from the inner edge of the Titanic ring and descending onto Hydrophor. The cruisers hovered just outside the atmosphere while the fast command barge continued alone, sinking through the air envelope. Below, the planetary surface came swiftly into view, and here the grandiosity of the base revealed itself again. Whole continents were covered over with buildings, vast repair sheds, forge factories, cathedrals whose intricately decorated spires poked through the clouds, while on the oceans, too, floated gigantic fleet-servicing yards. The barge swept down below the clouds until it approached an expanse of adamantium-reinforced concrete. Titanic slabs slid apart like mountains moving. Gently, Drang's barge descended into the Pacificus Fleet's underground planetary redoubt. Lord Militant Commander Investicone had responded to the visit by assembling analytic teams of his own, who would now engage in debate, if not fierce argument, with those brought by Drang. In full ceremonial dress, including glittering diadem headgear, high stiff collars on which his head seemed to float, in the full splendour of his knee-length tunic, glowing with icon flags and decorations awarded him in the name of the Emperor, he was cordial once the ceremonial litany was over. "What a great pleasure it is to see you, Commander! This reminds me of old times." "Myself also, Commander," Drang replied, the faintest smile on his lips as he took in the double meaning of Investicone's words of welcome. The Lord Militant Commander of Segmentum Pacificus did not have Drang's monocled sternness of feature. His face was expressive and affable. It was also criss-crossed with duelling scars, some of which he had carmined with red dye, and the largest of these, cutting a furrow across his left cheek, was picked out in tiny rubies. Drang had given him that scar when they were both young officers. Relations between them had not always been friendly. "So, are you convinced of the necessity for action, my lord?" "Oh, yes," Investicone drawled. "I was from the beginning." Deep in the redoubt, the two were seated at a banquet together with 3 of Drang's retinue and 6 of Investicone's admirals. The banqueting table, set on a balcony, was overhung by a vaulted ceiling which also extended itself above the large hall the gallery overlooked. In that hall, the visiting and resident teams of assessors sat 2 by 2, poring over dimly flickering view screens, giving rise to a murmuring hubbub of argument. This was in one of the oldest halls of base Pacificus, hung with ancient banners, lined with fluted stone columns, paved with worn flagstones. Its antiquity made the air itself heavy with dust motes. Glow globes flickered, aged valves crackled, and from somewhere came the hum and click of power relays. Investicone ate expansively, glancing askance at Drang as he refused course after course and stoically consumed only a small amount of plain fare and just a single tiny glass of liqueur, so rare and expensive that a single bottle was worth the entire life's income of an industrial worker. Drang had clearly not changed his austere nature since Investicone had known him in his younger days. The only thing he seemed to relish was the bowl of smouldering herbs placed before him, inhaling the fragrance deeply. He was very likely addicted, Investicone told himself, though the man probably did not know it. "There is only one thing that puzzles me, my commander," Investicone continued in a tone of polite irony. "Is this matter to be sub rosa? You do not appear to have informed Terra of the null ship's findings, or of your intentions." Drang put down the engraved gold-smelling bowl. He almost glared at his colleague, the alien-manufactured monocle glinting. "And why should we inform Terra?" he challenged. "Are you not hungry for your just share of glory? Are you not invested with power incalculable? What need is there to trouble the High Lords, still less to go whining and grovelling to the Adeptus Terror as though we too cannot deal with matters? They would hardly thank us if we did. Indeed, it would cast doubt on our courage and initiative. Oh no, this is a Navy matter. What I plan is a surgical strike conducted by us alone. Do the Imperial Guard commanders ask us to do their work?" He paused to catch his breath. He had prepared this speech, anticipating Investicone's concerns. "I have invited you to share in this campaign because of our friendship, assuming that you would be honoured and eager to share in it, but also, of course, because of the realistic appraisal of the threat. Pacificus and Obscurus are enough. Should you refuse, Obscurus alone will bear the burden, and still emerge victorious." "Ah, I understand you," Investicone replied slyly. "You wish to become known as the saviour of the Imperium." "Alongside yourself, brother commander." "Of course. To act alone would be to risk seriously depleting the resources of Obscurus." "Then our interests are identical. We serve the Imperium, we serve the Almighty Emperor, and we earn glory thereby in addition." Investicone sipped from his goblet, aware that his admirals were listening intently. "Some would call it treason to keep this to ourselves, to keep a secret from the Emperor." It is not a secret, and we keep nothing from the Emperor, Drang intoned ponderously. The Emperor knows all, but he no longer speaks. He has not spoken for a long time. The High Lords of Terror cannot convene for every local emergency that arises. If we were to wait for that, we would be guilty of weakness. We would be derelict in our duty, and duty demands that we act. We must act, and we must act now. A long, awkward silence followed these words, until Drang spoke again in a different, graver tone that shocked them all. In any case, the Tyrannid might settle it all in the end.
And what do you mean by that, brother commander? The Tyrannids are awesome, but we have dealt with them before.
Yes, we defeated High Fleet Behemoth, Drang granted soberly, but with difficulty. And then came High Fleet Kraken. Have you considered this, Commander? Each Tyrannid High Fleet consists of millions of vessels. What if Behemoth and Kraken were but the first members of a swarm of such fleets, itself numbering millions, which even now is advancing on our galaxy? Nature's profligacy reaches its most monstrous proportions in the Tyrannid. Nothing the Imperium can do could stop such a horde. It would leave behind it a dead galaxy, every trace of life extinguished. Even the Chaos Realm would be gone. The Tyrannid hive mind has no soul, no spiritual counterpart. When the Tyrannid moves through the warp, it is like a wall erasing everything in its path. A Tyrannid superfleet such as I have described would be enough to extinguish the accursed Chaos Gods and all their subjects.
You paint a grim picture, my lord, Investicone murmured.
He recalled that the Ultramarines chapter of the Adeptus Astartes had captured a Behemoth Tyrannid ship intact, and study of it had revealed much. It was clear the Tyrannids were not of this galaxy. They came from afar, and for all anyone knew, they had been migrating through space forever, leaving a great trail of lifeless galaxies behind them, perhaps. And who was to say that there was only one superfleet, such as Drang had so graphically imagined? Conceivably, there was a stupendous number of those in turn. The Tyrannid might be the universe's ultimate life form, depending upon infinity itself, to sustain its eternal existence. As each dead galaxy was left behind, it would, in 1 billion years, recover, evolve life all over again, ready to be harvested by some other Tyrannid superfleet. The Tyrannid themselves might be infinite in number for all anyone knew. In the face of such a vision, the whole of mankind, even the Emperor himself, seemed helpless and insignificant. A treasonous thought indeed. Investicone smiled. The depth of Drang's defeatism surely meant he was losing his grip. The nightmare he depicted, while possible in theory, was in his imagination only. Also, to express such defeatist thoughts so openly was to seal his fate. The arm of the Inquisition was long, and sooner or later it learned everything. Drang, at some time in the future, would face arrest and execution. It was not surprising, therefore, when he immediately recovered himself and produced a counter-argument. Yet, if this were true, then the Emperor would know of it. Therefore, we can have utmost faith that this is not true. Investicome nodded, and decided to throw Drang a lifeline.
We must exercise our minds and consider everything, he agreed, even if it only is to dismiss it as false, as you say. Well, enough of that, brother commander. He stared down at the heated debate taking place on the floor of the hall. Assuming those experts we have assembled can reach a common accord, I will agree to take part in the campaign, but only if we inform the Adeptus Terror of our intentions and await the response of the High Lords.
Drang was exasperated, and he had hoped his rhetoric had persuaded Investicome otherwise. And what if they delay, disagree, order further investigations? He snorted. We must use our own judgment. Otherwise we are not worthy of our rank. Lord Commander, I cannot demand, and I will not plead. But Investicome was smiling as he interrupted.
Let us settle it in the old way, my friend.
Now Lord Militant Commander Drang understood the true reason for his brother commander's objection. Investicone was stroking the ruby-decorated scar on his left cheek. After all this time, he wanted a chance to get even. Drang himself no longer wore his dueling scars. They had all been removed, the skin smoothed out and perfectly healed. He regarded the sporting of such trophies as a sign of a truly immature disposition. He rose and bowed slightly. "Of course, brother commander, an excellent suggestion." Investicone's jackboots slapped on the floor of the practice hall, even deeper in the redoubt, Drang's own footsteps following him. In his heart, Drang was not sure what the commander of Battlefleet Pacificus intended. Dueling amongst younger officers had changed in recent years. It had acquired a more bitter rivalry than Drang and Investicone had known, and was more vicious. Traditional cutlasses had given way to pistols of various kinds. The loser rarely escaped with his life. Perhaps, he thought, Investicone would like to kill him too, even though their former enmity had turned to something near to friendship. But Investicone walked past the cabinets containing handguns of various kinds. At the far end of the hall, cupboard doors creaked, unused for a long time. Within was a range of matched cutlasses and shields. Investicone invited him to choose his weapon. Drang rarely smiled, but when he held a chunky cutlass in his hand, testing it for balance, a feeling of forgotten pleasure came over him, and his thin lips curled. This will do. There were no seconds. No subordinate could ever be called upon to judge an Imperial Lord Militant Commander. Drang and Investicone were alone. Investicone smiled, too, as he took up the matching cutlass and slipped an arm into the bands of a shield. The cutlasses were vibro blades, an obsolete type of weapon, but still used for dueling. Drang waited for Investicone to switch on the cutlass's power and make it sing, so that even a modest gash could prove fatal. But he did not. Or would he do so in a final act of treachery? Investicone was looking at Drang's turreted monocle. "Are you sure that does not give you an unfair advantage, brother commander?" "Only if we were battling at a distance of half a light year, which I trust will never happen," Drang responded ironically. "I cannot remove it, as you may know, but have no fear, I am using normal vision." They took their places on the white stripes painted on the floor. Though still in full dress uniform, complete with decorations and no longer young, the two men remained agile. Investicone began with a feint, whirled and attempted to surprise Drang with a slash towards his left side. The cutlass clashed against Drang's raised shield. Drang made a thrust from behind it, was parried, then sprang back as Investicone launched a furious attack, his blade flashing this way and that, blocked by Drang at every stroke. Clearly, he had never allowed himself to get out of practice. Drang recovered and returned the onslaught. For a moment, the two were locked, shield on shield, upraised blades caught at the guard. With a mutual shove, they sprang apart, each eyeing the other. Then Drang heard a faint singing sound. Investicone powered up his blade. Before he could respond, the Pacificus commander was upon him, laughing savagely, battering again and again at Drang's shield with apparent disregard for his own safety. The powered cutlass sliced and chewed through the metal shield, which in seconds was reduced to ruin. So that was how it was to be. Drang stepped back again, grateful that his adversary allowed him a moment's respite to divest himself of the shield. No more than an encumbrance now. Investicone, with a dramatic gesture, flung his own shield to the floor with a clatter, raised his cutlass, and unpowered it. "That's better, like the old days." Ruefully, Drang admitted that he had misjudged his colleague. Investicone was right. Shields were for those who had no skill with a blade. Light flashed on the cutlasses as thrust met block, swipe met deflecting parry, feint met counterfeint. In a swirl of dancing motion that was two master swordsmen at full stretch, Drang felt himself forced back, the keen blade missing his face by a hair's breadth more than once. Unless he could dodge aside, his back would soon be to the wall, and then Investicone would have him at a severe disadvantage. Then, for what must have been no more than 1/10 of a second, he found an opening. His aching muscles sent the heavy cutlass flickering like a snake's tongue before it was deflected in a clash of ringing steel. A line of crimson appeared on Imperial Militant Commander Investicone's right cheek, matching the furrowed scar picked out on his left. Investicone stood stock still, his blade still laying across Drang's after having knocked it aside. Then he drew himself up and raised the cutlass vertically before him. "First blood is yours, brother commander." With a wry chuckle, he threw the cutlass aside, letting it clang to the floor alongside his shield. "It is decided." Drang laid down his weapon also. "You honour me, brother commander. And your destiny, it seems, is always to be decorating my face." Whatever Investicone's private feelings were at being bested by Drang yet again, he kept his voice even, save for a touch of chagrin. Blood was flowing down his cheek. He wiped it off with a handkerchief of some rare silk, then took a styptic pencil from somewhere in his uniform and ran it over the new cut. The bleeding stopped immediately. It was quite remarkable how systematically the wound matched the earlier one. When Investicone examined himself later, he would probably imagine the Obscurus commander had achieved the effect deliberately, which would be to overestimate Drang's current swordsmanship. Would he be awed at such skill, or resentful in the belief that Drang was toying with him? Either emotion could have consequences when the time came to draw up battle plans. "Well, it is work for my cosmetician," Investicone went on. "I have some new gemstones, quite uncommon. Singlets, a type of bloodstone. They look exactly like drops of freshly shed blood. I shall have them sewn into the wound. Or do you think jewels of a different colour would better set off your earlier handiwork? Sapphire blue, perhaps?" Drang forbore from expressing his disdain for cosmetic ostentation. It would give Investicone an opportunity to tease him over his alien monocle. They left the practice hall. Waiting in the anteroom was a joint delegation from the combined assessment teams. 2 evaluation officers, one wearing the badge of Pacificus, one of Obscurus, both bearing view screens, came to the fore, leaving a small knot of adjutants behind them. "We are in agreement, my lords," Investicone's officer said gravely, bowing to each in turn. "After much argument, we reach the same projections. Our regions are in peril." "Commander Drang would hardly have come here were matters otherwise," Investicone responded dryly. "It now remains to combine our operations." "That too is our conclusion, my lords." Investicone nodded curtly and turned as if to make his leave. Then the officer spoke again. "On one other matter we are agreed. Terra must be informed of what is afoot." The commanders glanced at one another, and then at the officers, with looks which were icy. Both Drang and Investicone had carefully kept members of the Administratum out of their assessment teams. Apart from specialists borrowed from the Adeptus Mechanicus, all were Navy personnel, so instead of the monk-like garb of Adeptus Terra prefects, the men who had saluted them were variously apparelled in the epauletted uniforms of the fleets. Now that Drang had obtained Investicone's cooperation in the matter, these teams, including the Tep priests, would essentially be in custody, denied contact with any human being or communicator. It would be the same with everyone else who had played a part in the assessment project. As for the null ship, it had been recovered secretly by units of Battlefleet Obscurus, and as far as either the Adeptus Mechanicus or the Inquisition knew, had come to grief in the Eye of Terror. It now lay in a pore-like cavity deep within Cybermundae, Battlefleet Obscurus's base planet, and its location was known only to the few officers personally loyal to Drang and sworn to secrecy. The navigator, who had heroically brought the ship out of the Eye, had been quietly executed. As for the bodies of the Space Marines, including that of Librarian Mashjuma, as well as the prognoid glands Mashjuma had removed, these were being retained in stasis, a discourtesy which would have infuriated the respective Adeptus Astartes chapters had they known. Whether Drang ever would return them to their fortress monasteries was something which he had not yet decided. Investicone answered the staff officer's point in a voice that was suddenly gritty. This is a naval matter. Terra will learn of events on the successful conclusion of the campaign and not before." The faces before them became stony and pale, as each man in his own time worked out the implications of these words for him personally. Drang could not help but smile, and he added a comment of his own. "Of course," he drawled, "if we should fail, well, Terra will know of it soon enough." Chapter 7. Deadly Delight. Even in a hurricane, the steersman must do what he can. Pelor Kaladin pulled the cocoon down. He placed his hands on the controls. He summoned all his psychic power into his warp eye. "Imperator adjuva me," he prayed. But he could make no sense of anything. There was only the raging, shredded jungle, a thick green sea shot with brilliant colours, through which he could see nothing, and which carried the wandering star along with it like a piece of flotsam. All he could do was try to keep the ship steady as it was dragged along. Despite warp currents not being material in real space, he had heard of ships being spun to destruction in such a maelstrom, torn apart by their own centrifugal forces. And indeed, the wandering star's inertial integrity field, necessary in any starship to protect crew and passengers from lethal acceleration and changes in direction, were having trouble coping. Ruggalo, strapped into the co-pilot's seat, shouted in protest as he was flung about. In panic, Kaladin dropped them out of the warp. Instantly, there was an audible rustling on the outside of the hull. Their eyes snapped to the external view screen. There was nothing to be seen, except a mist or fog, through which vague patches of light suffused. Ruggalo diverted his gaze to the star tabulator, the navigational device which should have told them where they were. It, too, was confused, unable to recognise anything in the murk, its significator plate flickering out a succession of failed identifications. They had materialised inside the thick dust cloud on the edge of the eye. That was the cause of the rustling they could hear. Their manic warp speed had translated itself into a real space velocity that was a solid fraction of the speed of light. The dust was impacting on the hull, racing over it as if the ship was flying through a sandstorm. Abrading the adamantium shell, wearing it away, dust bullets, given extra mass by reason of the relativistic effect, punching their way through the outer shielding, which was worn and weakened by age and use anyway. Promptly, Kaladin dropped them back into the warp and concentrated again on holding the ship steady. And now he discovered for himself another phenomenon known to navigators, one he had heard of but never experienced before. The frightening moment when the allegory, as it was called, the means, private to himself, by which navigators' minds interpreted the warp, broke down and was replaced by something else. His subconscious could no longer see the warp as a colourful jungle. The warp storm had chewed that image into extinction. Briefly, he was bewildered, having nothing to hold on to, nothing by which to exercise whatever feeble control he could over the wandering star's movements. The inertial integrity trembled. Ruggalo hollered as they felt the ship tumble over and over, though in fact the real rate of tumble was probably hundreds or even thousands of times per second. Kaladin did not hear his friend cry out, and was not really aware of the spinning sensation. He had other problems. It was his first real experience of what the cocoon was for. It was not truly necessary for piloting or navigating. One could manage either without it. The cocoon was purely for the navigator's protection. As Kaladin's mind struggled to grapple anew with the impossible, his body went into convulsions, jerking uncontrollably this way and that. The cocoon wrapped itself more tightly around him, gently restraining him, preventing the wrenching spasms of his muscles from breaking his bones. It happened then. Something was emerging from what had been an incomprehensible tumult, something that would enable him, partially at least, to get his bearings again. Figures, faces, a three-dimensional sea of faces, millions of faces, grotesque, grimacing, some human, some half-human, Some like the faces of beasts combined and mingled together, faces of all sizes, some bigger than the wandering star itself. The faces swirled and flowed, delineating the mad flow at the edge of the great warp storm known as the Eye of Terror. But that was not all. The faces were changing, transforming into a huge multitude that was one face over and over. His mother's face. Millions of times over. And to the faces were added his mother's body, apparelled in every form of dress he had ever seen her wear, or else naked. A shocking sight to see his own mother naked, swaying, cavorting, beckoning to him, dancing, grimacing as if in enticement. And among these endless duplicated mothers of his, there came squeezing through, as if pushing up from some fluid substratum, horrific-looking demons, with which his mother began performing a multiplicity of obscene acts, leering mockingly at Kaladin all the while. The warp entities had again read his mind. Once more they were attempting to throw his emotional instability at him. At first it worked, before Kaladin closed his warp eye in anguish, believing that this truly was his mother, multiplied and reproduced in the hell to which she had been condemned, made to couple with demons for all eternity. The ship began to tumble again, and this made him pull himself together, realizing that what he saw was but images taken from his own private nightmares. He forced himself to look back into the warp, attempting as best he could to stabilize the vessel. The infinity of writhing figures had vanished. Suddenly the turbulence had come to an end. The wandering star was being carried along on a steady course. Kaladin guessed that if he were to drop out of the warp now, he would find himself on the other side of the shield of dust which surrounded the warp storm, turning the stars within it as seen by the naked eye, from the planet called Apex 5 for instance, into a misty nebula. But he did not do so. His subconscious had given up trying to interpret the warp by means of allegorical scenes. The insane region within the eye defied all such exercises. Instead, he saw what appeared to be an entire vast universe of roiling, writhing, twisting curves in hundreds of colours, woven throughout a black immensity. But this was hardly an immensity as the mind could normally conceive it. This was an incomprehensible madness. He groaned aloud, his mind threatening to sunder. Then, just as he despaired, he began to understand what was happening. He was seeing in 8 dimensions. He had been subjected to training exercises such as this in the Scholar Navagationis, stretching the mind beyond the 3-dimensional world of ordinary sense perception. It was said that only people with the Navigator gene could really do this, and then, not always. Kaladin was entranced. It was as though his brain had switched over into a new mode of seeing the spiritual realm, the warp as it really was. No warp entities were visible. Everything was purely abstract, a great loom of psychic spiritual forces. Scattered throughout the vastness, vanishing into immense distances, were what appeared to be dark curving chasms, holes of negative existence. He understood these to be stars, together with their attendant planetary systems, islands of matter surrounded by gravity wells, places where, in the normal galaxy outside the Eye of Terror at any rate, the warp drive would not work, and demons could not directly manifest themselves. How things went here, Kaladin could not say. He twisted his head, looking for something else. Yes, there it was, filtering through the multidimensional chaos, faint, very faint and intermittent, much fainter than the stars of the eye when seen from Apex 5, but still visible, if only just. A pure white light, reassuringly pristine, peaceful and holy. There it was, even here, the saintly light of the Emperor, the Astronomicon. Kaladin had never been so glad to see it. While it still shone in his vision, however dimly, he would never be completely lost. Then, looking ahead, he saw among the labyrinthian curves a shining dot of pearly hue, travelling ahead of him. He knew that hue. It was the signature that warp screens gave, seen from the outside. Almost certainly it was Gudrun's rainbow-coloured ship. Excitedly, he relayed the information to Rugelow. "That gives us a chance. Gundrum, or his pilot, must know the way out of here."
"Can you drop us back so he doesn't see us?"
Rugelow inquired anxiously. "No, we're being carried headlong." Rugelow grunted, staring at the screens. They showed nothing but grey blankness. As far as the scanners were concerned, there was nothing outside the ship. Not even space.
"Perhaps he can't see us anyway," he murmured. "According to Gundrum, he doesn't have a navigator. That sister of his does it."
"I don't believe that." Gundrum's ship seemed to be as much out of control as the Wandering Star. Usually, it was possible to leave a warp stream and proceed to a planned destination. A navigator would not dream of entering a current so fierce that he lost the ability to change direction. That Kaladin had done so within days of reacquiring his navigational ability was something he had difficulty in explaining to himself. He looked again at those dark patches of nullity, which in the warp betokened the presence of matter in real space. They looked as though it would be possible to travel to any of them in a straight line. But he knew that the impression was an illusion. There was no such thing as a straight line in the warp. As yet, the Wandering Star was only on the outer rim of the great Eye of Terror warp storm, being borne along its periphery like a leaf caught up in a whirlpool, and ahead of him, Gundrum's ship was being carried along in the same manner. Further in, there was probably more flurries, more irresistible turbulence, as one crossed from one stream to another. But Kaladin was not thinking about that. He did not want to venture any further in. At the moment, he was wondering how visible, astronomical or not, he was going to get out. There must be a way, he told himself urgently. Gundrum had managed it. He frowned. A well of nullity was looming up, an island of materiality, towards which the current was taking them. But something was wrong. As the grey glow of nothing engulfed them, it vanished. Instead, a white sun blazed forth. Kaladin glanced at the detector displays, at the gravitic intabulator, the radiation intabulator, the visual display, all set in their ornately engraved oval brass frames. A planetary system was set forth. 4 worlds, one close and coming closer. Kaladin shook his head. With his warp eye, he could still see the screens of the painted ship. It looked as though the warp current was going to smash it into the planet, and the Wandering Star would not be far behind. It didn't make sense. The warp drive shouldn't work this far inside a gravity well. For that matter, a warp torrent shouldn't be able to flow through it either. Rugelow was mumbling to himself. He turned to his navigator in bewilderment.
"Are we still in the warp? Or out of it?"
"We're in it, and we're not in it," Kaladin muttered, equally befuddled. "No, that's not right. We are in the warp and in real space." Panic came into Rugelow's voice as the implication of what he was reading on the tabulator struck him.
"If we hit that planet," he gulped, "get us out of here, Pello!"
Kaladin was already struggling with the controls in a desperate attempt to alter course. It was no use. The only thing he could possibly achieve would be to put the ship into a spin which would tear it to fragments. Personally, he preferred to smash into the planet with a velocity that would instantly convert it and its occupants into plasma. For the ship to disintegrate would first dump them alive in the warp, prey to demons. "It's no use," he sobbed. "Pray to the Emperor. Pray for the salvation of your soul." Rugelow slumped in despair. For his own part, Kaladin felt too numb to pray. So this was the end. He cursed himself for having listened to the fake rogue trader, someone with the stamp of failure written all over him. Miserable as his life was before, at least it was life. While these thoughts went through his mind, he noted that the environment open to his warp eye was again changing, becoming even more difficult to apprehend. A warp real space overlap. To the 8 dimensions of the warp were added the 4 dimensions, 3 spatial and 1 of time, of ordinary space. 12 dimensions in all. Impossible even for a trained navigator. Could the entities of the warp understand such an environment? If so, they had intellectual powers far exceeding the human. It was far too complicated for Kaladin to grasp. He whimpered, eyes rolling in his head, and gave up trying to interpret it. The great loom-like scheme surrounding him collapsed. Instead, he became aware of the white-hot sun casting flares into a space that was oddly coloured. A dark violet shot through with faint streaks of light, rather than the ebon-black space he was used to, and of the planet towards which they were hurtling, looming ever closer. Where was Gundrum's ship? Had it already met its doom? No. There it was, so close they could see it with the naked eye. How was it they had closed the distance? How could the other ship have slowed down, in defiance of the warp current? He estimated they were less than a minute away from impact with the planet. Kaladin could think of only one thing to do. He shut down the warp engine and attempted to drop back into real space. A violent lurch threw them both forward. The breath was knocked out of Ruggalo. Kaladin, tossed about in his cocoon, felt something like a hammer blow in his head, and then lost consciousness. When he came around, Ruggalo was slumped in his harness, still dazed. A whistling, rushing noise invaded the cabin, emanating from the outer hull. The wandering star was no longer in space. It was speeding through the atmosphere of the planet it had been rushing towards, flying through the air on stubby wings and steadied by the automatic pilot. Kaladin was astounded. How could the ship have decelerated sufficiently to negotiate the atmosphere in so short a distance? It should have fallen like a flaming meteor and ploughed into the surface in seconds, its exploding engines creating a crater miles across. He spotted Gundrum's rainbow ship soaring swiftly ahead of them. Kaladin felt a stirring beside him. Ruggalo was recovering. The trader took stock of the situation quickly, without bothering to ask how it had come about. His eyes gleamed as he spotted Gundrum's ship. "Don't lose sight of them!" Kaladin had taken over from the automatic pilot now. He eased their speed as he saw the other vessel do the same. Gundrum's ship dipped and went gliding down to a land and seascape far below. There was something curiously limpid about the atmosphere. It didn't seem quite like air, more like transparent crystal. There was no trace of a cloud layer. The glowing surface lay completely bare in the light of the sun. Both the painted ship and the wandering star were flying like atmospheric craft rather than landing directly using their real space main motors. That was standard when a moderately sized spaceship entered a planetary atmosphere on automatic, such as if the pilot was unconscious. Whoever was piloting the painted ship flew with flair and verve, even recklessness. The vessel snaked and jinked and dived for the surface. Kaladin wondered briefly if it was trying to lose its pursuer, but no, that would be impossible without cloud cover. More cautiously he followed, being less familiar with atmospheric flying, strangely enough, than he was with flying through the warp. Soon the two ships were racing less than half a mile above a nearly flat surface. The planet seemed to have no mountains, no hills, no valleys. It was patchy, water and land mingling together in strips and rivulets. There was no definite sea or land masses. The colours were pastel, blue, green and pale pink. From here, 200 miles under the air blanket, the sky showed itself as a deep azure, scattering the light of the dazzling white sun. It all looked perfectly normal, a habitable planet such as might have been of interest to the Imperium, were it not within the Eye of Terror. An expansive plain came in sight, carpeted with greenery. Gundrum's vessel had slowed so that its wings could scarcely provide enough lift to stay in the air. It tilted. A manoeuvring engine showed a hot white light, as bright as the sun overhead. Gracefully, the vessel set itself down. There was no point in trying to be discreet. There was nowhere to hide. Kaladin carried out the same manoeuvre, landing no more than half a mile away. The two waited to see what would happen next. Ruggalo was tense. He felt trapped in his own ship, where a demon had entered his dreams and nearly materialized. He seemed to hear its enticing voice calling to him still. It was not lost on him that, despite changing his mind, He was still being forced to follow his original plan to follow Gundrum, as though drawn by some fateful compulsion. There was no movement. After more than an hour, a port opened on the hull of the multicoloured ship and a ramp uncoiled. And that was all. No one emerged. Another hour later, and 2 carts, hauled by beasts of burden of some kind, appeared on the edge of the plain in the distance, accompanied by about half a dozen humanoid figures. As the party slowly approached the painted ship, it could be seen that the carts were piled high with cargo. Rugelow's eyes gleamed. "Trade goods. This must be Gundrum's source." Eyebrows raised incredulously, Kaladin rounded on him. "Are you mad? After what happened to you, you can think of anything but escape." Rugelow was not listening. He turned up the magnification primarily to look at the contents of the carts, then drew back in surprise. Kaladin followed his gaze. The people walking alongside the carts were not people at all. Their form was humanoid, but not human. Their skin shimmered with colours, like the scales of fish. Their limbs were unnaturally short and stubby. Their faces, if they resembled anything, were like the faces of frogs. Nothing about them, except for their upright and 4-limbed form, which made them only vaguely manlike, suggested a human descent. "Aliens," Kaladin explained. It made sense, Rugelow thought. The Eye of Terror dated from the 25th millennium, no earlier. There must have been alien-inhabited worlds as well as human colonies in the region when the warp storm blew up, and they were still here. He chewed his lower lip. Kaladin, of course, was naive. Raised to think of aliens as evil, he probably would be shocked to know how many alien-manufactured goods free traders brought into the Imperium, not to speak of rogue traders. "Well, I sold an alien trinket to an Inquisitor once," he admitted aloud, "though I'm not really sure he was an Inquisitor." He heaved himself out of his chair. "Stay here," he said as he left the cabin. When he returned, it was to show that he had been to the ship's armoury cupboard. He was carrying 2 small las pistols, not military issue, but manufactured for civilian use, with mother-of-pearl hand grips and damascened barrels. He offered one to Kaladin. "Hide this about you somewhere. It's fully charged." Kaladin had extracted himself from the navigator's cocoon, which he had rolled up. He stared at the mother-of-pearl stock without touching it. "What are you planning to do? Kill Gundrum and steal his trade?" "Not a bad idea, but impractical. What would happen if you tried to take us back to the Imperium?" "That's easy to answer. A warp stream runs through this planetary system, and we're stuck in the middle of it. If I try to steer us out, the ship will be shaken to pieces." "Exactly. But Gundrum must know a way out, or at least his sister does. Whatever you say, she must be the navigator. We have to do a deal with him. We've no choice." "Angelica can't be a navigator, and Gundrum's sister as well," Kaladin pointed out. "If she were, Gundrum would be a navigator too. I don't believe she's a navigator anyway. I know if she were." He paused. "How can you possibly trust Gundrum after what he did? Bringing down a demon on you? Probably using an alien artifact into the bargain." There was a silence. "We don't really know if it was meant to happen," Rugelow said shortly. "Perhaps it was my fault for using the dream gem in the warp, like you said, with demons nearby. Perhaps the gems are harmless otherwise." Rugelow's mind was in a whirl. The demon's attack was receding in his memory, as if it had been no more than a nightmare. His original plan was nearing fruition. Kaladin sighed with despair. The alien carts had pulled up some distance from Gundrum's ship. A knot of people descended the ramp. Gundrum, Angelica, Fofo, and Coiler. Rugelow thrust the lasgun at Kaladin again. "Take it. It's for our protection." Without enthusiasm, Kaladin accepted the weapon, inspecting it briefly and placing it in an inside pocket. It was slim, designed to be inconspicuous. They left the cabin, climbed down from the port and stood in the shadow of the stubby wings, looking towards the rainbow ship. Kaladin, having already performed the ritual of protective sealing at the base of the Wandering Star, was nervously intoning one warding off evil prayer after another, a navigator's litany. Ruggalo glanced at the greenness carpeting the plain, which he had taken to be a variety of grass or moss, forms of verbiage common on many worlds. It was neither. It more resembled green pond slime, and was smooth and slightly slippery underfoot. The air had a cold, wine-like quality, which was delightful to breathe, and was perfectly clear, so that even distant objects were sharp to the eye. But as Ruggalo turned to speak to his partner, he noticed something odd. The air seemed to ripple as he moved, as though it were liquid. A movement made him look up. A number of silvery creatures were gliding above his head. Not winged creatures such as birds or bats, but to all intents and purposes, fish, moving with leisurely, sinuous motions, waggling semi-transparent fins. In other words, swimming. How could a fish swim through the air? Ruggalo took a deep breath and waved his hand to and fro. Despite its odd rippling quality, the air seemed no denser than that which human beings normally breathed. Kaladin quickened the pace of his incantations when Ruggalo pointed out the air fish to him, making the sign of the Emperor allowed only to navigators. He would be convinced, of course, that the phenomenon was unnatural. Ruggalo cast his mind about for some non-magical explanation. Perhaps, he thought, the creatures had bladders filled with lighter-than-air gas to make them float, but they seemed too small for that and were moving too quickly. The small motions their fins made would have served to propel them through a liquid, but not through thin air. He reached out to grab one as it came near. It flittered away and evaded him, angling upwards. He returned his attention to the scene near Gundram's ship. The drought animals, four-legged, striped green and yellow, but with faces resembling those of gorillas, had been unhitched and the wagons unceremoniously tipped up, spilling their contents onto the ground in twin heaps. The visiting humans had begun sorting through the piles, examining object after object. Ruggalo touched his companion on the arm as a sign to follow, and set out. As the pair approached, Gundram straightened.
"By the roots of my desire, my good friends, the traders from the straight places. Yes, we have seen you following us, but why? Why?"
A weird, glaring expression, impossible to read, possessed his bony features.
"What irresistible desires do you come here yearning to fulfill?"
All eyes, alien and human, were on the two now. Ruggalo's gaze roved briefly over the piles of goods on the green-coated ground. There was little there that he could recognize.
"So, this is the source of your merchandise," he ventured. "Oh, no, we have never been here before. We never know where we are going when we set out for the great and glorious Eye of Pleasure, or the Eye of Terror, as cowards call it. We go where our lords will us."
The statement alarmed Kaladin. "You don't know how you got here?"
"The roots of my desire brought me here. The delirious Lord of Pleasure brought me here. The winds of fate brought me here. Did I not tell you that space is different here in the great storm? Here you do not fly by instruments. You do not fly by looking at what is around you. You navigate by faith. Faith in your desire. Here everything responds to that. Is that not so, my sweet little sister?"
Gundram placed his arm around Angelica's bare shoulders. She writhed with apparent pleasure, pouting coquettishly. "Oh, dear brother, my dear brother," she breathed in a warm voice. As if at her behest, a warm breeze blew over them, dispelling the chill of the air. Kaladin recalled the strange behaviour of both Gundram's ship and the Wandering Eye. A shiver went through him. Could it be that some strange power, the warp itself, in some way answered to a pilot's emotions and wishes, picking out a destination in response to desires, perhaps even subconscious ones, and taking him there? The idea was both sinister and alluring. He wove a further protective warding sign, at which Gundrum laughed. The frog-faced aliens blinked. Gundrum's words went over Rugelow's head, however. "You made a promise, Gundrum. I'm expecting you to keep it." Angelica was stroking her brother's back. "You did make a promise, Gundrum, but who to? Ask him if he used the dream gem." She addressed Kaladin. "And you might be the one who owes the debt." Kaladin's paleness went even beyond his usual pallor. He thought he understood what Angelica meant. Rugelow, however, obviously took a different meaning. He began to speak angrily. "Yes, that damn stone you gave me had something wrong with it. I was nearly killed." His voice dropped. "I suppose you do know how to get back to Caligula." Gundrum laughed loudly. "I travel on the routes of my desire. I throw myself on the whims of the gods. You, however, were drawn along in my wake. You are a piece of flotsam now. Your only hope is to embrace the great dark lords, the ruinous powers." The pair recoiled at this. Fiercely, Kaladin gripped Rugelow's arm. "This is an insane world, and here is an insane man telling us to abandon the Emperor." Coiler, now dressed in some loose sort of jerkin, had been sifting through the alien artifacts. He glanced towards them before apparently losing interest, and resumed what he was doing. Foy Foy, on the other hand, had become agitated. He was clenching his fists and stomping to and fro. "Kill them, Gundrum. They're after our business. Why else do they follow us? Kill them now." He rounded on Rugelow. "I told you to stay out, didn't I? I've dealt with people like you before, so I have." Involuntarily, Rugelow's hand crept towards where he had secreted the las pistol. While this happened, he could not help but notice an increasing number of fish creatures gliding through the air around them. It was almost as though the entire gathering of humans and aliens was at the bottom of an ocean, with shoals swimming hither and thither. Fofo noticed his involuntary movement. He grabbed him by the arm. "Mind what you're doing, friend." Humming and laughing to himself, Gundrum had begun to perform a disjointed dance. Angelica, too, gave a trilling laugh as she stepped gracefully forward, easing Fofo aside merely by brushing her hand on his bicep. "How crude you are, Foy Foy, wanting to kill people by breaking their bones, stabbing and blasting them." Her voice was warm and caressing, her green eyes hypnotic as she looked upon Rugelow with fondness and admiration. "Fofo, you have no finesse here, my friend. Let me give you a better welcome." Kaladin felt helpless, overcome with dread. He felt something awful was about to happen to his friend. He watched in a trance as Angelica halted in front of Rugelow. She was swaying slightly. The trader was in even more of a trance, staring with enchantment at the movement of her lithe body. His eyes became saucer-like, taking on a hue of a deeper green than before. Then, the horrible thing happened. Her body changed like some monstrous orchid, suddenly putting out new growths. Long, saw-toothed, crab-like claws sprouted where her delicate hands had been. Her feet, too, became elongated and two-toed, like those of a giant eagle. A long, tube-like tongue extended from her mouth, and, most grotesque of all, from her firm, fleshy rump sprang a thick, flexing tail, ending in sharp barbs. Astonishingly, Rugelow did not appear to find any of this repulsive. He was trembling with excitement. Kaladin reached for his weapon, but in a single swift bound, Fofo was behind him, clamping his arms in big, strong hands. Kaladin could hear him hissing with quiet laughter. Angelica took a strutting bird-like step. Those awful claws reached out and seized him, as though he were no more than a morsel of food she was about to tear apart. But the touch of those razor-sharp, chitinous claws only made him delirious with pleasure. He moaned and reached out with a shaking hand, longing to touch her breast, while the tongue, which was like a hollow tendril, swayed towards his mouth. Still, holding him by one claw, She released him with the other, using it to stroke and tease his body, causing him to lose all control and sag, while his eyes rolled up in their sockets and he whimpered in ecstasy. It was eerie to see how much this terrifying spectre was still Angelica. Wild delight came to her face. She raised one foot in a quick motion that was not quite human, placing the big claw against Rugelow's belly. Kaladin saw that with one slash she could disembowel him, and very likely was about to do so. He struggled vainly to break free of Fofo, unable to reach the weapon in his inside pocket.
"Maynard, wake up! She's a demon! Use your gun!"
It was no use. Rugelow was beyond recall, pleasured beyond any self-restraint he could muster. Kaladin opened his warpie, even though it was hidden by the bandana he had donned before leaving the ship, and began to intone the exorcism prayer he had used before. Fofo instantly clamped a hand over his mouth, holding him close to his body with the other arm, so that all that came out was a muffled gurgle. Unwilling to see what he was sure was about to follow, he cast down his gaze. In so doing, he was witness to something unexpected. The slimy greenness on which they stood shimmered and was gone, clearing as if in a sudden chemical change. Replacing it was a flat shiny surface, almost colourless, like the surface of a still stretch of water. Too late, Kaladin discovered that it was water. He instantly sank into it, as did Fofo, and the entire tableau. Rugelow and the hideously transformed Angelica, the cavorting Gundrum, Quila, Kaladin in the grip of Fofo, the painted spaceship, the aliens, their carts and animals, and the piles of merchandise, all descended like a mass of rubbish thrown into a pond. The water closed over their heads. Kaladin felt Fofo release him. He tried to strike out for the surface, but could not. The water seemed thin and unresponsive to his swimming strokes or the kicking of his legs. Down and down he went. Looking up, he saw the roof of the ocean receding beyond reach and experienced the stifling panic of imminent drowning. Then his feet touched the surface. His heart bursting, he looked about him and saw that the scene of moments before had remained almost intact, but translated to the ocean bed. Rugelow and Angelica had separated. Like Kaladin, Rugelow was holding his breath and floundering. The aliens simply stood passively as before, undisturbed by what had happened. Gundrum and his party, albeit that they claimed to be strangers to this place, were waving their bodies from side to side in apparent enjoyment, their faces wearing whimsical expressions. No sand had been thrown up by their impact. The surface on which they stood was firm, carpeted with rust-like growths, on which the bulk of the painted spaceship rested nearby. Here, too, were fish, flittering here and there. The water was limpid and transparent, the sunlight penetrating it easily. Kaladin could hold his breath no longer. He let go, resigning himself to the end. But no bubbles came from his mouth. By instinct, he expanded his lungs. He felt liquid fill his mouth, pour down his throat and infiltrate his lungs. The water was not cold, only pleasantly cool, even refreshing. He no longer had any sense of suffocation. He expelled the water from his lungs, drew in again, and then was breathing normally. Breathing water. Kaladin waved his hand through the water. Though it did not have quite the same consistency he would have expected, it still resisted the movement, more as like a liquid, not as air would. Angelica was turning somersaults in the air, giggling, swishing her tail from side to side. Gundrum continued his peculiar jerky dance, laughing as he did so.
"Did I not tell you? Nothing can be taken for granted in this realm. You are on a planet where air and water are the same."
Kaladin looked around for the wandering star. Yes, there it was, some distance off, also on the seabed. He supposed breathing water might be possible if it had a very high oxygen content dissolved in it, but that did not explain fish which swam through the air, or, for that matter, how Gundrum could talk underwater so intelligibly. instead of having the words come out in a series of gurgles. Or land that betrayed them by suddenly becoming ocean. Land, air and water were all interchangeable. With poise and delicacy, Angelica set her feet on the waving green rushes. She flicked aside a fat fish covered in iridescent red scales which had crossed in front of her face, and set her sights on Rugelow once again. Her voice seemed even warmer as it was transmitted through the liquid medium. "Pleasure and pain are the same. Pain is pleasure, pleasure is pain. Come, my dearest one, my beloved Maynard, it is my will to pleasure you to death." Standing there, currents of water wafting in and out of his lungs, Rugelow waited in anticipation, longing for the deadly crushing caress of Angelica's crab claws. Kaladin stared too, no longer thinking of rescuing his friend. Instead, he was hoping fervently that once she had put Rugelow to his excruciating ecstatic death, she would do the same for him. Rugelow went limp as Angelica seized him. With the buoyancy of the water, it took her no trouble at all to lift him off his feet with one claw. Her long, tube-like tongue began to play with his face, his neck, his ears, drawing loud moans from him that were embarrassing to hear. Her left claw had gripped him under his right arm. Now her free claw clamped itself onto his left thigh. Gently, playfully, she began to flex both claws, bending them a little. She was preparing to tear his leg off. "No!" Kaladin came out of his mad, erotic trance. He plunged his hand inside his black tunic, noticing for the first time that it was wet through. Out came the las pistol. Kaladin was unused to wielding weapons. It took him a moment or two to wrap his fist around the hand grip, release the safety, aim, and press the firing stud. Steam bubbled all along the length of the laser beam as it hissed through the water, but it failed to reach Angelica. Instead, it struck a fish nearly a yard long, which at the moment glided between them. The fish exploded as the water in its body turned to steam. Fragments of flesh, skin, and bone drifted to the seabed. Fofo roared in indignation. He seemed not to move, but suddenly a weapon was in his hand, buzzing savagely. It was a shorter version of a chainsword, a chain knife, as long as a butcher's cleaver, and Kaladin immediately imagined its teeth ripping through his flesh. He was terrified. He whirled round to bring the las pistol to bear, but didn't get in a shot. The chain knife cut right through the little gun, severing the emitter barrel and charge chamber from the stock, and nearly taking his thumb with it. Fofo laughed, waving the buzzing knife tauntingly in front of Kaladin's face. "That deserves a slow death, navigator." Then Kaladin heard a long, lingering, agonized scream. It was not one of pleasure. It was one of realization. Angelica had begun the process of dismembering Rugelow. As he felt the painful wrenching of his joints, reality had returned to the trader. Yet, incredibly, that scream ended by turning into one of appreciation and gratitude as Angelica's heady, hallucinatory powers took hold of him once more. "Angelica! That's enough!" The cry came from beyond them. The voice was Coiler's. He had ceased from sorting through the alien trade goods and had stood up. From beneath his robe he had produced a weapon far bulkier than Kaladin's discreet little pistol. Kaladin had rarely seen its like. It had a fat barrel, a cylindrical fuel flask, and a shoulder stock as well as a hand grip, although Coiler was ignoring that and wielded the gun like an ordinary sidearm. Flung aside by Angelica, Rugelow lay sprawling and groaning. With a look of glee, Angelica whirled to face Coiler, her wide saucer eyes staring, her transformed limbs thrown apart as if in welcome. Kaladin was not sure he had identified Coiler's gun correctly until there came a vivid flash and a brilliant gout of energy brighter than any flame, and water boiled so furiously that the scene was near to being obscured until the roiling bubbles lifted themselves towards the overhead surface. It was a melter gun, also known as a fusion gun or a cooker, far more awesome than an ordinary flamer, firing a short-distance blast of submolecular thermal energy. Angelica took the blast full on. As it engulfed her, she gave vent to an ululating soprano scream that went rising and warbling in a prolonged aria, a celebration of pain and delight and shock and gratification. She should not have been able to utter any sound at all. She should instantly have been reduced to molten slag and steaming vapour. But when the scene cleared, Angelica was still there. Not the crab-clawed, eagle-toed demon now, but the fetchingly attractive woman she had been before. Ah! Smoke rose from her chest and belly as the energy of the melter gun dispersed. Do it again, Coiler! Coiler, however, was directing the melter gun's barrel elsewhere. Drop the knife, Fofo. He trained the gun on Fofo and Gundrum in turn, one after the other. Gundrum stopped his dancing. Both stared at the barrel of the melter with something like fear. This, at least, told Kaladin that Neva was a demon, unlike Angelica. Fofo did not obey Coiler's order fully, but with a flick of his wrist the chain knife was silenced and disappeared into his clothing.
What ails you? By my roots, Coiler!
Gundrum said in a lugubrious voice. I come as far as I can, Gundrum, Coiler said wearily. You're all getting worse and worse. I'm quitting. Going back with these others. Get aboard the ship and leave. All of you. Fofo grimaced and roared, Traitor! Two things began happening at once. The water in which they were submerged swirled, making the shoals of fish eddy, and the back of Fofo's head also swirled, puckering until it formed a face, the face Ruggalo had seen in the drinking hall on Caligula, which he had taken to be a hallucination caused by the peculiar liqueur Gundrum had served him. Now he knew he had been wrong. It was real. The snub-nosed old young visage sought Ruggalo out where he lay on the sea rushes. The high squeaky voice screeched, I told you not to come. I told you. Now you're trapped and you belong to chaos. Oh, Kyler, Gundrum said in the same doleful tone as before, and ignoring the awful transformation as though it were perfectly normal. You have cut off the roots of your desire. What will you do now? How will you find your effervescent delights without us to guide you? You are lost. No more lemonade for your soul. With a sudden sloshing sound, the breathable water in which they were immersed drained away. The rushes, by some self-magic, transformed themselves into the same green slime the space travellers had stood upon before. Kaladin found he was again breathing air, but still the fish swam around them. The plane itself had not restored itself as formerly. It was instead a mixture of dry areas interspersed with meandering streams. The wandering star stood nearby. Fofo was glaring at Coiler with hatred. He seemed unaware of the second personality expressing itself out of the back of his head. The exhortations from the rearward-pointing face reached fever pitch. Then Foifoi's head wobbled as it forced itself further out with an immense effort. A pair of shoulders appeared. Two small hands freed themselves and pushed back against the edges of the hole now showing in Fofo's skull. An entire human form was emerging. The abdomen and legs came free. A complete individual, resembling nothing so much as a year-old baby, but with an adult if dwarfish face, slid down Fofo's back to stand on the rushes. It was not completely independent. An umbilical cord led from the navel and back into the gape in Fofo's head. Having been so horribly born, the baby dwarf tottered towards Ruggalo, the cord lengthening and maintaining its grotesque connection. Soon the creature was trying to coax Ruggalo to his feet.
Are you all right?
It inquired plaintively.
Can you stand up?
Fofo still behaved as though completely unaware of this repulsive extension of his being. He looked questioningly at Gundrum, who shrugged and threw up his hands.
Come, my dearest and most delectable sister. Come, my ardent and trusty fellow traveller. Let us be away.
He turned and walked towards the painted ship with a peculiar high-steeping gait. Angelica, who had been making mincing faces of invitation at Kaladin, blew kisses as she followed. Alongside her walked Fofo, the umbilical cord stretching behind him. And now the knot of aliens who, throughout, had remained immobile, even their animals reclining before the emptied carts, became animated and panicky. They went running after Angelica, their arms held out beseechingly, calling out in gurgling voices. Turning on them with a look of contempt, she flung out her arm in a gesture of dismissal and marched to the ship. For bizarreness, Fofo's departure far exceeded hers. As he was about to mount the ramp to the ship's port, the umbilical cord reached its full extent. Suddenly, it contracted. Fofo staggered back only slightly, but the effect on the baby man was much more dramatic. He went hurtling through the air and was jammed back into Fofo's skull with a loud, squelching sound, disappearing in seconds. The hole in Fofo's head had healed before he even reached the port, the skin smoothing over, the bristles of his cropped hair regrowing, so that there was nothing to show that the appendage mannequin had ever shown itself. Ruggalo came to his knees and began gibbering incoherently, his eyes glazed, all intelligence gone from them. He had been attacked by demons twice in one day, and his mind had broken. The spectacle caused something in Kaladin to snap too, bringing him out of the numbness which had overtaken him. He held out his hands to the clear open sky. "By all that's holy, this can't be real. It can't be." "It's real," Kyler answered him curtly, replacing the melter gun in its harness. "Move back, unless you want the backwash to catch us." His warning helped to bring the navigator back to his senses. Ruggalo proved impossible to rouse. He had retreated into some private hell of his own. Kaladin forced him to his feet and dragged him away. Had Gundrum's ship been a crude planet-to-planet vessel, relying solely on a reaction motor, nothing could have saved them from its exhaust as it took off. But it was not. Like every other interstellar craft, its mass was reduced by controlled inertial fields. An incongruously small thrust was enough to lift it off an Earth-sized planet. Splashing over the wet ground, they felt a wave of heat hit them as white brilliance surged from the ship's twin Venturiae. It accelerated, became a dot, and then vanished. Ruggalo had stopped gibbering now. He was crooning to himself instead. They splashed their way through a shallow pool towards the wandering star. Suddenly a noise made Kaladin look back. Having been rejected by Angelica, the frog-faced creatures were crawling all over one another, gripping each other tightly until they were one heaving mass. They appeared to be in a mating frenzy. The beasts harnessed to the carts were aroused too. They threw back their heads and uttered chugging sounds. The navigator turned away, choking back his revulsion. With difficulty he and Coiler got Ruggalo to the control cabin, where they laid him on the pallet bed. Kaladin tried to speak to him, but got no answer. He didn't seem to know where he was. "It's the horror of it," Kyler said in a neutral voice. "Some people never recover. They go mad and stay mad. Luckily, it wasn't you. We need a navigator." Kaladin rounded on him. "Why did you help us? What do you want?" Kyler looked sour. "I want to get out of this place. Out of the eye. And I hope you do by now as well. You're a fool if you don't. You will take me with you, won't you? I'd hate to be stranded here." He paused. "As for why, I should have stayed away from Gundrum in the first place. That's all." Kaladin cast him a suspicious glance and then moved to the utility cupboard and rummaged around until he found Ruggalo's apothecarian chest. It was not well stocked, but he found a little box of calming balsam which, if used with the proper invocations, could sometimes relieve mental stress. He applied the yellow cream thickly to Ruggalo's forehead, muttering the appropriate spells. It appeared to have some effect. Ruggalo's eyes closed. He fell into a deep sleep. He turned back to the eye trader. "What was that? That thing that came out of the big man's head?" "It was not a thing. It's a person. His name's Gideon, one of our group originally. 4-4 was always bullying him, always dominating him, until, in the end, Gidane was absorbed by him altogether. He shuddered. That's the sort of thing that can happen in the eye. Gidane was a friend of mine, he added, as if by way of explanation. Kaladin found Coiler's explanation so repulsive that he couldn't even react to it. It was too much for his imagination. Tell me about Angelica, he pressed. I know she's a demon, but why does Gundrum call her his sister, and she call him brother? The original Angelica was Gundrum's sister, Coiler told him. The demon possessed her, though she was far from unwilling. Angelica still exists, I think, but her personality is buried, subservient to the demons. There are so many kinds of demons, but this sort is known as a demonette, a child of Slaanesh. Angelica has kept the name, a little joke on her part. Slaanesh? What's that? Coiler made a wry mouth. Do you really want to know? Slaanesh is one of the lords of chaos. Yes, there really are chaos gods. Are you happy to know that? You shouldn't be. This one is the god of decadence and unbridled pleasure. The creatures on this planet seem to worship him, at any rate. A Slaanesh power must have led Gundrum here. Through Angelica, of course. She acts as his pilot, though as you've guessed she's not a navigator. She doesn't need to be. Here in the Eye the warp is her natural environment. What did the aliens want from her? Coiler sighed, as if having to explain things to a slow-witted child. Their price for the goods they were offering was to be pleasured to death by Angelica, just as your friend nearly was. They are incurable hedonists. How can you know that? Gundrum said none of you had been on this planet before. It's quite obvious that they are worshippers of Slaanesh, Coiler said, sounding contemptuous of Kaladin's ignorance. And that they know Angelica is his demonette, a giver of indescribable delight, a bringer of joyous degradation. Your friend might understand those titles after what he's been through. But the aliens already know what Gundrum wanted. They came to him with carts loaded up. That's how things work in the Eye, often. It's useless trying to explain it. A groan came from the planet. Ruggler was waking up. Angelica! Angelica! Kaladin hurried to him. It's all right. She's gone. She can't hurt you. Ruggler raised his head from the bed. His eyes were mazy, as though he were struggling to return to reality. You don't understand. I wanted her to do it to me. Kaladin's abdomen crawled as he remembered how, quite against his will, he too had been inflamed with a desire to experience dismemberment by the demon-transformed woman. Lurching from the pallet, Ruggler turned his face away from the other two, trying to hide his humiliation. As he did so, his gaze fell on the external view screen. The frog people had finished their mass mating. They stood around among the trade goods that had been strewn around. Among them were dozens of crystals about the size of a man's head. They seemed to fizz and sparkle, as if charged with energy. One by one, they were popping and disappearing with quiet explosions, leaving sherbet-coloured smoke. His eyes gleamed. Trade goods. They'd be worth something if we could get them back to the Imperium. You haven't got what the aliens want in return, Kyler informed him dryly. You don't give anything to aliens. Aliens are owed nothing. You take. We got weapons. This was a lesson he had learned while travelling with his rogue trader father. Coiler appeared unimpressed. Forget about robbing them. They may not be as helpless as they seem, and right now they're frustrated and annoyed. You have a more pressing problem getting out of the Eye, which I strongly urge on you as a course of action. Ruggler was no longer sure he wanted to get out of the Eye. It was a fascinating realm. It had pleasures to offer, new ways to live. Suddenly, the edge of the strip of land where the aliens were situated gave way. Aliens, trade goods and carts were all tipped, plopping into the water and sank from sight. Well, we can breathe underwater. Wake up, Maynard! Kaladin shouted. You are not thinking straight. Your mind's been affected. Ruggler shook his head, as if trying to throw off a mental miasma. He muttered to himself. Think straight. Forget Angelica, demons. He turned to Coiler. Can you help us get out? Coiler spoke succinctly. We go by the same means you came in. You followed Gundrum, right? You were carried along by the wake his ship left in the warp. In fact, as he said, that won't work in the warp normally, but this isn't just the Imperium. It's also the Eye, where everything is driven by the Chaos powers. So, we do the same again. Follow Gundrum until he leaves the Eye. Angelica always finds a way out. Their weight can carry you, as before. What if they spot us? Kaladin said. Gundrum's not interested in you. He never meant to do business with you in the first place. Giving you that gem was his idea of a little joke, as well as to curry favour with his masters, of course, though that's always an uncertain thing. Apart from that, he's not particularly vindictive. Not vindictive, Ruglo said, vacuously. He appealed to Kaladin. I can't make any decisions, Pelor. I'm confused. What should we do? You're not making any decisions anyway, Maynard, Kaladin told him firmly. You're not mentally competent just now. We are leaving, and we are leaving straight away. He took one last look at the totally flat land and seascape. A wind began to ripple the surface of the otherwise calm water below them. He didn't like it here. Lay on the pallet, Maynard, he said. Take off might be a bit rough for you, but you can take it. He gestured Coiler into the co-pilot's seat, then stationed himself at the controls, pulling down the navigator's cocoon. Minutes later, a hissing cloud of steam billowed where the pond had been, condensing and forming a fog bank from which the spaceship, Ventura still blasting, emerged and went surging towards the sky. Once above the atmosphere, Kaladin observed the same strangeness in his surroundings that he had seen before. Space was not quite black. It was shot through with shades of dark blue, indigo, purple, violet, which wavered as though it were a heaving sea. The turbulators failed to pick up the radiation trail of the painted ship. Kaladin pulled the warp lever. There was the familiar lurching sensation as the screens came on and the ship was phased out of real space, except that there was no proper division between real space and the warp within the Great Storm. The 12-dimensional complexity of the combined realms ranged all around him, confusing him, driving him to the edge of insanity. He knew he would have to simplify his mental environment if the cosmic loom was to be comprehensible. At length, by a supreme effort of will, he managed to collapse one dimension after another, until, to some extent at least, he was able to distinguish one direction from another. And now he could spot the rainbow ship's trail, in the form of a long drawn-out nacelle or tunnel, a bending of the abstract curves that for him, at the present time, represented the warp. The warp torrent had already seized the wandering star and was propelling it along at enormous speed. The star, which was the sun to the world they had just left, was already far behind. He had only to guide the ship into the tunnel-like deformation, and he was sure to stay on Gundrum's trail. He spoke to Coiler. Why is Gundrum's ship so strange? That odd shape, and its colours. Is it of alien manufacture too? Eldar, maybe? It did have the typical smooth Eldar look about it, he told himself, and Gundrum had sold a Wraithguard. No, it's Imperium made, believe it or not. It's mutated. Once it looked not too different from yours, a rust bucket of a scow, if you'll pardon the comparison. But let's face it, your merchantman isn't the latest model straight out of the fabricator's yard either. The Eye is a place of changes. Gundrum's ship got made over, so to speak, all in a minute or two. Were you there? Did you see it? Coiler nodded. His voice became dreamy. There were these rainbow clouds drifting about. No, not clouds exactly. More like patches of coloured light. One of them passed through the ship. When it had gone, well, she was as you see her. Everything inside is real pretty too. Completely redesigned furnishings. Though mechanically she's pretty much the same. A thoughtful silence met his words. None of us were aboard at the time, he went on. I've often wondered what we'd look like if we had been. Again, there was silence. That was a Zench world, he finished. Neither of the others asked what Zench meant. A glowing dot came into view in Kaladin's warp vision, the signature of warp screens in action. It was Gundrum's nameless ship. He reminded himself that if he could see it, then it was likely that Angelica could see the wandering star. Then the dot disappeared. Seconds later, they hit turbulence. There had been no warning, no way to avoid it. Ruggalo and Coiler yelled as the ship spun, once again exceeding the capacity of the inertial stabilizers. Kaladin thrashed about in his cocoon harness, the incomprehensible and contradictory signals reaching his brain translated into epileptic seizures. The reason the cocoon was there. Even in the training simulators he had not experienced warp chaos like this. He was dazzled, unable to act, caught in a labyrinth maze, skein, jungle, vortex, tangle, tumult, ferment, pandemonium, absolute disorder. He did not know how long it lasted. He could not say. Later, whether he had done anything to preserve the ship, or whether it had survived the raging cataract purely by luck. But at some time or another, the wandering star was shot out of the turbulence like a squeezed pip. Before he could take stock, Kaladin had first to stabilize the ship. How to correct a spin in 12 dimensions was a daunting problem. Kaladin ignored all questions and appeals from the others. An hour later, he felt he had done what he could. Only now could he dare transfer them into what passed for real space in the region, wherever that was. All he knew was that there was no longer any sign of the painted spaceship, and that they were further into the eye. Much further. The ship was still being swept along by the storm, of course, carried along as part of the great circular motion that enclosed in its compass thousands of worlds, like a demonic hand enclosing a pocket universe. To get his bearings, Kaladin threw back the warp lever. This time the transition was smoother, less of a jolt. All 3 occupants of the wandering star looked at the scene through the external viewer. Splendor. During the millennia of its existence, the warp storm had not only shaped all physical life within it, it had caught up the stars themselves, reordering them into new formations, a huge spectacle of clusters and star streams, interspersed with vast veils of dust and gas, met their gaze. Space itself sparkled with colours, the colours of the warp. For Kaladin himself, there was something else the others could not see. Although he was now looking through his visual eyes, his warp eye was still open. This would not have brought him much by way of perception in normal space. But here, faces, flickering in and out of existence, hideous faces. He was staggered. How could there be faces tens or hundreds of light years across? That, however, was not what frightened him most. Not that, or the fact that he had lost sight of Gundrum. He struggled out of the cocoon, pushed his way up out of the pilot's seat, and held out his arms to Ruggalo, an appalled expression on his face. "Maynard! We're lost! We're lost! We'll never get out! I can't see it! I can't see the Astronomicon!" Chapter 8. The High Lords Speak. Drang visited the bodies of the vanquished Space Marines. He could not help himself. He was doing it every day. Down into the deepest excavations of the Segmentum Obscurity's planetary base, treading the dankest tunnels, dismissing the trusted, most fully oafed, most fully restricted personnel, coming to the storage chambers of the sacred relics of those whom, in his closest thoughts, he admired most of all. Space Marines. He had seen Space Marines before, but rarely, and even more rarely than he had seen them in action. He had spent his life in the fleet, which provided transport for the billion-strong Imperial Guard. The Adeptus Astartes chapters, to give the Space Marines their official name, had their own vessels to carry them between worlds. What little he had seen of them had given him a lifelong fascination. Each one was a Superman, as though belonging to a different race altogether, biologically enhanced, given extra organs, much larger than an ordinary human being, having a lifetime measured in centuries. Their very existence made Drang feel puny by comparison. There was something like 1 million worlds in the Imperium. In all, there were only about 1 million Space Marines too, organised into around 1,000 chapters of 1,000 warriors each, 1 Space Marine per planet, and yet it was enough. The Imperial Guard held the Imperium together, but it was the Adeptus Astartes which defended it against its enemies. Drang peered through the transparent wall of the stasis chamber. Many of the bodies were too burned and butchered to be recognisable. Others still seemed to exude might and strength, even in death, especially the librarian, who had survived the attack in the Eye of Terror for a short while. Drang could see the black carapaces which had been melded with their rib cages, enabling them to function in the vacuum of space. It was not lost on him that these superhumans had been vanquished by other Space Marines, Chaos Space Marines. Those Marines, furthermore, would have belonged to the first foundings. Yes, there was depth upon depth to the history of the Imperium, which few knew about. As a Lord Commander of the Segmentum, only one of 5, Drang had been able to learn much. The first founding had produced even tougher warriors than those of the present day. Their seed genes had come directly from the original Primarchs, the laboratory-created progenitors of all Space Marines, past and present. That had been 10,000 years ago, and yet first founding Space Marines still lived there in the Eye of Terror, protected from the passage of time by the insanity of chaos, with its power to transcend physical laws. Drang looked upon those faces in the stasis chamber, those that had not been blasted away or sawn off. What faces! Such grimness, such endurance, such fearlessness. A rattling sigh escaped Drang's throat. If only I could have been one of you. He thought again of those first founding Marines, and of everything they had accomplished. There was a reason why the present-day Marine chapters were limited in size. It was to prevent the possibility of their turning on the Imperium itself. The first founding had been far more numerous, organised into entire legions. Inevitably, this had ended in a huge civil war, in which legion fought legion, tearing the Imperium apart. How could it have been otherwise? Thought Drang. The Imperium was the greatest example of a large-scale organisation the galaxy had ever seen, thank the Emperor. What was the point of such organisations if it was not to put to some use? Why have fleets of battleships and destroyers? Why have gigantic armies? Why have the greatest armoury ever to be assembled, and then do nothing with it at all? The urge to engage in full-scale conflicts must have been irresistible. Just as it was with him. When the news had come out of the Oculus Terribus of the fleets of battleships being constructed, a force big enough to challenge the Imperium, he had exulted. That was the true reason he had taken steps to prevent this news reaching Terra. For a decade now he had commanded Battlefleet Obscurus, a frustrating, fretful time, acting as ferryman to the variegated hordes of the Imperial Guard, engaging in the occasional skirmish with assorted aliens, punishing the occasional recalcitrant world, when he had all the tools for a mighty war. Drang had been fearful that the High Lords would rob him of his adventure, that they would be cautious, or produce devious plans, or give orders to other battle fleets and command Segmentum Obscurus merely to stand by as a reserve, or that they would simply refuse to accept the findings of the null ship. It had been a gamble on his part, one which had failed. Drang did not expect to live long enough to take his fleet into battle now. He took his eyes away from the stasis chamber and tilted his head, almost as though he could actually peer through the roof of the square-sided corridor, which in a way he could. He was looking through his implanted monocle. He knew that many rumours circulated concerning his prosthetic, though no one had ever dared to ask him for the facts. He had claimed to be able to see half a light-year away through it, in present time, not taking into account the passage of light itself. And that was true, but it was not all. The true story of how he had acquired the monocle was not quite as dramatic as some of the rumours averred, but it was mysterious enough. He himself did not know its origin. It had been sold to him by a free trader, who claimed to have obtained it from an alien world beyond the reach of the Astronomicon, Drang had paid a high price, but the cost to the trader had been greater. Drang was possessive. He did not want anyone else in the Imperium to own a similar device. He had killed the trader and all his family and all his associates. Then he had used naval intelligence to trace the trader's past movements, killing everyone he had dealings with. The trail had indeed led to the edge of the Imperium, but then, quite unexpectedly, had backtracked into Drang's own segmentum obscurus, where it had petered out. He had never discovered all the monocle's powers, but he did know that it could see into the future. And he knew that he was doomed. Someone was coming to him, someone whom he, for all the security he had at his command, would not be able to stop. It was to be a woman, to add to his indignity. He could see her now, a shadowy, willowy shape, as if at the end of a tunnel. He knew too that she would not be long in coming. It could even be today. Many a night he had spent mulling over his foreshadowed doom, searching for a way out, but the monocle offered none. All that was left was cold frustration. That, and the determination to achieve glory first. No, let it not be today. Mighty Emperor, give me victory. But in any case, briefly, he looked back at the brutal faces of the dead Space Marines. Take comfort, Drang, he muttered to himself. Die as they died. His boots clumped and clanged on the metal floor as he retraced his steps. At the end of the corridor he pulled open a clashing bronze gate and entered a tube car. The transport shot him through the bowels of Base Obscurus. Eventually he emerged at a gallery overlooking a glass roof. Beneath that roof, ensconced in individual cubicles, were all those imprisoned as part of his secrecy measures, members of the Adeptus Mechanicus, PSYKER specialists, cyber-modified computators, as well as all the support staff, even the caterers that made up the evaluation team. Guards stood on the gallery at 15-yard intervals. Drang waved one aside and stood on his podium. From here, anything he said would be conveyed to all the prisoners. He clenched his fists. "Which one of you was it?" he bellowed. They all looked up, some in fear, some with curiosity, some with resigned patience. Servants of the Imperium were used to brusque treatment. In truth, it was unlikely any of them had found the opportunity to pass information out of the base. Investicone must have been sloppy. Unless it was someone on Drang's own staff. Dark thoughts of revenge bubbled in his mind. With a gesture of disgust, he left the podium and returned to the tube car. Minutes later, he was in his own office, where he sat down to compose himself. It was unsettling not knowing when the assassin would show up. He expected she would belong to the Calidus Temple, a specialist in stealth and cunning. What if he were to succeed in defending himself and kill the assassin, unlikely though that event was? After all, he was forewarned, which was surely an advantage. Would the Officio Assassinorum decide against sending another of their number? The Temple Master would not think of his operatives as expendable. No, he would be unable to do that. If what Drang had heard was correct, assassinations were ordered directly by the High Lords. An order from that level could never be rescinded. A deep tone sounded, startling him. It was the door's annunciator, indicating that someone wished to enter. What? Did an assassin knock politely and wait for permission before committing murder? An astonishing notion. Realizing the audacity of it, Drang bade them enter. The door hummed aside, but it was only his adjutant, Captain Jesser, bringing the day's order sheet for his attention. "All right, Jesser, be quick about it. I'm feeling impatient today." The door closed again with a quiet thump. "All things require their own time, my lord," Captain Jesser replied politely. It was such an unusual thing for his adjutant to say. Indeed, it was such an insubordinate thing for him to say that Drang froze. Suddenly he realized that he was alone with Jesser. With a shout, with a touch of a key, he could bring security men rushing into the room, or he could fill it with sleep gas. But he knew that would not save him. Not from a Calidus assassin. Slowly he rose to his feet. As he did so, Captain Jess's stiff black uniform shivered and disappeared. His face melted. Before Commander Drang, there now stood a comely young woman in a form-fitting black bodysuit. Around her waist was a white sash of the assassin. Her hair was a compact mass of dark curls. Her face was oval, her eyes dark and soft. It seemed inconceivable that her life was dedicated to delivering death in 1,000 different forms. Polymorphine. The word sprang unbidden from Drang's lips. It too was a specialization of Calidus assassins, enabling them to modify and mold their physical forms. She must have taken on Jess's form, including his uniform. No, that didn't make sense. Drang was annoyed with himself, recognizing that his thoughts had become confused when faced with imminent death. In a musical voice, she spoke. "Not polymorphine, my Lord Commander. Something much simpler. A holographic image, that is all. Quite sufficient for a temporary disguise." She tapped a tiny medallion on her chest, a holographic projector. "And what of Captain Jesser?" She looked at him apologetically. "Sometimes the way to a target must be cleared." Damn her. Did she really have to kill poor Jesser? He had liked the man. He was his favourite among all the adjutants who had served him. "So, what's all this talk?" he ground on. "Get on with it." The smile she gave him could easily have been mistaken for friendliness. "Were I of Venenum or Eversaw, you would have been dead the moment I came through the door. I have been sent by the Calidus Temple. We have a particular role, to take vengeance upon traitors." With a graceful gesture she indicated the room around them. "None of your surveillance or recording instruments work. None of your warning or help summoning devices work. Everything has been neutralized." Now she turned to him. Her voice became firm and admonishing. "There is something else about the Calidus Temple which you must know. A Calidus assassin can kill a traitor only after explaining his errors and crimes to him. Your crime is twofold. You have concealed a threat to the Imperium from the Senatorum Imperialis, and you have planned large-scale military operations without reference to the Senatorum Imperialis. These treasons are the reasons why you are to die." Drang spoke in a grating voice. "I know what I have done, and what I have planned. These proceedings are tiresome. Do whatever you have come to do." "I already have done so. Now I bring a message from the High Lords. It is this, in short: they approve of your plan. They order the commencement of your campaign, but the start of a campaign is not the time for a change of commanders. Therefore you, Lord Militant Commander Drang, together with Lord Militant Commander Investicone, are ordered to go into the Oculus Terribis as commanders of your respective fleets. Your deaths are deferred until your return, and are sub rosa, matters for yourselves alone." To lead a military expedition under sentence of death, Drang found a grim satisfaction in this idea. His thin lips formed a smile of pleasure. His only worry was that the Calidus assassin might interpret this as a sigh of relief. But she had not quite finished. Her eyes went to the carvings of Lord Militant Commanders of the past, which decorated the wood panels of the room in a procession of Drang's predecessors. "One more thing, my Lord Commander. Should you perform your duties fully and return to face me again, you will die with honour, and your name and face will be added to the proud records of Segmentum Obscurus. It will never be known that you died at the hands of the Officio Assassinorum. But should you default and flee, even after a successful conclusion in the Oculus, then no honour will be accorded you. Your name and person will be expunged forever from the Imperial record. Future generations will never know you existed. And let me warn you, you will not escape me. I am Calidus, sworn to vengeance. I will find you." Her lips became full and red, and formed a sensuous smile. Her eyes held a soft lustre. He saw that she was looking forward to killing him. A fine figure of a man, noble-born, high in the ranks of the Imperium, obdurate and brave. How could an assassin succeed who did not find pleasure in his or her work? She was like a lover who was promising him a future tryst. You will die by means of poison needle. You will feel intense pain for about 3 seconds, and then there will be no more. Take this. Keep it with you at all times. She held out her hand. In her black-gloved fingers was a card from the Emperor's Tarot, the Assassin card. A slim figure kicking, punching, chopping, shooting, stabbing. A gyrating whirlwind whose weapons changed from instant to instant. She touched the medallion on her chest. In no more than a second or two, she appeared to be Captain Jessa again. In Jessa's baritone voice she spoke, "Thank you, my lord." The door swept open and closed again. Drang rushed to follow her, peering into the corridor in both directions. It was empty. He burst into his adjutant's adjoining office. It, too, was deserted. She had killed the good Captain Jessa elsewhere, if indeed she really had killed him, as she claimed. But it was unlikely she had lied. She had no need. Her modus operandi was easy to discern. The good Captain Jessa had died simply to remove the possibility of his being seen in 2 places at once. The Lord Commander returned to his desk. He called through to the security officers. "Drang, has there been a breach in our surveillance to my offices?" The reply from the surveillance servitor crackled back through a speaker after only the briefest pause. "No, my lord." "Who has entered my office during the past 10 minutes?" "Only you have entered your office during that period, my lord." "Replay the last 10 minutes." He sat watching the playback. It showed only himself, sitting alone at his desk, studying a report on recent fleet manoeuvres. No one else came in. So the young Calidus woman had been able to disrupt his office's electronics and leave a clear record. But of course, were Drang not a Lord Militant Commander, he might never have heard of the Assassin's office. In any political system, the best technical equipment went to the secret organs of the state, and the best equipment of all went to the Officio Assassinorum. Lord Militant Commander Investicone's visitation from the Calidus Temple lacked some of the charm and romance of Drang's. Earlier that day he had briefly attended a passing-out parade of Battlefleet Pacificus's newest intake of cadets, fledgling officers none over 17 years of age. It came as a slight surprise, therefore, when one of those cadets appeared in his private quarters that night, as he was enjoying for the 100th time Imperium Commander, the most famous work by the military dramatist Wilhelmus Swordkiller. That the cadet had penetrated his personal security with its depth of 5 levels, machine and human, was slightly shocking. That the young man appeared in his apartment stark naked was, for Investicone, marginally more so. After assuring him that his visit was not from passionate motives, the young man delivered basically the same message which had been given Drang. Comparing the Calidus assassin with himself at the same age, Investicone could not help but be impressed, hardly more than a child, but with a self-assurance, a knowledge and ability belonging to a man with much experience behind him. A faint half-smile hung permanently around the youth's round face. He would always know exactly what to do. It was a tribute to the training given by the Officio Assassinorum. Damnation! Drang had got him into this. But there was no way out. Investicone had the good grace to see that. What could he say to this smiling naked boy with the nerve of a space marine? Well, there was one thing. "Might I be granted a final request when we get back, young man? Any chance of a final bout with Lord Militant Commander Drang? He is a very old friend of mine. I would dearly love one last opportunity to run him through with my sword." Chapter 9. Battle Between the Stars. "Prepare to engage! Suit up!" In the bowels of the battle barge, Sergeant Brother Abdazil Magron of the Dark Angels bellowed the order to his fellow Space Marines. His company of 50 had waited patiently, chanting a prayer while listening to the ear-splitting discharges of the great lasers, whose turrets spouted like warts all over the exterior of the vessel. The barge was a hurriedly converted freighter. There was no way, down here in the hold, to tell how the attack was going, except when the craft juddered and its adamantium-reinforced steel howled in protest at receiving incoming fire. Once, distant hoarse shouts had been heard, followed by a loud hissing and whipping noise, a sudden sense of decompression, and the slam of emergency bulkheads sealing off a hull breach. The order given Magron could mean anything. The barge was being boarded. They were to board an enemy space vessel, or they were being sent down to the interstellar planetoid that was under attack. If the last, then the earlier laser bombardment had failed to destroy the rebel base. None of the hugely bulky, genetically enhanced warriors bearing the gene seed of Prime Mark Lionel Johnson was so undisciplined as to ask questions. The order itself was enough. Each man strode to the cubicle where his personal power armour was stored. It was but the matter of a minute to insert himself into such armour. Neural connections to the spine and brain snapped in place. These ensured that, in terms of movement, strength and enhanced perception, wearing such armour was like having a new war body, an artificial extension of a Marine's already superhuman toughness. The company was lucky. These were the new Mark IV suits, or Imperial Maximus suits, a considerable improvement over the standard Mark IIIs, using lighter, harder material. It was the first power armour in which the helmet actually moved with the wearer's head. The dark green of the armour, the livery of the Dark Angels, appeared even darker in the dim electro-lumen as, bolters at the ready, the company assembled in the hold, a hulking army, literally an army, since 50 Space Marines was worth a regiment of ordinary soldiers. Company markings, campaign badges, as well as the Imperial Eagle on each breastplate all gleamed in bright yellow as they caught the light. That eagle, sign of allegiance to the Emperor, was now an even stronger bond than before, if that was possible. Magron knew that there burned in the heart of every brother Dark Angel in the hold the same absolute faith in the Emperor as burned in his. And besides that, the same hatred. For an inexplicable fate now called on them to fight the worst of the blaspheming heretics, fellow Astartes, Space Marines who had painted out their eagle from their own armour, defied their vows and rebelled against the God Emperor. Such stupefying treachery was beyond understanding. Such apostasy was beyond forgiveness. The only possible response was implacable hatred. Sergeant Magron took comfort in knowing that at least no Dark Angel would ever commit such a betrayal. The Dark Angels were renowned throughout the Adeptus Astartes for their religious zeal. It was inconceivable that a brother would ever forget his holy purpose. There were lift tubes to take them to the assault craft on the deck newly welded to the outside of the barge. As they were about to file into them, there came a shuddering shock and a spurting of hot smoke. The wall where the tubes were installed buckled, rendering them useless. Magron barked orders, his voice carrying through the comlink in each man's helmet. The troop leaders knew what to do. Bolters banged, their shells exploding against a metal partition and demolishing it to reveal the emergency exits. There was a whoosh and a tugging as the hold was evacuated of air. They had broken through to the decompressed part of the ship. This action might well be resulting in the suffocation of any crew members who had so far failed to don space gear, but that could not be helped. Gigantic boots tramping and kicking through the wreckage, bolter shelves blasting aside any impediment, the Dark Angels found their way to the outer hull and the nacelle containing the assault craft, rocket-driven rafts open to space. Waiting for them was their lieutenant, cloak over his armour. He beckoned to them, one gauntlet grasping the rail of the nearest raft. Sergeant Magron now could see for himself why the lieutenant had given the order to deploy. He had fought engagements in space before, but then there had always been a sun at the heart of the system. Here the scene was lit by starlight from massed stars of the galaxy, the nearest of which were light years off. Blotting out a patch of that light was a planetoid about the size of Jupiter's small inner moon. Io. How it got here, whether by escape from some planetary system millions of years ago or by forming in interstellar space in some freakish manner, no one would ever seek to know. Its value was strategic. It was roughly equidistant between a number of settled star systems, and so was an ideal place for a military base. Long before the rebellion, the World Eaters Legion had taken possession of this lightless, frozen world and had excavated a stronghold deep within it. But now, the World Eaters were among the blasphemer traitors. They had transferred their allegiance to Horus, the renegade war master, and therefore were anathema. To seize or extirpate the interstellar base was the Dark Angel's objective. A battleship, 3 cruisers and any number of improvised spacecraft had formed a staggered crescent around one half of the ancient planetoid and were sending massed laser fire slicing into its surface. Nothing else would have sufficed for the task. Thermonuclear bombardment would no more than have dented the blacked-out landscape. Only high-density lasers carried enough energy to dig through the planetary crust and penetrate the mantle beneath, carving up the little world as if it were a ripe melon. The battleship, recommissioned as the Imperial Vengeance, was at the centre of the crescent, a huge cathedral-like form shrouded in intricately worked turrets. Most of the planetoid's defence lasers must have been put out of action in the first salvo. Only a few brilliant beams still stabbed upward from their armoured keeps, wavering to and fro in search of targets. Just the same, the Scratch Fleet's commander had miscalculated, for the battle crescent was already being broken up, under attack from another quarter. Round from the other side of the planetoid, ascending from what must have been subterranean hangars secretly excavated, had come a fleet of heretic ships the Imperial planners had surely believed to be elsewhere. Now the two forces were manoeuvring, the Imperial fleet forced to defend itself, even while keeping up the laser bombardment of the minor world below. Plasma drivers ripped through the ether, tearing ships apart. The vast bulk of the Imperial Vengeance hove close by, blotting out the stars, a gargantuan turreted shape gouting plasma as well as planet-targeted lasers. Smaller rebel ships gathered around it like sharks around a whale, while, in its shadow, the battle barge seemed no more than a beetle. The cloaked lieutenant was ignoring the bulking, blazing battleship, the flashes of battle visible over a range of thousands of miles. He was pointing down towards the World-Eater planetoid. Brother Sergeant Magron switched to visor magnification and directed his gaze elsewhere. Combat assault craft, small, lumpy images, even at max mag, were rising from the surface of the planetoid. World-Eater space marines, ready to take on even a battleship in close order combat. Such crazed courage did not surprise Magron. The World-Eaters were famous berserkers, at the forefront of all campaigns in the Great Crusade. Their love of carnage and destruction was excessive even for space marines. It was said that the Emperor himself had censured them for their savagery, as well as for their practice of turning recruits into murderous psychopaths by the use of brain surgery. Sergeant Magron's hatred for the traitors was tempered by the knowledge that they were also the worthiest adversaries he had ever faced. The lieutenant's instruction was simple. "Neutralize those transports." Magron bellowed into his helmet microphone, aware that the whole company had heard the lieutenant's orders and had also seen what their sergeant had seen. "Embark and attack!" The response was an eager roar from 50 throats. "It shall be done, brother!" Rocket rafts shot out from the dock nacelles, making for the assault pods which were climbing up from the planetoid and bearing on the battleship. Spotting their approach, the pods swerved, changed course, and jetted to meet them. The World-Eaters never refused a challenge. Once the great battleship had dwindled, there was a sense of coldness and desolation, as though they were in the midst of a vast undiscovered cave. The far stars were frigid, indifferent, and unreachable. Sergeant Magron was aware of the utter bleakness in the brief period while the assault craft approached one another. Then it was gone. They were free on free rocket raft and free carrier ascent pods, capable of climbing up a modest gravity well, such as might be possessed by a moon or an asteroid. As if by prior agreement they picked one another out. Raft and pod collided with a crunch and went spinning through space jammed together. The ascent pods differed from the rafts only in having a more powerful engine and protective cowl at the front. Bolter in one gauntlet, chainsword in the other, both Dark Angels and traitor heretics clambered to get at one another. Magron was taken aback at the lack of any tactical sense on the part of the World Eaters. Something had happened to them since they were turned traitor. They had become a mob. Whereas the Dark Angels fought with discipline, coordinating their efforts and listening to orders barked by their sergeant, there was no such organisation among the rebels. Each traitor marine fought on his own, apparently consumed with frenzy, and forgetting all the battle drills for which the World Eaters had once been famous. Theoretically, this would have given the Dark Angels an advantage. Instead, they were taken by surprise, to be plunged into a chaotic scrum. Neither side was equipped with suit jets. Each warrior had to find a foothold amid the tangled remains of the carrier assault craft to avoid being knocked into space by an exploding or ricocheting bolt shell, and could advance or retreat only with caution. The Dark Angels did retain one advantage, however. The World Eaters were mostly encased in the old Mark II power armour, more likely to be ruptured by a bolt round or opened at the joints by a chainsword. Amid the flashes of distant laser beams, under the glimmer of starlight, the Marines fired, grappled, clashed. Some were flung into space, where they slowly receded, trying to fire bolt after bolt back at the battle scene as they spun around and around. Armour cracked and opened, allowing the entry of the next bolt around, which would turn the suit into a container of bloody mush. Chainswords snagged on one another as combatants sought to thrust, parry, and find a weakness where plate met plate. Magron had already disposed of 3 traitors when he came face to face with a World Eater bearing the markings of a sergeant, like himself. For a moment or two, the combined discharges of a whole bank of laser cannons threw the scene into a vivid relief. Magron saw that the hated rebels had indeed discarded the Imperial Eagle, painting over it. Instead, the World Eater bore on the breastplate of his armour, with its traditional chapter colours of white and blue, a strange symbol, crimson in colour, an X shape, transecting 3 horizontal bars, the upper one broken. He had no idea what this sign represented, but for anyone to deface or cover over the emblem of the Emperor and his glorious Imperium drove him to an extra fury. He switched to rapid fire and aimed a barrage of bolts at the offending bonded Ceramite, even though it was the strongest part of the traitor's armour. So concerted was his shock train of explosions that the World Eater sergeant was propelled backwards and lost his foothold on the wreckage of the assault pod. But before he could be thrown out of reach of any solid object, he had recovered himself, seizing an upright grid rod. The next reaction came as a total surprise. Magron had been unable to glimpse the other's face, hidden as it was within the visored helm. Now the rebel sergeant reached up with his chainsword hand and used 2 fingers to unsnap the fastenings, removing his helmet and flung it down to where it lodged in the wreckage. With a puff, air was whisked from inside his armour, instantly freezing to a frosting of glittering crystals in the sunless cold of space. Magron found himself staring at the bared face of the World Eater sergeant, a beast-like feral face with bared teeth, craggy brow half buried in campaign studs, the face of a frothing madman, screaming soundless words of defiance. The Dark Angel could not understand such an action. True, a Space Marine could survive exposed to space for a while, though in some discomfort. But who would so expose his head to bolter shot and ripping chainsword for no reason? Not only the sergeant appeared to have gone mad, others were following his example, discarding their helmets to grimace and mouth in hard vacuum. Were it not for the lack of air to carry it, a discordant concerto of harsh battle screams would have greeted the struggling Dark Angels. Were the World Eaters now so thirsty for blood that they would offer their own to their enemies? The Dark Angels launched themselves with renewed confidence, sure that the traitors' foolhardiness had sealed their doom and that the affray would soon be over. Strangely, it was not so. Not only had their recklessness heightened the World Eater's berserker rage, it was as though some sorcerous mystical influence protected their exposed heads. Again and again, the broken bodies of dark angels were dispatched to hover lifeless near the assault craft, while the World Eaters, daring their enemy to kill them if they could, adroitly dodged bolter shells and turned aside chainswords. Magron went after the sergeant, determined to rip through that manic rebel head, if only he could wipe out Primarch Angron's entire gene seed. In mock welcome, the traitor sergeant held out his arms, grinning insanely, eyes gleaming. Then he pointed with his bolter overhead and loosed off a volley in sheer delight, waving his chainsword with abandon. Magron took a risk. He kicked himself off from the raft and sailed towards the World Eater, temporarily abandoning his foothold, at the same time loosing off a volley aimed at the other sergeant's bolter. To his gratification, it was torn out of the traitor's gauntlet and sent spinning off into space. He anchored himself again by wedging his right boot under a warped handrail. He raised his left gauntlet to point his bolter directly at the other sergeant's exposed face. The World Eater, with eerie soundlessness, laughed back at him, daring him to fire. Magron put up his bolter. He had promised himself to use the chainsword. The rebel sergeant also seemed to relish the challenge. He edged forward, more cautious now, the speed-blurred edge of his own weapon held before him. Expertly, he flicked his gaze over Magron's Mark IV armour. Demented he might be, but he was no fool. He had tested the Mark IV's capabilities in the last few minutes, and had learned much. It was at that moment that Magron noticed something happening on the planetoid below. A glow was emanating from it, becoming brighter and brighter. Despite the raging space battle hanging over the planetoid, the Imperial Task Force had managed to sustain the laser barrage. Now it was working. And what was more, it was working better than its directors had planned. The beams had scythed through the planet, had cut aside the crust, and had delved deep into the mantle in search of the deep keeps. And now, what had not been intended, they had penetrated to the hot liquid metal core of the planetoid. The little world was not like other planets and moons. It was alone, lacking a parent sun or brother worlds to flex it with gravitational tidal forces, so it had never been tempered by the dynamic environment. It had never been forced to settle and cool into long-term stability. Now, it was paying the price for its eons-long inertness. The pent-up power of the core, which had lain quiet for so long, encased in its thick shell of rock, was roused. It seethed and moved, and it had more than its own energy now. The high-density lasers had added theirs to it, turning it into a bomb. Already partly disintegrated by the barrage, the planet exploded. It all happened tremendously fast. The core glowed and swelled, lighting up the darkness, demolishing the crust and mantle and hurling their fragments outward, mingled with the spray and streams of flaming molten iron, a vast outpouring of high-velocity matter and total destruction. Sergeant Macron's visor temporarily turned black to protect him against the glare. His momentary blindness left him prey to the World Eater. With a grinding, whining sound, the other sergeant's chainsword buzzed against his ceramite armour, trying to saw through the plate abutments. He brought his own chainsword up and, more by luck than skill, turned the traitor's ravening sword teeth aside, only to have him attack the armouring of his power cables. When his vision cleared, the first thing Magron saw was the ruddy face of the World Eater sergeant, mouth exultantly agape, as if revelling in the annihilation of his own base. A red glow suffused the scene, coming from the still expanding mass of the exploding planet below them. Magron staved off the World Eater's next thrust, at the same time snatching glances around him. Several of his brothers had been dispatched during their sudden blindness, betrayed by their own equipment. Some of the traitor marines, however, had met the glare unprotected and were dazzled, unable to see clearly. The strident voice of the lieutenant came through his communicator from one of the other rafts.
"Brother Sergeant, brother angels, our end has come. Pray for your souls. Pray to the Emperor."
The first wave of that explosion began to reach them. The smaller fragments, the gravel, the tiny shards of rock that had been flung outward at higher velocity than the more massive pieces of the disintegrated world. It was a preliminary warning of the greater flood of stone and metal that was coming. Magron heard a rattling against the exterior of his armour. Too late, he realised he had allowed his attention to be distracted. He was open to the traitor sergeant's next lunge. Then a rock the size of his fist took off the World Eater's head. Similar missiles were slamming into the assault carriers, wrecking them completely, shoving them back towards the World Eater's original destination, the Imperial Vengeance. Marines of both chapters were crushed as high-velocity rocks smashed into them, cracking open their armour, flinging them into space broken and crippled. Even that was but a foretaste of the deluge to come. The broken-up masses of the one-time planetoid's crust and mantle, the still molten spilled core, the raving, glowing vapour which now overwhelmed the space battle which was still in progress, spouting plasma and laser fire even in the face of the catastrophe. Aghast, Sergeant Magron watched as a huge chunk of black basalt, as big as the Imperial Vengeance itself, struck the task force's turret-encrusted capital ship. The impact shattered them both. Fractured adamantium, twisted metal, broken rock and superheated steam receded into the darkness in a writhing turmoil. Something crashed into the assault craft and carried it away into the darkness too, away from the great torrent of debris that smashed both space fleets to nothing. Had Sergeant Magron not been a space marine, the initial impact might have killed him instantly. But he was a space marine, with his specially hardened body. So he survived, to be briefly carried along in the wreckage until he became dislodged from his footing and went flying off, spinning slowly end over end, the stars apparently spinning about him. For a long time, faint glimmers, chunks of basalt, globules of cooling metal or fragments of spaceship went sailing by at the edges of his enhanced vision, against a backdrop of spinning stars. Finally, there was nothing. Nothing to show that there had ever been a solitary interstellar planet, or a base buried deep within it, or a task force, or a battle in space. No voices, whether friend or foe, loyalist or traitor, came through his communicator. No one else had survived to answer his calls. He was adrift in space, with no other human being within 10 light years. He was utterly, completely alone. Chapter 10. The Great Inventor.
Squeak! Squeak! Ah! Squeak, squeak, squeak!
The Chekamizan Zono, or Greater Demon of Zench, or Feathered Lord, or Watching Lord of Change, to name but a few of his countless titles, though his own name was known only to himself and to the highest, most exalted of the Chaos Gods, Zench, he of indescribable majesty and cunning, source of the Feather Lord's secret name, and also of his very being, spread his wings and flew through the serried heavens of the warp. His feather-edged form glittered with a million colours, sharp and flashing. His long neck craned this way and that as he descended through the countless levels of the Imperium. His staring eyes, deep with wisdom, scanned glory after glory, bathed in supernal light that would have blinded any mortal creature, revealing gorgeous palaces, relentless conflicts, plots and counterplots. All were naked to the probing eyes of the watching Lord of Change. Yet all this splendour, of a scale greater than the galaxy it enshrouded, was non-physical. Its substance was that of thought, emotion, intention, disembodied consciousness. The bodies of its creatures, their towering palaces, the paradises, the purgatories, the places of abomination, were only apparent. In truth, nothing was there but psychic force. There was another realm, a seemingly dark realm, towards which the Feathered Lord now descended, the realm of matter. The non-physical immaterium and the physical materium had a terrible hunger for one another. Every physical being longed for the freedom and ecstasy of the unfettered spirit,
Every spiritual being craved after a physical existence so as to fully realize itself. Some cosmic law kept the two apart, yet it was possible, it would be possible, for them to combine in some monstrous new birth. Only the fact that there existed in the physical realm a god as powerful as the Chaos Gods prevented their joyous victory.
Shriek! 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 Shriek!
The servant of Tzeentch, the great conspirator, opened his cruel curved beak and once again gave vent to his frustration and his joy. Apart from his secret name, which would give anyone who learned it power over him, the Feathered Lord had, of course, names given to him by his fellow demons. One he hated, weaver of stratagems that fall apart. Others he carried proudly, the finder of ways, the great inventor. The great inventor, the Chekamazan Sunoi, was an inventor indeed. His name would resound forever in the new world that was to come. 2 wars lay ahead. One was to defeat the god of the material galaxy, who kept the ruinous powers at bay. After that would come a greater war, the great war to decide which of the Chaos Gods was to rule the Imperium. That god would be Tzeentch, the master of fortune, the architect of fate. What other rightful ruler was there? Only Tzeentch had the Promethean mastery of foresight. The rule of Nurgle would cause the whole galaxy to collapse in a morass of disease and decay. Slaanesh could look ahead only to organise ever greater excesses of depravity and dissolution. Khorne, the blood god, was contemptuous of forward-thinking altogether. Looking ahead was for cowards. He lived only to kill, slay and slaughter, without regard for consequences, only for the honour of battle. Just the same, an ally was needed, an ally to be betrayed once his usefulness was over. The Feathered Lord swooped down towards what appeared as a dark, uneven wall or floor. It was the realm of the Imperium, a vast unshaped mass as seen from the outside, a realm which had only 3 or 4 dimensions, as compared with the many and varying dimensions of the warp. A demon who was strong enough could look into that strangely constricted realm, sometimes, but generally he was barred from entering it. However, Chekamazan Zono flew downward to where the darkness cleared a little. This was known as the Door. Behind it lay a limited region where a demon could materialize. Elsewhere he could do so only with extreme difficulty and the help of a mortal. Standing near the entrance, as if to deny access, was Kakasor Kayasaka Ami, a bloodthirster, a greater demon of Khorne. His crimson fur, eternally dripping the blood of the slain, was but partly hidden by brief but richly decorated chaos armour of black and red. The uplifted triangular shoulder plates embossed with the shapes of skulls. His membranous black and crimson devil wings were folded behind him. Iron black horns ranged above his dog-like face with its glistening fangs. In his left hand, the greater demon held the stock of a wicked whip capable of reaching far, and in his right was the carved bone haft of an axe blessed by Khorne, the black blade struck with a single rune. Chekamazan Zono knew well to be weary of that axe. It had another greater demon of Khorne imprisoned within it. The bloodthirster spoke in a voice like that of a barking dog. "We cannot be allies if I can defeat you." The Feathered Lord carried only a rune sword, and he did not even draw it from its scabbard as he alighted. It would avail him little against the axe demon. Besides, his real weapon was magic. The energy of the warp shimmered as the bloodthirster moved his lithe muscled body, as though he was surrounded by a fluorescent liquid. The whip snaked out, and coiled into a knot-like skein, seeking to entrap the Feathered Lord, and render him prey to the black axe. The Lord of Change uttered a purring sound and waved a talon claw. Warp energy congealed into a ribbon of light which laid itself along the writhing whiplash, turn for turn. The whip seemed to collapse, to turn black and become limp. The skein of light then disengaged itself and spiralled around the bloodthirster.
With an angry growl, the corn demon slashed around him with his war axe. A weapon inhabited by a greater demon has power over magic. The light crackled, broke apart, and fled. No! Cracking his whip once more, the bloodthirster flexed his body and whirled the battle axe over his head. "Eye of Zinch, I know your name!" The lie was intended to startle the feathered lord, to put fear into him and render him open to the bloodthirster's onrush, even if only momentarily. The Chikamazan Sonoi cackled with amusement. What simpletons the servants of Khorne were, to think a lord of change could be deceived so. He crooned soft syllables, the etheric equivalent of spell runes. The baleful black blade, aimed at his craning neck, slowed, as if hacking through thick tar. The demon within strained to add its strength to the bloodthirster's, groaning audibly as if it sought to be free. For some moments the axe hovered, moving neither one way nor the other. Suddenly the Khorne demon withdrew the weapon. Throwing down his whip, he made the sign of blood honour. "You are worthy, Eye of Zench, but that does not make us comrades." The Lord of Change clucked and cawed. In the warp there was no friendship. Though emotion was the warp's chief constituent, that emotion was raw and primeval. If friendship had any counterpart, it was the Khorne sense of battle companion.
"We are not finished yet, drinker of blood. We will stage the contest. If I win, you will give me what I want. If you win, I will give you a dozen worlds of your choosing." "I am to trust the servant of the great betrayer?"
The Chikamazan Zono's beak clacked shut. He turned his head from side to side, studying the berserker image of the bloodthirster with his stony gaze. It was common for greater demons of different lords not to understand one another's motives, despite their high intelligence. The one exception was a feathered lord, practised in studying the hopes and fears of every living thing, whether of the physical world or the chaos realms.
"Yes, you are to trust the servant of the great betrayer. To betray visibly is to destroy one's own plans. To betray without reason is foolishness."
The Deathbringer of Khorne, accustomed to turning his huge axe on his own followers in his bloodlust if the enemy should all be slaughtered before his berserker rage was slacked, moved threateningly on hearing this. He seemed to suspect he was being insulted.
"Come,"
he barked, in a word that was a challenge.
"We go to the contest."
The two spread their wings, one feathered, one membranous. It was an advantage of being a greater demon that the quality of size, the greatest of the restrictions placed on merely physical beings, means nothing. Size is a property of matter only. The disparate pair, allies of convenience if events fell that way, flew through the door, the narrow pass through which all this time the forces of chaos had been trying to overcome the Imperium. Spread before them was what, in comparison with the galaxy in its entirety, was but an antechamber. Still they could fly here, for the space of the warp and the space of the physical world overlaid one another here, like oil spreading and swirling on water, creating rainbow colours. This was what some mortals called the Eye of Terror, and for rainbow colours there was the suspension and warping of physical laws, making new types of worlds possible. The two great demons flew through entire star clusters, which, for the moment, were smaller than they were. They adjusted their size, dwindling as they approached their destination. Each selected a suitable planet from their respective domains. They moved those planets away from their warming suns. It did not matter. The planets did not freeze. Instead, their atmospheres were heated by friction as they moved through the ether like warp space, real space overlap. They brought the planets close together and drew out from the surface of each a long tongue or causeway so that they met and welded together. Here, then, was the field of battle, a verdant bridge between two worlds, lit by a glowing sky, blasted by hot winds, cracking with incessant lightning. On each of these worlds the war hosts were already assembled, officered by demon princes its leading standard bearing the Eye of Tzeentch, raising aloft every magical emblem, herded by Chaos champions, half the population of the world belonging to Chikemazan Zono, armed and trained, mutated into their war roles, proceeded forth to the battle bridge. Officered by demon princes, its leading standard bearing the crossed bars emblem of Khorne, skull-filled banners dripping blood, herded by Chaos champions, half the population of the world belonging to Kakazo Koishakame, armed and trained, mutated, or else mutilated, into their battle roles, proceeded likewise. Far above, seated on floating thrones of gold and silver, the greater demons directed the game, relaying tactics to their captains. The war hosts of millions met. At first it seemed as if there was no strategy at all. The forces milled together, those in the rear pushing those in front onwards, so that in the crush 500,000 in each army was trampled to death by their own side. The slaughter of the slaves of Tzeentch was great, for the conscripts of Khorne, raised since birth to regard maddened mass murder as the highest form of human achievement, laid about them with insane ferocity, and were apt to strike one of their own number with each backstroke of an axe or sword. Saliva foamed from the snout of the bloodthirster as he beheld the great slaying. 3 million enemy dead within the hour. A massed roar of impending victory rose through the lightning-seared air, joining the gory stench which now penetrated the atmosphere.
"Blood for the blood god!"
Then the strategy of the Feathered Lord came into play. His opening gambit had been but a sacrifice, with which to rob his opponent of all caution. Now he gave cool instructions to his princes. He had placed the more disciplined of his forces in the rear. Their columns opened, diverged, began to manoeuvre, weaving through the rampaging berserker mobs. Magic now began to prevail over brute force of will, spell-blessed weapons over the warrior craving to kill. The Khorne horde became fragmented, squashed together in clumps, adding its blood to the blood that had already turned the pleasant verdure of the interplanetary bridge into a sticky red swamp. The Karak Akazor Kaishink Akimi spread his wings, and they quivered as he hovered over his throne, bellowing commands to his marshals below. Rage and frustration convulsed him. The confused clamour which drifted up from the battlefield was to him like a bitter wine that he must quaff and choke on. Were it not in breach of the agreement, he would have leapt down into the scene and laid about him, a titanic monster crushing minuscule human beings by the thousand. His battle direction had its effect. The host from the Khorne world, a glowering turbulent planet, unlike the bright, dazzling, sizzling sphere from the Tzeentch Demance, rallied, succeeded in disengaging, and so gained a respite. Khorne too could manoeuvre, though with less subtlety, in the pursuit of blood and bleached skulls, if defeat threatened. For a while the two armies circled around one another on the vast plain, like two serpents preparing to mate or strike. Then, with a massed cry, a great roar of bestial savagery, the Khorne horde charged. The onrush was designed to overrun the enemy at one pass. The Feathered Lord let his beak gape. His long, thin tongue lolled. A yawn, not of ennui, but of languid interest. He had anticipated this. The host of the followers and slaves of Tzeentch was pressed, yielded, gave up blood and torn flesh, and hoarse screams of agony, hacked bone and armour flying in all directions. It was impossible to move without treading on severed limbs and spilled torsos, so that the warriors slipped and slid on wrenched out hearts and livers and entrails. But the Feathered Lord's calculations had proved correct. His war host had absorbed the push, and now the two armies were in melee, in which any further orders from above, any bellowed commands from the Demon Prince generals, went largely ignored. The perfect situation for Khorne, one might think, but no. The Chikemazan Zonoi's preparation was complete. The Khorne horde had lost its impetus. Not only that, but in the earlier second stage of the battle, carefully crafted by the Feathered Lord, the Bloodthirster had lost many more millions than he had noticed. He was now outnumbered. The watching Lord of Change had successfully taken advantage of his impetuousness. By now, 50 million or more had died, 2/3 of them of corn, 100 million more left for dead. Slowly, like a mass of amoeba, the roiling, raging conflict was creeping towards one edge of the interplanetary bridge. There was no way that those who reached it could save themselves. Once they were pushed over the border by the pressing mass, the gravity which acted on the bridge itself was no longer present. First thousands, then millions, fell, flailing into space. A few, those with demonic protection, managed to stay alive without breathing. The vast majority were lost. And sooner or later, they all were attracted by one planet or the other, and plummeted in flames through the perspective atmospheres. Despite the apparent loss of control over the bloody struggle, the Feathered Lord still had a tactic in progress. As the murderous morass moved, it had wheeled, so that the greater number of those who topped the last 10 minutes were Cornites. At length, the Kakakozo Koisha Akim slumped in his throne.
"You have won the game,"
he conceded in a grudging growl.
"The armory hells are yours, and I shall join with you in what is now our war."
Contemptuously, he gestured to the planetary bridge.
"Let the killing continue. Kill them all. I shall punish my princes myself in our chaos realm for suffering defeat."
The Feathered Lord cawed softly in pleasure and acknowledgement. He did not, of course, disclose his opinion that the defeat of the eater of gore and flesh had been a foregone conclusion. It would only anger the son of Corn, whose unsubtle brain, in any case, would have been unable to follow such indirect reasoning. The Bloodthirster had defeated itself without knowing it. The lure of a major war against the human Imperium, which Chaos would, for once, win, had sabotaged the way he had played the war game. He had wanted to lose. An exhausted exultation had gripped the battle scene. During the course of the battle, the linked worlds had rotated around their common centre of gravity several times, and many days had passed in continuous strife without sleep or rest. The greater demons flew off across the warp, leaving the bridge intact. The joined worlds would now whirl through space together everlastingly, like a dumbbell, magically lit and warmed. It would have the same effect as placing a stick to connect two formicaries. Half the population of each planet was still intact. Long after the battle was finished, those populations would continue venturing across the bridge into each other's worlds, the ingrained, glowering warlust of Khorne, meeting the traditional magic and manipulativeness of Tzeentch, invasion and counter-invasion. The war would be unceasing and unending. Off across the region of the door they flew, deep into a spreading gloom and darkness, a Stygian abyss where writhing black vapours shut off the light of any surrounding star. Round and round they flew, spiralling inward, until a faint redness became visible in the distance. The Kakazai Koishak Akami's forged hell worlds came into view, worlds which, like many in the door, the Eye of Terror, would not have been possible elsewhere in the galaxy. 12 vast pits or funnels floated in space, arranged radially like the spokes of a wheel, mouths facing inwards to the hub. Every pit was planet-sized, 5,000 miles across at the mouths, 15,000 miles deep, extending into the darkness. No sun or nebula illuminated them. There was no need. The yawning mouth of each vast pit glared with a red glow and gave off infernal exhalations like burning smoke. The craggy outside walls of the hell pits glimmered only faintly in the gloom. Coming closer to one of the hell worlds, what looked like clouds of gnats or dust could be seen. Closer still, and it emerged that the mouths of the funnels were exhaling not just lurid smoke, but weapons. Weapons by the billions, as well as armour, swords, hammers, spears, pikes, war scythes, war chariots, motorised armoured vehicles, bolt guns, flamers, plasma weapons, artillery, spaceships, attack craft, all the arcane, semi-magical weapons used within the Eye of Terror, lasguns, dirks, demon-guided missiles, all drifting and spreading into the darkness of unlighted space. The Kakas of Kaishak Akim's Forge Worlds. As befitted bloodthirster crudity, they churned out stupendous quantities of armament willy-nilly, without regard for requirements, collection, or logistics. Nearly all of it would drift off into space and be lost, but more would always be there, if they should be needed. The bloodthirster enlarged himself and flew to each of the dozen hell funnels in turn, banging its outside with the flat of his warblade, causing it to vibrate. He barked out a message which carried through the warp to go ringing into each Hades-like interior.
"Slaves, eternally damned, you have a new master. Endure his torments as you have mine."
The Deathbringer was formally handing over the worlds to their new lord, but first the great inventor had to inspect his new property. He flew into the mouth of the nearest funnel, adjusting his size as he did so. The interior stretched away and dwindled into the far distance. The whole of it was filled with a cacophony and a fiery, ruddy glow, and a stench composed of sulphurous fumes and the smoke of blood. The toiling millions, or perhaps billions, they had never been counted, the individual worth nothing, laboured on the inside surface amid seething seas and torrents consisting of boiling blood and molten sulphur. The directors were demons, the slave drivers chaos renegades. The great inventor was met by a demon prince who bowed with great reverence, though he could hardly have been pleased to have been abandoned by his lord and patron and consigned to the aegis of another chaos power. The prince had cast off his chaos armour. This was not a place where he would need to fight, and naked he could better show off his chaos gifts. His oiled, leathery skin gleamed in the furnace heat. His horned head, with eyes as fiery red as the scene behind him, sported a nose and mouth that had grown together into a single snout, while his arms, each with 2 elbows for greater agility, ended in bear-like paws, one of which gripped a whip adorned with barbs. His legs were of living metal, a truly fitting mutation for the supervisor of a forge world. He left the rostrum on which he stood and led the way to an air chariot.
"Allow me the honour, most respected lord, of showing you the facilities."
The great inventor had to shrink himself still further to stand on the chariot's ornate platform, and even then he dwarfed the demon prince who ordered the vehicle. Once a living being, now a dragon-like machine, into motion. They flew over the steaming landscape, ignoring work parties suddenly engulfed in lava streams, ignoring the screeches of those drowning in molten sulphur, or the despairing screams of those sent to scoop up vats of liquid metal from the high-temperature seas, who instead lost their footing and tumbled from the crumbling headlands and floated on the glaring surface as charred slag. A dozen times they alighted so the feathered lord could be shown examples of foundries, rolling mills, factories and workshops. The naked slaves, they weren't allowed clothing, protective or otherwise, made terrified obeisance when the greater demon appeared. Sometimes the feathered lord was displeased and ordered entire continents scorched. Becoming a little anxious at this, the princely supervisor of the hell world proudly showed him the punishment pits, where those who failed to meet their productive quotas were put to endless torment, by burning, by racking, by slow slicing of internal organs. In the huge torture dungeons, they stood, taking in the wailing, the fearful gibbering, the pain-filled howling which echoed between the stone walls.
"No unsatisfactory slave is allowed to die until every last drop of agony has been extracted from them. Most glorious and noble one," the demon prince assured him, in a tone at once servile and boastful. The feathered lord cast his unswerving gaze on the supervisor. "You do not know what dungeons, what devices, what facilities for everlasting torment exist in the Zench heavens. Should you not serve me well,
he informed the corn-appointed demon prince coldly. He flew out of the gaping mouth of the redly glowing hell pit and into the next one, and so on, until he had finished his inspection of all 12. Then he rejoined the Bloodthirster.
They are suitable. They will serve.
Then as we are companions in arms.
This was the moment the Bloodthirster had been waiting for. He peered from beneath his jutting brows, struggling with unfamiliar concepts.
Tell me why you want these worlds of mine. Is it true what you told me, that you have found the way to create matter?
My great invention. Am I not the great inventor?
The Lord of Change could not resist the boast. The name given him by his fellow demons was well deserved. He, and he alone, was to become the favourite of the highest of the Chaos Gods, the most favoured of Tzeentch. His neck craned, and his beaked head, with its multicoloured crest, waved this way and that. He opened wide his beak, raising it to the heavens. His psychic voice cawed loud enough to echo throughout the door.
I can make matter!
The Bloodthirster responded with a doubtful growl.
Let me see this marvel.
The Feathered Lord held out a talon. He murmured words of power, deep magic. His mind became still as ice, calling on the multi-layered spells nested and imprinted in the warp, beyond mortal comprehension, spells that had taken millennia to form.
When we materialize in the Imperium, or even in the door, we must borrow the matter to do it, and that is hard, he clucked softly. That is all our difficulty. That is why we cannot burst into the Imperium and mould it to our will. But this is not borrowed matter. This is new.
A wavy, serrated blade had appeared in the Feathered Lord's talon. A short sword, one of the sinuous emblems of Tzeentch, struck on its side. It gleamed with a blue sheen in the garish red light from the hell pits.
A new age dawns.
He withdrew his talon, leaving the weapon floating in space. The Bloodthirster seized it, hefted it, testing it, his wolfish face twisted in amazement.
And now,
the great inventor said,
I will take my tools.
He made a convoluted sign. He purred words of power. He exerted his will. The forged hell worlds were sucked straight into the warp. Chapter 11. The BYSSOS. The Imperial record had no figure for how many null ships had been sent into the Eye of Terror during the last 15 millennia, but the number certainly amounted to several thousand. It did, however, say how many had come back out, no more than 198. Even this was inexact, for some expeditions, such as that organised recently by the techno-mage Ipsissimus, had been mounted in the utmost secrecy, and were never registered in the archives. In all that time, the surviving probes had succeeded, but sketchily, in their chief task, that of charting star formations within the eye, altered beyond recognition as they were since the day when the warp had exploded into real space. The incomplete charts which had been built up had never been made available to the houses of the Navis nobility. They were accessible only to the Inquisition's innermost demon-hunting arm, totally unknown to society at large and calling itself the Ordo Malleus, and to the secret officers of the Naval Segmente. So it was that, as he looked out over the Eye of Terror, Navigator Pelor Kaladin saw nothing he recognised. None of the star clusters, none of the stellar formations, none of the familiar mapped shapes and patterns of glowing dust and gas that he had come to know from his years of poring over and memorising the great star charts, which were the holy writ of the Navigator houses, appeared before him. The only things that were familiar, and what shocking familiarity it was, were the human faces which flickered in and out of existence, each measuring hundreds of thousands of light years across by the look of them. Yet he was not sure they were really human. They looked changed. He was not sure, either, whether they were not just an illusion produced by his own bewildered vision, for after a few minutes they faded. He sat
numbed, until gradually his panic swelled and overwhelmed him. He looked behind him to where Maynard Rugelow lay on the pallet, a restraint strap across his middle. The trader's eyes were glazed. He had not answered Kaladin's frantic cries, seemed not even to have heard them. Either that or the news they had brought were the last straw which had driven him over the edge into insanity, for he seemed to have withdrawn into himself. Kaladin turned pleadingly to Coiler, who occupied the second pilot's seat beside him. "What shall I do? I can't see the Astronomicon. I'm lost." The bland-faced Coiler, dressed in his voluminous striped blouse and jerkin that was almost like a robe, grinned and nudged his arm. "Yes, faith." Kaladin threw his head down and covered his face with his arms. "I can't! The Emperor has deserted me." Coiler sniggered. "Not in the Emperor, you fool. He can't help you here. Just faith." Slowly, Kaladin disengaged himself from the cocoon. He rose, retreated from the flight panel, and sat down at the table, the arched roof of the cabin curving over him in the dimness. His warp eye seemed to have lost its lustre. His shoulders slumped. "I don't have faith. We're finished." "Of course you do. You're a navigator," Coiler retorted. "How can you not have faith?" "I worship the Emperor," Kaladin protested. "You want me to pray to demons. I can't do that." Coiler waved a hand. No, you don't understand. Not faith in a god. Just faith. Faith that you can get where you want to go. It's the best way to navigate in the eye. It responds to psychic forces." Dolefully, Kaladin shook his head. "The Emperor is the only light," he intoned, quoting Navis Nobilitae liturgy. "The Emperor is the sun above all suns." Coiler smiled twistedly. "You're in the eye of terror now. Here, let me give you some help." He reached into his loose garments, from which he had earlier produced the plasma gun, and brought out a small, curved bottle of ribbed glass, russet in colour. Taped to it was a tiny goblet, no bigger than an acorn. Kaladin recognised it as identical to the liqueur bottle Gundrum had produced on the frontier world. The experience then had frightened him. It had been unexpected, an invasion of his private person, a momentary loss of control which he did not like. He shrank back as Coiler unstoppered the bottle and carefully tipped it, having first detached the acorn-sized cup. A slug of sparkling syrupy liqueur crawled from the neck of the bottle and filled the little glass to the brim. Coiler handed it to him and made an odd remark. "Get him inside you. He'll give you your courage back." Reluctantly, Kaladin accepted the glass and stared into the little blob of thick liqueur with its subdued but ever-changing colours. He felt as though Coiler's words had impelled him to drink despite himself. He raised the minute goblet to his lips. The liqueur seemed to crawl on to his tongue of its own volition, and again he felt the bewildering succession of tastes, as though every flavour he had ever experienced was being played back to him. He was not even aware of swallowing, but the liqueur was sliding down his throat. As soon as it reached his stomach, the savage electric shock jolted through his every fibre. His nerves were on fire. He felt exultation, as though new life had awoken within him. The grimness of his situation had been replaced by a confident expectation of the future. It was as though gloom and darkness had been replaced by iridescent hope. While he experienced this slow, irresistible explosion, Coiler was also taking a slug, straight from the bottle. He closed his eyes, as though listening deep within himself. "By the Emperor," he groaned, apparently speaking to himself. "I hope we find the place soon. This is my last bottle. I've got to get more. Why was I such an idiot?" Kaladin had not known the stuff was addictive. Was Coiler regretting his action in rescuing Rugelow from Angelica's attentions? It seemed so. This knowledge made Kaladin additionally uneasy. Wiping the neck of the bottle, Coiler was looking at him, watching the effect the liqueur had on him. "There's only one place you can get that stuff," he said casually. "A planet Gundrum goes to. Most of his goods he gets from there. Don't listen when he tells you about having extensive contacts. He relies on his sister. So you know what to do now. Do what Angelica does. Fly by faith. Follow her trail. She leaves a strong one, I can tell you that. No, I don't mean like a warp trail. I don't even know if that will work here. Follow her. You've been doing it all along, though you probably don't know it. He said this last with a wry smile, then reclaimed the goblet from Kaladin's limp hand and turned aside. Better give your friend a drop too, or he'll never regain his proper sense of himself again. This is the last either of you are getting, though, till we get a new supply. An unexpected disappointment came over Kaladin. The electric sensation was already beginning to fade, provoking the hope that Coiler would share the remainder of the bottle and repeat the thrill. Nevertheless, he felt vibrant. He watched as Coiler lifted the trader's head and gently applied the freshly filled acorn cup to his lips. Ruggalo swallowed, then went rigid. In one sudden movement, he threw off the restraint strap and leapt from the pallet, eyes blazing. "By the divinity! We're not finished yet!" "Of course not," Coiler murmured. "By the divinities." He turned to Kaladin. There was a new look in his eyes. "Why do you wait? Follow Angelica. I need essence." Kaladin hurried to his cocoon. Throwing the warp lever, he prepared to do as Coiler had bid and try to navigate without the Astronomicon. At first, the wandering star was caught up in a fast-flowing stream as before. Normally, Kaladin would have frozen with fright. That he did not do so had something to do, perhaps, with the liqueur. Essence, Coiler had called it. He realized suddenly that there was something in what Coiler had said. Navigation in the warp was an act of faith, even with the Astronomicon. Formerly, he had always associated this with faith in the Emperor, which was every navigator's creed. But there was something more, something internal to the individual, a sort of confidence that he could succeed. Kaladin stared ahead, seeing here and there the peculiar areas of darkness, which betokened stars or clusters of stars. Not that that meant much. Line of sight was of little use in the warp. The navigator gene did more than give one warp vision. Its other gift was second-guessing, an instinct for how to get from here to there in the shortest time. It would surprise many, Kaladin reflected, to learn to what degree the traffic of the mighty Imperium depended on this instinct. The warp whirlpool smoothed out a little. They were beyond the first barrier, where the turbulence was greatest. And then the incredible happened. The whine of the warp engine died. The engagement layer clicked back by itself. The ship had dropped spontaneously out of the warp. Kaladin sat bewildered, looking out again at the vast extent of the eye with its glittering stars. Most unusual in their colours, he noticed now, embedded in space which, though dark, of course, was not nearly as dark as the space of the rest of the galaxy, but glimmered with transient colour, as if a thin sheen of oil had been poured on ebony and was diffracting the light of the stars themselves. In fact, that space was not black at all. It was nearer to blue, as he had noticed before. "Something's wrong with the drive," he said in a quiet, quivering voice. A warp drive was the most thoroughly tested, most solidly designed piece of equipment in the entire Imperium. It was almost unheard of for one to fail. But if it did... "The driver's all right," Coiler told him from the nearby co-pilot's seat. "You don't need it, that's all." Slowly, Kaladin turned his head to stare at Coiler, his warp eye gleaming as though with malevolence. What the little man said made no sense. "Engage the real space drive," Coiler told him, "and hold on maximum acceleration. You'll see what I mean." Kaladin spluttered. "You're mad. Your brain has turned to mush. At real space velocity it would take us thousands of years to reach even the nearest star." Unperturbed by the insult, Coiler smiled. "Try it." Kaladin took his hands from the controls and sat back, the cocoon enwrapping him like a shroud. "I refuse to behave so foolishly." From behind him came a shuffling. Ruggalo had left the pallet and staggered up to the control board, placing his hand to lean on the back of Kaladin's chair. His eyes still had a slightly insane glaze to them, but also an excitement, as if of a new adventure. He seemed almost drunk. For a few moments he gazed at the external screen, which showed the weird sight of the eye fitting cleanly within the screen's rococo oval frame. "Do as he says, Pelor." He knows more about this part of the galaxy than you do.
Stubbornly, Kaladin folded his arms. For an answer, Ruggalo did what he had done on the night of their first meeting. He reached past Kaladin and engaged the real space drive. It burst into action with a coughing roar, quite unlike the smooth and ghostly whine of the warp engine. Kaladin reached to turn it off again, but Ruggalo kept his large, sturdy hand on the brass control handle, preventing him. Clenching his teeth with annoyance, Kaladin perforce took over the trim controls, not willing to see the ship fly unguided through space. "Maximum acceleration," Coiler stressed. He was not smiling now. The look on his face was one of grim satisfaction, as if showing them something incredible which he did not himself understand. Which indeed he was. There was no sense of acceleration in the little cabin. The ship's own inertial field was easily able to handle real space forces of that kind. The three men each kept his eyes on the velocity tabulator. It had two readings, one in miles per hour, and one, rarely referred to, in fractions of the velocity of light. It was being referred to now. The performance of the wandering star was beyond relief, far outdoing even what the ship could have achieved when brand new. The first dial whirred until it became a blur. All eyes were on the second reading. "Captain!" Kaladin yelled, the first time he had acknowledged Ruggalo's right to be so called. "We have exceeded the speed of light!" Nonplussed, Ruggalo took his hand off the engine lever. The tabulator continued to climb. "We are doing warp speed in real space," he said with a puzzled frown.
"Not real space exactly," Coiler reminded him. "This is the Eye of Terror, where the warp and real space overlap. This particular phenomenon has appeared only recently, though, perhaps in the past year. We're in a region of the eye where the overlap has changed its nature. Warp and space have become welded or stuck together somehow, fused rather than simply overlapping. The result is you can have a star-to-star travel with just an ordinary drive. Extraordinary, isn't it?" He shrugged. "The eye is full of surprises. Don't expect this one to be the last, though. It's temporary, I imagine."
"You don't need a navigator at all," Kaladin said dully. "Anyone could do it."
"I wouldn't say that. The warp is still involved. You still need that faith. It might look like you can go from Alpha to Omega in a straight line, but you can't. Not always."
Just the same, if the whole galaxy were like this, the Navis nobility probably wouldn't exist, Kaladin reflected. More than that, the Imperium wouldn't exist either. Other races lacking the navigator gene would also be able to steer their ships over long interstellar distances. The advantage enjoyed by the human species would be gone. The tabulator continued clicking up figures. Kaladin was amazed. The wandering star was now travelling at nearly 100 times the velocity of light. It was impossible. In normal space, no ship, even with the most powerful engines, had ever managed to accelerate to more than 1/2 the velocity of light. And even then, the friction due to dust and gas, unbelievably tenuous though the matter in the interstellar medium was, had proved so destructive as to tear such a ship apart. Yet Ruggalo's cargo carrier, a battered scow, moved smoothly, with no hint of any drag on the external hull. Coiler broke in on his pilot's delirium. "Go easy. Remember what you're about. Follow Angelica. She's out there, leaving a psychic trail for you to follow. She even wants you to follow her." Kaladin scarcely heard him. The wandering star went scorching through space, faster and faster. He could hear Ruggalo breathing heavily behind him. The experience of seeing stars whiz by like snowflakes in a blizzard was so exciting that he could scarcely contain himself. Coiler's voice rose to a shout. "Slow down! You're taking us too far! We'll—" A violent jolt flung them all forward, so that Ruggalo catapulted over Kaladin's shoulder and ended up sprawled on the control panel, bruising himself on the protruding instruments and levers. The wandering star resounded like a gong. The view on the external view screen disappeared. The screen was blank. They were in the warp. And, quite unaccountably, the real space drive had shut down, and the whine of the warp engine resumed. On the control board, from which Ruggalo was extricating himself, the two levers had moved themselves. How had this happened? Had Rugelo's collision with the panel moved them? Had the sudden jerk of the ship jolted them into a new position? Or, Kaladin hardly dared think it, had the ship itself responded, as if it were a living thing? The eye wrought changes, Coiler had said, and if it could change an inanimate object like the wandering star so, what might it do to Rugelo and himself? Coiler was still shouting, trying to rouse him. "You've taken us over the edge, out of the region I told you about! Turn around, take us back!" But Kaladin could recognise nothing around him. Without the Astronomicon, he might as well have been in pitch darkness. Where was galactic north, south, east and west, zenith or nadir? How could he turn around when he didn't know which way he was pointed? He closed both his warp eye and his real space eyes. For a moment it was as though he had fainted. He lost consciousness of the cabin and his two companions. Deep down within himself, he heard a voice speaking to him, urging him, warning him. "Get out, Pelor! Get out of this place! Get back to the normal universe!" His mother's voice. Except that this time he knew it was not really his mother, and not any deceiving demon either. It was his own subconscious, trying to warn him, using a voice it knew he would listen to. He opened his warp eye again. There was no jungle, no curves and skeins of multidimensional space. Nothing at all that made sense, except that a powerful onrush had seized the wandering star and was hurling it onward. How far had they come? It was impossible to know. Thousands of light years, perhaps. The warp engine was idling, having no effect in the chaos stream. Coiler was still yelling at him and thumping him on the arm. Rugelo had retreated back to his pallet. He had to do something to get his bearings, Kaladin decided. Here, no stars were visible. Everything was one dark, roiling mass. Perhaps, if he could see stars in real space, he could guess the direction they had come from. He pushed forward the warp lever. The transition was instant, but still there were no stars. In fact, he was not sure they were back in real space until he looked at the view screen and saw the image there. Coiler saw it too. He sucked in his breath. No. What was on the screen, Kaladin could see with his warp eye too. A huge, black, boiling, circular patch of space through which vomited a flood of even darker blackness, such as he had never imagined before. This was not the blackness or darkness that came from the absence of light. It was a positive thing, like a solid substance of active force. Ravening, raving, seeking to overcome everything. There was no sound, of course, but Kaladin's navigator's imagination had manufactured one, and he heard the cosmic eruption as a rumbling, a roaring, a shattering, and cracking as though the universe itself was coming to an end. It was the vastest thing he had ever seen. The impression of huge size it gave was like nothing else. In comparison, the wandering star was no larger than an atom. Coiler stared at the phenomenon, stunned and frightened. "By all the gods!" he exclaimed. "By the Emperor, by Zench, by Slanesh, by Khorne, by Nurgle, we are lost. We've come 5,000 light years. It's the BYSSOS." Kaladin scarcely even noticed Coiler's blasphemy in grouping the divine Emperor with the strange names he had never even heard of. "What did you say it is?" he stuttered. "The centre of the eye. This is where the energy of the warp pours through. More concentrated than anything you've seen. Get us out of here, if you love the Emperor. If that stuff touches us, there's no guessing what will happen." Was this the secret of the eye? A hole punctured in the fabric of materiality for the forces of madness to pour through. Coiler was right about the effects of such violent concentration of chaos. It would twist reality beyond comprehension. But that would hardly matter, as warp energy, that furious, would spin the ship to fragments anyway. He heard his mother's voice again, sounding as if in his vitals. "Get out of here, Pelor! Get out now!" The BYSSOS, as Coiler called it, had at least given him a point of reference. He dropped back into the warp. Curiously, the BYSSOS was not visible here at first. The warped stream which had been carrying the wandering star, and which possibly was one of the great torrent's tributaries, had occluded it. But now the stream was slowing and breaking up as it met similar currents to form, finally, a horrendous vortex, and the awesome maw was revealed. Kaladin knew he would not be able to simply turn the ship around and head back upstream. The warp drive would make no headway against such a powerful flow. He attempted an arabesque manoeuvre, weaving in and out of the flurries surrounding the mighty BYSSOS, like a moth trying to survive a raggedly blowing gale. The cabin swayed to and fro, caught in the raging forces. "Flee! Flee! Flee!" Eventually, he was able to put some distance between themselves and the supernatural hole in space. And then the ship seemed to get caught in one of the fast jets put up by the BYSSOS. A cold, malevolent wind was blowing through him, a wind of the warp, not merely as a psychic mirror to the material universe, but as a furious invading power. Kaladin did his best to hold steady as this baleful pupil of the Eye of Terror receded behind them. Where would they come out? He could only hope they would be deposited back in the same region from which they had so precipitously departed. Coiler was looking relieved but tense, licking his lips, his face pale. "Think of Angelica," he advised. "Picture her in your mind. Feel her presence. You can do that, can't you?" Sarcastically, he added, "I'm sure she made an impression on you." Kaladin found the instruction unnerving. Gundrum's demon-infested sister was not someone he wanted to think of at all, let alone follow her psychic trail as though it was a spectral umbilical to wherever it might lead. "What if I just keep going?" he challenged. "We got close to the centre of the eye. If I keep going, we should reach the periphery sooner or later. Maybe we can get through to the outside." Coiler gave vent to a sarcastic laugh. "Stop daydreaming, my friend. You know better than that. You know you can't travel in a straight line here. You're in a warp hurricane. You'd only be chasing your own tail. As for getting through the boundary, you won't manage that either, without Angelica, unless you want to try and make it through the Cadian Gate, which is just as hard to find and patrolled by chaos ships as well. Fancy meeting one of those? No? Then use your navigator's senses. Forget the Emperor. Find Angelica." A groan came from the pallet. "Angelica! Angelica!" The name was uttered with a mixture of dread and longing. Kaladin's skin crawled. How could he take Ruglo back to that? He wondered again why Coiler had acted as he did, in defending them from such a horror, when all he wanted now, it seemed, was to get back to the source of his addiction again. He could only suppose the addiction itself had robbed him of his reason, leaving him at the mercy of his impulses. Looming far off, he saw warp traces which indicated stellar formations, and some patterns that he did not recognize, suggesting structures that certainly would have been impossible in normal space. He felt no wish to investigate. He was doing as Coiler said, flying on instinct, doing what he had always done, but without the Astronomicon, without the Emperor, homing on the signature not of a star or group of stars, but on an individual with very strange qualities. The fast jet on which they travelled dispersed itself into the substance of the eye. Kaladin reduced warp velocity. Hours passed, and then the wandering star jolted violently once again, and the tumultuous view of the warp disappeared, to be replaced by the transparent deep blue, shot with colour, that they had seen before. The warp drive faded at the same time as the real space engine coughed into life, but without any intervention from Kaladin. It was eerie to be piloting a ship which seemed to have a mind of its own. Coiler was looking about, manipulating the view screen. "We have to look for the rose cluster," he said. "What's that?" "Believe me, you'll know it when you see it." Kaladin didn't need the view screen. In this part of the eye, his warp vision gave him a clear view. They were travelling faster than light, but he restrained himself, not wanting to make the same mistake as before. Everything was unfamiliar. Far off he saw what might be the physical counterparts of the strange figures he had seen in the warp. It was hard to make out what they were, unless they were simply dust veils. A planetary system loomed up. He slowed further and steered close to take a look at it. Its sun was huge, except that it was not what he would normally think of as a sun. It was not spherical, but a flat disk, in colour a brilliant shimmering green. There were at least 20 planets, each a different colour: mauve, russet, lemon yellow, magenta, but they were not arranged as planets usually were. Instead of being roughly in the same plane, their orbits crisscrossed at angles. like the electrons of an atom, and sometimes more than one planet shared the same orbit. Then something appeared which caused Kaladin to sit stock still with shock. A figure was flying through the system, and it was bigger than the planets themselves, bigger than the disc-shaped green sun. A vaguely humanoid figure, but crimson-furred, with a furiously fanged, dog-like head, eyes glaring like pits of blood from beneath jutting brows. The head topped by great angled horns, plus a twisted unicorn horn jutting from the crown. The creature was flying by, flapping vast, membranous wings, which put a dozen planets in shadow with each pass. It wore brief but ornately worked armour down to the waist, glinting red and black, close-fitting except at the shoulders, which were protected by raised and extravagantly worked pieces. The curved, bladed battle-axe it carried in one great hand, holding the haft loosely as it flew, was bronze black, and vaster than any weapon should be. A supernatural energy seemed to flow and crackle through the unbelievable apparition, making it more solid-seeming, more real than any natural creature. What? Kaladin stuttered until his mind found a rational explanation. It's a hallucination. Can you see it, Coiler? Though frightened, Coiler was not quite as astonished as the navigator. It's real, he said quietly, his mouth dry. A demon, one of rank too. Now something happened which confused Kaladin at first. The apparition seemed to be retreating. Too late, he realized that in fact it was approaching, but dwindling in size at the same time. The demon seemed angry. It flew alongside the wandering star, no more than 20 times the size of the spacecraft now, glancing at it sidelong with its smouldering eyes, wings beating majestically. How can it use its wings to fly in space? Kaladin queried hysterically. It flies on warp currents. Be careful. Don't do anything. Perhaps it'll go away. Kaladin shrieked and pulled on the controls as the warp entity, in a sudden rage, swung round and lashed out with the battle-axe, itself larger than the starship. The wandering star jinked aside, narrowly missing being crushed by the blow, then sped off. The demon did not follow. The spaceship was too minute to be worth the bother, no more significant than a gnat. When last he looked, Kaladin saw the immense chaos creature, system-sized again, taking his frustration out on one of the circling coloured worlds, batting it sideways with the flat of the battle-axe, and sending the broken pieces hurtling into the disc-shaped sun. For the very first time, the navigator felt that now he truly understood what it was that the Divine Emperor was striving to protect the human race from. Briefly, he wondered if the smashed planet had a human population. Multiple, multicoloured suns fled past, some misshapen, some ring-shaped, some joined together in complicated patterns by filaments of light and fire, some surrounded by what looked like intricate decorations made of gold and silver and brass. There was no consistency. No two were identical. It was a storm-enwrapped minor universe in which the normal laws of physics did not count. The will and imagination of demons counted for more. The Rose Cluster, Kyler kept saying. Look for the Rose Cluster. Kaladin found it, coming at him from the darkness and distance, and despite everything that had happened, he gasped with wonder. Maynard, he called. Come and look at this. The trader staggered from the pallet where he had been lying and peered out blearily. His arms dropped limply, his jaw sagged. The Rose Cluster was, as its name implied, a large cluster of stars. Typically these were globular and contained thousands, sometimes tens of thousands of stars. In that respect, the cluster was unremarkable. Except that all the stars were an entrancing pink colour, and the entire cluster had the shape of a rose. It was all there. The curving petals, hundreds of light years across, picked out in sheets of stars and glowing gas, also pink. The petals foliated with one another, layered down to a softly blazing heart. Some mighty demon with a sense of beauty had crafted this. Kaladin powered the telescope, feeding its images to the view screen. One of the stars, forming the cluster, appeared before them. It too was in the shape of a rose, its radiant plasma magically suspended to form identical layers of soft petals. Every single sun in there is the same, Coiler told him. And that's not all. Every one of the planets in there is shaped like a rose too. Thousands upon thousands of them. Is Gundren in there? Coiler shook his head. No. We use this as a signpost, but they are nearby. Can't you sense her? You ought to by now. He pointed to a reddish-brown dot of light just to the left of the rose cluster. Evidently, it was not part of the cluster proper, for it had been missed out by whatever magic had created the floral miracle. That's the star. It only has one planet. That's where we usually finish up. That's where Gundrum's trading post is. How can you be sure they're there now? Kyler uttered a short, explosive laugh. Because you brought us here, Navigator. How else do you think you found it? Although Coiler could just as easily have done so, Kaladin guided the wandering star towards the undistinguished sun. When it billowed into view, it was revealed as swarming and moody, an angry, muddy brown sphere shot through with flashes of red. Its sole planet was not hard to locate. It orbited close to its primary, and no sister planets showed up when he set the tabulator to search for them. A sun with only one planet was extremely rare in the rest of the galaxy, and usually resulted from some cosmic accident that had destroyed the rest of the planetary system. Remembering how he had seen a demon casually destroy a planet only a short while earlier, Kaladin could but speculate on what might have happened here. He didn't know how much it might be due to the suggestion on Coiler's part, but he did indeed seem to feel an insinuating presence in his mind. Angelica. She of the barbed tail and long pincers in place of hands. She seemed to be smiling at him, laughing at him. The memory of what she had nearly done to Ruggalo came bursting into his imagination. Somehow it made him feel dirtied and depraved. He parked the ship in orbit and studied the world below. Like its sun, it had a turbulent appearance. Boiling cloud hid its surface, shot through with lightning flashes. But Kaladin's attention went to a most unusual feature. Perhaps a dozen spiky towers stuck out from the planet, protruding not only above the cloud layer, but above the atmosphere as well. They gave the planet a stellated appearance, like a seed pod equipped with spines. The spikes must each have been 1,000 miles tall. From their tips, jagged streams of energy occasionally streamed, linking the spikes together in transient patterns. "What are those?" Kaladin asked Coiler, indicating the spikes. "Just mountains." Kaladin shook his head. "Mountains that high are physically impossible." "You are forgetting where you are." Fascinated, Kaladin sat watching the discharges from the incredible towers. It was hardly correct to call them mountains, he thought. They were too slender, slim columns of rock 1,000 miles tall. Coiler broke into his thoughts. "Well, pilot, take us down. I'll guide you into Gundrum's camp." Puzzled, Kaladin said, "Isn't that fraught with danger? Our plan is to follow their spaceship out of the eye. We should stay hidden. I doubt they'll spot us here in orbit." For an answer, Coiler reached into his jerkin and fetched out the liqueur bottle. He tapped its side, showing how little liqueur was left. "I've come to collect some of this, remember." "Would you endanger us all for that? Be reasonable." The tips of Coiler's fingers sneaked back towards the opening of his jerkin. For a moment, Kaladin feared he was going to bring out his melter gun. But no, he realized. He would never be so foolish as to discharge its deadly energy in the small cabin. It would vaporize them all. Not, of course, that he could believe Coiler would turn on them like that. "You owe me," Coiler said suddenly. "Where would you be without me? Let's go down. I told you, Gundrum won't hurt you." Ruggalo was looking down on the spiny planet now. Kaladin sensed a struggle going on in him. A struggle concerning Angelica. His eyes were avid, but his face was pale with fear. Angelica. The navigator thought he heard Ruggalo whispering the name, though in fact his ears had not picked up anything at all. He was detecting, or else subconsciously guessing, Ruggalo's thoughts. Suddenly the trader seemed to snap out of his reverie. "It's too risky. We'll stay parked up here in orbit, then follow Gundrum's ship when it takes off. If you want more liqueur, you can buy some from Gundrum back on Caligula, if he brings any with him. Provided he'll sell it to you now, that is."
"Very well, Captain,"
Coiler said, snarling his disappointment. "How long is Gundrum likely to stay here?" Kaladin inquired. Coiler shrugged. "Not long. A day or two, perhaps. Imperial time. Of course, we're only supposing they'll head back to Caligula. Perhaps Angelica will take it into her pretty head to explore the eye a little more." Ruglow remembered what Coiler had said earlier about Gundrum having mainly one source of supply. The addict was pathetically trying to influence his decision. He nodded. One got used to waiting on a spaceship. "We'll set the close-range scanners to ring an alarm when it spots an object rising from the planet. Meantime, let's get something to eat." Ruglow prepared a meal in the tiny gallery from desiccated vegetables and dried fruit. Coiler, as he had been doing all along, took occasional furtive sips from his ribbed bottle, not offering any to the other two. Fatigue took its toll. Ruglow retired to the rear cabin. Kaladin threw Coiler a blanket, then lay on the pallet to get a few hours' sleep. It must have been an hour or two later that a swaying motion brought him gradually to consciousness. The cabin was in darkness, except for the emergency electro-lumin, which was never switched off, casting the palest and most subdued of blue light. He raised his head and looked to where Coiler had settled himself by the far bulkhead, but failed to see him in the near darkness. He became aware of a susurration, a low whispering noise, the sound of an atmosphere rushing past the outer hall. As noiselessly as he could, he eased himself from the pallet and saw the dim glow of instruments on the control board. Outlined against that glow was the hunched form of Coiler. He must have kicked the ship from orbit by using momentary near-silent nudges from the close manoeuvring engines. On the external view screen, thick brown cloud was boiling past the sensors. They were flying through the atmosphere like an aircraft. Coiler was taking them down, on to the Chaos Planet. Chapter 12. In the Rose Cluster. The view of the sky from Rodonius 4285714229, whether by night or by day, was beyond compare. By day it was dominated by Rodonius's rose-tinted sun, enwrapped in its own radiant pink petals, the nearest stars of the surrounding rose cluster showing through a pale mauve sky. The night display was even more gorgeous. The whole cluster became visible against a purple background, stars and glowing gas sheets laid out, layer after curved layer, surrounding the planet with endless shells of shining pink veils. The overall view was the same from all the planets within the cluster, all of which were designated Rodonius, followed by a number. It was said that each number represented just one barb on just one feather of the great god Tzeentch. As far as Rodonius 4285714229 went, the specific form of the view also depended on where one stood, for there was no single skyline. Each petal of the planetary rose was a landscape, and petal arced over petal, allowing light to permeate sufficiently to cast a rosy glow on the lower levels. The pink, quartz-like rock of which they were composed, singing faintly on a high, sweet, crystalline note. Captain Zabdek Abadas, late of the Blood Angels chapter, eternal enemy of the Emperor and everything the Imperium of mankind stood for, looked out upon the wondrous sight from one of the planet petals of the second layer, the lip of a higher quartz canopy soaring above him. The sun was setting amid a fiery glow, and the greater rose of the star cluster was swelling into its full splendour. This was the time of day when he paused in remembrance of the beloved War Master Horus, who should have replaced the Emperor and ushered in a new age of glory. He remembered, too, his own spiritual preceptor, Commander Luther, presumed killed in the great final battle on the Dark Angel's homeworld of Caliban. though there was a distant rumour that he still lived. Abordas did not believe it for a moment. Had Luther survived, he would have gathered all the scattered angels together under one banner here in the Imperium of Chaos. His daily reflections finished, Captain Abordas addressed himself to donning his armour once more. This was also the time of day when he shed that armour for a while, though it became harder and harder as time went by. He had come to see the armour as himself. To be without it meant more than to be naked. He no longer recognized himself as a body of flesh and blood. It had changed much since it had first been fitted for him. The armour forgers of the Adeptus Mechanicus who had wrought it would scarcely recognize it as their own work now. All the old symbols had been replaced, but that was the least of it. The power suit, of a bulky, squarish shape, the most cumbersome type of Space Marine armour of its era, was as though it had lain for centuries in some chemical-laden bath and had grown coloured crystalline excrescences, mutating the former clean ceramite lines into curlicued intricacy. Such an explanation was not as far from the mark. The power suit was 10,000 years old, or from another standpoint, it was only 100 years old, for time did not proceed in a straight line in the Chaos realm. It had indeed mutated as though it were a living thing, armour and wearer growing together, changing together, tending towards the point where they would at last become a single entity. Captain Abordas knew the day would come when he could no longer bring himself to remove it. Chaos armour. Seeing that he had finished his meditations, his body slaves scurried forward and with the skill of long practice began fitting his craggy body in with its bleak face, so unused to expressing anything now, into the mass of altered metal, ceramite and machinery. This was not as difficult as it might once have been. Though his body still carried all of its Marine's modifications, it was relatively unchanged by Chaos gifts, for he worshipped no particular Chaos god. The mark of Chaos on him showed chiefly in his strength of will. Abordas stood amidst a meadow strewn with roses of all sizes and hues. His habitation was a cabin, carved from the trunk of a giant rose tree. His personal retinue fended for themselves in the rose forest which lay deep in the gap between the planet Petal on which he stood and the petal arcing overhead. The angel captain's domain, that is, the territory where all feared and obeyed him, consisted of these two petals and the petals on either side, though he could exert his will over more of the planet if he had a mind to, which he sometimes did. His mustachioed seneschal approached. He wore body armour consisting of carved plates of blue feldspar and a helmet of hard rosewood. He carried a halberd. All this indicated to Abordas the nature of the message he was bringing. He bowed.
"My lord, we have located the intruders in the forest."
By now the body slaves had fastened on Abordas's helm with its prow-like visor. He had access to all his suit's enhanced senses, which went well beyond those of a space marine of the human Imperium. He could see the seneschal's feelings as clearly as he could see the man's face, playing over his body like the changing colours of a chameleon. The seneschal was feeling resolute, confident in his commander, excited at the thought of conflict, but also, of course, afraid as much that he might be sacrificed in Abordas's battle plan as he was of being killed by the enemy. Abordas grunted to himself. An unmodified human being was a patchwork of emotions, any one of which could betray him. There were only two ways to extirpate fear: brain surgery or to receive the favours of chaos. Abordas had not felt fear for thousands of years. His hollow voice boomed from his helm.
"How many hours' march?" "Perhaps 2, master."
"Call Sergeant Arkid and his war parties together. We will attack tonight."
"Yes, master."
The seneschal bowed again and departed. The body slaves, their task done, backed away with heads lowered. Abordas began to check his weapons: chainsword, bolter, street gun, a chaos weapon that did not work outside the Eye of Terror, once presented to him by a demon prince as thanks for his part in a campaign. When he had finished, he again became lost in thoughts, standing as still as a carved statue, while the rose sun vanished and the rose cluster took possession of the sky. Captain Abordas sometimes felt lonely for the company of his own kind. Oh, he had met other traitor marines. There were perhaps 250,000 of those in the Eye, but in all his wanderings he had never met another Dark Angel. For all that he knew for certain, he might be the only battle brother to have been cast here on that terrible day when they had all been drawn through the warp and scattered across the galaxy. Once he had heard news of another, but had never found him. Eventually, he had concluded that he had but heard some story about himself. The Dark Angel's captain had not been in the Rose Cluster for very long. He had wandered all over the Eye of Terror, always alone, witnessing countless marvels and offering his services to one prince after another. War was constant in the Eye. His power armour was scorched and scored in testament to the action he had taken. But he had found it easy to cow the inhabitants and carve out a territory for himself. A true warrior should always have slaves. A puissant demon of Tzeentch had transformed the cluster originally, magically imposing the rose theme upon it, but it had left it more or less open, so that chaos renegades of all kinds were attracted to it. Lately, worshippers of Khorne had been swarming into the system, always ferocious, always destructive, coming only to slay. Abordas had heard that a war was now being fought between the cluster's patron and a greater demon of Tzeentch, so he regarded it as an act of courtesy to oppose the invaders, especially if they threatened his own domain. The Seneschal returned with Captain Arked, while upward of 2,000 men he had trained under Aberdas's supervision began filtering from the edge of the rose forest on the limits of the meadow. Arked was a Chaos renegade, not native to the Eye, who had fought as a mercenary on the fringes of the Imperium before being swept up into the warp storm aboard a crippled warship. Life here suited his adventurous nature perfectly. One side of his face had been ruined by a flamer blast and never repaired. Reconstructive surgery was one service the Eye did not offer. A crimson coxcomb replaced the hair on his head, the only visible favour of chaos he had received so far. He wore chainmail and a metal breastplate, but disdained a helmet, the better to show his mutation. Thrust into his sword belt in cavalier fashion were 2 las pistols. Of Aberdas's small army, several hundred were adventurers like Arked, the remainder conscripted locals, some of them wearing blue feldspar armour like the Seneschals, for there were no metal ores in the crust of Rodonus 428571429, but many were clad only in their usual clothing of woven rosewood fibre. Weaponry was various, ranging from slug guns, flamers, and las pistols to quartz axes, spears, and pikes. Moved by the shouting and cursing of the corporals, they formed up in massed columns, holding aloft their banners decorated with garish designs in vermilion, purple, and black, mostly designed by Abordas and incorporating or redesigning a number of well-known symbols of the Dark Powers. Many of the banners bore a portrait of the power-armoured Abordas himself, sharp-edged visor jutting forward, bolter and chainsword at the ready, as though about to steamroller over the viewer. In these parts, a Space Marine sworn to chaos was a figure to strike terror, a fact consciously exploited by Abordas. Now he stood before them, legs astride, massive power-armoured boots trampling the roses. He delivered a brief address, his amplified voice booming over the assembly. "A foul enemy has invaded our fell realm, and is encamping in the wood. An enemy who will take more of your daughters, kill more of your sons than I have. We go now to destroy and humiliate him, not to preserve your families and your farms, not from fear of me, but because only in this way do you please the gods. Throw yourself on the enemy. Any who shrink face this." He raised the chainsword and let it buzz for long seconds, waving it in the air. When first he began to press the local people into military service, he had sometimes killed all the survivors after a battle, in the interests of morale. Subsequent recruits showed a little more backbone as a result. He finished with a fervent prayer. "Luther, lead us. Horus, bestow your beneficence. Arkid, double time. I give you 1 hour to get through the forest." Arkid bellowed commands. Furling the banners for ease of travel, the war party tramped at a run through the meadow and entered the forest, forming columns which passed easily between the boles of the giant rose trees. Sunset was giving way to night now. As the temperature fell, the quartz song dropped a tone and became louder, a sultry blue note. The underside of the vast, overarching planet petal arced far overhead, like the roof of a giant cave. But the foliations of the cluster's stupendous interstellar rose still showed through hazily, as if through a luminous screen. The rose forest, with its great blooms, which were larger than a man and which gave off a heady, powerful scent, never knew darkness, only a purple twilight. Abadas did not trouble to ask himself how a raiding party from another world had managed to lodge itself so deep in between two petal landscapes. He thought he knew. After nearly an hour, he ordered a slowing of pace and sent scouts ahead. Their reports brought no surprises. With his enhanced senses, he could already hear where the Khornate force was encamped in a hollow, holding a noisy revelry. He could also see the glow of their fire reflecting off the shiny stems of the rose trees. He called a halt and advanced alone, for all his bulk moving quietly with his powered tread. The invaders had not posted sentinels, which was typical of the followers of Khorne and their contempt for caution. He was able to hide himself in a rose thicket and look down into their camp. Rosewood blazed cheerily, casting a bright light over the proceedings. The hollow was a large one, amphitheatre-sized, all of the rose trees having been cut down to make space and thrown onto the towering campfire. Abadas guessed that about 1,000 warriors were sprawled around it. He cast his senses beyond the camp and thought he saw the outlines of the landing craft which had brought them here. The starship that had transported them might still be in orbit, though that was unlikely. Its restless captain would already have gone off somewhere else, promising to come back sometime. He gazed overhead, searching the roof sky. There it was, a gap, through which the rose cluster shone through with greater clarity. The Khorne worshippers had blasted their way through the upper planet petal, boring into the rose planet like a devouring worm. He knew full well how it had been done, using an explosive that combined demonic power with nuclear fusion, able to aim the detonation in one direction and punch a clean hole through 1/4 of a mile of quartz in complete silence. He had seen it done before, though trapping a minor demon inside a fusion bomb was not easy. He turned his attention to the camp. A glaring, manic Khorne totem had been erected in the firelight, overlooking the scene as though it was fully conscious, which it probably was. He saw that practically all the warriors were Chaos Renegades who had received mutations. Common were dog-like heads, arms mutated into swords, battle axes or spiked clubs, scorpion tails, tongues that spat poison darts. About 100 had apparently received their Chaos rewards in common. They all had insect faces, with transverse mandibles, powerful enough, Abadas had seen this mutation before, to bite through steel. And among them were a few great champions, grossly transformed, more monstrous than human, whose every step and gesture radiated violence. There appeared, however, to be no Chaos Marines. The Khorne worshippers knew by now that there was an enemy force in the forest. They had captured one of the scouts and a number of the forest dwellers. A space had been cleared before the totem. The prisoners had been stripped and given blades. This was the only sort of sport Khorne worshippers liked. Grey-faced, The captives were required to fight for their lives against opponents chosen from the bestial horde. But the blood god's sense of humour still prevailed. Abordas turned up his hearing and heard, through the celebratory howls and grunts, the conditions of combat being stated. The captives could strike any part of the body, but their Khorne adversaries could disembowel only. There were maybe 50 prisoners, but the entertainment lasted only minutes. Intestines spilled in red mounds upon the bloodied ground, accompanied by dying shrieks. There was no mercy for those who, seeing what fate had in store for them, refused to fight or else begged to be spared. One slash across the abdomen was the only response. From among the crowd, inane, near-mindless creatures began to lap the blood and gobble up the steaming guts. They had once been human, but were now deformed beyond description, scuttling on all fours, comical in their grotesquerie, were it not so horrible. Chaos Spawn, champions of chaos whose careers had ended in utmost degradation due to having displeased their master in some way. Knowledge of this likely destiny was one of the reasons why Abordas had declined to dedicate himself to any particular chaos power, for all the gifts such worship might have brought him. He turned his head back in the direction from which he had come, amplifying his voice and calling, his words roaring through the purple forest and making the fleshy petals of the big roses tremble. "Advance!" And he leapt straight down into the Khorne worshippers' camp. "Blood for the blood god!" he growled, the amplifier still full on. His chainsword sent blood and shredded flesh spattering across the camp. His bolter blasted out shell after shell as he waded into the press of bodies. He saw looks of admiration on the faces that were obliterated a split second later. His armour became outlined in a crescendo of laser and flamer fire. Impotent spears glanced across his narrow-angled visor. Chaos champions fought among themselves for the honour of being the first to confront him, only to fall with hoarse cries of fulfilment, vanquished by a worthy warrior. Arcade at its head, Abordas's small army was soon pouring into the amphitheatre, banners raised. Normally it would have been no match for the Khorne berserkers, despite outnumbering them 2-1, but Abordas had already turned the tide in their favour. Brandishing a las pistol in each hand, Arcade stood back to back with Abordas, coolly picking off those attacking him from the rear, watching in amusement as the mortally wounded proudly displayed their sacred mutations in their final agonies, calling on Khorne to witness their end. A more equal slaughter began. The insect-headed mutants, in particular, proved adept at biting off faces, heads, and limbs. The air became filled with a hubbub of howls and chitterings, hoots and squeals, growls and hoarse screams, as well as neighs, of abject terror from the more faint-hearted among Abordas's recruits. On the edge of his vision he saw some sneak away. He marked them down for exemplary execution later. His death barrage had emptied his bolter's magazine, while at the same time reducing the Khorne force by about a third. Rather than spend seconds replacing the magazine, he slapped the weapon to its holster clamp and seized the SHRIEK gun in his gauntlet. Its appearance was unusual for any kind of gun. The muzzle was a slot whose width was 5 times its height, enwrapped in a decorative serpent of gleaming electrum. As soon as he took hold of the hand grip, he felt the gun connect with his mind. Like much that was chaos crafted, especially weapons, it was partly physical and partly psychic. Only the very strong-willed could use a SHRIEK gun. Its backlash would engulf a weak-willed user along with the target. Abordas's armoured forefinger wrapped itself around the trigger that might have belonged to a muzzle-loaded aquabus on some backwater world. A striped streak, a rashed ribbon, a stretch of pulled candy, a length of taffeta banded in orange, mauve and brown, rippled from the horizontal slot and went zipping around the encampment. It seemed to have an attraction for heads of whatever description, while avoiding those belonging to Abordas's men. Abordas felt the shock of concussion on mind after mind. The SHRIEK gun was a terrible weapon. It attacked not men's bodies, but their souls, forcing them to experience in one flash every moment they had ever lived, at the same time filling them with self-hatred. The soul fled the body in horror, finding itself in the warp, to be feasted upon by some demon or other, as it saw fit. The psychic SHRIEK targeted the most mutated first of all. These were especially vulnerable, forced to see themselves through normal eyes, as they were before falling to the twisted visions of chaos. Their horror knew no bounds. Pale bodies fell suddenly lifeless to the floor of the forest. Dropped weapons clanged and thudded. A Khorne champion with a fanged wolfish face and shaggy mammoth fur, otherwise naked, scornful of any protection, his only weapon a modestly sized axe in one paw and a dirk in the other, roared his outrage on seeing the streaking blast flying about him and felling his battle companions. "Dishonour! Dishonour! No blood! No blood! There is no honour without blood!" The naked champion's prime chaos gift was one of spirituality, the gift of unalloyed bravery. And indeed, the SHRIEK gun was a weapon which no true follower of Khorne would have used. Abordas averted the muzzle as the champion sprang at him. His respect for a champion of Khorne, whose battle record must have been long and glorious, was too great. On the other hand, he was not tricked into thinking how foolhardy the Khorne champion was to attack an armoured space marine with such puny weapons. If they were demonic blessed, they might well be capable of biting through ceramite, flesh and bone in one stroke. Aberdas's power suit hummed as he turned this way and that, deflecting the creature's axe with his buzzing chainsword. Suddenly he lumbered forward, forcing the shaggy-furred champion against the press of bodies struggling behind him. Momentarily, the servant of Khorne was thrust off balance, the razor-sharp axe waving in the air. Abordas stepped in. The fanged head was ripped from the champion's shoulders and went flying through the air, dripping gouts of blood onto the combatants below. Abordas found time to look around him in satisfaction. Despite having to recruit some unsatisfactory material, the inhabitants of the Rose Planet were not as warlike as he would have liked. The forced training was producing results. The invaders were being slaughtered. Then a noise came from overhead, a humming, a whining, a clattering. Abordas saw bulky shapes descending, having entered through the hole punched in the planet petal above. Then he understood his mistake. The encampment he had attacked was but the vanguard of a larger invasion. Possibly, the Rose Cluster in its entirety was suffering encroachment by a space-borne, Khorne-worshipping horde. And indeed, as the newly arrived landing craft crumped into the rose forest, crushing blooms so that the sweet, fresh smell of rose essence mingled with that of animal-like sweat and spilled blood, he saw how makeshift they were, welded together, perhaps even bonded together by magic, from roughly cast plates that were lumpy and misshapen, hardly given time to cool as the metal ran from the furnace. They had been put together in some haphazard workshop, perhaps even on a starship. And they were not even designed to take off again. They fell apart on landing, their hulls collapsing and banging to the ground, reduced to scrap. From their crammed interiors flowed crowds of frothing beastmen, falling and tripping over one another in their eagerness to kill. Blood flowed, too, from the dismantled landing craft, as well as butchered bodies carried along by the crush. Fighting had begun inside the carriers during the descent, even though there had been no room to move. An endless torrent of such drops seemed to be falling through the purple twilight. Abordas had no great loyalty to Tzeentch. Mainly, he had thought to defend his own little demands as a homage to the greater demon who ruled the cluster, paying rent on his holding, as it were. But it was unlikely that an incursion on this scale could be resisted, for the moment at least. Things would be different, he told himself, when the great night came, which would be soon. He bellowed the command to withdraw. A few, those in whom the bloodlust had taken hold, seemed reluctant, willing to face certain death in the excitement of battle. But they obeyed. What remained of his force melted away among the rose trees, a terrain they knew better than the invaders did, filtering back towards the openness of the clear sky. It was impossible to say for certain which way the worshippers of Khorne would go, but the fact that they had used a demon-infused device to drill their way into the planet indicated an intention to march further into the interior of the world. In the narrower spaces between the more closely wrapped planet petals were unknown tribes and kingdoms, prospects for gore and adventure so beloved of the Blood God and his minions. Dawn was close when they regrouped and returned to the meadow where Captain Abordas had his hermit-like cabin. The more badly wounded had been carried through the forest. These were laid down on improvised beds of piled rose petals, and Abordas found time to attend to them with healing spells he had learned during his time in the Eye. Meanwhile, Arked formed up the rest to await their lord's pleasure. Aberdas's voice was more subdued as he addressed them, praised their courage and discipline, and uttered brief words of appreciation of the fallen. There was also a more demonstrative duty to attend to. A few of those who had fled had also returned, dazed and confused. Others, who still had wit enough to remember Aberdas's warning, had stayed in the forest. Well, the Khorne worshippers would deal with those soon enough. Abordas ordered the cowards lined up and asked them if they understood the penalty. Their eyes widened as if they had forgotten, but none protested, none struggled, none tried to escape. Of all the billions of human beings who lived in the Chaos Realm, there were few who failed to understand the arbitrariness and absoluteness of their rules. They bowed their heads in abject obedience as Aberdas's chainsword sliced through neck after neck and body after body slumped to the rose-strewn ground. "Go to your villages," he told the silent watchers, some of whom had just seen their own relatives executed. "We will soon know if the invaders come again." They departed, the badly wounded calling out their gratitude as they felt the healing spells take effect. Aberdas's body slaves crept forward. They knew he would want to inspect his armour after an engagement. He allowed them to remove it, then checked its exterior for damage and carefully tested all its systems, inspecting the diagnostic runes one by one. They brought sweet-smelling oils, all rose-based, and cloths with which he cleaned off all trace of dirt and blood. Then he polished each plate, each embellishment, each emblem, until all shone as before. Such work a space marine must do for himself. It would insult his armour, his chapter, and his deity, to leave it to slave or servant. The rose sun was rising, the rose cluster fading, as he was fitted into the power suit again. He dismissed the slaves and prayed, addressing first Luther, then Horus, to know if he had acted right, delving deep into his mind to listen for any answer. As he turned towards his hut, his glance went to the brass-coloured BEASTSHIP lying on its belly in the shade of the rose trees, partly supported by squat reptilian legs. Its earlier torpedo shape mutated into a gnarled, knobbly form, a cross between a felled tree trunk and a striated reptile, snout raised as if eager to launch itself into space. It was his means to leave Rhodonius 428571429, should he need to. Returning within his hut, he checked and cleaned his weapons. The one piece of furniture in the hut was a huge, straight-backed rosewood chair, taking up about half the space. It was in this chair, fully armoured, that Captain Zabdek Abordas of the Dark Angels spent much of his time. There he ate, slept, and thought. He sat in it now, rested for a while, and then contemplated the future. It was at about mid-morning that villagers came and sought out the Seneschal, who did not dare to disturb the revered space marine. Some hours later, Abordas emerged. He had decided to check out the BEASTSHIP. The Seneschal bowed.
"Lord, the villagers have news."
"Are the invaders coming this way?"
"No, my lord, something else."
The seneschal gestured to the party of 5 villagers who were dressed in simple woven smocks and indicated that they should speak. At first they remained dumb until urged in a sterner tone by the seneschal.
"Lord Abidas, we have found something lying in the meadows outside our village."
Although he himself had instilled it in them, Abidas felt contemptuous of their cringing attitude.
Well, what?
"He is not moving, Lord. We think he is dead."
Dead? Who is dead?
Again they seemed reluctant, until Abidas raised his ceramite-clad arm in a threat to crush all their skulls. The bravest of them spoke up again.
"A space marine, my lord."
Chapter 13. The Long Sleep. All that Sergeant Abdezel Magron could hear in the confines of his power suit was the sound of his own breathing. Many long hours had passed since the joint destruction of both the rebel World Eaters base and the Loyalist task force, including the battleship Imperial Vengeance. The stars wheeled sedately around him. He was spinning helplessly, aware that rescue was impossible. After a long time, he realized that he had still clutched his chainsword and his gauntlet, though he must have unpowered it at some point. In resignation, he placed it in his scabbard clasp. It was inevitable that a man of deep religious convictions would reflect on the course of his life in such a situation. Life proper had begun for Sergeant Magron at the age of 7, when he had been taken from his home world of Duithoven, a wild world of stormy seas, thunderous skies, mountainous archipelagos, and strong-muscled men who had learned to navigate their entire planet in flimsy catamarans. The strength and boldness of the Dothonians was famous. It was what had brought the Dark Angel recruiters there in search of future legionaries. Abdezel Magron's training had begun immediately in the fortress monastery on Caliban. He could not even remember now what his native name had been. By tradition, Dark Angel novices took new names, but of the 300 boys in his intake, he alone had survived the rigours of that early training. He had then served for 20 years in a scout company attached to the Luther Regiment, a signal honour, for the Luther Regiment was the most respected of all the 19 regiments in the Dark Angels chapter. It was in a scout company that a prospective space marine proved his worth, often sent into the thick of battle, wearing only light flak armour, dispatched on the most perilous of missions, completely alone. It was the most testing ordeal that a man could be put through, and the fatality rate was high. 1,000 scouts had been inducted along with Magron. Only 6 survived to eventually become Space Marines. The day he was selected was the most glorious of his life. Then he had begun the biological enhancements, the additional organs, the additional glands to increase his weight, strength, and stature, the enhanced senses, the implants to allow him to interface with his power armour, and above all, the gene seed to allow it all to work, taken from his spiritual leader, Primarch Lionel Johnson. Then, also, he had been fitted with his power armour. How deferential had been the armourers who had adjusted it to his individual person. How they had admired him. Now he was a Space Marine. That was when the real training had begun. Everything else but a preliminary. It had lasted 10 years, yet the most important aspect had been the religious side, in Magron's estimation. Without religion, without total devotion to the Emperor, a Dark Angel Space Marine was but an unfinished thing. Which was what had made the defection of entire legions of Space Marines to Horus the War Master, once the Emperor's most trusted companion and friend, now the greatest of arch traitors, so incomprehensible to him. A procession of images welled up in Sergeant Magron's memory, like a panorama which he panned from one end to the other through the 230 years of his life. The campaigns in which he had served, the battles in which he had fought, from one end of the galaxy to the other. He had even stood alongside the legendary Luther, the Legion's second-in-command, as a companion in arms, and he had been in the presence of the Legion's blessed leader, Primarch Lionel Johnson himself. Yet his most precious memories were of the religious ceremonies and the occasional large-scale festivals, all devoted to the veneration for the divine emperor. Such veneration was the core of Brother Sergeant Abdazal Magron's being, as he drifted in total solitude, a row of silver campaign studs dinted into his forehead. His greatest regret now was that he was out of the fight, and the traitor legions were still undefeated. His reflection finished. The distant stars still wheeled past his visor, as they would for all eternity, leaving him with but one more duty to perform. A Space Marine's life did not belong to him. It belonged to the Emperor. No effort had been spared to make him what he was. Therefore, he was expected to preserve himself whenever possible, in all conditions. So it would have been a dereliction of duty for Sergeant Abdazal Magron not to follow the one option still available. He activated the suspension of animation membrane in his brain. Of all the implanted organs which made a Space Marine more than a man, the Suzanne organ was perhaps the least used, but he used it now. One by one it closed down all his biological and psychic functions. His heart slowed, then stopped. His metabolism reduced itself to zero. All his muscles became quiescent. His nerve and brain cells ceased firing. His whole body was blanketed with an electric field to kill any bacteria which might still be alive. And then that field was switched off. In such a state, a Space Marine could survive for centuries. In Magron's case, the survival period was to be extended indefinitely. His power suit responded to the Suzanne signal by testing its own physical environment. It discovered that environment to be hard vacuum, particularly favourable for long-term storage. It therefore arranged for the evacuation of air from the suit. It shut down all its own functions, allowing the near-total frigidity of interstellar space, the closest thing to absolute zero, to permeate the body of Abdazal Magron. The Dark Angel was now essentially no different from any other lump of matter drifting between the stars. Elsewhere, the history of the Imperium continued. The War of the Horus Heresy ground on. The Dark Angel's chapter itself was cleft in two by the conflict, incredible though that would have seemed to Sergeant Magron, with the trusted but treacherous Luther siding with Chaos. The Emperor met the demon-possessed War Master Horus in single combat, defeating him at the cost of such dreadful injuries that only everlasting imprisonment within the Golden Throne would preserve his life. Hardened though he was, Magron would have wept had he known what had happened. Centuries passed, and stretched into millennia. The vast task of reconstructing the Imperium went patiently on. The Adeptus Astartes was reorganized, planets were scoured, sacrificing countless billions in a sacred effort to rescue the purity of the human race. The dreadful forces of chaos were driven out, able to take refuge in the Eye of Terror only because the depleted loyalist forces were insufficient to eradicate them completely. As for the Emperor and his Golden Throne, the palace surrounding it expanded until it covered an entire continent. The cult of the Emperor became the religious mainstay of the galaxy. Of all this, the de-animated Space Marine knew nothing. His inert body drifted slowly, aimlessly. Every few centuries, answering to some vestigial function, the Suzanne membrane stirred and began to restore mental awareness to the frozen brain. Sergeant Magron would find himself dreaming. He would even wake up blearily and see glimmering stars wheeling past his visor as before, and enter into reveries of remembrance for what seemed like ageless periods, but were in fact only a minute or so at a time, while membrane and suit, using the last few ergs of energy still remaining in the power pack, tested the environment and decided that the time to reawaken had not come yet, if it was ever to come, and put him back into death-like sleep. In this way, Sergeant Magron reviewed his life yet again. He even recovered memories of his infancy on Duthan. He relived his most dangerous mission as a scout, trekking across a desert to gain intelligence on a band of orcs. He was captured by them, tortured for days and left for dead, later revived by chapter apothecaries by means of treatment almost as painful. He relived the engagement in the deep tunnels of a world without an external atmosphere, inhabited by aliens who had preserved their remaining air by retreating into the crust of the planet. To be trapped 10 miles down amid the collapsing tunnels of a doomed alien warren was a nightmare, even for him. Particularly vivid was the dream in which he and one of his battle brothers, a Captain Zabdak Abadas, had been the sole survivors from an entire company dropped on a death world in an attempt to recover standard template construction material from a crashed Navy ship. A dreadful episode. The planet boasted monsters able to crush Space Marine armour like eggshells and almost impervious to bolter fire or anything else. Others of the company had sacrificed themselves to give him and Abadas a chance of reaching the wreck. This had spurred them on against impossible odds. The dream faded, to be replaced later by another. He could not know, of course, that Suzanne was preserving him for thousands of years. It seemed to him that the periods of oblivion were brief, yet, all unknown to him, something was changing. Though the nearest stars were light years away, even at those immense distances, some minute gravitational influx was exerted. Given sufficiently long periods of time, a small object began to weave a course among them. The Mark IV armour, with its frozen occupant, traversed light year after light year, steadily gaining velocity. Close to 10 millennia passed, at the end of which time the now defunct power suit became lost amidst a huge shell of gas and dust, having the appearance of a vast nebula. Obscured within that nebula lay a swirl of stars and star clusters. Strange indeed are the ways of the warp. Somehow it had influenced Magron's millennia-long drift. Somehow it had attracted his inert form. Now he was being drawn through the suffusing outer garment of the Eye of Terror. Once within, he moved more swiftly, this time in defiance of the laws of physics. Further centuries passed, in which the warp nudged him into the great warpstorm's whirlpool motion. It seemed as though the souls of brother dark angels were calling to him, drawing him on. To and fro he wavered. Then he seemed to head straight inwards, until he came to a particular star cluster, strangely shaped. Being deanimated, he could not see that impossible shape, or the equally impossible shapes of the stars composing it, or, as he came among them, of the planets circling those stars. By now he was moving with the speed of a spaceship, yet, from no evident outside cause, he slowed. The light of a strange sun was warming the casing of his armour. Gradually, degree by degree, his body emerged from a temperature low enough to liquefy helium. Gently, he came to the edge of an atmosphere, belonging to a planet that was not a planet, but whose surface was foliated into great curved awnings, coloured rose-pink, each one a continent. Sergeant Abdazal Magron should now have fallen through the atmosphere like a flaming meteor, armour and man burning up together. He did not. He drifted gently down, as if being lowered on a bed of rose petals, and after many an hour came to rest on a pleasant meadow. The impossible sun was in the sky. A warm breeze laden with perfumes wafted over the suit as it lay upon its back. And now the only function remaining in Magron's body, a function belonging to the Suzanne membrane itself, came into play. It was able to sense that the Dark Angel was once more in a friendly environment, or at least one which he could survive. It began the process of reanimation. This itself took a fairly long time. The human body, even a superhuman body, could not be started up in an instant. It was not like switching on an engine. Magron's muscles trembled ever so slightly as his somatic cells came alive. Liver, intestines, kidneys, spleen, the pancreas came into readiness, as did all the extra organs implanted in him more than 10,000 years ago. Nerve cells began firing. Faintly at first, his two hearts began to beat. and his Space Marine blood, far more efficient than that of normal Marines, began to flow through his veins. His brain cells began firing, preparing the ascending reticule system to arouse the frontal cortex. This did not happen immediately. For some days, Magron lay in a coma, and days after that he spent in dreams, weirder than he had ever experienced. Then, Magron woke up. He was in complete darkness, and unable to move, so that at first he believed he was dead, a disembodied spirit drifting through the sea of souls. The reason for his immobility was simple. So long had been Magron's sojourn that his suit's power pack had drained itself of all energy. His helmet's sensory devices no longer had power by which to function, and were dead, unable to supply signals to his brain. The coils and cables for moving the heavy suit were equally inert. The abutments between armour plates had become stiff, making it impossible to move the suit at all by muscle power alone. But one thing eventually convinced Magron that he was, after all, alive. He was breathing, and therefore had a corporeal form. This was due to the foresight of the suit's designers, for the pump, which should have fed him oxygen, was also dead, and in a completely sealed suit he would have suffocated where he lay, once the oxygen stored in his liver ran out. Therefore, thousands of years before, when the energy reading of the power pack sank to near zero, the suit had carried out one last tiny action with its final few ergs. It had opened up an orifice to the outside, just large enough to allow Magron to draw his breath should he find himself in an oxygenated atmosphere. He had, of course, no idea how much time had passed. He did not know where he was or got there. He had not expected ever to be revived, and as no one had communicated with him or rescued him from the depowered suit, he now expected slowly to starve to death. Entombed as he was, he neither saw nor heard anything around him, though the air he breathed was pleasantly perfumed. So he did not know that denizens of the remade planet had found him, had walked all around him, and had recoiled in horror as the hated Imperial eagle, which was still discernible on his breastplate through all the erosion wrought by his long sojourn. They knew that this was a Space Marine, albeit an enemy Space Marine, so in the end, making obeisance, showing cringing respect, they took the news to another, who bore the same colours, though hardly the same emblems. The fallen angel took his time travelling to the place. He looked carefully over the recumbent figure, reading everything the suit's emblems and sigils told him, including the Dark Angel's identity. He also recognised the type of armour the Space Marine wore. It belonged to the same era as his own. Outwardly, Captain Abadas expressed no surprise. The fantastical was not surprising in the eye of terror. But inwardly, he was astonished. The power armour's external skin was strangely scored and pitted, as though it had spent long centuries naked in space. Otherwise, it was unchanged, in stark contrast to his own. This was no Chaos Space Marine. He could hear the suit's occupant breathing. "Raise him to his feet," he ordered. This was a difficult task. Ropes were required. But eventually, the bulky figure, a very emblem of warrior might, had been placed upright. The power suit did not collapse. The stiffness of its plate abutments was sufficient to hold it erect, as Captain Abadas had guessed. He walked around the stiff figure. Coming to the rear, he saw that the solar converters at the back of the hulking shoulder mountings were covered in a thick layer of dust, which had been attracted there by the electrical charge on the silicon panels. He barked orders. Someone fetched a soft cloth and cleansed the surfaces until they gleamed ebony black. Slowly, a trickle of energy fed through to the sensory systems, dimly at first but growing stronger. Sergeant Abdezel Magron began to see. Captain Abadas waited patiently while the storage charge built up before he spoke. "Do you know me, Brother Sergeant Magron?" he inquired in a hollow voice. "I am Captain Abadas of the 3rd Regiment. A voice, gruff, weak, disbelieving, muffled by the Space Marine's helm. There was not enough power yet to work the external speaker, came through the breathing apparatus, opened by the suit.
Brother Captain Aberdas, is that really you? What has happened to you?
Aberdas repeated his question.
Do you know me, Brother Sergeant? I know you, Brother Captain,
Magron whispered faintly.
Then let me help you, brother.
Captain Aberdas placed his hand on the emergency charge port on the sergeant's backpack. There was a fizzing and a glow as he delivered power into the drained storage unit. Creaking at first, the suit came to life.
Come with me, Sergeant.
And Sergeant Abdazal Magron of the Dark Angels Legion stepped towards his new future. It was as though the two met fully armoured on a battlefield. Magron experienced a flashback. He could not help but be reminded of the time he and Aberdas had stood together on a death world, expecting never again to see Caliban or to receive benediction in one of the fortress monasteries. Aberdas had not been armoured then as he was now. Magron was able to recognise his power suit as originally a Mark III, designed mainly for boarding actions and tunnel fighting. Magron had worn one himself in the bowels of the de-atmosphered alien world. The Mark III was especially brutal-looking in its appearance, with its thick wedge of a helmet and its additional frontal armour plates. But the suit worn by Aberdas had been transformed somehow. It was as if the external shell had become an organic thing and begun to sprout cancers, putting out multicoloured growths. A stag-like structure extended from the top of the helmet. The Imperial Eagle was gone from the breastplate, as was the regimental badge from the right shoulder casing. Both had been replaced by curious designs he did not know. The chapter badge remained, but it had been oddly distorted and elaborated, as was Aberdas's badge of rank. They stood outside a wooden cabin, which apparently was the captain's quarters here. A Space Marine was tough-minded, able to adapt to changing circumstances, but this was the strangest place Magron had ever been in. The ground was composed of a pink crystalline substance, which, however, was carpeted with a mossy or crystalline growth of the same colour and translucency. It was also strewn with roses, which appeared to grow straight out of that crystal ground, without benefit of any bush. Not far off lay the margins of a forest, which again sprouted roses but of immense size. The overhead panorama offered what was the real enchantment. Half the sky was open and clear. Evidently, Magron was in a star cluster, for stars shone through even in daylight. The sky was pale mauve in colour, almost white. Halfway up from the horizon there shone a pink sun, shaped like a rose. And the other half of the sky, it was like an awning, a solid structure, also pink. Magron guessed it was of the same substance as the ground, but it cast little or no shadow, apparently offering no resistance to sunlight. Even a few stars could be seen through it, though faintly. Altogether, this was a world of magical beauty. Sergeant Magron had no idea how he had arrived here, but it was his duty to report to Captain Aberdas, if this was, in truth, Captain Aberdas. He spoke up. Captain, why are you armoured? Is this an engagement? Engagement or no, I remain armoured, came the enigmatic reply. Magron hesitated, then continued. Captain, may I see your face? A sardonic chuckle came from within the sharp-edged helm. Do you suspect that I merely impersonate your brother and superior officer? That I have stolen his armour? Very well, Sergeant Magron. Be reassured. Aberdas reached up, unfastened the clamps of the encrusted helm and removed it. His square-jawed, bleak face stared out from between the hulking shoulder encasements. Magron studied that face carefully. It was much as he remembered, and of no greater age, but bleaker and more impassive, as if the officer had forgotten how to use facial expression. There was, too, despite its stony quality and almost unnatural vitality, a glaring sense of willpower.
Do you remember when we stood together on the Death World, Brother Sergeant, with a whole company lost?
Captain, Magron burst out, why do you not wear the Imperial Eagle?
I will explain presently, Brother Sergeant. First, make your report. How did you come to this world?
May I remove my armour, Captain? Abordas stood unmoving for a moment or two, as though the request surprised him. Then he turned his head and uttered a call in a low, hallowing voice. From the fringe of the forest, his body slaves ran forth, heads low. In clipped tones, he ordered them to assist Magron. They slunk to him like curs, aiding him to strip himself of the power suit until he stood on the rose plain in his black one-piece utility garment. Their demeanour was certainly nothing like that of the servitors who would have performed the same service on Caliban. Magron swayed slightly. Now that he was divested of the support of the suit, his bodily functions were still struggling to return to normal after the Suzanne.
Now, Sergeant, your report.
Magron related everything that had happened, the destruction of the World Eater's interstellar base, along with the task force sent to neutralize it, how he had been cast adrift in space and had gone into Suzanne. He knew that almost 100 standard Imperial years had passed since then. That was when the suit's timer had ceased functioning. But nothing else, especially how he came to be lying on this pleasant world. Abordas was not entirely pleased to hear the story. He had hoped that Sergeant Magron had found his way into the eye of his own will, a newly committed Chaos renegade. Instead, his continued devotion to the Emperor and his hatred of the rebels were both clear from his words. Just the same, his arrival could be no accident. The siren lure of chaos spreading through the warp and through all space-time, especially in the period of the rebellion, had drawn him here. And for Magron and Abordas, who were possibly the only two Dark Angels in the Eye, to have met up in this manner could not be coincidence. Abordas believed that it was his will and his need for comradeship of another Dark Angel that had brought the sergeant here.
Tell me, Brother Captain, Magron said, how long have I been in suspended animation? Where are we now?
Captain Abordas thought long before he replied. His main care had to be for his brother Dark Angel's salvation, to bring him on to the right path and away from his misguided loyalty. This was going to be difficult. While Sergeant Magron was fighting the renegade World Eaters, Captain Abordas had been on Caliban, listening to the inspiring words of Luther, hearing how Primarch Lionel Johnson had betrayed them and had stolen all the glory for himself. Abordas was not Luther. He did not have his ability to persuade men out of even their deepest convictions. A certain amount of guile was going to be needed. And what was truth? What was falsehood? Where chaos ruled, one could not always say which was which. And where time was concerned, whose time should he use as an answer, Magron's or his own?
Time does not mean what it did, he said at last. It is no longer the tyrant it was. One could say that the events you spoke of took place about 200 years ago.
This puzzling response caused Magron to frown. He looked again at the alien device on the captain's breastplate, as if the inkling of an awful possibility was beginning to penetrate his understanding.
Then the foul rebels are long ago crushed, he stated, as if daring Abordas to say otherwise.
And Captain Abordas then took a decision. He was recalling the advice he had once received from one wise in the ways of Tzeentch. Tell the truth, only if a lie will not serve.
Brother Sergeant, he said in a voice of command, give me your bolter and chainsword.
Magron took a step back, not liking this order from one armoured as Captain Abordas was, lacking the Imperial Eagle.
Abordas glowered. Sergeant, he added in a more conciliatory tone, you are still suffering from the after effects of Suzanne. Your judgment is not to be depended upon. Before I explain your situation, you will surrender your weapons to me, or Have you come to the stage where you will disobey an order from a superior officer?"
This rebuke had its effect. Magron reached down to the discarded power armour, unclamped both bolter and chainsword and threw them at Abadas's feet.
"What I have to tell you,"
Abadas said in a slow, measured tone, once this was done,
"will be hard for you to accept or even comprehend. Therefore, prepare yourself. The rebellion led by War Master Horus succeeded. The Emperor is dead, killed by Horus himself in single combat, though Horus too died of his injuries. Lionel Johnson is dead. The Chaos Powers, if you know what those are, rule the galaxy."
A Space Marine can be put to the extremities of torture, physical and mental, and scarcely flinch. He can face horrors that would send ordinary men insane. But as Sergeant Abdazel Magron heard these words, the world went dark before his eyes. He felt himself tremble. He might have fallen in a faint, had not Captain Abadas, power fibre whining softly, stepped forward to support him with his huge gauntlets.
"Stand on your feet, Space Marine. You must endure the worst."
Magron groaned. He cursed himself for having gone into Suzanne, to be revived in a galaxy without the Emperor. Horrible, unbelievable, impossible to bear. Stricken, he looked into Abadas's flinty grey eyes.
"Who is the Emperor now?"
The first hint of an emotional reaction flickered on Abadas's face.
"What need have we of an Emperor?" he roared. "We have the Chaos Gods."
Magron had heard of these. Chapter chaplains had delivered sermons on them when the rebellion broke out. The greatest threat mankind had ever had to face. Malevolent intelligences from beyond the physical universe, worse than the worst of aliens, bent on subjecting mankind to the most abominable and unimaginable perversions and degradations, against which the Emperor was the only shield.
"And our chapter?" he quivered. "It still exists, Sergeant. We are still brothers."
He paused, as though weighing the words he was about to speak.
"I, too, was faithful. I slew many of my battle brothers who had pledged themselves to the War Master. Now do you see why I demand your weapons from you, Sergeant? At one time, to hear what you are now hearing would have caused me to launch myself at the speaker with everything at my disposal. Only at the end, with the Emperor already dead, was I able to see the truth. The Emperor was denying mankind its destiny for the sake of personal power. War Master Horus made the ultimate sacrifice so as to free us. You speak blasphemy, Captain. Once it would indeed have been blasphemy. Now it is historical fact."
Abadas gestured to the glowing rose sun, and the rose-pink canopy spread across half the sky.
"Look about you. Look what we can achieve now the Emperor's restrictions have been cast off. The ability to shape worlds, to climb to heaven. Men may become as gods if they have the nerve. There is nothing now that may not be accomplished."
Abadas was using his emotion-sensing chaos gift to observe his brother Dark Angel closely. A pre-heresy Space Marine's emotions were stripped down and finely honed. Essentially, he had only two: determination and allegiance. Determination to overcome every enemy, and allegiance to the Emperor and his Imperium. Worship of the Emperor had been more strongly inculcated in the Dark Angels than any other legion. Abadas could see, as clearly as he could see the rose-strewn quartz meadow all around him, the black despair that was engulfing Magron on hearing of the death of the Emperor and the destruction of his cause. It passed over his whole body like a boiling dark cloud. It was inevitable that eventually he would discover that his captain had been lying to him. Abadas's task was to ensure that by then he would approve of the intention behind those lies. Magron's devotion had to be redirected. It needed a powerful focus.
If he were to come to hate and revile the Emperor in the Golden Throne, he would have to be seduced into the service of one of the ruinous powers. Abadas already knew which one it would be. Magron would accept no other. Khorne, god of battle, god of honour, god of blood. He felt a presence and glanced above. Sergeant Magron followed his gaze and recoiled, doubting his sanity. For a fleeting moment he had thought to see a face spanning the entire visible sky, a dog or wolf's face with glaring red eyes, topped with a three-horned helmet, the middle horn like a unicorn's horn. The vision gave him the feeling of being an ant trapped in a jar, while some far huger animal looked down on him. He would have taken it for a hallucination, another after effect of the Suzanne, had not Captain Abadas evidently seen the apparition too. "What was that?" Magron barked. "A chaos being," Abadas answered, his tone unperturbed. "A greater demon. They are the only ones who can adopt any size like that. This planet is finished. We have better leave. You will find much to give you satisfaction in your new life, brother. Get back into your power suit and follow me." Magron stared at him. "May I remind you, Captain, that you have renounced your vows to the Emperor, vows which we both swore. By what right do you command me?" "You can plead yourself, brother sergeant," Abadas said, replacing his helmet, his voice changing as he did so, now issuing from the external speaker. "But a strategic withdrawal is what I strongly advise." He lumbered off towards the large metallic structure Magron had already noticed lying sprawled against the fringe of the nearby forest. Magron looked up a second time and spotted a scattering of glints against the pale mauve backdrop. He did not need to be told what they were. Drop pods. He had reinserted himself into the recharged armour without any help this time, when one of the pods, a very roughly made affair indeed, banged down onto the meadow and fell apart. From the wreckage rampaged a nightmare mob such as Magron had never seen before. At first, he thought it a motley collection of vicious aliens, some in the weirdest of armour, far stranger than Abadas's, some naked, some wearing criss-cross straps of cured hide, from which hung severed heads, limbs, torn-out hearts and livers, some draped in bloody entrails, some slashing themselves so as to luxuriate in blood as they ran. Then he realised what they were. Mutations. Probably they had all been human once. As he looked on the snarling animal faces, the chittering insect faces, the grotesque bodies that were running towards him, stumbling, pushing one another over in their haste, Sergeant Magron felt chilled to his soul. The Emperor dead, the galaxy given over to chaos. Yes, there was beauty in it. The planet on which he stood gave testament to that. But the chaplains had been right too. There was foulness and degeneracy. Captain Abadas paused to turn and fire a storm of bolter shots at the onrushing crowd, creating carnage. Another drop pod smashed itself to pieces further off, and then another. Magron retrieved his own bolt gun and chainsword, though the latter was probably drained of power, and set his suit in motion, following his battle brother, who climbed through an opening in what Magron took to be a brass statue of a large but loathsome beast, and beckoned him to follow. Bullets from primitive stub guns rattled off his armour as he seized hold of the edges of the opening and hauled himself through. The opening sealed itself seamlessly behind him, as though the skin of the structure had merely flowed into itself. He found himself in a roughened, lumpy interior. The beast shape appeared to have been cast in one piece in a mould, but to have been done roughly. The interior swirled with once molten metal. The space was long and narrow, giving the armoured men just enough room to stand. Light came from the redly glowing patches in the roof, and from two thick windows forward. These were where the eyes of the reptilian beast would be.
They admitted life onto a shelf or sill, supporting a cursory set of controls, consisting of 2 or 3 moulded brass hand grips surrounded by a low rail, like that of a tray. The arrangement confirmed to Magron that this was a vehicle of some sort. There was no place to sit, however, either at the controls or anywhere. Wherever the vehicle took one travelled standing. Hammers, axes, claws and fists began banging and scratching on the hull. There was a concerted howling of frustration and hatred. Other attackers, having climbed up the front legs somehow, snarled through the forward windows, attempting to smash the steel glass, or whatever substance it was, with any weapons they wielded, or else with their own demented featured heads. Because these were windows and not the usual view screens used in spacecraft, Magron had assumed that the odd vehicle was an aircraft of some sort, able to fly through the atmosphere only. He was wrong. Standing in the nose of the craft, Abadas wrenched 2 of the controls. The beast ship let out a roar. Magron was bemused to see the interior of the hull flex itself, as though the metal were flesh. Then it leapt into the air, dislodging the bestial invaders which clung to its lumpy surface. Looking past Abadas and through the round window eyes, Magron saw the pale mauve sky turn a deep purple, in which the delicate pink petals of the sun blazed. Abadas flipped the beast ship round, allowing Magron a view of the planet below them. He was amazed to see the same figure of a rose basking in the pink light of the rose sun, and all around them spread great sheets of stars and gas which, Abadas assured him, were formed into an even vaster rose, the rose cluster.
"How is it possible?"
Magron breathed, returning his gaze to the strange form of his one-time comrade in arms in his multicoloured, chaos-mutated power armour.
"I told you, we have the power to shape worlds. The intelligence which created this marvel must have liked roses."
Magron wondered whether any segment of the old Imperium would be recognisable to him now. Perhaps it had all been reshaped, even the stars rearranged.
"What sort of intelligence accomplished this?" he asked. "A man or a chaos power, a demon, as you said?"
Abadas gave a sardonic chuckle.
"What difference does it make? I told you, men can become like gods now. Anything is possible for us. Our infancy is behind us."
He took his hands from the control levers and turned to face Magron, the sharp-angled wedge of his helmet tilting downwards slightly as if to regard him with a steely frown.
"This is what the Emperor denied us, Sergeant. He was like a parent who would not let his children take their place in the world, for fear of what might happen to them. To justify his restrictions, he demanded worship. But the children were made of sterner stuff. They revolted and became free. And that swarm of mutations we have just left behind us."
Abadas was silent for a spell, thinking how proud Magron would be when he received his first Chaos rewards, foul and monstrous though they might seem to him now.
"You are still in the Emperor's nursery, Sergeant," he said, his voice becoming softer. "You wish to limit freedom to what the Emperor would find acceptable. Later, you will think differently. But enough of that. You were born for war, seasoned and modified to be a warrior. Even the Emperor fitted you for war and offered you honor and glory. Here in the Chaos realm, you shall have war."
It would have suited Abadas just as well to have quit the Rose Cluster and seek adventure elsewhere. But his care for Magron stayed him. The Rose Cluster was about to be engulfed in a conflict. Magron's progress would be swifter if he were drawn into it. He steered the nose of the beast ship into the cluster. There was no need here for the detailed calculations and headings accompanying space travel outside the Chaos realm. Zench was the lord of ways and courses. Magron heard him intone the resounding, unintelligible words of the magic spell of destination. The beast ship roared quietly, like an animal, warning off rivals from its territory. Abadas took his hands from the levers. The beast ship would find its own way now, guided by the warp itself.
He turned his attention to helping his brother Dark Angel check his power suit after its long sojourn in the void. There were many adjustments to be made. It was a miracle that it was so undamaged, so undecayed, after so long a time, much longer than he had led Magron to believe. No, he corrected himself. It was design, not accident, the design of chaos. He made the same point to Magron. You have been sent to me, Brother Sergeant. How do you imagine you came to be lying in the meadows on Rhodonius? Did you expect ever to be revived after going into Suzanne in interstellar space? No, you expected to drift in the void forever. The Chaos Gods helped you and have shown you the respect due to a warrior. Do not spurn their beneficence. I cannot disown the Emperor. I am sworn. All vows are dissolved when death intervenes, Abadas reminded him. He held out his gauntlet for Magron's chainsword, recharged its stacked atom power, and tested it for efficiency. It still worked, but the usually vicious buzz was ragged. The motor needs returning, he observed. We will find a tech wizard. I can do it myself, Magron responded grumpily. He checked his bolter gun and bolt pistol, and found both in working order, but the ammunition degraded. He accepted fresh magazines from Abadas. Now you must rest, Brother Sergeant. Your body needs to recuperate from Suzanne, and trials lie ahead. What is our heading, Brother Captain? We go to another star in the cluster. It puzzled Magron that Abadas was still fully clad in his extra bulky Mark III power armour, with all its chaos excrescences, as though unaware of how confined his movements were made. He had not even removed his helmet, which Space Marines often did, even in the heat of battle. Magron had piled his own equipment at the rear of the narrow cavity. As far as he could judge, this took up about half the length of the peculiar craft. From the rear came the growling, roaring sound of the engine. Magron lay on his back on the metal floor. Although the captain's advice was good, he decided not to go into sleep proper. Instead, he used the catalepsian node implanted in his brain, which made it possible to rest half of his brain at a time, and so stay alert. Several hours passed. Magron, feeling rested but still full of bewilderment and grief, rose to his feet. Abadas stood silently in the nose of the ship, looking out. The soft roar from the engines could still be heard. Through the windows, he noted that the stars of the cluster seemed to be moving visibly, which should not happen at real space speeds. When do we go into the warp, Captain? Abadas turned ponderously to glance back at him. We are not going into the warp. We are already travelling faster than light. Magron stared at the stars again. They were flowing with a fluid motion, their colour changing as they passed by, phasing from violet to red. Yes, you think it impossible, Abadas said gruffly, contrary to the laws of nature. Well, what did I tell you? Is this how all space travel is accomplished now? Magron asked. Through the galaxy? Abadas decided to tell the truth for once. No, he admitted. Only in a limited region, and that but recently. I do not know why, but I think one of the great demon lords has devised it as an aid to space travel. As you can see, it is far easier than journeying through the warp. Magron asked himself how it was possible to see stars at all if one outran the light they shone by, trying to look into the warp with one's physical sense of sight. Though few had ever tried it, yielded nothing, just blankness. You speak of demons. It is just a name for the intelligences which aid the Chaos Gods. A star loomed up out of the close-packed field of stars that comprised just one astronomically vast petal of the cosmic rose. How the ship had found a way to it, Magron had little idea, for Abadas had appeared to do little by way of navigation. Now, however, he grasped the brass handles again. The ship veered and slowed. The bubbled, roughened walls of the interior creaked and bent slightly. Astonishingly, the control sill of the ship bore no instruments that Magron could see, no star tabulator to locate their position, or magnifier to examine the worlds of the planetary system. They might as well have been sailing a raft through a group of islands without even the help of a compass. They were approaching a planet superficially identical to the one they had left, its surface foiled in shining petals, at least on the sunlit side. Abordas steered them towards the crown of the rose, and here was something new. At first it seemed like a sparkling diamond or dewdrop. Then, as they descended, it revealed itself as a city of large proportions, perched athwart the tightly clustered rose petals, with towers soaring upward. Magron felt as though he did indeed look down on a simple flower, in whose folds tiny civilizations dwelt. The BEASTSHIP sank among those towers, and there the true stature revealed themselves. Magron peered through the window eyes, entranced despite himself. This was not like the grim cities of the Imperium he had known. It was a fairy tale city, resplendent in the pink sunlight. The BEASTSHIP grounded itself on a broad plaza. The side of the vehicle flowed open, revealing a broad view. There was a crowd on the plaza, but Magron took little notice of that at first. His gaze was on the city beyond, with its graceful towers, its arcades and boulevards, its delicate stonework and solemn temples. Abordas interrupted his reverie.
"You have a decision to make, brother. As I said long ago, the age you have known has ended, and our chapter has survived the transformation into a new age. Albeit scattered far and wide, you must adapt to the new universe. Look, see what is coming."
He pointed a gauntlet, indicating the sky. What appeared to be metal motes were glinting far above. Rapidly they grew, and it became clear what they were. An invasion fleet was descending, though without any semblance of order. A motley collection of hundreds or even thousands of craft hove into view, many resembling the BEASTSHIP but larger, their twisted, gnarled metal shapes like cast-offs from some furnace or forge, but all showing an unnatural influence which could not have been the work of man. Ships with kicking monster legs, ships with gesticulating arms and tentacles, ships with bestial faces, the grimmest, ships that spewed blood on the fair city below.
"This star system is being invaded,"
Abordas told Magron.
"I go now to join this city's defenders. The choice is yours. I beseech you to remember our brotherhood. Remember our defeated emperor, if you will. But if you remember these things, then remember also that I am your captain. Armour yourself and follow me."
Abordas's words flashed reminiscences into Magron's brain, how he had admired this stern, impassive Space Marine officer. The episode on the Death World? Then Magron had accepted that they were doomed, like the rest of the company, the expedition a failure. Not so Abordas. The cool, implacable captain had found a way out, not only to survive, but to complete their mission as well. In truth, Abordas had left him no choice at all. Magron hurried to don his armour. Abordas did not wait for him. He departed. Magron soon followed, rechecking his weapons as he did so. Bolter, bolt pistol, chainsword, short sword. The one weapon he had not thought to inspect, but he examined it now for straightness and keenness of edge. As his armoured boots crashed onto the broad esplanade, Abordas casually reached out, demanding the blade from him. With one swipe, he dashed it against a nearby marble statue of some alien-winged creature. The blade shattered into a dozen pieces. 100 centuries in the near zero of interstellar space had weakened it, as the Chaos Space Marine had surmised. He reached out into his suit's scabbard and handed a replacement to Magron.
"That would not serve you. Take this."
Magron accepted the blade. It was wavy with eerie hues running along its sinuous length. Unfamiliar runes were engraved on both sides. The hilt was cast as a serpent, which made him reluctant to grasp it. Nevertheless, he placed it in his scabbard. For the first time, he examined the crowd assembled on the plaza. These were knights, warriors, fighting men, in all types of armour or none at all. Nearly all, Magron noted, were abnormal in some way. The city was evidently stricken with a disease which caused congenital deformities. It would have been cleansed in the old Imperium. Many people, however, were unarmed and seemed normal. And these were now running in terror as the ships descended, seeking to hide in the magnificent buildings lining the square. A knight, in armour of gleaming beetle blue, called out to Abordas.
"Do you follow Zench or Khan?"
Abordas bellowed in response.
"I fight for Zench."
It was clear now that the invading fleet was putting down over a wide area. Artillery pieces were flinging aloft, blue laser blasts and seething plasma balls, trying to destroy the tumbling invaders before they landed. Only one craft made for the plaza, and that was a huge, flying edifice, crowned with towers like a cathedral and seemingly built of sparkling white stone. As it settled, a droning could be heard from inside it. Huge timber doors swung open. A congregation had been at prayer, and now it emerged. It looked at first like a pageant of banners, for every armoured member of the throng carried such a blazon over his head, held up by a pole fixed in place to the armour's backplate. After the tradition of the Adeptus Astartes, Magron had no time to inspect those banners, except to note that their designs were lurid and alien-looking. In addition, there were monstrous-looking creatures, each one different, some on mounts equally monstrous. Tramp, tramp, tramp. Those in armour disembarked in a disciplined troop. To his shock, Magron saw that it was like Space Marine armour, but grotesquely altered, as if fashioned by some demented armourer, even more so than Captain Abordas's.
"Do you still hate traitors, Brother Sergeant Magron?"
Abordas challenged.
"Then take your revenge on these, for they are Marines of the Alpha Legion, among the first to declare for Horus the War Master."
Magron stared. He now recognized the Alpha Legion colours. He also saw on some of the banners the same X-shaped emblem, with 3 horizontal bars he had seen when fighting the World Eaters. Rage filled Magron's heart. Bolters were now barking, creating carnage among the knights and warriors who rushed forward in a vain but valiant attempt to drive off the invaders. He let out a shout.
"For the Emperor!"
Side by side again with Captain Abordas. Though his cry went unnoticed in the rising tumult, Magron strode onward. His bolter voiced its savage bark. The first bolt ricocheted from the brazenly armoured enemy, doing little damage. He would need to get closer. He loosed a short burst. He heard the explosions, but saw nothing. The shells had disappeared into a sudden darkness. He switched his suit senses to other wavelengths, but again saw nothing. For a few moments the darkness continued, and in it the noise of the battle died away. Then vision returned, but not to the clear rose light from before. The scene seemed frozen. The armoured warriors, as if caught in amber, set in a dull, muddy brown light that was the only illumination. Sergeant Magron looked up. The sun was still there, but it had changed. No longer was it a wonderful glowing pink. It had darkened to the same burnt brown colour. The fleshy-looking petals were shrivelling and collapsing in on themselves, turning almost black and becoming dimmer and dimmer. This should have revealed the rose cluster in all its full splendour, but it did not. Only the background of the stars beyond the cluster remained visible. Of the cluster itself, nothing could be seen. On the plaza, near darkness descended again. Sergeant Magron felt the paving stones beneath his boots shudder and crumble. He heard a titanic crumbling sound from far off. Looking around, he dimly saw the planet petals which had clustered around the gorgeous city collapsing and turning into cinders. He spoke into his comlink.
"Captain, what is happening?"
Abadas replied sourly.
The great night is coming.
Chapter 14. Life Essence. Too late, Pelor Kaladin realised that he had forgotten to carry out the sealing ritual on closing down the control panel. He had neglected to put his right palm on the sealing rune and intone the formula of protection. Had he done so, anyone trying to fly the ship illicitly would have found it rebellious and difficult to handle. As it was, Coiler was piloting with expert ease. How could he have been so remiss? Kaladin asked himself. Something must have nudged his mind into forgetfulness. Perhaps the same something, awful thought, that had guided him here. What to do? There was no sense of motion within the wandering star, buffeted though it was by the turbulent atmosphere. Just the same, he felt it might be dangerous to tussle with Coiler for control. Silently, he crept into the rear cabin and shook Ruglo awake. The trader groaned as he emerged from his slumber and scratched his black goatee beard.
What is it?
He mumbled.
We're landing on the planet. Coiler hasn't played straight with us.
Kaladin couldn't read Ruglo's expression by the light of the emergency electrolumin, but he heard a sharp intake of breath. The trader sounded frightened.
Stop him, Pelor!
I can try, but we might crash.
Ruglo groaned again and heaved himself to his feet. He went lurching into the front chamber, his hand hitting the illumination bar on the wall. Light sprang into the cabin.
What are you doing?
Coiler cast a sneaking glance back at him, then reached for the little ribbed bottle that stood on the control board. He put it to his lips, gulped, then offered it to Ruglo.
Only one swallow left. Take it.
Automatically, Ruglo accepted the bottle, then stood and stared at the screen over the control panel. The boiling brown clouds parted. The surface of the planet was revealed in a sepia glare seeping from the low cloud cover. The planet was a gallimaufry, a jumble of tumbled images. Streams of fire, glittering waterfalls, poured from turbulent clouds. A strange yellow lightning, if indeed it was lightning, criss-crossed the gap between clouds and surface, creating an impression of transient giant figures stalking the landscape, flickering in and out of existence. Were they real, or an optical illusion? Ruglo assumed the latter, for Coiler steered the ship straight through a huge, bearded figure which stretched from the ground to the clouds, waving a hammer that had suddenly appeared in their path. Kaladin knew better. During the instant when the cargo ship had entered the giant's midriff, he had felt a psychic shiver that was not imaginary. The planet was producing transient beings, generating them from the cloud-to-ground energy discharges.
Look out!
Ruglo screeched. A huge stone structure had suddenly loomed up, not transient this time, but solid and permanent. It was a vast castle, miles high, its battlements merging into the cloud. There was no way that Coiler could avoid it. He did not even try to. The wandering star plunged straight into the massive stone pile. Glimpses of interior apartments, halls and stairwells zipped past. Then they were out the other side. A ghost castle, Kaladin thought.
Take us back up,
Ruglo ordered sternly. But before he knew it, he had put the liqueur bottle to his lips and tipped it up. The small amount of spirit left in it crept down his throat, creating the blessed explosion that spread through every cell of his being.
Ugh.
It was like being reborn. The terror Ruglo had felt on learning what Coiler had done, the terror of meeting Angelica again, evaporated, especially when he realised that Coiler's motive was only to get more of the liqueur sooner. And what was wrong with that? Kaladin crept forward, studying Coiler's hands on the controls. He felt disappointed that none of the liqueur was left for him. Didn't he deserve some too? He shook his head, trying to clear his brain. The atmosphere was awash with psychic forces. He could sense that much, and they were affecting his judgment. He felt an urge to open his warp eye, but desisted. He feared what he might see. He returned his attention to the phantasmagoria that was hurtling past them. The immense bulk of one of the great atmosphere-piercing mountains slid by, its lower slopes clad in real trees as well as what looked like buildings. The flickering lightning was creating a strobe-like effect, making him feel slightly nauseous. Ruglo staggered forward. For a moment, it looked as though he might try to wrench Coiler from the controls. Then he drew back as if realising how dangerous this would be. He seemed slightly drunk. They had decelerated and were close to the ground now, racing over what appeared to be an industrial area, with smoke rising from sheds and furnaces, which flickered in the strobing lightning. Then something happened which struck terror into Kaladin. The terrain ahead of them swelled up, forming a vast head and shoulders struggling to emerge from the landscape. A huge hand shot out and seized hold of the wandering star. Despite the instant dead stop, the occupants of the craft remained steady on their feet. The inertial control, which made space travel possible, was able to handle the forces involved. The sound of the engine could still be heard. They found themselves looking straight into the face of the thing that held them. Was it a spirit of the planet itself? Sticking out from its bare skull were spikes, much like the mountain spires visible from space. Its visage was a parody of a human, with round staring eyes, a toothless drooping mouth and a hooked nose. It grinned inanely as it stared at the cargo ship, moving its head from side to side. This was no mere apparition. The ship was held firmly in the massive fist. The thing opened its mouth, a red cave leading into a deep gullet, eyes bulging in anticipation. Nose first, the ship was pushed towards the gaping lips. Then, Coiler gave a sudden flick of the guidance levers. They shot out of the earth giant's grip and were away. "Ha! They're not as dangerous as they look," he said casually. Ruggalo was silent, numb with shock. Not so Kaladin. "Take us up, Coiler. It was going to eat us. Take us back up." "It's all right. We're just about there." "This is insane." Kaladin decided he must act. Coiler was not wearing the seat restraint. He attempted to push him aside and grasp the controls, but Kaladin was puny physically, unused to physical conflict, and Coiler, despite being small, had a wiry strength. He hung on despite all Kaladin's efforts, yelling at him to let go. Kaladin was desperate. He yanked with all his might, trying to turn the nose of the ship spaceward. Coiler yanked in the opposite direction, while Ruggalo roared in alarm and threw himself into the fray. The end result was that Coiler's head hit the control board. The view screen, had anyone been looking at it, was a flurry. He heard a loud, prolonged grinding noise as the ship hit the ground and went sliding a long distance, throwing up mounds of earth before slewing round and coming to a stop. The engine giving out a coughing, protesting note. Kaladin reached out and punched the room to switch it off, silently but feverishly reciting the canticle of damage limitation from the navigator's catechism. But the prayer came far too late. As he saw from the board's glowing sigils, the wandering star was old and not very sound structurally. Ruggalo had never had the money to renovate the gradually weakening hull. The impact of the forced landing had wrought damage everywhere. The view screen was shattered, but that did not stop them from seeing outside. Just below the buckled oval screen was a rent which clearly went through all three of the hull's layers. Through it they could see earth and uprooted, ochre-coloured vegetation. Kaladin scanned the damaged sigils again, his heart sinking. Ruggalo would have tools to repair minor damage, but this was not minor. The damage to the hull was bad enough. But the warp screens were ruptured too. Repairing those was a task for a tech adept. The wandering star, even if it could take off again, which Kaladin doubted, would never make it out of the Eye of Terror. My ship! It's all I have left! Maynard Ruggalo's grief was real. He, Kaladin and Coiler stood on a mound of deep brown soil that had been thrown up by the wandering star's crash landing. The furrow it had dug stretched away into the distance. As for the ship itself, its vanes had all been torn off and lay scattered alongside the furrow. The hull, which loomed over them like some enormous beached sea monster, was dented and crushed, the gargoyles obliterated. The low clouds boomed, pouring down their glowing streams. The lightning-like energy crisscrossing the gap between cloud and land spat and crackled. The spectral figures the strikes created dancing over the landscape and seeming to mock them all. Kaladin thought Ruggalo's emotion misplaced. The issue was not the loss of the trader's property, it was how they were going to escape this mad and nightmarish region. His mind turned to thoughts of Gundrum's painted spaceship. The air was restless, buffeting them with hot gusts. Wildly, Rugelow looked about him.
There are people on this planet. I saw buildings on the way down. They could help us hoist the ship upright, seal the rents.
Kaladin shook his head. Unless they know how to repair and tune warp screens, forget it. In fact, forget it even if they do know. Everything and everyone in the eye is tainted with chaos. I'm not going into the warp with screens that haven't been dedicated to the Emperor. Coiler grunted, shaking loose his long jerkin. Kaladin glimpsed the melter gun hidden inside it.
Well, don't blame me, he said. I would have got us down in one piece, nose up. Let's go and see Gundrum. Go and see Gundrum.
Rugelow's response was a disbelieving shriek, a frenzy of fear and protest.
Angelica's with him.
Coiler stared hard. Do you want to spend the rest of your life here? We have to persuade Gundrum to take us back out of the eye. The thought of a journey in company with the demon-possessed Angelica made even Kaladin quake. Rugelow rounded on the navigator.
This is all your fault. It's all happened since I met you. I should have known better than to team up with a psychotic navigator.
He halted in mid-tirade. He knew he should not blame Pelor. His own recklessness surely was more to blame, but he was wishing himself safely back on Gendova, even though stranded and without a navigator, where, he reminded himself, he would have lost the Wandering Star in any case, to pay off a debt to some pilfering local merchant. What ignominy! Rugelow almost preferred things this way, if it weren't for the flickering half-seen giant figures, the constant booming, the luminous sepia light that was sending him into a trance. The booming was forming voices, shouting out something to the landscape below. But what? He couldn't tell. He shook his head, trying to clear his brain. Coiler pointed. When it crashed, the Wandering Star had been brought to a halt by a rise in the ground. 3 figures had appeared at the top of this rise, and were looking down on them. Gundrum, Angelica, and Fofo. The rugged, burly Fofo was glaring fiercely. Angelica, still clad in her brief basque, was smiling and not looking at all threatening now. As for Gundrum, he looked even more extraordinary, even more angular and gesticulatory than before. Somehow, he seemed to have grown an extra foot in height. Or was that a trick of the light? They set off down the slope. Kaladin saw Rugelow go green and break out in a sweat, sagging with terror. Coiler put out his arm to stop the trader from running in panic back into the Wandering Star. The trio halted some yards away, no more than glancing at the bulk of the crippled cargo ship, in whose misty flickering shadow they now stood. Gundrum smiled as if in quiet satisfaction, his pale lips barely moving. Angelica laughed, a trilling contralto sound, as if in pleasure and welcome. Fofo, on the other hand, stamped his feet and beat the air with clenched fists. Then, his tantrum over, he threw back his head and howled with laughter. Coiler stepped forward to meet them. "I am come to offer contrition, Gundrum," he said. Gundrum raised his eyebrows, more than seemed physically possible.
"And to tickle my sister again with your melter gun, which I see you still have on you, Coiler. By my roots, by my words, by my twisted thoughts and simple innocent deeds, what do we have here? A ship on the rocks and a crew in trouble."
Rugelow and Kaladin both shrank as his gaze lit on them. It was impossible to tell what was going through his mad mind. Then he waved a negligent hand at Rugelow and turned to the grinning Angelica.
"Do you still want him, sister?"
Rugelow gagged, bent over, and vomited up what he had eaten earlier in orbit. Kaladin, himself paralysed with fear, would have moved to assist him, but instead it was Angelica who did so. Shocked and bewildered, he watched as she placed an arm around his shoulders, wiped his mouth with a handkerchief she took from her bosom, and murmured words of reassurance. Strangely, her words seemed to calm him. He smiled and thanked her, a gesture which convinced Kaladin that his partner had indeed lost his reason. She fell back, continuing to look on him sympathetically.
"Well, what is it you want, my old friend?" Gundrum asked Coiler.
"A slug of essence for old time's sake?" Coiler's demeanour was begging.
"Lemonade for your soul. Do your roots first for nourishment. Come then, let bygones be bygones.
He turned and led the way. By his fierce expression, Coiler indicated to his companions the necessity of following. They mounted the rise, and found themselves looking down on a broad, shallow valley, through which meandered a narrow river, gleaming like tarnished metal in the subdued light. Up current was the river's source, a fierce cataract cascading down from the cloud cover, by some alchemy, becoming water by the time it reached the valley. There lay Gundrum's painted spaceship, looking sleek and shiny, quite unlike any ship of the Imperium. A few 100 yards further off began a sprawl of buildings lining the near riverbank. Constructed, it appeared, of burnished brass, their piled-together outlines wavering and winding. Smoke, steam, and puffs of coloured powder gusted from vents in their upper surfaces. One building spanned the stream, much larger than the others. It had 3 chimneys putting out a grime of smoke and red sparks. The scene was unmistakably industrial, and had the look of being an outlying part of a larger town that was out of sight. Coiler had said that Gundrum got his trade goods mainly from one place. Could that place be as small as this? A row of workshops rather than a whole planet? It made sense. Perhaps Gundrum had chanced upon the place early in his wanderings, and since then kept the same route. It could explain why he had managed to survive in such a very dangerous part of the galaxy. They descended into the valley. A small pavilion of vermilion velvet had been set up between the painted spaceship and the riverbank, and for the first time Ruggalo and Kaladin saw other human beings. A line of 6 men was being conducted beside the river, linked together by iron neckbands, hands tied behind their backs. Slaves. Their guards, a party of 4, wore plain ochre tabards and leggings of leathery material. They carried gold-coloured weapons, guns of some kind, with flanged muzzles and twin stocks, one for steadying at the front, one with a trigger at the back, much like Coiler's meltergun. The prisoners' subdued clothing of black and brown seemed familiar to Ruggalo. As they drew closer, one spotted Kaladin and seemed to recognise him. His pale, despairing face came suddenly alive with desperate hope.
"Help us, sirs, please!"
"He's from Gandova," Kaladin exclaimed in surprise. "Do you remember? He was one of those who tried to kidnap me. How did he get here?"
"They're all from Gandova," Ruggalo said, placing their style of clothing now. "It looks like they got into the eye after all."
Angelica's trilling laughter rang out again. The guards hastened the pace, forcing the slaves towards the buildings in the near distance.
"Come, my friends,"
Gundrum boomed, his voice mingling with the ever-present rumbling coming from above.
"We will drink a toast."
With a graceful, extravagant gesture, he invited them into the pavilion. Kaladin could not explain to himself why he and Ruggalo accepted that invitation, willing to share the interior with Angelica. The former episode seemed like a dream. She now exuded a sense of utter harmlessness. Inside, a round table stood on 3 curved legs, with 3 straight-backed chairs arranged around it. On the table were 2 of the cask-shaped liqueur bottles, one a sombre brown in colour, the other a faintly glowing orange. Fofo declined to enter the tent. He stomped off towards the rainbow spaceship. But Coiler almost ran into the dimmed interior. He sat down at the table, snatched up a bottle, then, as if remembering himself, put it down again and stared at the tabletop with a strained expression.
"I always knew you would find a way to rejoin us, Coiler,"
Gundrum said lugubriously, pouring from the orange bottle into a tiny glass.
"Yes, of course you did," Coiler admitted. "So let us drink to it. Only a local vintage, I'm afraid."
"We'll do better tomorrow, eh?" Coiler grabbed the glass Gundrum offered and let the thick liqueur slide down his throat. A look of relief and ecstasy transformed his face. He sat there with closed eyes, listening deep into himself. Gundrum poured out thickly oozing drops for Ruggalo, Kaladin and himself. His own seemed to go into his mouth without the glass touching his lips at all, the slug flying into place of its own accord.
"Is it not a strange thing," he said, with a note of satisfaction, "how those wishing to trade into the eye find their way here, to this little place? What could account for that?"
"What indeed?" Angelica said in a pleasant contralto. She reached out, took the other bottle, the brown one, and unstoppered it. She did not bother with a glass. She lifted the bottle above her tilted head and poured the entire contents into her mouth. The liqueur flowed like a glacier, like syrup, straight down her throat without her having to swallow. Ruggalo remembered her long tubular tongue when she had been demon-transformed. He imagined her extending it into the bottle to withdraw the last of the liqueur. But she did not. She seemed entirely normal now. She flung the bottle down into the scraggy vegetation which made up the floor of the tent. She sighed. "We must get something better than this, dear brother."
"We shall, dearest one. By the roots of my desire we shall."
Ruggalo swallowed his little glassful, seeing Kaladin do the same. He felt the now familiar electric delight and power suffuse all through him, stopping his thoughts, turning his feelings around, filling his inner consciousness with sparkling colour, making him feel immortal and invincible. He gasped.
"How long before one becomes addicted to this? Like—"
He hesitated, then said it anyway.
"Like Coiler." "One is addicted already," Gundrum assured him. "One has always had this addiction. It is not something one needs to acquire. The liqueur is an essence, the essence of life. You like being alive, is that not true?"
Gundrum poured into the 3 glasses again, then spoke to Coiler.
"This one bottle will not last us long enough. Go to the distillery and ask for what they owe me. They will know what I mean."
Coiler hastily swallowed his slug of life essence, greedily prized the bottle from Gundrum's hand, and served himself 2 more, which he swallowed quickly, one after the other. Then he nodded, rose, and left the tent. The level of the remaining bottle quickly fell, and with it so did the sense of danger and the natural fear on the part of Ruggalo and his navigator. Angelica seemed to have been made sleepy by having drunk an entire bottle by herself. She lay down, relaxed, and appeared to have fallen asleep. Gundrum looked down at her, his expression softening, which, on his hard, angular face, looked comical.
"My dear little one," he said huskily. "See how peaceful she is. Yes, I know you have seen a different side to her, which has made you afraid. But look at her now. You see her as she was when young, before we learned to enjoy the changes of this region. An innocent, harmless young girl."
He could not tell if he was celebrating or lamenting her demonic possession. Perhaps, Ruggalo thought, the demon had left her. He hardly cared right now. He couldn't understand now why he had let Kaladin talk him into making escape from the eye their first priority. He felt strong and ambitious. The loss of the Wandering Star was only a setback. They had made it into the magical realm with its magical products. All he had to do was find some way of obtaining those products, then find some way of transporting them. He reminded himself that all this required the cooperation of Gundrum, and that was uncertain.
"I have lost my ship," he said. "Will you take us out of the eye? I can still be useful to you, once I get another. I seem to remember we had an agreement."
He threw in the last as a make-weight. Gundrum had never been serious about that, if Coiler was right. He frowned. Wasn't there something else? Something about a duel? Funny, the thought seemed to evade him, like something he had dreamed.
"Certainly, I will take you," Gundrum said. "Both of you. When we make our way out, that is. We may visit elsewhere first. And what can I do for you in return? I am sure you will be able to pay for your passage.
The liqueur bottle was empty now. The lights in the tent was fading. Gundrum stood, leaning back over Rugelow and putting his face, with its flaking parchment-like skin, close to his.
You have pleased me, though you know it not. You have shown the energy and enterprise to get deep into the enchanted realm. Not many do that. You deserve a reward.
The two travellers found themselves both repelled and hypnotically attracted by Gundrum's presence, and also by his words, which seemed to open up new vistas. Rugelow realised that this little world, bizarre though it was unlikely to be Gundrum's sole source of merchandise. From somewhere he had got the Eldar Wraithguard, for one thing. Perhaps it was the liqueur. They had both drunk nearly a third of a bottle, but they seemed to be seeing everything through new eyes, through someone else's eyes. Perhaps the liqueur caused mild hallucinations, Kaladin thought. Many stimulants and beverages did that. The young men who passed by must have done the same, Kaladin pointed out. We happen to know where they come from. Why are they prisoners?
A sad tale, Gundrum said. Criminals and fools, far out of their depth, financed by some unscrupulous business magnate who also provided them with a kidnapped navigator. They managed to follow our trail, as you did, but were taken as slaves by this planet's natives. I can do nothing for them, even if I wish to.
Kaladin jumped to his feet on hearing this. A navigator? Where is he?
Dead, I fear. He was still aboard their vessel when... Where is their ship? Rugelow pressed. Eaten, Gundrum said after a pause. There are earth giants on this planet who rear out of the ground and devour anything that comes by, especially if it is made of metal. But don't worry, we are safe here.
A strange sound came from outside. They followed Gundrum out of the tent and saw a trail of natives pulling sledges over the buff-coloured turf from the direction of the workshops and distillery. The sky still boomed and flashed its continental lightning, though it was probably not lightning, Kaladin thought, but connected in some manner with the energy sizzling between the tips of the Spire Mountains. But the light had fallen somewhat. Night was a long time coming on this planet, the sunlight spreading through the cloud layer and past the Terminator line. True darkness probably didn't come at all. The energy discharges would see to that. The leading sledge hauler, wearing the same dull-coloured tabard and leggings as the slave guards, greeted Gundrum.
Here is your payment, as agreed.
Payment for what? Kaladin thought. Slaves? But if so, how had Gundrum obtained them? His own story made more sense. Gundrum gestured them closer. The first half a dozen sledges were filled with hundreds of liqueur bottles, products of the distillery. He pulled out 4, then handed 2 to Rugelow and 2 to Kaladin.
The rest are for export, he announced. If we revive our former agreement, perhaps you can help me distribute them to our greater profit.
My fortunes will have to revive first, Rugelow murmured, half to himself. Gundrum was off examining the rest of the sledges. Kaladin took Rugelow by the arm and pulled him back. What's the matter with you? The navigator hissed. Why did you let that girl touch you? She's demon-possessed. Don't you remember what she nearly did to you? Rugelow's response was glassy.
I don't think she has the demon anymore. She's really nice.
Kaladin sighed and drew away. He too had felt Angelica's exciting magnetism, her seductive charm even, but another part of him had recoiled, as though from a poisonous snake, and that had been before her demonic transformation on the fish planet. Rugelow willingly obeyed when Gundrum beckoned him over to take a look in the other sledges, offering to show him the output of the workshops ranged along the river. In spite of his essence drunkenness, Ruggalo was disappointed by the contents of the first sledge he came to. Gundrum proudly displayed an assortment of metal dishes, bowls, plates, trenchers and goblets, ornately adorned, often eccentrically shaped, but otherwise unremarkable.
"What's special about these?" he asked peevishly. "The like could be purchased in any bazaar of the Imperium."
Gundrum laughed in delight.
"You might think, but nothing made by an artisan of the Imperium compares with what you see here. Whatever is eaten from these vessels is 2, 3 times, 5 times as delectable."
Ruggalo blinked.
"I see you do not believe me, friend,"
Gundrum said, his normally exulting, hooting voice becoming mournful again.
"These will excite you more if you seek to peddle your wares among the curious and the lovers of the exotic."
The second sledge was stacked with cases of various sizes. Gundrum unfastened the clasps on one. Inside, nestled amid a white downy packing, lay a cylindrical instrument, 3 or 4 inches long, pewter-coloured, dotted with studs. Carefully, Gundrum lifted it out and handed it to Ruggalo.
"Look through this. Tell me what you see."
At one end was an eyepiece. A telescope? Ruggalo placed it against his right eye, squinting the other and peering into the cylinder. He saw nothing until Gundrum applied his long fingers to the row of studs, manipulating them in some way. Suddenly a scene sprang into view. He was looking down on a city of the Imperium from an aerial viewpoint. It was easy to recognise the massive, brutal architecture with its florid decoration, the great buttresses which held up the oversized structures, and grimness. He moved the instrument and found he was panning across the planetary surface. Even on the far horizon, the city still extended its excesses, but mixed now with belching smoke and flame from factories and forges. He could not name the city. There were a million like it. Gundrum touched the studs again. The scene shifted. He was looking down through a transparent dome that floated in space. Gundrum twisted a milled ring on the scope. He seemed to pass through the dome and to see the wondrous inhabitants within, as unlike the Imperium as it was possible for anything to be, for elegance and beauty. And the people who inhabited it? No, they were not people, exactly. They were too tall and graceful, and their faces held an alien cast.
"Do you remember the Graveguard?"
Gundrum murmured in his ear.
"It was made in a place such as this. These are Eldar."
Ruggalo continued to gaze in fascination. Then he removed the instrument from his eye and shrugged.
"Interesting, but hardly worth coming into the Eye of Terror for. It is simply a viewing device with a number of scenes and images stored in it." "No, it stores nothing. What you see is happening now. You are looking through the warp at things far off."
Seeing Ruggalo's scepticism, Gundrum said,
"Look again."
The instrument was warm in Ruggalo's hand. He put it to his eye again. He was looking into the interior of what at first he took to be the largest cathedral imaginable. The vaulted roof was so far overhead as to be obscured by condensed water vapour clouds inside the building. Crowds of robed priests and acolytes thronged the nave. The aisles were flanking ranks of banners, torn, tattered, but still glowing with ancient colour, 100 yards in height. Multi-hued light filtered, gleaming on slowly moving murals, depicting battle after battle. The huge building buzzed with a febrile sense of activity. There was none of the calm prayer and contemplation. Ruggalo himself turned the magnification ring now. He seemed to progress down the nave towards the far chancery. Guarding the sanctuary there stood 2 titans, the greatest war machines that could be used on land, which he had seen up to now only in Imperial Guard propaganda. One on either side, power fists raised as if in salute, and beyond, in the sanctuary itself, a shimmering golden globe, surrounded by a forest of cables and hoses, so numerous they almost occluded it, bracketed by field generators, both the source and the focus of all the excitement in the vast Ruggalo snatched the instrument from his eye. It could not be. It was impossible. He could not be looking into the Emperor's throne room. Gundrum relieved him of the warp telescope, replaced it in its box, and the box in the sled.
Take these things to my ship. Fofo will direct you how to place them in the hold.
He turned away, then stopped, frowning upwards. From the distance, sliding through the lightning, 3 vehicles were flying low. They were more like boats than aircraft, with curved prows and lacking canopies, their cockpits open to the sky. Brief wings, more like veins, angled sharply back. As they came closer, faces peered down over the sides. The craft circled the spot twice, emitting a noise rather like that of buzzsaws, spitting sparks from their rear ends, and then gently settled on the ochre turf.
Ah, more visitors,
Gundrum declared vigorously.
So many visitors. Who will be next?
The local merchants, or were they merely artisans, had stopped hauling the sleds and now looked on with dumb foreboding as 6 warriors piled out of each airboat, variously armed, clad in makeshift armour of overlapping metal plates, fastened on with straps, metal helmets more resembling skull caps strapped to their heads. The warriors all bore mutations. Their eyes sprang from their sockets on stalks which swivelled this way and that. Their ears had become bats' ears, long funnels which cast about in all directions. Their mouths were extraordinary, extended 3/4 of the way around their heads, so that when open they looked as if their heads had been axed almost in half, and filled with spike-like teeth. Their arms were too short, only half the length of a normal man's, but this was made up for by long bony fingers which wrapped themselves around their weapons like tentacles. Their leader, his rank advertised by 3 froth-like yellow plants fixed to his helmet, and his billowing red breeches, took a brief glance at the rainbow-painted spaceship, nodded to Gundrum in familiar fashion, then addressed the hauler of the leading sledge in a whining, snarling voice, more like the voice of an animal that had learned to speak.
Master, the high and lordly demon Spitting Bottom likes your liqueurs. He wishes to possess your distillery.
The crimson tabarded industrial worker kept his head bowed.
Sire, he said respectfully, we serve the demon Moldgrime, who already owns the distillery, and also likes the products of our labour.
Pah! And how does he treat you? He's this great Moldgrime.
Very well. We live in peace and raise our families. Of course there are sacrifices at festival times. At the festival of no food we must hang up all our 5-year-olds and disembowel them. At the 5-day festival of eat nothing we burn our 4-year-olds alive. But these festivals come only every 2 years, and it is a welcome sacrifice to make to Moldgrime for all his blessings to us.
Bah! Your Moldgrime is niggardly. What has he done for you? Your luck the same as you always did. Spitting Bottom will let you keep your children. All he demands is to eat your wives, and if you serve him well, eventually you will look like us.
The local man's head sank even lower, as did the heads of all his fellows.
We cannot speak against Moldgrime, sir.
No matter. As you know, on the other side of this world, Spitting Bottom has possession of one continent, and Moldgrime the other. Tonight, they are holding a contest on the island of Gross, Greece, to see whose champion can eat the greatest mass of worms, and thus expel the greatest weight of dung. If Spitting Bottom wins, he has the distillery, and this town with it. I come only to prepare you for your change of masters. Have plenty of essence ready.
With a ferocious gesture, the squad leader ordered his men to the airboats, which took off and buzzed their way back the way they had come. Gundrum, however, continued looking upwards.
It often follows their wake. Yes, here it comes. It is close and low, and coming near. Follow me, you two.
he said to Rugelow and Kaladin,
"and see what happens. This may be to your advantage."
He set off in a jerky run, his arms waving as though not properly fixed to his body, making his way up the shallow slope of the valley. More slowly, the other two came after him. They saw now what he had been watching for, making its way through the air, advancing majestically through the crackling, criss-crossing energy, was what at first looked like a patch of multi-hued mist. Gundrum paused at the top of the rise and waited for them to join him. Below was the crippled, wandering star.
"Once my ship was a common scow like yours," he told them. "This world's magic is what has made the difference. Watch."
It was like seeing a rainbow that had gathered itself up and become a scintillant giant amoeba, whipping itself through the air. It became less misty and more well-defined as it came closer. As it came on, it engulfed Rugelow's starship, a rolling, amorphous shape that filled half the field of view. Rugelow's heart leapt. His ship would be magically restored. The hull glowed and sparkled with all the colours that the rainbow cloud carried along with it. And then fell to pieces. He gaped. The rainbow cloud was ascending skywards again, now as it made the rise in the ground, its lower edge missing them by a good margin. It left behind a broken and sagging mass of crumpled metal. Gundrum grunted.
"Not to be, evidently."
He began walking down the slope. Rugelow followed him despondently, leaving Kaladin at the top of the ridge. Gundrum picked up a piece of metal from the collapsed hull, showing it to him. The rainbow cloud had done more than just wreck his ship. The metal gleamed dully with oily colours.
"This scrap at least is worth something," Gundrum told him. "Everything on the world's within the eye of terror. Even metal is soaked in the forces of chaos. Metal from outside has a novelty value. It is touched by chaos when given the rainbow treatment, of course, but in particularly pure form."
This was the most sensible speech Rugelow had heard from the Chaos Trader. He threw down the lump of rainbow metal.
"Bad luck," Gundrum said.
He looked at Rugelow with something resembling sympathy.
"Let's go back to the tent. You look as though you could do with some more essence."
Rugelow did not have the heart to refuse. They rejoined Kaladin and strode back. Angelica was still sleeping, unaware of the visitation by the servants of the demon from the other side of the planet. The trio opened one bottle of liqueur, then another. Each bottle, it seemed, contained essence of a different colour. Whatever the distilling process was, it was very individualistic. Gundrum seemed ready to show a more human face. He described some of his travels in the eye, though clearly he was leaving out some of the more bizarre details. After the second bottle was nearly finished, Kaladin asked him a serious question. "Do you believe in the Emperor?"
"Ah, our beloved Emperor," Gundrum rejoined jovially, "who holds together the human race and has charge of our souls, of course."
"Then you don't ever feel that what you are doing is wrong?"
"Wrong?"
Gundrum made an exaggerated grimace and relapsed into his former mode of speaking.
"Oh no, oh no, oh. By my wordiness, oh no. I do not care about all of that. The priests will tell you everything is evil except the Emperor. Aliens are evil. Chaos is evil. How are aliens more evil than us? They are simply creatures, as we are. No, it is all the same to me. The Emperor is not captain of my soul."
Kaladin's normally pale face went even paler. Even Rugelow, elevated as he was to a state of near ecstasy by the amount of liqueur he had drunk, was shocked to the core. He had never before encountered a man of such total amorality. True, he had traded with aliens, but like everyone else who did so, he believed deep down that he was doing something wicked, had even revelled in his sin. Murderers, thieves, swindlers and heretics, they all acknowledged the Emperor in their hearts. A man without even this elementary moral sense was incomprehensible to him. Embarrassed, he changed the subject.
"What has happened to Coiler?"
he did not return with the merchandise. Unable to tear himself away from the distillery, no doubt. Gundrum sighed. He let out a roar. Sister!
Angelica woke up and looked about her sleepily. Her appearance was girlish and innocent. It was hard to believe she was the same person they had first met, or who had attacked Ruglo in such ghoulish form.
Go into the town, find Coiler, and bring him here.
She went obediently out into the darkening gloom. In a little over half an hour she was back, without Coiler, but carrying another small ribbed bottle.
"Coiler sent this," she said.
"Ah!" Gundrum seemed pleased. He took the bottle from her hand, unsealed it, then poured into the acorn-sized glasses. The liqueur was a quite bright yellow, and poured more easily than usual, seeming thinner. Gundrum sniffed it, then sipped rather than take it straight down, rolling it around his mouth before swallowing.
New. Not given time to mature. Raw but refreshing. A brave little essence, I'd say.
"Bottled hours ago, is my guess,"
Angelica giggled. Rugolo and Kaladin sampled theirs. It had, as Gundrum had said, a raw flavour. The taste of salt on their tongue was more limited but sharper. As it went into their stomachs, there was the usual explosion, but with an extra excitement to it. Ruglo grinned inanely and took some more.
I like this.
Kaladin too liked it. He reached for the bottle. Then he noticed that Angelica had changed since she made the trip to the distillery. The withdrawn, slightly pathetic innocence was gone. Here was the magnetic, vampiric Angelica of previously. Her eyes had widened, becoming rounder and greener. Her exposed skin had firmed and glowed. She had moved to Ruglo and was tugging his goatee beard with one hand and running her fingernails along his neck with the other. The look she was giving him was ogling and predatory. Kaladin rose to his feet. "Get away from her, Maynard," he said raggedly. And that was all either of them knew. Ruglo became aware of the noises first. It was a while before he could open his eyes. There was a shuffling of feet, and the mutter and murmur of voices. And there were other sounds, an intermittent hissing, like a slow-acting piston, liquid, bubbling and pouring. Everything echoed, as it would in a large metal shed, which proved to be the case when the trader opened his eyes. He was lying on his side, on a hard floor. His hands and feet were tied together. Kaladin was in the same situation a few feet away. Both had been stripped of their las pistols. He became aware of a face looking down at him.
Here we are then."
The man was clad in drab blue overalls, tailored from some rough material. A workman. But he did not look unkindly. He called over some others who helped Rugolo and Kaladin to a sitting position, leaning against the wall of the shed. It appeared to be next day. The flickering brown daylight came through openings in the roof. The shed was crammed with equipment. A small furnace was being stoked, sending thick smoke up a flume. The regular sighing sound came from an elaborate contraption, at the centre of which stood a fat yellow cylinder with which a piston was being pushed at intervals, and from which escaped gusts of powdery vapour. The contraption was connected to the inlet valves of a row of half a dozen vats arranged along the shed. These vats in turn had outlet cocks leading to storage cylinders lining one wall, one cylinder per vat. Rugolo guessed they were in the distillery, which spanned the river. But why? The workman spoke to him.
"So, nice to see people from the outside. Hard to get good raw material, you know. I expect you want to know how it's done, don't you? It's a dipping process to begin with, you see. Then there's the rendering down. Well, you can see for yourself. Here are the people who came in before you."
Kaladin hissed words at Rugolo.
"That last bottle must have been drugged."
Rugolo became aware of an acrid smell. It came from a vapour being exhaled from the vats, and now he saw the people who came in before you, being led in, chained together, the Gendovians. They looked around themselves in bewilderment, then began struggling as the iron collars were removed and they were hung upside down by the feet from a movable belt, fitted with pulleys and running the length of the shed. When they each found themselves suspended over a vat, the screaming for mercy began. It was to no avail. The belt was lowered. Each Gundovian, flexing desperately, disappeared into his vat. Half a minute later, he came up again, spluttering and dripping, wailing with protest until he went down again. Squatting down beside Ruggalo to make himself heard over the screams, the distillery worker continued explaining the process in the same friendly, informative tone. The dipping has to go on for quite a while, you see. It's like making candles, except in reverse. Instead of putting tallow on the wick by degrees, the soul is gradually leached out of you. If you like, all the psychic content going into the liquid. Oh, that liquid is the secret of this business. No one else knows it. Not on this world, not on any other. Well, I'm not saying any more about that, am I? That's our trade secret. What's it like? Well, I'm not going to say you'll enjoy it. You feel like everything being drawn out of you. It's quite uncomfortable. But after a while you hardly know where or who you are, so they say. It's all gone into the solution. Then with the last dip, they leave you there and you stop breathing. The rendering down begins then. There's lots of chemicals and hormones and things like memory molecules out of your brain. All those things go into the brew too. Then we draw you off to clarify. After that it goes to the still to be supplemented, then to casks for maturing. Been in this job all my life, I have. Ever since I was a boy. Proud of the work we do here, I am. Best liqueurs in the galaxy, and this is why. They are the essence of human being. Could there be anything better? Having finished taking pride in his craft, the distillery worker heaved himself to his feet and wandered off, to be about his duties. Eventually, the Gandovians had ceased their struggling and were left for an hour or two, totally submerged. Ruggalo and Kaladin now appreciated the full extent of Coiler's treachery. This was why he had brought them here, to be rendered down and distilled for the dilection of others. But where was Coiler? Back with Gundrum, presumably. He had only left the tent, on Gundrum's orders, they recalled, to arrange for the drugged essence. This is Gundrum's real business, Ruggalo said through gritted teeth. He isn't trading out of the eye so much as trading in. He brings people here to be turned into liqueur. Why would he need to do that? There are people here already. Ruggalo thought about it. He remembered what Gundrum had said about local vintage, what he had said about the value of metal from outside. Everything here is corrupted by chaos, including people. People most of all. People from outside the Eye of Terror, uncorrupted, untainted, for all is make a superior product. People like us, you mean? Kaladin added mournfully. Ruggalo noticed him staring at something. He followed his gaze. Underneath one of the vats, perhaps accidentally kicked there, was an object he recognised. Coiler's melter gun. Now it was their turn for the vats. We can be of use to you, Ruggalo yelled eagerly as the workman approached. I'm a trader. My friend's a navigator. Take a look at his war pie. We can bring you better material than Gundrum can. We know where to get lots of people. We won't charge much. Just give us a chance. His increasingly frantic babble was ignored. His last pleas came as he found himself looking down into the murky, evil-smelling surface of whatever concoction it was accomplished the absorption of a man's essence, his nature, his life experience, his very soul. With the rattling of a chain, they were dunked into the brew. It felt oily, seeping reluctantly through their clothing. It stung Ruggalo's skin. He held his breath, but somehow it got into his mouth and his nostrils, making him choke. He seemed to be there for an eternity. Physically, he felt little, perhaps just a sense of melting away at the edges. But then this was the first dip. The chain rattled again as they were hauled free of the liquid. The more sensitive Kaladin had not held out as well as his partner. He came up blubbering and twisting from side to side. I can't stand this, Maynard! I can't stand it! His voice rose to a shriek as they descended again. Help me! Help me, Mother! Help me! Unlike Ruggalo, he had suffered more from the psychic effects of the dipping process than the physical. It was like being pulled apart from the inside, the absorbing fluid causing his psyche to seep out of him as though by osmosis. It caused a pain that went beyond what he had ever experienced before. He thrashed about in the vat, trying to scream with his mouth full of the filthy tasting liquid, feeling it enter his lungs. Then he heard a calm, cool voice. "I'll help you, Pelor." His mother's voice. He could feel her presence in the vat with him. His eyes were closed, but he clearly saw her face, her dear face, as she tried to comfort him. The rope holding him to the overhead belt snapped. He doubled up, rolling about in the bottom of the vat. The ropes tying his hands and feet seemed to have been weakened and made slippery by the oily absorption brew. They were slipping off as he struggled. He was free. He reached up and gripped the lip of the vat. Coming up after his second dip, Rugelow quickly became aware that something had happened. Kaladin was no longer his dipping companion, no longer hanging beside him from the overhead belt. Instead, he was on the floor of the shed, wielding the melter gun. Its submolecular flame whooshed and roared ahead of him, vaporizing men and charring plant and machinery, sending out a wave of heat, which he could feel even where he was. Any it did not catch scattered and fled through the openings at the far end. Kaladin wasted no time in finding the pulley that worked the belt and lowering Rugelow to the floor. After some difficulty, he undid the ropes. Gasping with relief, Rugelow clawed sticky, smelly fluid from his face. "How did you manage that, Pelor?" Kaladin sobbed. He threw himself on Rugelow's shoulder. "It was my mother," he howled. "She released me. It's real after all. My mother is in hell, Maynard." Rugelow pushed him off and gave him a quizzical frown. "Clearly," he said, "it's an advantage to have a mother in hell, if you're in the Eye of Terror." He snatched the melter gun from Kaladin. "Come on, let's go settle accounts with Gundrum. We need his ship after all." Kaladin stumbled after him. "You might kill Gundrum and Coiler, but you can't kill Angelica with that thing. You saw what happened before, and anyway, we can't get out of the Eye without her." Outside the shed, men were running past, but it was not because of the melter gun. The airboats had returned, landing just beyond the line of workshops. The troop leader from before was firing 2 crude slug pistols in the air, discharging messy gouts of flame and smoke, and urging his bizarrely mutated men on.
"Demon Spitting Bottom owns this town and distillery,"
he roared triumphantly.
"His champion defecated as much as 100-ton megastegosaur could. Bring out your wives. Spitting Bottom is hungry."
He spotted the drenched, oily-faced escapees from the vats and pulled up sharp.
"What are you doing? You are outsiders. Your bottles are for essence. Get back with you."
Rugelow did not know how much fuel remained in the melter gun's reservoir. He displayed the weapon to the ruffian, hoping he would recognise it for what it was. A calculating look came to the troop leader's face, his eye stalks wavering from side to side. He turned to his men and made a bowling action with one arm.
On to the distillery."
Rugelow continued as fast as he could along the river, Kaladin in tow, to discover that a few of the mutants had been left behind to seize the painted spaceship. They were pinned down behind their airboat, as were Gundrum and Fofo, crouched by the Scarlet Pavilion, exchanging laser with musket shot. There was no sign of either Coiler or Angelica. The quickest way to the starship was straight through the middle, between the two parties and into the line of fire. Rugelow beckoned. "When I say so, run for all you're worth," he said to Kaladin. So far, they had not been spotted, and they were too far away for the range of the melter gun, though worryingly in range of Gundrum's laser. Rugelow took a deep breath. "Now!" He set off at a run. When he had covered half the distance, Gundrum turned and looked at him with a ludicrous expression of surprise. He let fly with a badly aimed laser shot. Rugelow answered with a brief squeeze on the melter gun's trigger, the stock at his shoulder. There was a hissing as the blast of submolecular energy superheated the air through which it passed. He twisted round to let off another blast in the direction of the airboats. The melter gun was a short-range weapon, and he was still too far off to do any real harm. But through the haze it created, he saw Gundrum fall back, raising his arms as though to ward off the heat. Fofo, however, took the opportunity to launch himself across the gap towards the mutants. Unwittingly, Rugelow had given him covering fire. He and Kaladin ran through the same swirling haze of still hot air, feeling their skin burn. In seconds they were past the small pavilion. Rugelow glanced round and saw Fofo, close by the airboats, laying about him with his las pistol, the bright beam darting here and there. A white-blue beam hissed past Rugelow's ear. He whirled round. Gundrum must have gone round the other side of the pavilion. He was standing on the ramp leading to his spaceship, both man and machine rearing over him, presenting the same odd angled appearance. Rugelow dodged another laser shot, and then, putting the melter gun stock back to his shoulder, marched challengingly on. He was close enough now to be able to vaporize Gundrum. Realizing this, the trader pointed his las pistol at Kaladin. They came to the foot of the ramp. It was a standoff. With a glittering smile, Gundrum looked sidelong at Rugelow, daring him to squeeze the trigger, knowing that his dying act would be to drill the navigator through the heart. His face lit up with delight, as though an idea had struck him.
By my roots, by my words, by my secret desires, what will you do? I will be gone. Your navigator will be gone. You will have to team up with my dear demented sister.
His eyes swiveled, looking towards the airboats. Rugelow did likewise, making sure to keep Gundrum in view. His pistol's charge run low after killing half a dozen mutants. Fofo had thrown down his pistol and drawn a short, curved sabre from a scabbard strapped to his thigh. At that moment, a musket ball took him in the chest. He staggered back and fell. The mutants were on him in a moment. His own sabre was used to slash and slash at him, cutting his torso to ribbons. What happened next made Rugelow sick to watch. As the now dead Fofo lay there, the back of his head opened and his twisted companion, Gidane, emerged. The baby-sized midget got to his feet and toddled towards the painted ship, arms held out imploringly. The umbilical cord which attached him to Fofo had been cut by the sabre. It trailed behind him on the turf, its end bloody. The grotesque thing did not get far. One of the mutants picked him up and held him before his face, his oversized mouth gaping in pleasure. The mutant seemed to think Gidane a baby. He started kissing him and licking him with a broad green tongue, while Gidane made faces of disgust and puked his protests.
May I suggest we go inside, Gundrum said quietly. Gidane has found someone new to care for him, I think.
That suited Rugelow. Weapons still trained on one another, they mounted the ramp. After a nod of permission from Rugelow, Gundrum pressed a stud which raised it and made it flush with the hull. They were in an elevator. With a whine it took them up, slid smoothly to a stop and opened onto the ship's interior. The first thing Rugelow saw was Angelica. She was seated on a piece of furniture unfamiliar to him. Not a chair, but a stool which was able to swivel on a pedestal, a facility which she obviously liked, for she was turning herself playfully from side to side. She hunched herself up on seeing them and smiled invitingly.
"How nice to see you again," she said to Rugelow. "Your name's Maynard, isn't it?"
Rugelow didn't recall ever telling her his name. Perhaps the demon in her had plucked it out of the ether. They had entered what was a common arrangement in the small trading ship, a combined flight room and living accommodation, but its style was totally alien. Instead of the cluttered intricacies which was the norm everywhere in the industrialized Imperium, it had clean-swept lines, a streamlined look, like the external lines of the ship itself. There were no nooks and crannies, no protuberances and florid decorations, and the colours were pastel and uncomplicated. Rugelow would never have been able to feel at ease here. It was a perversion, a product of chaos. Gundrum spoke softly.
Do you realize you have made a mistake? You have given me the advantage. If I kill your navigator now, will you really fire that melter gun in such a confined space? You would cook us both, as well as turn this control room to slag. I don't care in the least about that, Rugelow said confidently. I'm ready to do it anyway.
But he noted that Gundrum had left Angelica out when describing the gun's effects.
Where's Coiler?
he demanded. Angelica giggled. He's on board. Rugelow allowed his glance to locate the flight panel. Apart from the lack of runes and ornate decoration, it was standard.
Pello, he ordered. Get over there and take us off this damn planet.
Gundrum still kept his last pistol on the navigator as Kaladin obeyed, seating himself at the strangely bare control board. The view screen, of an unfamiliar square shape, flickered on and the ship's engine roared smoothly into life. They lifted away. Through crackling lightning and transient virtual figures, through the boiling brown cloud layer, Kaladin put them in parking orbit, looking down on the spiky planet which surrounded itself with a tracery of flashing energy. Without warning, Gundrum put up his last pistol.
It is time for a truce,
he said, imperturbably. Rugelow was reluctant to put up the melter gun likewise. He kept it pointed at the Chaos Trader.
Bring Coiler here, he said. I want to pay him back for the drug liqueur. There was no drug liqueur. It was Angelica who put you to sleep. She can do it now, if she wants.
Rugelow gawped.
Show him, Angelica.
Angelica batted her eyelids at Kaladin. He slumped suddenly unconscious, his head hitting the control board. She blinked again. He recovered, looking around in puzzlement. Rugelow was appalled at the realization that he was powerless. Gundrum had been playing with him. He put up the melter gun.
What do you intend to do? He asked. Go back to Caligula with our cargo, or perhaps further off.
It had been Rugelow's intention to go further than Caligula too, if he could. He had been plotting to steal Gundrum's ship and goods for himself.
As for Coiler, Gundrum went on, don't blame him too much. True, he betrayed you, but he couldn't help himself. He rescued you at first, remember? That was genuine. But poor Coiler is a man with no consistency, a weak person. He found he couldn't do without the liqueur, so he brought you to us as payment. You betrayed us too,
Rugelow pointed out.
We betrayed you.
Gundrum performed the unnaturally high lifting of his eyebrows again.
What did we owe you? Let me confess that at one time I had it in mind to spare you the vats. We are both traitors after all. If the Rainbow Cloud had restored your ship to operational status, I would have let you go on your way, but
he shrugged with an exaggerated angular jerk of his shoulders.
It was not to be, and you were valuable, after all. Coming from outside the eye, those who make their own way here are most valuable of all. They are of the best quality, much better than those who are brought here as captives. That is why Angelica leaves us a trail for them to follow.
Rugelow pondered.
Where is Coiler?
For answer, Gundrum pointed to a small bare round table. On it was a stoppered liqueur bottle of a yellowish colour. It was the same one that Angelica had brought back from the distillery.
You've been drinking him?
Rugelow and Kaladin both stared, aghast.
That is Coiler!
Angelica trilled.
Part of him, at any rate. The rest of him is in the cask, maturing.
He had betrayed and abandoned us, remember? Gundrum put in. We could not have that. By my roots. But a fitting end, don't you think? Coiler knew he would end up in the bottle. Sooner or later, I don't doubt.
Angelica stood.
Let us be going, brother. Make amends to these two fools. Take them with us.
Just as you wish, sister. You were ever soft-hearted.
She gestured Kaladin out of the pilot's seat and seated herself in his place, setting up the board for journey. Her movements were assured. It was clear she was an accomplished pilot. Rugelow began to feel relief, mingled though it was with distrust. Without Angelica, they would never be able to leave the Eye, and here she was, offering to take them herself. But was it the woman or the demon making that offer? Suddenly, she looked up at the view screen, her hand making an adjustment.
Brother, see.
All eyes went to the view screen. It showed a big, dark patch, surrounded by stars and glowing dust.
The rose cluster! It has vanished!
Gundrum moved closer, his tall form bending and peering.
No, it is still there. See, it occludes the stars behind it. It has gone dark, that is all.
Yes, I see it,
Angelica murmured.
The cycle has turned. This is a good time to be leaving, brother.
She gave her attention back to the pilot's instruments. She was turning the ship around, preparatory to setting out. The swirling brown and red sphere of the spiked planet's sun hove into view on the screen. Kaladin and Ruggalo both went rigid with terror. The sun convulsed while an angry-faced head and shoulders poked out, looking around itself briefly, then withdrew, the sun closing up after it to swirl red and brown as before, a turbulent ball. If Gundrun and Angelica had noticed the vision, they made no comment. Angelica yanked a lever. The painted starship shot off, leaving the sun with its solitary planet behind. Then she gave out a high-pitched cry.
Brother! We are out of control! We are falling! Something has hold of us! I can't pull out!
On the view screen, all stars disappeared. There was only a glimmering blackness. They were falling, not onto the spiked planet, not into its angry sun. They were plummeting deep into the darkness that was once the Rose Cluster. Chapter 15. The Worm in the Rose. The great roses were withering on the stem of chaos. The rose-shaped suns, the rose-shaped planets, writhed and turned black, stricken by a dreadful canker. Everywhere, visions of beauty and harmony erupted into foulness. Pale, glimmering worm shapes sprang from between plant petals, now gone putrescent, turning everything they touched to slime. The once enchanted landscape became covered with wriggling, slithering, rustling masses of noisome, loathsome insectoid and reptilian creatures. The human inhabitants, with their formerly peaceful natures, became growling brutes, obsessed with hatred for everything living. A glorious example of Zenshin change. The great god's followers all roared their approval. Utter darkness had descended. There was silence. Sergeant Abdazal Magron of the Dark Angels chapter, unable to see in any frequency his helmet had available, felt his captain's gauntlet clank against his armour, steadying him.
Wait a few moments, Sergeant.
Now his visor was bringing something to his senses. Not light, exactly. No, not light. Blackness that was visible. Black light. No light. A nullity that showed itself. Magron looked overhead. An ebony sun sat in a jet-black sky. A sun that glowed with utter darkness, washing the landscape with negative light. How could such a contradiction be? In that Cimmerian nothingness, Magron could see Captain Abadas, though not in the same way that he had been able to see him before. He could even see the colours of his armour, like enamel glowing dimly from black depths. The city around them glowed in the black light too, but it was changing. The sparkling minarets and elegant belvederes were collapsing and heaving, twisting into ugly grotesqueries, rough-hewn caves and misshapen piles. Darkness entered Sergeant Magron's soul. All in the plaza, both the invading Alpha Marines and the confused mob of defenders had paused, as if frozen, during the Rose Cluster's descent into utter darkness. Now they began to move again. Although Magron had invoked the Emperor in his battle cry, he now forgot even that. Battle rage possessed him. Had no others been present, he might even have launched himself at his captain. The knights and warriors of the city, despite being better armed, were no match for the Alpha Legion Marines, who in little time waded in blood, gore, crushed armour and splintered bone as they continued their joyous advance. They disdained to use their bolters, which they left clipped to their holsters. Instead,
They restricted themselves to power maces and hammers, all the time emitting a concerted drone of prayer to some unimaginable dark god, a chant which rose and fell, becoming ever more fervent as the slaughter progressed. All Magron could understand of this chant was that it spoke of blood, of death, of crushed skulls, of gifts of carnage to the Lord whom they addressed. He would not have known them for Space Marines at all, had Abadas not told him so, but some indistinct sense of honour made him put up his bolter too. A figure confronted him, whose armour was metamorphosized beyond recognition. The helm had become a head of a wrathful, hook-nosed bird, shrouded in thick hair, surmounted by two huge, curlicued horns, with tips pointing forward. The main body of the armour was an embossed mass, damascened with scenes depicting butchery and bloody sacrifice, which somehow seemed able to project itself into the visible darkness like a hologram. A power maul in one hand, a power hammer in the other. The Chaos Space Marine took a step back in confusion at seeing armour that was unmutated and untouched by chaos. Then his maul met Magron's chainsword, and his hammer swung towards the other's helmet. Magron raised an arm to deflect the hammer blow. The strength of the shock on his ceramite vambrace was a surprise to him. He charged, intending to rush in to wreak whatever damage he could with the edge of his buzzing chainsword, and was flung back by an unexpected force. Captain Abadas's voice sounded in his ear.
"Do not call on your dead Emperor, Sergeant. He cannot help you. The Alpha Marines are aided by the Chaos Gods. Call on the same. Call on the Changer of the Ways."
Abadas's words should have been barely comprehensible to the Dark Angel Sergeant, but somehow they were not. Magron knew now the Emperor was dead. He knew that the lofty Chaos Gods now ruled the universe, and that a pact could be made with them. It was as though a tendril had penetrated his mind, like the pale worm shapes that, at the coming of the Rose-Cluster's sinister night, were emerging from the slimy landscape. His rage and bloodlust curdled into a manic resolve to call on any power, no matter what, that would help him to triumph. He roared once again at the top of his voice, "Changer of ways, strengthen me!" This was more than a heartfelt ritual. It was a cry from the soul. A feeling of fresh potency flowed through him. He resolved to see the face of the Alpha Marine who had nearly bested him with demon-assisted weapons. He drew his bolter and aimed a rapid close-range volley at the bird-shaped helm. The Chaos Marine staggered. The weird helmet cracked, then shattered. The face that stared out at Magron was a bloody skull, with round, bulging, bloodshot eyes. It was not a face he could make any sense of, a face without humanity. But inexplicably, Magron found it admirable and even enviable. He fired a single shot which shattered the skinless head. Putrid brain matter, green in colour, spattered in all directions. Slowly, with the majesty of a colossus, the bulky form of the warrior fell. Grimly, Captain Abadas smiled to himself. Sergeant Magron's first step on the path of devotion to chaos had been when he had come floating down unharmed, wafted by some mysterious warp influence onto the surface of that planet. Now he had taken his second, more corrupting step. Fighting in the black light was strange, like fighting in a trance. A dim tumult surrounded Magron. Wheeling around, he searched the darkness for another opponent, another enemy kill. Abadas was wrestling hand-to-hand with an Alpha Legion Chaos Space Marine, each preventing the other from using his weapons, their power armour whining and humming. Magron strode behind the Alpha Marine and applied his chainsword to where he knew it would be more efficient, the gorget where the helm connected with the trunk of the power suit. Chaos armour was no different. After some resistance, his chainsword broke in and bit deep. The foul Marine's head flew off. Captain Abadas raised his gauntlet in salute. Magron exulted. It did not matter that victory lay with the invaders, who now walked knee-deep in piles of butchered bodies. Battle was glorious. Captain Abadas's calm, incisive voice came to him.
"We have done what we can, brother sergeant. We are outnumbered now. Let us withdraw."
Magron did not want to obey him. He wanted to continue fighting till meeting certain death at the hands of the Alpha Marines, just as long as he could take some of them with him. But he still had the discipline of a Dark Angel. He did not disobey a superior brother officer. Both men took their bolters in their gauntlets, letting off scattered shots to cover their retreat. To Magron's surprise, Abadas did not make his way back to his beast ship. He backed towards the edge of the esplanade and to the slumped and distorted buildings there, which would give good cover should the Alpha Legion pursue them. Magron found it odd to see masonry which had flowed and reformed itself like some uncontrollably cancerous protoplasm. Once, in one of the side streets, the black light became more like ordinary darkness, the glowing ebony orb of the sun out of sight for the moment. He reached out a gauntlet and stroked a wall. It was hard but rough, reminding him of badly poured, unsmoothed concrete. And then, in the blink of an eye, the negative light vanished. A ruddy radiance fell on the ruined city. Moving out of the shadow, they saw that the sun had changed again, and was a glaring, bloody sphere. But that was not all. That sun was but a small ball, flanked by two truly enormous figures. Magron stared in total disbelief. This could not be real. It had to be hallucination on his part. Both vast beings were winged, but otherwise were totally unlike one another. On the left, a vaguely humanoid bird-like beast, crested and feathered, beaked and taloned, with plumage of glittering, changing hues. On the right, a majestic, fearful, wolf-faced, triple-horned, man-like thing, its brief armour decorated with skulls, carrying a huge war-axe and a lash. Both looked down on the world with hard, shining eyes, which carried cunning, knowledge, and power. It was difficult to estimate the extent of their enormity. If they really stood by the sun, as they seemed to do, then they would have to be extended tens of millions of miles. But it could be they were nearby, perhaps just above the atmosphere, and so only some hundreds of miles in height. Cumbersomely, Captain Abadas was sinking to his knees, as were all the Alpha Marines and the few surviving defenders, faces raised to the twin manifestations.
"Kneel, Sergeant," he barked. "This is not a vision. It is not a projection. It is real."
Magron froze. To kneel before the powers of chaos? What would the Emperor have thought of him?
"Kneel!"
Abadas's voice became harsher.
"Did you not call on the changer of ways? See how quickly your prayers have been answered. Do not insult the servants of the dark gods."
The dead Emperor receded in Magron's mind as he looked on these examples of the new universe. He realized now that what the captain had tried to tell him was true. Here was power, such as he could never have dreamed of. Slowly, he bent his knees and joined Abadas in homage. The bird's beak opened, and a gigantic purring voice boomed down onto the surface of the planet. Magron did not even ask himself how that voice could carry through the vacuum of space. Such rational questions had no place here. The greater demon's words carried a persuasion and a compulsion that brooked no doubt.
"A great project is afoot. A project for which my friend, the Bloodthirster, and I are in alliance. You are needed, my subjects, my little ones. Come, here is work for you to do."
The demon made a slight gesture with his clawed hand. It was as though gravity had been reversed for the common inhabitants of the city. They went tumbling skywards in a great crowd, kicking and wriggling. At a height of about 1/4 of a mile they disappeared. And not just in the city, although Magron and the others present could not know it. All over the planet and on countless planets of the star cluster, where the two great demons, unimpeded by the normal laws of space and time, were appearing simultaneously. Billions were similarly being dragooned into service in the Lord of Change's forge hells. But not so any champions of chaos, any traitor marines, any who had received marks of favour. The two demons, friends of convenience, whirled and flew off, their forms dwindling into space. Captain Abadas rose to his feet and pointed an armoured finger to Magron's left shoulder pauldron. There, shining like a gleaming quicksilver, was a sinuous sign which had not been present before.
and the Imperial eagle on his breastplate was gone.
"You have done well, brother. Those are signs that you have been recognized. Serve Chaos with all your heart, and you will receive many gifts."
The Alpha Legion Marines, left with an empty city, were marching, still chanting, back into their cathedral ship.
"They go to continue the war elsewhere,"
Abordas informed Magron.
"It is waged all through the star cluster."
"Then were the two beings we saw Chaos Gods?" Magron asked, still stunned with the wonder of it.
"No, they are greater demons, one an agent of Tzeentch, the other of Khorne."
Magron recalled that these were the names used by the Alpha Marine when challenging Abordas.
"If they are allies, why do their adherents fight one another?"
A short, humorless laugh came from the captain's helm.
"This is not the world you are used to. Everything is arranged differently. When demons converse, their words form a miasma which breaks out into warfare between their followers."
The cathedral starship lifted off and was gone. Now something new was happening to what had been the Rose Planet. Around the ruined city, the curled and blackened remains of the clustered planet petals had still been visible once there was light rearing into the sky. Now they crumbled altogether and vanished. The distorted city too collapsed and seemed to bury itself in the ground beneath. Soon there was only a bare landscape, dotted with suddenly erupting volcanoes and lashing trees of some alien kind, all in the bloody glow of the red sun. That, and the products of the recent slaughter in terms of butchered bodies. The Lord of Change's magical influence had left the star cluster, leaving it to revert to its former natural state, as it had been before the onset of the warp storm known as the Eye of Terror, except, of course, for its human population, which in some cases replaced the alien populations that had been there before. Captain Abordas looked around him, as though surprised by the change.
"I brought you here to meet someone," Abordas said eventually. "Come with me."
They set out on foot across the barren landscape. As they walked, Abordas began to explain about the Chaos powers.
"There are 4 main Chaos gods," he said. "One of them you want little to do with, Slaanesh, a god of unbridled sensations and perversion. He is not even connected with humanity, but with an alien race called the Eldar. Tzeentch has the greatest wisdom of all, and is the unsurpassed master of magic. Then there is Khorne, the warrior god. Nurgle is perhaps the strangest god of all to understand, for he spreads disease and contagion, but through him one can learn to endure any misfortune. Each of these great lords has an unknown number of greater demons, which are like lesser gods to do his bidding, as well as ranks of lesser demons, and of course human champions, who can in time attain the status of demons themselves. Men can become a god, immortal and with divine power."
Magron hearkened to this account of the Pantheon with fascination.
"The crime of the Emperor," Abordas added cautiously, "was to try to deny mankind this advancement and keep it only for himself."
"Which of the 4 powers do you worship, Captain?" Magron inquired, after he had let this sink in.
"I do not devote myself to any one master," Abordas replied. "It is not necessary. For you, however, attachment to a single god is the quickest paths to the joys and glories of chaos."
"And which?" Abordas was silent for a moment, as if ruminating.
"I know your qualities, brother sergeant. A warrior of your worth should submit himself to Khorne, the war god. In service to him you will find fulfillment beyond measure."
They walked for some time in silence.
"Brother Captain,"
Magron then said,
"I beg you, tell me of the last days when you say our chapter was all but destroyed."
Abordas hesitated, reluctant to do this, but he decided that prevarication would only make Magron suspicious. He began to mix truth with lies.
"We fought hard, and to the last," he said. "In the end, what was left of our chapter retreated to Caliban, and came under siege by much greater rebel forces. The Emperor was already dead by then."
He paused, genuinely recalling the titanic struggle.
"Such was the ferocity of the battle that Caliban itself was reduced to a fragment, held together only by the defence screens of the central fortress monastery. You will be surprised, Sergeant, when I tell you which chapter led the besiegers."
Magron waited for him to continue.
"The word-bearers."
For all that his outlook was beginning to change, Magron was shocked to the core. The Word-Bearers were the only legion of the Adeptus Astartes who possibly exceeded the Dark Angels in religious zeal. Their very name was a byword for missionary passion. In the Great Crusade, they had brought worship of the Emperor to every planet they conquered, erecting cathedrals and monuments everywhere. This was the first he had heard of their defection. Communications had been disrupted during the rebellion, and news had travelled slowly.
"Yes, those most dedicated to the Emperor were among the first to abandon us,"
Abadas continued somberly.
"A loss of faith, which paradoxically grew out of their religious fervour. The word-bearers came to realise that the Emperor was not worthy of worship. He was only a man, and a fallible one at that. They now worship the great Chaos gods with the same dedication they once gave the Emperor, completely and entirely."
The two power-armoured Space Marines continued striding over the landscape. Abadas knew that Magron was struggling with himself, but Chaos was aiding him, was helping him to find the way. More help would come soon.
"I hope you find this story instructive," he said after a while.
"Who is it we are going to meet now?" Magron asked.
"A chaplain of the word-bearers."
While they journeyed, the rose cluster's great night slowly returned. The sun turned black, but this time the negative light it emitted mingled with the fiery glow from the numerous volcanoes. The mixture of black and red light was more than usually eerie. Evidently, the demon of Zench, who had created the rose cluster, had only interrupted the rose cycle in order to make his dramatic appearance. The cycle was now imposing itself anew on the planet's original nature. Hours passed as they made their way across the grumbling landscape. Occasionally, dim, stooped figures, missed by the greater demon's levy, crept by in the distance.
"The chaplain's shrine is not far off,"
Captain Abadas announced eventually. He stopped. A towering shape had come into view. It appeared to be a spaceship, but it was of unusual design. A leaping, streamlined shape. In the black light, streaks of sombre colour ran over it, and at its foot, a grisly scene. Chapter 16. The Battleship Rectitude. Rivet gun strapped to his thigh and tool belt clinking, repair mechanic, 3rd class, Gragshek, knelt alongside the secondary ancillary transformer, one of a row of 50 that he had been trying to service. He placed his ear to the casing and listened intently. He shook his head. Everything had been tuned, worn parts replaced, but still the output was not smooth. Gragshek's world was a cluttered cavern, one of many in the vast innards of the Gothic-class battleship Rectitude. Riveted and blackened pillars crisscrossed it. Hoses, cables, and data ribbons turned it into a jungle. Pipes, hanging in diameter from 1 inch to 10 feet, snaked their way through the gloomy space. At either end lay a confused melange of companionways and tunnel entrances. The floor ran with oil and green fluid. The only illumination was a red glow from the roof lamps. Noise was constant, hissing, clanging and clanking, drilling and banging, and the persistent roaring of the far-off drive engines which made the cavern shake. Gragshek had known no other world than this. He had been brought aboard at the age of 6, contrary to regulations, by his parents, who had been junior ensigns. For some reason unknown to him, they had been executed the next day, and the Rectitude had set off with the young Gragshek still aboard. Engineering crewmen had taken care of him and had trained him as he grew up. Much older now, his face was grimed and twisted. He had never been off the battleship and did not even know that it was the flagship of the battle fleet Obscurus. He had little knowledge of the outside galaxy. When the discharge of the Rectitude's mighty weapons resounded through the inmost chambers, he rarely knew whether the warship was engaged in a battle, an exercise, or was test firing. His ignorance was not unusual. Many among the lower-ranked crewmen had forgotten any other environment. He trudged his way to his supervisor. "Magister, I can't fix number 5. Better call a tech adept." The supervisor, who had been watching his efforts from the gallery, shrugged, nodded, then barked into a speaking tube. Shortly, a tech adept clad in a hooded worksuit decorated with arcane symbols appeared. He listened to Gragchek's grunted report, bent over to stare at the casing of the transformer, then reached into his work satchel and brought out a little pot of sacred red paint and a brush. Carefully he calligraphed fresh hex signs on the casing, at the same time reciting a religious formula in a loud voice. Then he stood back. Suddenly, the transformer was humming smoothly. Gragchek applied his test gauge and grinned with pleasure. The machine had been cured. Without a further word, the tech adept stalked off, stepping with dignity through the muck on the metal floor to climb a companionway. At the top of the ladder, he cleaned the oil off his boots and entered a liftway to a somewhat more orderly level, that of engineering coordination and control. The disordered jungle of engine rooms and machine shops he had just visited extended for a full Imperial mile, and that did not include the massive drive engines, both warp and real space, which occupied the aft mile and a half of the Gothic battleship. Engineering coordination and control took up a smaller space. The ceiling was low. Instead of the cacophony of the lower decks, the hiss of air purifiers and the click and hum of tabulators mingled with the sweet smell of incense drifting from the nearby shrines. Something like 100 tech adepts attended the long bank of gold and electrum-framed reading screens, speaking tubes at their throats. A fleet officer was collecting the hourly report. Unlike those who had to go down into the bowels of the battleship, he was immaculate in his high-collared, square-shouldered, dark blue greatcoat, in his black jackboots, black cummerbund, and black holster. A starburst medallion dangled from the braids on his chest, showing that he belonged to one of the hereditary fleet families. Embroidery on his left sleeve indicated his rank and his assignment to the engineering branch. A scabbarded power cutlass was strapped across the small of his back, a sure sign that the Rectitude was shortly to go into action. Accepting the small reed plate, the officer took a lift which whooshed him half a mile towards the upper deck. He paced a corridor lined with armed security men. Then he entered the bridge of the flagship. Even here, the countless sounds of the battleship's functioning were heard. The bridge was a broad crescent, more eerie in many ways than the dungeon-like engineering sections, especially now that the combined battle fleets were preparing to enter the Eye of Terror. Lord Militant Commander Drang, resplendent in full combat uniform, including a peaked hat, able to become a full space helmet, prosthetic eye glinting, strode to and fro. An admiral stood at attention behind him, facing the view screens. A whole battery of specialist officers, gunnery, tactics, evaluation, were seated at comm desks. The usual tangle of hoses and cables looped and sagged from the ceiling. The usual friezes of protective runes and grimacing gargoyles glared from the walls in the dim, uneven light. In the centre were 5 throne-like chairs. Clamped in them, so completely that they almost disappeared, were 5 venerable navigators of enormous experience, clusters of ribbed hoses spraying from their headpieces and leading to various pieces of equipment. To their rear were 5 smaller restraint chairs. In them were held primary psykers of the most sensitive sort, made completely immobile. These had been obtained with some difficulty, for they were regarded as expendable, as were the navigators for that matter. They were not expected to survive what might face them in the Eye of Terror. Adepts from the Scholar Psychana attended them, monitoring the potions fed into their bloodstreams and eavesdropping on their trembling psyches. The curved forward wall of the bridge was an array of view screens, some oval, some octagonal. One of these showed the main deck of the Rectitude as it speared through space, 4 Imperial miles long, bearing ranks of Cobra-class destroyers, Ravager attack ships and Doomfire bombers. It was also possible to see the superstructure and outrigs of the massive ship, the intricately crenulated towers, the gargoyled casemates and buttressed sponsons which bore the battleship's mighty weapons. Apart from the craft arrayed on the flight deck, cruisers and frigates clung like barnacles to the sides of the flagship, while, moving under their own power, brute ram ships and heavy battle cruisers flanked the huge vessel in all directions. The remainder of the combined fleet would have been invisible to the naked eye, though not, of course, to Drang's monocle. The screens, however, annihilated distance and brought the formation into view. Drang's and Investicone's flagship were the 2 prongs of a vast echelon in the form of a forward-pointing cone. The 2 fleets had come out of the warp to create the formation. Travelling at sublight speed, they were now in the entrance to the Cadian Gate, which led into the Eye. The planet Cadia lay behind them. The formation was ready to drop into the warp again. Drang had already stood on the open deck and used his monocle to probe ahead. There were Chaos ships guarding the other end of the gate. There always were, which might attempt to attack them in the warp. This rarely succeeded. Ships usually had to emerge into real space in order to fight. Still, he was glad they were there. They would give warning to larger forces in the Eye. Elements of the fleet he had come to destroy would be able to deploy and fight. There was no glory without battle. On his personal screen, there appeared the scarred and decorated face of Investicone, his fellow commander, smiling ironically.
"All is in readiness, brother commander. Will you give the signal?"
"I will indeed, brother commander." Drang raised a finger. The admiral standing behind him bellowed an order. A signal flashed out from the flagship. The entire formation dropped into the warp and raced through the Cadian Gate. With a crash that rocked space, the attack fleet emerged within the Eye of Terror, spontaneously quitting the warp. Every single warp engine died without reason. The PSYKERs moaned. The engineers looked at one another aghast. This was a totally unexpected disaster, and yet the fleet still sped on, at something like warp speed. An impossibility. Staring into the void that was not quite the space it should be, that was bluish rather than black. Using all their skill and instrumentation, the adepts soon found the answer. "Revered Commander, this is not real space as it should be. The speed of light is infinite here. We are travelling at translight velocity without the benefit of the warp." Drang and Investicone were both of them mentally agile enough to understand this news. "A chaos modification," Drang commented. "Fascinating. How useful it would be if the Imperium could master this alteration of physical reality," he thought. The small Chaos ships stationed near the Cadian Gate were almost casually dealt with, blasted out of existence as this fleet darted towards the 5 worlds where, according to the Null Ship report, the Chaos invasion fleet was being constructed. These were to be pounded from orbit, and then overwhelmed by the 500,000 Imperial Guardsmen the fleet carried. The one addition the High Lords had made to Drang's original campaign plan. The PSYKERs, gagged to muffle their screams, were struggling and attempting to speak. The Scholar Psychana adepts who read their minds, a safety screen against Chaos terrors, relayed a startling message. There were no dockyards orbiting the denoted worlds, no enormous yards and factories on the planetary surfaces. The Navy had come to destroy what was simply not there. The PSYKERs aboard the Null Ship had been deceived. They had picked up mental images only. Momentarily, Drang was stunned. He felt his dream of glory slipping away. And yet, he switched his attention to his alien-manufactured monocle. It had never yet proved false. Its vague beckoning of the future called him on. A huge battle. But with whom? Or what? "Reports on demonic activity," he barked. The answer came soon. "Less than would normally be expected for this region, Commander." That in itself was suspicious. The 5 worlds were displayed on screen. They formed a ring, all sharing the same orbit, which would have made a nonsense of celestial dynamics in the universe beyond the Cadian Gate. Each world had a different shape, One was elongated like a capsule, another cube-shaped with rounded edges, a third helical like a corkscrew. PSYKERs and scrying teams reported human habitation as well as demonic presence. Drang consulted Investicone and they came to a decision. After a brief but devastating laser barrage, half of the Imperial Guard regiments were dropped, divided between the 5 worlds. Drang felt only a passing pang of conscience as he saw the swarms of pods rain down. Never before had a world within the Eye of Terror been invaded by the Imperium. The occupation would be brief, and the guardsmen were ultimately doomed, though they did not know it. This was an exercise, an experiment. Any who rejoined the fleet when it withdrew would first be examined for chaos contamination, then scored, exterminated. There was another advantage to the great inventor's welding together of warp and real space. As the velocity of light was infinite, communication was instantaneous. The fleet's far-seer radars could see light years ahead. The cry came from the tech adepts and the scholar Psychana adepts simultaneously. "Commanders, a huge battle fleet is approaching!" Drang gave a shout of exultation.
Onwards!
400 Gothic-class battleships led the way, racing deeper into the eye. A Gothic was so designed that, seen proudward, the entire vessel appeared as a blazon in the gridded shape of the Imperial Eagle, speeding inexorably. Accompanying the Gothics were heavy battle cruisers by the thousand, and as many ram ships. Cobras and Doomfires launched themselves from the Gothic's decks. Cruisers detached themselves from the holding brackets. To meet the challenge, there sprang from the Imperium nearly 300 Chaos Juggernauts, built to the great inventor's own design as the answer to the Gothic, together with thousands of Iconoclast, Idolater and Infidel-class cruisers. All were driven by the pure white blinding light of heaven, a form of energy beside which the gouting plasma of the Navy's drive seemed dull and ineffective. It was an illusion. Both sides had equal speed and manoeuvrability. The Lord of Change's plan was working well. First, the camouflage of the 5 planets to lure the forces of the Imperium into the Chaos Realm. Then, a fleet forged from his great invention, newly created matter, to test the new strategy and weaken the Imperium's naval forces at the same time. He had even created the arena for the battle by welding warp and real space together, but it had cost no small effort to field his battle fleet. He had drafted the extra workforce from the Rhodonius planets only hours ago, as the linear time of the Imperium would reckon it. But in the warp, where time meant nothing, they and their progeny had laboured in the forge hells for over a century. Some of their descendants now helped man the Chaos battleships in the service of their demonic masters. As the 2 huge fleets hurtled towards one another, they opened up with vast las cannons. Ships were scythed open while the fleets were still far apart, spilling their contents in a spreading mist. Then the fleets came together, discharging plasma cannons and plasma torpedoes. The truth was that the Chaos fleet was outgunned. The Lord of Change had not given the same attention to weaponry as he had to the ships themselves, delighting in their massiveness, like a child playing with a new toy. Matter. But he knew something which the Imperium as yet did not. He had a different strategy. Ramming. Juggernaut and Gothic, 1,000,000 tons meeting 1,000,000 tons at 1,000,000 miles per second. The flash produced by such mutual annihilation lit up the entire segment of the eye. After the first impact, which produced dozens of these flares, the 2 fleets reduced their velocity and engaged in more conventional manner. Ramming was, in fact, part of conventional tactics. All Imperial Navy ships had ram prows, but not at such velocity as to destroy the attacker as well. Laser, plasma, and ram. Smash, hammer, smash, hammer. Screech and shriek of tortured metal, rip of adamantium armour torn apart, millions of tons of incandescent wreckage exploding into space. The brute ram ships tore at the juggernauts like dogs worrying a stag, adding themselves to the deep probing laser shafts and vaporizing plasma. The Chaos ships rammed too, whenever they could, unheeding of any damage done to themselves. If they succeeded in opening up a hull, hordes of beastmen poured across the gap. Whenever a Chaos ship was destroyed or wrecked, a miasma of mindless, gibbering demonic entities flimmered out and flapped about in space before fading back into the warp, as if slipping out of the very metal of the ship. As the battle progressed, it spread over light years. Despite the colossal destruction that had been wrought, the Imperial fleet was gaining the upper hand. It had maintained communications and still was able to deploy tactics. The Chaos Fleet had not. Its Chaos Champion captains were dedicated either to Tzeentch or Khorne, and disdained to cooperate with one another, so it was entirely due to his own skill and daring when a champion of Tzeentch succeeded in dashing his juggernaut into the side of the Rectitude, despite his ship being disabled by a broadside of laser and plasma fire from turret and sponson on the approach. A deep wound was opened up in the side of the Gothic battleship. Baroque towers collapsed and tumbled away, end over end. Crushed buttresses exploded. Sponsons contorted and broke away. Entire inner sections spewed, disintegrating into space, along with thousands of crewmen. Among them was repair mechanic third-class Gragshek, who, up until that moment, had not known for certain that the ship on which he served was in action. The coral-like excrescences of the Juggernaut, too, collapsed, crumpled and broke away in whirling chunks. Engines silent, the giant hulks drifted dead in space, jammed together and spinning slowly, while savage warfare developed between the two crews. Lord Militant Commander Drang found to his grievous annoyance that all communications were down. He could not contact the remainder of the fleet, leaving Lord Militant Commander Investicone in sole command. A hiss and a ping warned that the bridge was bleeding air. Drang glanced at the widespread wreckage on the screens. He pulled down the peak of his cap, making it a space helmet, sealing himself from the coming vacuum. Seizing bolter and cutlass, gesturing to his officers to do likewise, he strode out to face the enemy. It was in the 4th day of the space battle, and now the Feathered Lord's secret showed itself. His technique of creating matter out of the stuff of chaos was not yet perfected. It was false matter, virtual matter. In this specially prepared part of the Eye of Terror, such false matter could persist for days before it dissolved back into the immaterium. Elsewhere in the eye, it might last for a few hours. In normal space, it would shred and dissolve in minutes. The Chaos battle fleet, built at the cost of such toil and suffering, had done what it could. The remaining ships, together with the scattered wreckage, faded away over a period of a day or so, leaving human crews behind to perish in space. The Greater Demon was well pleased with the exercise. He had shown that he could create matter and take on the might of the Imperium, which could not be done in any other way. He would perfect the method, make the false matter more stable in any conditions. Almost anything would then be possible. Battle fleets so huge they would overwhelm the human Imperium. Whole worlds brought into existence out of nothing. Chaos would have triumphed. About half the fleet, including more than 100 Gothic battleships, was still able to get underway after the enemy disappeared. Despite the heavy losses, Commander Investicone was satisfied with the outcome. The Chaos battle fleet had been decisively defeated and largely annihilated. Even had it still been present, it was no longer in a position to threaten any part of the Imperium. He assumed its gradual disappearance to be an admission of failure. Another feature of the enemy's performance was not lost on him. Some of the Chaos ships had begun fighting one another, apparently quarrelling over who should engage particular targets. Chaos had revealed its greatest weakness. The fleet regrouped. Scans were made for missing ships. A few were found and could be assisted. Most were either destroyed or out of range, and there was a limit to the amount of time that could be spent on rescue operations. The Rectitude did not show on any instrument sweep. The fleet prepared to withdraw, first approaching the Ring of 5 Worlds, which had been the original objective. From a distance of half a light year, contact was attempted with the signals units on each planet. From 4, no answer was received. The response from the 5th, the Corkscrew planet, so alarmed the signals officer that they relayed it directly to Lord Militant Commander Investicone. He found himself staring into the face of a commissar. The man's appearance shocked Investicone. His peaked hat was awry on his head. His stiff, narrow greatcoat was unbuttoned and disarrayed. His eyes bulged. Sweat filmed his face.
Help us, Lord Commander, for humanity's sake, help us.
Investicone's expression became icy.
Where is your regimental commander? He snapped.
Insane! All who are not dead are insane! We are beset by demons! Men should not have to die like this!
Beyond the commissar, Investicone saw the outlines of a room with curved pink walls. Suddenly, the rear wall swelled. It became a giant leering face, green eyes diamond-shaped. A huge tongue licked out. The commissar let out a strangled shriek as he felt it wrap itself around him. Then the room blinked and changed. Investicone realized it had become the inside of a huge mouth. Jagged teeth where the far wall had been. A red tongue rolling the gurgling commissar around it. He cut the connection and told the signals team to cease any further efforts at communication. Then he ordered one of his admirals to send a detachment to virus bomb all 5 planets. Not that that would necessarily be effective against demons. The victorious fleet set off for the Cadian Gate. Adrift, deeper within the eye, the Rectitude was still the scene of bitter fighting between naval crewmen and the beast horde from the now vanished Juggernaut. Lord Militant Commander Drang believed he had escaped the Calidus assassin. He was determined to die in control of his flagship, even though it was nothing but a dead hulk. Chapter 17. Blood for the Blood God. Kaladin had begun to realise that he, like Ruggalo, was no longer quite sane. They both were in a dreamlike fug, attempting to screen off reality. Yet the world they faced was not reality at all. It was a warped perversion of everything they had ever known. Here they were in the lounge of a chaos-transformed starship, piloted by a demon-possessed woman who already had tried to disembowel one of them, yet they behaved as though they were in no danger. His head in his hands, Kaladin agonized over his mother. Ruggalo had dismissed his claim that she had helped him struggle free of his bonds in the distillery. His vision was that the ropes must have been loosened by the fluid in the vat, perhaps had not been tied properly. Kaladin knew differently. His mother's soul was in the warp after all. Of that there was no doubt. He went through the possibilities. Perhaps it had been his mother at first, and then a demon had impersonated her. But at the end... Angelica pushed herself back from the control board.
"A greater demon is behind us," she said. "There's nothing I can do. We are being pulled into the cluster by an irresistible force."
"It's all dark, my dearest sister," Gundrum gurgled,
his eyebrows jerking up and down.
"Dark stars that were ablaze with light."
"They emit dark light, brother. It is a form of chaos radiance."
She joined them at the elegant table in the middle of the lounge. On it stood the liqueur bottle, containing its lustrous yellow essence. Gundrum picked up the bottle and gazed at it with an appreciative expression. Only a small amount of the liquid remained.
"Oh, Coiler, our good friend Coiler. I was fond of him, and what better way to remember him than—"
Kaladin took his head from his hands. He stared, appalled, as Gundrum unstoppered the bottle and poured the last of the liqueur into 4 tiny glasses. It emerged slowly and thickly, glistening in the light. Pursing his lips, his eyes bulging, Gundrum swallowed.
"Ah, dear friend, so pleasant to know you again."
He shivered and glanced with lugubrious surprise at the shocked looks of Ruggalo and Kaladin. Angelica, meanwhile, sipped casually from her own glass.
"Drink! Drink! Have you not drunk of our friend Coiler before? Do not insult him now."
They lowered their gaze to the drops of life essence Gundrum had poured out for them, anticipating the pleasure the unnatural indulgence would bring. Gundrum was right. Resignedly, in an ironic valediction, they raised their glasses in a salute, then put the last of Coiler to their lips. The painted spaceship curved into the rose cluster as if in a power dive. Eventually it slowed and drifted. All the stars looked alike. Ruggalo and Kaladin gaped in fascination, unable to understand why those stars seemed so luminous when they put out no light. Gundrum's and Angelica's explanations made no sense. Angelica took the controls again. She studied the tabulator briefly. They were in a planetary system, the local sun showing as a brilliant obsidian ball. Kaladin expected her to attempt to fly out of the cluster again, to find a route out of the eye. He had forgotten that such directness went against her method of navigation. She steered by faith, and by feeling, by obedience to the strange ways of chaos. And chaos had directed her into the cluster. Her emerald green eyes became misty. She made for the nearest planet. It loomed up, seemingly composed of jet or ebony, washed in the black light of the obsidian sun. As the painted spaceship whispered down through its atmosphere, glimmering red splotches came into view. The craft flew over a midnight landscape where volcanoes erupted like blowtorches. Angelica set the ship down gently. Kaladin gave a cry of alarm when she pulled the lever to let down the ramp and open the port without checking the quality of the outside air. But no poisonous vapours or deadly spores drifted up the elevator shaft to invade the ship. Only a sulphurous smell. Curiously, they all followed her. She stood at the top of the ramp, looking over the desolate landscape. "Bracing," she breathed. She passed down the ramp with a curious high-stepping tread and rubbed her bare feet in the strange cinder-like soil, from which wriggling worm-like tendrils were constantly poking and withdrawing. "This is the place. Oh, my brother, we enter the dark night of the soul. Pleasure beyond compare." She began to dance, waving her arms in the air, lurid flashes from the distant volcanoes giving her flesh a rosy glow amid the jet black of the sun's illumination. Her face had come even more alive, her emerald eyes glittering. Ruggalo shook off Kaladin's restraining tug and followed her down the ramp. He was in a trance. Never had she looked more exotic, more magnetic, with her heaving bosom and full rump straining to burst out of her basque. He held out his arms and walked towards her. "No, Maynard, no!" Kaladin ran down the ramp, seized Ruggalo and pulled him away, but Angelica was not even looking at either of them. "It is the Black Sun, brother," she trilled.
"By the roots of my desire," Gundrum boomed.
Now she uttered a delighted shriek, and seemed to explode out of the bounds of nature. She became the demonette again, the daughter of Slanesh. Her green eyes grew slanted, more large and more saucer-shaped. Masses of green hair surrounded her head and shoulders. Her hands became long, razor-toothed pincers. A long, thick barbed tail sprang from the base of her spine. Her feet became two-toed eagle's talons. But it was in her beauty that the transformation was most startling. It was a beauty to induce ecstasy in the beholder, a beauty that was utterly irresistible, and at the same time utterly loathsome. Now Gundrum was standing on the cinders, staring at his sister, entranced. The look on his face was extraordinary, even for him, as though he had ceased to be human altogether, and had been converted into some alien creature with a different set of emotions. Then Angelica struck him. With one pincer-like claw, she seized her brother by the neck. The other delicately tore away his dark-coloured clothing, and then began playing with his exposed skin, stroking, teasing, cutting, ripping. Blood flowed. With a crunch, she snipped through ribs and removed them, exposing lungs and heart into which her pincers playfully delved. Gundrum put up no resistance, apart from flapping one arm about ecstatically. He gave voice to a continuous, ululating, hooting screech of agony, enjoyment, and encouragement.
"Truly, sister, truly! This is what it had to come to. By my roots, sister! By my roots!"
Kaladin still held the melter-gun. He whipped it out, despite remembering what little effect it had had before on the demon, intending at least to put Gundrum out of his torment. Ruggalo grasped the weapon, forcing the muzzle up. His face was wild with passion.
Leave her alone! It's my turn next. The burst of energy gouted into the air, momentarily outlining the scene in a white glare. In the same moment, the demonic Angelica raised a talon and elegantly tore open her brother's skinny abdomen, then dipped inside and tickled his intestines, as though splashing her toes in water. With each new sensation of pain, Gundrum's shrieks became even more joyous. Surely pain alone could not do that. What incredible delights were being added by Angelica to the unbearable sensations. With one jerk, she pulled out Gundrum's intestines in a bloody tangle, wrenched out his still pumping heart, and flung aside his twitching, mutilated body. She looked pleased with herself.
He goes to Slaanesh. What better gift could a sister give her brother?
In her nearly normal tone, she added,
It's Gundrum's birthday.
She came forward, reaching out with her still bloody claw.
Now, I like you too, Maynard.
Ruggalo took a step back, then, with a shuddering sigh, stumbled to meet her. When Kaladin tried to stop him, he threw the navigator to the ground with a shrug of his shoulders, using sudden surprising strength.
Angelica! He groaned.
Kaladin couldn't use the melter gun on Angelica without burning Ruggalo. He fired it in the air again. The resultant glare revealed two figures, standing a short distance away, previously unnoticed in the negative light. Whatever was about to happen between Ruggalo and Angelica stopped. Something in the manner of the demonic Angelica seemed to change. The two figures were huge and hulking, and wearing shining armour. Shining even in the black light, which totally enclosed them, like spacesuits but much bigger. Kaladin climbed to his feet. It took him some moments to realise who the newcomers must be. He had never expected actually to see such heroes of the Imperium, but he had watched administratum propaganda dramas depicting their exploits. Space Marines. At least, the one on the left looked like a Space Marine. Of the other he wasn't sure. It was as though a Space Marine's armour had contracted a cancer and put out uncontrolled growths. Two great horns projected over the helmet. Whorls and strange devices covered the rest of the plating. Kaladin turned to the Marine he felt sure must be a warrior of the Imperium. Indeed, he could just make out the Imperial Eagle. He whipped off his bandana to show that he was a navigator. "Help us, sir! We are lost and in danger!" Neither took any notice. They moved apart from one another, all their attention on Angelica. From the helm of the cancerous quasi-marine, a strong, grim baritone voice issued.
"Beware! She is your enemy, a child of Slaanesh, a giver of indescribable delight, a bringer of joyous degradation. She will debauch you if she can, and do not be deceived by her lack of weapons. She has powers. We do not."
Angelica walked past Ruggalo. She jabbed a pincer towards Magron. Her voice was now spiteful as she spoke.
"Though he wears the sigil of Tzeentch, he is bound for Khorne. We do not like Khorne."
Captain Abadas raised his bolter.
"Do not waylay us, debauched one. I am sworn to help my brother comrade find his destiny, and though I remain human, I have some manner of gifts from more masters than one, and will not yield easily. So do not anger the blood god by denying him a future prince."
Angelica's face contorted with fury.
"I do not want his caress any more," she spat.
She writhed and suddenly was her human form again, but only for a moment. The demon reappeared, but seemed to erupt out of the human woman like a snake sloughing off its skin. Suddenly there were two creatures, a naked human female who slumped senselessly to the ground, and the basque-clad demonette standing beside her, glittering, full of fatal loveliness and beautiful malevolence. At Abadas's signal, Magron also pulled his bolter from its bracket, but the demonette, she could not be called Angelica now, did not attack. She raised both pincers in the air.
"I know who has brought me here. I have somewhere to go."
There was another convulsion, a flash in the blackness. Suddenly, to the further astonishment of all but Abadas, the female demon was astride a mount. It was bipedal, with ostrich legs and a long reptilian-looking body covered in green and lavender fur. The steed's snout was long and tubular. From it a long tongue shot constantly in and out, like the demonet's own tongue, but larger. "Away!" At her urging, the mount strode towards the distance at immense speed. Then it appeared to be climbing an invisible mountain, running skyward. It was impossible to tell what happened next, whether rider and mount merged into the black sky, or merely vanished.
"It is a mount of Slaanesh," Abadas explained to Magron. "A demon of low rank, often ridden by debauched ones. Come, brother, we are close to the place."
"Should we not succour these unfortunates who have called on us for help?" Abadas looked at the surviving pair. It was obvious to him that they were from outside the Eye. Sometimes traders found their way in, looking for easy riches. Usually they got themselves into trouble, as these had. Plainly, the woman had given herself up to possession by the demonette, allowing it to venture into the galaxy at large. It did not need a physical host in the Eye of Terror. It could manifest itself directly. But he could not explain this to Magron. He had given him a different account of things.
"Let others assist them. We are on a path of destiny. Come."
He strode off, Magron lumbering after him. When they had gone, Ruggalo and Kaladin crept to where Angelica lay on the cinders. She was limp and quite dead. Ruggalo was bewildered. He remembered the uncontrollable, erotic mania she had evoked in him. Yet the woman he saw now could never have done that. She was not even young. She was probably older than Gundrum, with sagging flesh in place of the former plump firmness. Her face was simply not the same face at all. The features were quite different, with none of the vampiric magnetism which the other Angelica would have possessed, even in death. Ruggalo was reminded more than anything of a disappointed, aging spinster. No wonder she had been willing to give herself up to possession by a demon of pleasure. They stepped back, averting their gaze from the remains of Gundrum. Mortified and ashamed, Ruggalo looked up at the spaceship. Its rainbow hues had turned to striations in various shades of black, obsidian, charcoal, ebony, sable, in which murmurings of subdued colour could be discerned.
"We've got the ship," he said, "and Gundrum's trade goods. The liqueurs alone are worth a fortune. No one else will ever obtain any."
Kaladin stared at him. "You can't sell those. They are made from murdered human beings." Ruggalo raised his palms up and shrugged.
"Look around you. It's a tough universe, Pello. Some good ought to come out of their sacrifice. You've got to pilot us back to the Imperium."
"The Astronomicon is not visible from here. I can't get us back. That's why we were following Angelica."
"Of course you can," Ruggalo urged. "Remember what Coilet said? Have faith. There's no one to help us now."
"We ought to bury these two," Kaladin mumbled. He stepped back further from the corpses. Gundrum and his sister Angelica had both paid the price for their involvement with the Eye of Terror. What foolishness. Why was he here, he wondered. What affliction had led him here? Perhaps it had something to do with his mother. She had begun by pleading for his help, which he had been unable to give, but she had ended up helping him. It seemed as though a circle had closed. The thought made him calmer. He cast his eye in the direction in which the two armoured warriors had disappeared. "There might be someone who can help us," he said. "Those two are space marines, or at least one of them is. He wears the Imperial Eagle. He must be here for some reason. Perhaps he has a ship with a navigator who knows a route out."
"What about our goods?"
But Kaladin was already stepping out over the cinders. Reluctantly, Ruggalo followed. A newly formed lava flow made a sludgy red river in the middle distance, pouring from the rough cone of a young volcano. Paradoxically, its glow only served to obscure the structure ahead of the two space marines, which otherwise stood out stark and clear in the negative light. It was a semicircular colonnade. Arranged within it were 4 broad altars, each surmounted by a different grotesque idol, symbols of
various kinds, forming a backdrop. To one side of the colonnade stood a small stone building. A hulking human figure with a stern face sat on a stone bench before it. He wore a simple surplice of 4 colours, red, blue, yellow and purple. As Abadas approached in his humming power armour, he rose and made a sign of blessing, recognising the ex-Dark Angel.
I bring you a supplicant, chaplain. Dedicate him. He is destined for the blood god.
Magron scarcely noticed his words. He stood transfixed, staring at the altars, fascinated by the aura of majesty and power the entire colonnade emanated. The figure on the left shone with an unnatural beauty which reminded him of the captivating demon they had just encountered. It was bisexual, male on one side and female on the other. 2 pairs of horns rose from the flowing golden hair. The idol was clad in a fringed male shirt and held a jade sceptre in one hand. On the far right of the colonnade was displayed an idol of absolutely opposite nature, a grossly bloated and decayed figure squatted on the altar, a pile of billowing flesh, narrow-eyed, huge-mouthed, unspeakably repulsive in expression and appearance, seeping green and yellow pus from ulcers, pustules, and gangrenous lacerations, through which necros internal organs spilled. The constant seepage made Magron think the statue was alive at first, before he realised it was truly motionless. He turned his attention to the inner pair of altars, next to the disease-ridden idol, which he assumed to be of Nurgle, Lord of Pestilence, was a figure which, in its own way, struck him as almost equally ugly. A puckered face, lacking any neck, was jammed straight down on a pair of thick-set shoulders, from which sprang curved horns. Some magic was at work. Constantly changing faces crawled over the naked skin of the figure, leering and mocking. A vague phantasmagoria hovered around the idol's head, a confusion of momentary images. But it was the 4th idol which riveted Magron's attention most. It stood out from the others, for it was taller, seated on a weirdly fashioned brass throne, which in turn rested on a mound of skulls. A muscular humanoid figure in elaborately worked plate armour, face half hidden by a winged helmet. But what a face! Magron could see it well enough from where he stood looking up at it. A face of utter bestial ferocity. The red eyes glared straight at him, demanding and expecting all his courage, all his martial ardour, and his unquestioned obedience. Here was a face to lead one to war. He suddenly felt as if everything in his life had been leading him to this moment. The word-bearer chaplain was speaking to Captain Abadas.
"You bring a brother Marine, I see, but—"
"He is newly arrived,"
Abadas said, knowing that the chaplain recognised the almost unchanged antiquity of Magron's armour. He raised a gauntlet in warning.
"But speak no more of that, or he will turn aside from the ordained path. Prepare him for the dedication."
Magron regarded the chaplain. He saw that he bore all the marks of a space marine, the hefting increase in weight and stature, the martial countenance, the campaign studs on the brow. He saw a darkening beneath the silky surplice, betraying the black carapace and welded ribcage. Abadas hoped he did not notice the chaplain's chaos favours hidden below his surplice, in the form of tentacles tipped with articles of worship. The chaplain stood up.
"Remove your helmet. The blood god will want to see your face."
Magron held back.
"I still feel some loyalty to the Emperor," he admitted, "and the new state of affairs seems to me disordered and without reason."
The word-bearer chaplain nodded, unperturbed by Magron's misgivings.
"It is customary at this point to say a few words about the steps you are about to take."
He pointed a finger to the colonnade.
"Yonder are the shrines to the 4 great chaos powers. The word-bearers worship chaos in its undivided entirety. So does your Captain Abadas. But most men must serve one lord, as you must. You speak of disorder and needless bloodshed. It is true that the followers of chaos commit gross excesses, but these only reflect the crudity and violence in the human psyche. Do you not see that the chaos gods are creations of human consciousness? It is all part of the evolution of the galaxy. It is a stage humanity has to go through to attain spiritual maturity. Any who hold back will fail.
The word-bearer's homily took away Magron's last doubts. He removed his helmet. The red eyes of Khorne bored into him as the chaplain ushered him towards the altar. Although this was only an idol, it was an idol in a world blessed with the energies of chaos. The presence of the deity himself was in it, and Abdazol Magron was face to face with the blood god. The chaplain began to recite a litany in a language unknown to Magron, a language with long, liquid vowels. With each refrain, a blood-curdling growl came from the blood god idol. Magron's brain blazed with a red mist. The promise of glory. The chaplain broke off and spoke softly to him.
For now you will remain unchanged physically, but your lord will signal his willingness to accept you by means of marks on your armor.
Instantly, Magron felt as though he had been struck a ringing blow. A feeling of rage coursed through him. Thunder rumbled from the idol. He looked down at his armor plating. The Imperial emblem was gone. In its place was the blood-red emblem of Khorne, 3 bars linked by a cross. And from each vambrace there had sprouted what at first looked like gouts of gore, but were in fact hook-like claws, clenching and unclenching, as if hungry to rip flesh. Leading him away from the altar, the chaplain spoke in a stentorious voice, using Imperial Gothic.
Do you renounce and revile the Emperor of mankind? Do you pledge yourself to Khorne and embrace his favour and punishment?
A tumult arose in Sergeant Magron's heart. Once he took this vow, he knew he would have finally turned his back on his old life and be forever Khorne's. Something in him still resisted. There was an obdurate core which wished to die rather than change. He pushed his stubborn core away from him and opened his mouth to deliver the required response. At that very moment, he was distracted by a shout. A slim, black-clad figure was emerging from the blackness. It was the navigator he had seen earlier. A melter gun dangled from one hand. Stumbling along behind him came his goatee-bearded companion, pleading with him to turn back. Mentally unhinged as he was, Pelor Kaladin had lost all caution and fear of death in his outrage at what he had heard. He yelled at Magron at the top of his voice. "How can you take part in this blasphemy? You are a space marine. You are sworn to the Emperor. Where is your loyalty? Where is your honour?"
"It is Khorne who offers honour," Magron roared in retort, pleased at how offended he felt. "You fool! Your Emperor is dead these 2 centuries, killed by Horus the War Master." Captain Abadas drew his short sword and strode forward, intending to dispatch the intruders forthwith, but Magron stayed him with an uplifted arm. "Is that not so, Captain?"
"It is indeed," Abadas rumbled, "and these 2 have defiled a holy ceremony. Kill them for their presumption, Sergeant. That is an order."
In his panic at these words, Maynard Rugelow found his brain racing. He knew little of Imperial history, but everyone with any schooling had been told of the Great Civil War, when traitors, led by the vile Horus, had attempted to usurp the Emperor. He looked hastily from one marine to the other, and sensed from whence came the deception. He pointed to the warrior in weirdly misshapen armour.
"He is lying to you. Horus was defeated and the Emperor still lives. We are in the 41st millennium."
"Kill the liar!"
Abadas boomed, but he made no move himself. Magron turned to him. He looked as if a veil had been lifted from his eyes. Seeing that expression, Abordas knew that the illusion he had lovingly wrought for Sergeant Magron had been dispelled, and that there was no longer any help for the Dark Angel. He put up his short sword and drew his bolter. Magron was remembering the sanctity of his years as a Dark Angel. His unshakable faith in the Emperor flooded back to him. The scene around him, with its 4 chaos idols, seemed suddenly evil and corrupt. "What is the truth?" he demanded of Abordas. "The truth," Abordas said harshly, "is that Khorne has drawn you to him, and you have robbed yourself of eternal life." In that instant, while Captain Abordas aimed the muzzle of the bolter at him, the struggle for the soul of Sergeant Magron was over. "I will not forsake the Emperor, living or dead," he cried. "But I will know the truth." He ran at his captain, deflecting the muzzle of the bolter as it barked its death song. His rush was unexpected and pushed Abordas off balance. Both Marines crashed to the ground, crunching the cinders beneath them, and rolled so that they were face down, Magron on top. Power cables hummed, ceramite plates creaked. Abordas's armorum ferrum, as the Mark III armour was sometimes called, had great strength, greater than Magron's Mark IV. Magron would not be able to hold the captain down, but he knew where the power cables were situated. Magron reached for his own bolter. The chaplain stepped towards them. He intoned words and raised his hand in a magic sign. On the rise, Kaladin lifted his melter gun and fired, hoping there was still fuel in the much-depleted reservoir. The chaplain span to face him as the searing superheat engulfed him, but he did not burn, nor even fall. A protective bubble seemed to surround him. Kaladin fired again without pause, then a third time, but nothing happened. The reservoir was empty. The Chaos Chaplain, a frightening superhuman figure to Kaladin and Ruggalo, stood staring at his attacker with empty eyes, before toppling to lie still. Not even his surplice was charred. There came a repeated loud barking. Sergeant Magron levered himself up so that the bolt explosions caused no more than scorch marks on his own armour. Burrowing through the cancroid growths, blasting between the abutments of the heavy armour plates, the bolts severed the Mark III's power cables, causing severe injuries to the hardened marine body beneath. Abordas was now as immobile as Magron had been when he floated down to the Rhodonius planet. It grieved Magron to treat a brother Dark Angel so, but he had killed Space Marines before, and he was ready to do so again if they turned against the Emperor. He unfastened and pulled off the other's wedge-shaped helmet. Captain Abordas did not attempt to look at him. His face was as bleak and expressionless as always, as he endured his pain and his helplessness.
"Forgive me, brother, but I must know the truth."
Ruggalo and Kaladin looked on in horror at what happened next. Sergeant Magron's powered gauntlet reached out and wrenched off Captain Abordas's skull. He then leaned forward, craning his neck, and bit into the back of the captain's exposed, bloodied, living brain. To them, it looked like some dreadful obscene rite or act of cannibalism. They could not know that among a Space Marine's implanted organs was an omophage, enabling him to absorb another person's memories by eating his brain tissue. Sergeant Magron wanted to gain information rapidly, and that meant eating such tissue while its owner still lived, desperate measure though that was. They did not dare approach the location of the horrid feast or even speak in reproach. They backed off and crept away. Captain Abordas knew what was happening to him. Although the human brain possessed no sensory nerves, there was no sensation. He made no protest, however, as Sergeant Magron devoured his cerebellum. Soon, he could not form words in any case. Mouthful after mouthful, Sergeant Magron chewed and swallowed. With each bite, Abordas felt his personality emptying, until there was only a vague presence within any memory, a furtive whispering from the warp. Then, nothing. Magron raised his bloody mouth from the emptied skull and regained his feet. The omophage was extracting memory at speed. Magron went into a trance, sorting through the cavalcade that was Zabdek Abadas's extraordinary life, letting it reel past him in a confused jumble. At last, he seized on what he needed. The Horus Heresy. Now he learned the truth of what had really happened to the Dark Angels, and the truth was incredible. Even while Magron's company took part in the attack on the World Eater's interstellar base, Luther, the Angel's second-in-command, had persuaded the remaining garrison on their homeworld of Caliban to side with the rebellion. Having now experienced for himself the seductions of chaos, Magron knew that only a spiritual infection of that kind could have produced such astonishing disloyalty. He lived as though the memories were his own, the bombardment by loyal angels, and the subsequent battle which had reduced Caliban to no more than a bare rock. Captain Abadas had been among the traitors. Magron experienced with him his memory of being rescued by the ruinous powers, sucked into the warp and deposited elsewhere. It was Horus who had been killed, not the blessed Emperor. Of the fate of Lionel Johnson, Magron's spiritual preceptor, Abadas, knew nothing. But the Chaos Rebellion had not succeeded. The galaxy had not been transformed into a Chaos realm. Chaos dominated only a few small parts of it, such as the one into which Abadas and Magron had been drawn. There were only a few Dark Angels, fallen angels, the renegades were sometimes named, in the Eye of Terror. Most had been scattered throughout the galaxy. It was a tragic tale, and one which filled Magron with wonder, especially when he learned of the span of time involved. He had drifted in space for 10,000 years. He also learned why Abadas had been prepared to take such trouble over him, to deceive and trick him onto what he regarded as the right path. It was not just because they were both Dark Angels, it was because they were Marines from 10,000 years ago. He despised Space Marines inducted since that time as weak and inferior, superhuman though they still were in ordinary terms. Magron checked the word-bearer's chaplain, who had so nearly committed him to chaos forever. He appeared to be dead. But now Magron saw the 4 tentacles beneath his surplice, each tipped with a different image. He looked around for the 2 who had opportunely saved him from spiritual dissolution. They had gone, but he would need their ship, as well as a navigator, if he was to return to his chapter. He retrieved his helmet, relieved Captain Abadas of his spare ammunition, and was about to set out when a movement caught his eye. Racing towards him on a peculiar, fast-stepping mount was the female demon he had seen earlier. He snapped out his bolter and let off a quick volley, fearing to let her too close. He had felt her terrible attraction once before. The bolts exploded against her breasts and belly, and did no harm. She trilled, fetching laughter. "Had I a mind, Sergeant Magron, I would pleasure you to death, as I have so many others, but that is not why I am here." Her contralto voice was warm and heady to listen to. How did she know his name? Her next words seemed to be an explanation. "I have consulted with one who ranks higher than myself, a keeper of secrets who hears anything that is said anywhere, in any dimension. There is a mission for you to perform, Sergeant. Don your helmet, for you should not show your face." She dismounted and beckoned. "Come with me, Abdazal." The use of his first name made him distrust her all the more, but Magron replaced his helm, more for his own protection than anything. She could not arouse lust in him, for his modifications meant he had no feelings for a woman, but the sight of her plump buttocks and projecting barbed tail as she turned away from him produced the same fascination he had felt before. This was surely a demon, with the power to enslave men's minds. He took only 1 or 2 steps before the scene changed. The blighted rose planet was gone. The black light was gone. A great green plain stretched before him, and on it was an armed multitude, millions strong. He saw 1 or 2 traitor marines, armour grossly and colourfully corrupted. But most were lesser warriors, hideously mutated, apparelled in hues that shouted and blazed, waving their weapons and roaring with joy. He understood that in the space of a step he had been instantaneously transported to some other place. About half of those he saw carried the emblem he himself now wore, the emblem of Khorne. The rest carried on banners, armour and clothing various versions of the curiously curved and sinuous sigil he had seen during the attack on the Rose City, and which Abadas had told him was the sign of Tzeentch. And indeed, there loomed over the plain 2 demonic figures who had appeared back then, one a feathered monstrosity, the other a horned, red-eyed, wolf-faced warrior in black and red armour. They were no more than 50 foot tall now, hooves and talons planted on the turf. He heard the feathered demon addressing the throng, his purring voice reaching to every part of the field.
"We have victory. We have driven off the Imperium's best effort. The way is clear to a final victory. Victory in the long war."
A huge shout greeted his words. The demon raised a talon, calling for silence. He began to speak of things Magron barely understood, of warp-sourced matter from which a great battle fleet had been constructed. Virtual matter, the demon called it.
"Once my invention has been perfected and made stable," he purred, "there is no limit to what can be achieved. Battle fleets to overwhelm the human Imperium, worlds created out of nothing, the duplication of worlds already existing. And what if we contrive to remove the Emperor and his palace and replace them with a replica under our own control?"
Magron struggled to comprehend. He had always understood that the warp and the physical world were opposites in every way, materium and immaterium. The demon seemed to be boasting of a way to bring about the very overthrow of the physical world that Abadas had described.
"But," the demon snarled,
We must be patient. Patience is the mother of strategy. And how have we succeeded so far? By our pact between myself and my bloodthirster brother.
The other demon glowered, as if he did not like being called a brother by the eagle-like chaos being. The hand holding his great battle-axe twitched. A kaleidoscopic flurry whirled around the head of the Tzeentch demon. Had any been able to read that kaleidoscope, and none could, he would have seen that a large part of the Lord of Change's plan was to forge a long-term alliance between Tzeentch and Khorne. Between them, they could crush the other two Chaos powers, as well as turn on the human Imperium, once he had made virtual matter stable. When all that had been accomplished, of course, there would be no further need for Khorne. Magron was getting an inkling that the pact of which the demon spoke was crucial. Not everyone seemed to like it. The devotees of Khorne, in particular, were becoming restive, contemptuous of what they saw as a call for inactivity. The Tzeentch demon turned to his partner and let out a clarion call.
Does our pact continue, brother?
The bloodthirster's reply was a snarling growl, uttered as if with surly resentment.
Yes!
A silence fell. All were looking up at the two demons. Magron saw that this was a defining moment. If it passed without incident, the alliance would be forged, but the balance was fine. Without even thinking, he turned his external speakers to maximum and roared at the top of his voice, "Blood for the Blood God!" His voice echoed away in the aching silence, and then it was as if he had switched on an engine of war. He heard armour powering up, weapons were raised again. He heard his cry taken up in an ever-expanding circle. Blood for the Blood God! 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 Weapons clashed, barked and spewed as the madmen of Khorne, unable to suppress their bloodlust any longer, turned on their traditional enemies. The bloodthirster shook himself and aimed a blow at his ally.
To the Emperor and all his vassals with your clever schemes! Khorne does not wait for blood!
The demons commenced to fight, crushing hundreds beneath their tread as they stepped to and fro. The place of meeting had become an arena of battle. For all the warfare he had seen, Magron had not encountered such rabid bloodletting as this. The turf almost immediately turned into a crimson quagmire. 3 champions of Tzeentch rushed at him, eager to have the honour of killing a space marine of Khorne. He fended them off with his chainsword, stepping back. Meanwhile, and was once again on the cindery ground beneath a black sun. The clamour of battle had vanished, as if with the snapping of a switch. A delightful contralto voice trilled at him. He turned to see the demonette still waiting there. For hated Khorne to gain the alliance of the powers of Tzeentch would be bad for us of Slaanesh, she told him. The Keeper of Secrets has advised me well. Your intervention has begun another war between them instead, one which will engulf the whole Chaos realm if I am any judge. She approached slowly, reaching out with a long, graceful pincer. Slaanesh rewards those who have served him. Magron stepped quickly away. No! Then let your reward be to go on your way unmolested, Space Marine. Without another word, she regained her steed, mounted, and was off into the distance with its long-legged, lolloping gait. Magron was eager to reach the spaceship before it could take off without him. He hurried to the spot and found Ruggalo and Kaladin in the act of heaping coke-like dirt around the bodies of Angelica and Gundrum, having scraped out shallow graves with fragments of rock. They retreated nervously in fear of him, but Magron would brook no argument.
Come, we must return to the Imperium.
I can't navigate out of here, Kaladin protested. This is the Eye of Terror, a Chaos realm.
You came in. You can't get out,
Magron told him bluntly.
Have faith in the Emperor.
Towering over them, he herded them into the ship. Finale, Chapters 18 and 19. Aboard the BEASTSHIP, Sergeant Magron strongly disliked the bizarrely painted spaceship, both for its exterior and for its interior design and furnishing. It did not surprise him to be told that it was chaos-altered. Such unnatural cleanness of line was an affront. He had again removed his helmet, but elected to remain suited. He stood at the rear of the cabin, looming over the frightened pair, the trader and the navigator. He was a space marine. They did not have the option of disobeying him or arguing with him, but there were things they had to explain. One was that, for the time being, there was no dropping into the warp and no need to get out of range of the black sun. Magron was soon able to see the phenomenon for himself as Kaladin guided the ship through the rose cluster, the mysterious force which had drawn them into it no longer showing itself.
This is a perilous region, he said to Ruggalo. Find spacesuits for you and the navigator in case of attack.
Ruggalo did so, taking the opportunity for a brief exploration of his newly acquired vessel, and particularly of the contents of the hold. He returned to find Kaladin excited. They had cleared the rose cluster by several times its diameter, and he had found space trails, the equivalent of warp trails, many of them all leading in the same direction. Magron recalled the demon's talk of a big space battle. Had the Imperium really attempted to invade the Eye?
Follow them, he ordered. They may lead us to normal space.
Kaladin obeyed. The Eye, with its abnormal space colouring, its formations of stars and gas sheets, flowed past. He felt discomforted by the lack of a cocoon or of any of the usual iconography of a starship. The painted craft was almost a blasphemy, a denial of holiness. A pleasant musical chime sounded from somewhere on the display, unlike any standard warning signal, and confusing those present. Eventually, Kaladin discovered it was meant to draw his attention to the contact tabulator. A ship was approaching at great speed.
"Suit up,"
Magron ordered, when given the news. While they struggled into them, he stepped forward to watch the view screen. The ship came in sight, on the magnifier at first, but soon it hove to, broadside of them, looming over the little rainbow ship, and its gargantuan nature became evident. It was a warship, a battleship of some sort, but it had been built in no yard of the Imperium. Its turrets followed some wild and insane plan, jutting out at crazy angles. Its prow was a huge mass made for ramming, though hammer-headed instead of wedge-shaped, as if it was actually intended that the ship should destroy itself along with the enemy, although, in fact, it would have brushed aside the painted starship like a fly. It was, without doubt, a Chaos vessel. Ruggalo and Kaladin stared frozen, and Magron breathed a prayer as a weapons sponson rotated towards them, but it failed to fire. Instead, an incredible spectacle played out. The immense warship began to disintegrate. Ragged holes appeared in it. Intricate turrets sagged. Chunks and fragments floated away. The vessel appeared to be dissolving. In less than a minute, it was like a carcass that had been torn apart by scavengers. Horrible to behold, thousands of its crew were deposited, kicking and unprotected into the void, suffocating in droves. Then, something burst from the great holding bay in the warship's belly. A vessel itself as large or larger than the painted spaceship. It appeared as though made of shining brass, but looked more like a beast than a ship. A body of living metal that could flex and turn. A head section was inset with domed insect eyes of a purple colour. Probably observation windows, Kaladin thought. Stumpy legs sprayed out from the main body of hull. It dove at the painted spaceship. "Evasive action! Helmets on!" Magron barked. It was too late. The brass beast ship's attack was savage and swift, but it was not by the use of any weapon. Briefly, its external skin swept across the view screen, seemingly composed of metal that seemingly had been allowed to run and then set without benefit of a mould. Then there was a deafening crunching. The drive engine screamed, then stopped. All lights went out. The cabin began to collapse. Kaladin got the impression that the Chaos ship was devouring the vessel as though it were a prey. There was a huge, confused convulsion, a chomping and crunching. Then all was still. There was light again. He found himself lying on a warm, uneven surface. Ruggalo and the Space Marine lay nearby. They were in a long cavernous space with dull yellow walls that were rough and lumpy. Fragments of the painted ship's interior were scattered and strewn throughout the length of the cabin. The smashed cabin, crumpled bits of the cargo hold, its bins and crates piled in a heap. There was no sign of a crew. It seemed the B-ship had acted all by itself. Kaladin scrambled forward. He found himself looking through the purple dome windows from the inside. He saw the wreckage of the rest of the painted spaceship, the crushed hull, the torn fins, the smashed engines. Like some hungry predator, the beast ship had devoured the tastiest innards of its victim, namely the accommodation and the hold. Though how it had done so with no visible mouth, Kaladin had no idea. He glanced down. There was a recognisable, if minimal, control board. A quirky thought struck him. Had the beast ship been in search of a crew? He heard a whining sound from the rear. It was a drive engine idling. Ruggalo was giggling inanely to see that the painted ship's cargo had accompanied them. Magron strode over.
"Can you explain what has happened, Navigator?" he asked of Kaladin.
Kaladin shook his head. "Nothing makes much sense where we are."
"Is this a ship? Can you pilot it?"
"I think so." Magron nodded. He had travelled in a beast ship before.
"Then resume our course."
There was no seat. Kaladin would have to pilot standing. He took the controls. The engine roared. The beast ship shot forward. The fighting aboard the Rectitude was over. The lacerated and shattered bodies of countless brute men were being expelled into space, thrown through the rents and gaps in the hull of the battleship. Inexplicably, the Chaos battleship which had rammed the Rectitude had melted away. The phenomenon would have to be the subject of analysis later. For now, the prime objective was escaping from the Eye of Terror. Lord Militant Commander Drang, flushed with the excitement of the hand-to-hand struggle, had returned to the bridge to discover that the fighting had reached there too. His admirals and nearly all the bridge crew were dead, defending the navigators, without whom there was no returning home. One of the three had survived. No one seemed to have bothered about the PSYKERs. One had a smashed skull. The others were alive, but only as drooling idiots. The Chaos ship had rammed a huge hole in the Rectitude. Commander Drang
began receiving reports. The engineers calculated that a sufficient number of the main stems, which transmitted force through the ship's structure, were undamaged for it to stay in one piece during flight, provided weakened sections were cut away first. The warp screens were repairable. Power had already been restored. The main concern was the drives. Work went on for 3 days. At last, Drang was told what he wanted to hear. 2 of the 4 real space drives and 1 of the 5 warp drives were now working. All of the navigators Drang had brought with him were special. They knew how to find the Cadian Gate. The Rectitude, crippled but undefeated, got underway. Kaladin found that the battleship could achieve the same speed in the warp real space weld that the Wandering Star had, but without the massed trail of the Imperium battle fleet, he would probably never have found his way to the Cadian Gate. Neither would he have dared go through it if it had not been for the Space Marines' insistence. He had fully expected to be set upon by Chaos ships, whether it was because they themselves were travelling in a Chaos ship or because the battle fleet, if Magron was right and there was a battle fleet, had already cleared the way, he did not know. One other thing bothered him. Did the beast ship have a warp drive? There was a lever on the panel that might well engage one, but Kaladin could not read the few runes and sigils that were on board. They were unfamiliar, hard to look at. Chaos runes. The beast ship sped obediently through the blue-tinted space. It no longer showed any will of its own. Time passed. Ruggalo slept, but Kaladin and Magron did not. Then the ship began to judder. Ruggalo awoke, alarmed that it might be coming to life. But such was not the case. There was no speed tabulator to tell Kaladin their velocity, but he felt instinctively that they were slowing, decelerating towards the creeping speed that light normally had. Neither was there a view screen, only direct vision through the red light blisters. He peered through one of them. It was difficult to tell because of their purple tint, but he thought that the slight blue of space was fading back towards black. Another judder, a violent one this time. They must be leaving the region of the weld. It was time to jump into the warp. He took hold of the lever and pulled. Nothing happened. At least, nothing he expected. The lever appeared to work nothing. If there was a warp drive, it was inoperative. A chill of fear struck through him, stuck in interstellar space without a warp drive. But there was worse. A hoarse cry came from Ruggalo. He had put his hand against the wall of the beast ship to steady himself. A strip of it had come away in his hand.
It's no stronger than paper.
In almost the same instant, the drive levers Kaladin had been holding broke off, leaving him staring at them stupidly. He looked around at his companions. The ship was dissolving, breaking up.
Helmets on!
It was Magron shouting the order before slamming on his own armoured helm. The process of dissolution was unbelievably rapid. No sooner had they snapped their helmets to the retaining rings in the suits they already wore than ragged holes appeared in the walls of the vessel. Air whooshed in. The matter of which the ship was made was curling and disappearing like paper in a fire. In not more than half a minute, there was no ship at all. Its 3 occupants, together with a few fragments from Gundram's ship and most of his trade goods, floated in space. The little group stayed together. There was nothing to make them drift apart in the short term. No one spoke. Ruggalo and Kaladin were too much in shock to do so. They stared at the huge swirl which the Eye of Terror warpstorm presented from here, the source of all their misfortunes. As for Magron, he reflected that he had been in this situation before. Would he be drawn again into the Chaos realm? But he did not go into Suzanne. Not yet. However, this was not the end. An hour passed. Then a moving shadow cut off a patch of starlight. For a second time, a giant warship came in to view. Chapter 19. Ends and Stratagems. The small Chaos ship had been spotted as the Rectitude limped through the Cadian Gate. The battleship had immediately changed course, intending to vaporize it before it could reach the Imperium.
only to see it spontaneously wither away, as had the Chaos Juggernaut. A party of loaders was dispatched to haul in the detritus remaining with boarding gaffs. 2 of the survivors were dragged through the clanging confusion of the largely wrecked Space Leviathan, still littered with signs of recent carnage, for interrogation by naval intelligence. They seemed unable to explain themselves at first, even when put on the porter rack. Only when administered calming and mind-opening inhalants were they able to tell their remarkable story. For the Space Marine, it was a different matter. All stood back in awe of him. Lord Militant Commander Drang rushed to view him on hearing that he had been brought aboard. When he claimed to be a Marine of the first founding from 10,000 years ago, a claim supported by the armour he wore, their awe increased 100-fold. But that armour also bore the marks of chaos. Naval intelligence did not presume to carry out an interrogation, and there were none of the Inquisition on board. Sergeant Magron was stripped of his weapons and his armour, and locked in a specially constructed brig from which not even he could break out. Upon their return, he would be handed over to the Dark Angels chapter of the Adeptus Astartes. Fed and rested, Rugelow and Kaladin were once again ushered into the presence of an officer belonging to naval intelligence. He was not either of the pair of officers who had interrogated them earlier. He obviously had needed to recover too. His arm was in a sling, and a cloth poultice covered a gash on his head. His bearing was stiff, showing that he had other injuries, but he was immaculately turned out in tunic, breeches, and jackboots. They had heard that the battleship would soon arrive at the base of Battlefleet Obscurus. The officer made them wait in silence while he read slowly through the interrogation report. Not, they were sure, for the first time. Then he ventured an opinion. "You both appear to be something of a difficulty." Rugelow nodded, clenching his fists. "I've lost my ship," he said, putting a sob into his voice. "I've lost everything I had. Of course, if you could return my merchandise." "Obtained within the Eye of Terror," the officer interrupted in a clipped tone. "You are aware of the penalties for such traffic." Rugelow had been hoping that the Navy, being a purely military organisation, would be uninterested in legalities. "Well, no, not exactly." "And you, Navigator Kaladin, you succeeded in finding a way into the Eye and even managed to come back out again. An impressive feat." Kaladin said nothing. The intelligence officer leaned back in his chair, regarding them both with an unreadable expression. "The Navy may be willing to give you a new ship," he said to Rugelow, "provided Navigator Kaladin remains your partner." "Really?" "Let me put it this way. You two have been through experiences which would have driven most men insane. Yet apart from a recoverable measure of psychic trauma, you are relatively unaffected. Perhaps because—" He did not finish what he had started to say. In his view, the pair had survived simply because they were not intelligent enough to appreciate the full horror of what they had encountered. "Naval intelligence has a use for such as you, able to make your way within the Eye. In short, we need agents. We are going to send you back in." "No!" they both protested together. "The choice is yours, of course," the officer said politely. "But the question is more than one of trading in illicit goods. Anyone known to have contact with those of the Dark Powers is handed over to the Inquisition and put to death. It may not come to that. For refusing the wishes of the Emperor, as formulated by his loyal officers, one is put to death in a more unpleasant way." Rugelow groaned, and Kaladin stared into space. Lord Militant Commander Drang was curious. A first officer had informed him that not only 3 individuals, but a stock of chaos artifacts had been recovered from a dissolving spacecraft. He resolved to examine these artifacts himself. The first officer led him to where the booty was stored, in a chamber that had only just been made airtight. Their boots clanged on the decks as they walked. All around them, the structurally weakened ship creaked and groaned ominously as its unsteady engines pushed it through the warp. On the way, he peered briefly through his monocle. Strange. His impending second meeting with the Calidus assassin, which had beckoned him for so long, was no longer there. Instead, there was something else, something glowing and inexplicable. Could it really be that the assassination edict was to be rescinded, in view of his gallantry? "Wait here," he told the first officer outside the door to the chamber. Drang went in. The chamber was dank and dimly lit. There were a number of open-topped bins and a line of crates. He went to one of the bins. It was filled with small, bulbous bottles of ribbed glass containing liquids of various colours. He raised one, inspected it. His monocle flared briefly, responding to the bottle, showing something swirling within, a beverage of some kind. He put it back carefully. He found a jimmy and levered open the first crate. It contained a jumble of objects, a tetrahedron, which changed shape as he picked it up, and flew out of his hand to rattle on the floor on the other side of the chamber. A sparkling carousel, which began to revolve as he lifted it, carrying unrecognisable figures and mounts which changed and mutated all the time. It filled him with distaste, and he let the trinket drop. Here was something which looked slightly familiar, a filigreed cylinder, a little like a telescope. He lifted it to his natural eye. A scene opened up before him, a vast nave, vaster than any he had ever seen, so vast it contained 2 immense titans, full of bustle, and at the far end he snatched the instrument away, shock on his face. No, it cannot be. For a moment he didn't realise that the telescope had lifted itself out of his hand. Only then did it strike him how much it resembled a larger version of his monocle. And when the two merged, he tried to pull both away, to wrench the monocle out of his eye socket if need be. But his hands seemed to encounter only a yielding liquid. What he could see through the joint instruments now struck such terror into him as he had never felt before. A caressing voice sounded in the depths of his being. "This is what it has been leading to, Commander. This was the real meaning of your lust for glory. Did your mother not tell you never to buy anything alien?" How Lord Militant Commander Drang wished now that he could meet death at the hands of the kindly Calidus assassin. Alive and fully conscious, he was drawn kicking and screaming into the war. Lord Militant Commander Investicone was thinking of Drang as he lounged in his quarters in base Pacificus. He was thinking that he never did get to have the pleasure of that final duel. Still, he was sure that Drang met his end, as he would have wished, with a power sabre in his hand. Battlefleet Pacificus had returned to dock several days before. He had submitted his report to the High Lords. Now he awaited their final message. He reached out to refill his wineglass from a bottle he had been keeping for 10 years. As he did so, he noticed a flicker of movement from the other side of the room. A young man stood there, though he was not naked this time.
"So, it's you," Investicon murmured.
And he smiled. The Chekkamazan Zuno, the feathered lord, ragged and tattered from his bloody fight with the Bloodthirster, sagged and lashed out in rage, while his fellow Lords of Change whirled around him, mocking and jeering.
"The great inventor, a weaver of stratagems that fall apart.
With a single space period, the Emperor has foiled all your plans.
Maker of matter."
One stood before him.
"Did you think you were the first to make false matter? It cannot be made stable. The cosmic balance is not upset so easily."
The great inventor, the weaver of stratagems that fall apart, was a young greater demon of Zench. He had committed the sin of overconfidence, and for that he was to be punished.
"You have displeased the great conspirator. He has given us power over you. He has revealed your secret name."
And as they mocked, as they intoned the unpronounceable syllables that robbed him of potency, the feathered lord wilted and fled into a wilderness peopled only by gibbering mindless demons which bubbled in and out of existence, moment by moment. There was only one end for a dark angel who had submitted to chaos, that is to say, a fallen angel, once he fell into the hands of his chapter. Taken to the great fortress monastery on the Rock, the only remaining fragment of the Dark Angel's homeworld of Caliban, Abdazal Magron spent many months in a cold dungeon, interrogated by the great chapter's chaplains and librarians. The interrogation was exhaustive. It used any available means where it was suspected that Magron might be holding back information or harbouring secret thoughts. Magron made a complete confession and repented his loss of faith in the Emperor. The harsher methods used on him dragged no complaint from his lips. He said nothing in mitigation of his sin. But finally, he was allowed extreme unction, offered the last blessings, and given a quick death. There are secrets, known not even to the inner circle of the fallen angels, and one final secret is known only to the God Emperor himself. Deep, deep within the rock, at the centre of what was once the planet Caliban, lies a sealed, unreachable chamber. Here lies sleeping the chapter Primarch, Lion L. Johnson, carried away by the Watchers in the dark on that terrible day when the Dark Angel's chapter tore itself apart. Only the God Emperor, and possibly the unconscious mind of the Primarch, through which the God Emperor had acted, knew what had nudged and guided the frozen body of Sergeant Magron on his long journey into the Eye of Terror, a secret weapon aimed at the heart of chaos. Only them, and perhaps one other. In a lofty, secluded palace far off in the warp, a truly ancient Chikama-zan Zono nodded and blinked in admiration for the Emperor of mankind. The Lord of Change was one of the first ever to be created by the great Lord of Change, and was reckoned by some to be almost as wise and cunning as Tzeentch himself. He it was who had manipulated the young, inexperienced great inventor, and then discarded him. He acknowledged that the Emperor was a god in his own right, worthy to be an ally of Tzeentch himself. So great was his foresight, so subtle his ability to pinpoint cusps which, with the slightest of nudges, could deflect events onto another course. He had even utilized the forces of chaos to maneuver his actors into position. But the game was still afoot, and would be for millennia. The Emperor had manipulated chaos, but the greater demon, in turn, had manipulated the Emperor. There were manipulations within manipulations, and only he who failed to see them all would lose. The Emperor was a great lord, but he was shackled to the husk of his material form, kept alive by mortals who feared to lose their protector. Eventually, their efforts would fail. The husk would die, and the Emperor would be released, unfettered into the heavenly realms. Then the true war would begin. The Emperor would exert himself to cancel out the four chaos powers and integrate them into a sane and harmonious whole, thereby harmonizing the psyche of mankind. But the heavenly masters did not want to be so absorbed. What was sanity compared with the glorious insanity of the separate chaos gods, forever at war with one another? The ancient demon was patient, as strategists must be. His ultimate aim was the defeat of the Emperor. To that end, he had set in train impulses which no one but he and blessed Tzeentch himself could see. In his lofty, secluded palace, Chikama-zan Zono watched and waited. Okay, everybody, that's a wrap. I hope you've enjoyed this novel. It's a classic. It's, like, for instance, that last section there. He seems to have included two endings for the Tzeentch demon, which you might think is quite themey because it's Tzeentch, or it might just be an error, and he liked them both, so he just left them both in. So you got the one where it's acting like it's some ancient demon carrying on plotting, and you got another one where it's saying he's a young demon and has been punished for his hubris. So yeah, As I said before, this is a very imaginative book. There's a lot of interesting stuff in there, a lot of interesting scenes, and you've got to treat it like a foundational text for 40k lore and the 40k universe, because this book inspired other writers who then inspired other writers, and so on until we get to the current situation we have now, where it's a fairly fleshed out universe with some pretty decent rules in place in terms of what happens and what doesn't. At the time of writing, that wasn't so. Things were a lot more fluid. Particularly like what is the Eye of Terror and what is chaos. But I like how he approaches chaos. I like how you see that these certain elements of the 40k universe were pretty set in stone, or at least there was a good idea about how they would function. And it's just been worked on since then. Now, as I say, the author passed away, unfortunately. But he did have an outline, apparently, for a sequel to this book with the same characters. So I'm going to read through that for you guys now. Barrington J Bayley, An Age of Adventure. A theme outline for a proposed novel set in the same universe as Eye of Terror, after the events in that book. A project of far-reaching implications is afoot. Under a secrecy so total, those involved in it, drawn chiefly from the Adeptus Mechanicus, but also mysterious unknown cabals deep in the covert hierarchy of the Administratum, do not know under whose aegis it is being prosecuted, or who has set it in motion. The High Lords fear for the future of the Imperium. The Emperor has not spoken for a long time. It is an article of faith that he watches over the wide-flung human realm, guarding it from the powers of chaos. But it cannot be denied that his physical form continues slowly to deteriorate over the centuries, despite all efforts on the part of the complex organisation charged with maintaining the throne globe. What if he weakens to the point where he can no longer manifest as a god in the Materium, and can no longer direct the Astronomicon? Without the Emperor, there can be no Imperium. There is also a need to guard against a second threat. More ships than usual are coming to grief in the warp. Some techno-mages predict a return of the violent warp storms that for centuries prevented interstellar travel and cut Earth off from the rest of the galaxy. A plan has been devised, not to restore the Emperor to health, that is impossible, but to open the possibility of reincarnation. In the vast warren of laboratories surrounding the throne room are minute scraps of tissue containing the Emperor's genes, frozen in stasis at the time of the throne globe was constructed. From these scraps, 5 clone bodies are grown to adult form. Then they are exposed to the Emperor's mighty spirit in a ceremony similar to the soul binding administered to astropaths. The intention is that the Emperor will imbue each with his own individuality. They will not be as powerful as the original, of course, but they might grow more powerful with time. Neither is it believed that the operation will comprise the Emperor's unity in any way. He is a god, and these are his avatars. Should the Imperium become ungovernable, either by reason of the Emperor's morbidity or because the warp storm sweeping the galaxy, then each of the 5 segmentae will be ruled by one of the avatars or brothers as segmentum emperor. This device was used in the late Roman Empire to ease administration. Has incarnation really taken place? It is easily settled. The adult clone bodies are in a state of sleep and have received no upbringing or education, but after the ceremony of binding they arise, walk and talk. The avatars are to be informed of who they really are and then sent on their way. No formal appointments are made. The reasoning is that because of their unique qualities they will find their way to rulership should the crisis emerge. But only 4 are sent out. The mysterious project director tells his underlings that one of the clones is deficient and is to be destroyed. However, those entrusted with the task find they cannot kill a reborn emperor. Secretly, they send him out of the palace alone, unwitting of who he really is. This scheme has an obvious resemblance to the creation of the Primarchs 10,000 years earlier, and it contains some danger that the Chaos Powers manage to intervene, subtly influencing the brothers as they grow in their fetal tubes, I guess. If that is true, the stage is set for a 4-way or even 5-way civil war at some time in the future. The brothers are, of course, immortal. Of course. Already, the reader might guess that there is something not quite right. The Avatar project is so secret that even the High Lords do not know about it. It is conducted within the Imperial Palace itself, in the wheels within wheels manner of the Imperium. And once it is completed, the logic of total secrecy is carried to its conclusion. All traces of the project is wiped out, all those involved in it liquidated. Those who ordered the killings, whoever they are unaware that the avatar they ordered destroyed was, in fact, saved. Centuries pass. We come up to the present, when the hapless duo Ruggalo and Kaladin from the Eye of Terror are injected, kicking and screaming back into the Eye to act as spies. Among the characters they encounter in the Eye are ex-Commander Militant Drang, who at the end of the previous novel had been dragged bodily into the warp. While there, he suffered the most terrible torments as warp demons played with him. Now he has been bumped somewhere in the Eye, enduring double possession, for demons of both Nurgle and Zench are using his body as a battleground. Driven quite insane, still seized by an obsessive admiration for Space Marines, now for Chaos Legionaries, he plays out his talent for command at the head of a ghost or zombie army. Eugene Excelsior, a devil-may-care adventurer with a casual but very positive outlook on life. He has no idea why he has lived long. He has... nice. Okay, so it's very much like Sensei sort of thing, it's that vibe. He has no idea why he has lived longer than other people or why fortune smiles on him as he does. He gads about the galaxy in a spaceship, but without using a navigator, content to simply drop out of the warp at random. This is how he comes to be in the Eye, where he appears just in time to save the duo's bacon in some awful scrape they have got themselves into. He is, of course, the rejected avatar, but he knows little of his origins, being content to enjoy life and adventure. He is unflustered by the horrors of the Eye and seems to revel in its strangeness. He waves aside the pessimism of Ruggalo and Kaladin, as well as the grimness of the Imperium and the Hell universe around them. This is an age of adventure, he tells them. The best age there has ever been. One should laugh at fate, not fear it. Nice. It's positive, it's good. The story develops. There is a flurry of warp storms. Meanwhile, the four avatars, conscious of their destiny, have been moving into position. Two of them are already segmentum commanders, when the segmenta are cut off from one another. Each has a different facet to his personality, including serious flaws. When the crisis is over and communication restored, each announces his divinity and claims that he is, in truth, the Emperor reborn, while the others are imposters. Such is their immense charisma that they pull it off. Fighting begins in a four-way war, which will tear the Imperium apart. At the same time, Eugene Excelsior remembers who he is. He tells his companions that he is the true Emperor. The other clones are tainted by the Chaos powers in an attempt to sabotage the project and pervert the reincarnated soul of the Emperor. That is why it was found necessary to destroy him. Ruggalo and Kaladin are caught up in a prolonged drama. The avatars have an attraction to one another. They are unable to resist the urge to stage a climax in which they meet personally. Eugene Excelsior is the sole survivor of this confrontation. He kills all the others. Then comes another mismatched piece of the puzzle. There never had been an Avatar project. True, 5 near-identical individuals had been grown in the Emperor's palace, but they could not have been clones of the Emperor. No such genetic material was available. A risky situation of that kind was inconceivable. It begins to look as if Excelsior is himself a child of chaos, designed to replace the Emperor one day, and the whole drama of the 5 brothers a diversionary tactic, part of an elaborate plot. Fearing that this is so, Ruggalo himself tries to kill his friend, Eugene. Excelsior blithely shrugs off the attempt and wanders off, to continue his life of adventure as before, and perhaps to wait. And that's the end of the outline that he had for the other book. Now, he wouldn't have been able to do this because it's too lore-shattering an event. You know, it's like Age of Apostasy level. But I like this is where his mind's going, and you can see again, no doubt that this guy has had some, even if a small influence, an influence on the direction of 40k lore and Black Library's efforts, you know. And this is very much drawing on the sort of Sensei project, I guess, similar, you know. And you can see some of the foundational things that have been put in place at this point, and then they've been developed later on. So again, this book, it's got its flaws, don't get me wrong, but I like the brutality of some of the moments. I like the demonic, horrible perversion of some of the moments, which I don't think you get a lot of these days when they cover chaos stuff. Sometimes you do, don't get me wrong. Like Graham McNeil did a great job with that whole thing with the captured women giving birth to Iron Warrior Space Marine babies and stuff like that, and various other things there is. But this one's got some really, really brutal stuff, and you know, no holds barred. You know, it was just like straight up, boom. You know, this is what's happening. You're in this world now. which I like. So again, it's flawed, it's got errors, but I think you can excuse that based on the time it was written and where it's coming from in terms of, the development of Games Workshop and the background and lore team and Black Library. So yeah, I hope you've enjoyed this. The next one will be Demon World. I'm thinking about how to do it. I might do a different voice for the narration voice, or I might use my own throughout. I'm not sure, but the voices themselves, I've got most of them down. Like I say, getting a girl to do the voices is somewhat difficult because at the minute I'm single. And I like to co-opt my companions into assisting me. But to do a whole novel is even if I had a girl available for service at this moment, it would be a big ask to get her to like read vast sections. Doing a short story is a bit of a laugh. You know what I mean? It's just something to do between. I don't want to get into my personal life. It's something to do on a weekend. Something fun. But like, that's been my experience anyway. But like to get someone to sit there and go through a whole novel with you, because these take days. I mean, hours and hours and hours to record and stuff. It's a bit of a big ask, so I'm probably going to end up doing the voice myself. I might try and do some like some special effects stuff, some jiggering about with the audio recording, so I can make it sound more girlish, I guess. But we'll see how it goes. But that'll be coming in a week or two from this recording. I'm not going to go and rush straight into it. I want a little bit of a break because this has distracted me from other subjects that I want to cover, and I want to do a couple of lore videos and some review videos and some other bits and bobs that I've been putting off because I wanted to get this finished, which I thought I'd finish sooner, but we are where we are. Anyway, I hope you have enjoyed it. Thank you to everybody supporting the channel. You can see your names here. Big benefit to me, lads. I really appreciate it. It really helps me out. And if anyone else would like to join this champion of heroes, this legion of gods, then please consider becoming a... the fuck am I talking about? Please consider becoming a member on YouTube or on the Patreon. And if you join the live chat and you're not wrenched up, I'll wrench you. And if you join Discord and you haven't got like a special role or anything, do let me know, and I'll give you a special role in Discord and stuff. But and if you are a supporter, your opinion counts more than normal people, at least to me, in my heart. That's how special you are to me. All right, I'll see you later. Thanks very much for watching. Have a great week and a great weekend whenever you happen to be listening to this. There'll be more coming soon. Please do give the video a like and subscribe if you're not subscribed. And do let me know in the comments what you thought. Some of the best bits, some of the nicest bits you liked, some of the things you didn't like, which I would appreciate as well. It's interesting to hear. And yeah, Demon World will be the next one by Ben Counter, which is also a classic and one of my favourites. I don't know whether you're detecting a theme, but I like chaos stuff. It's more interesting than Imperial stuff, but the Imperial stuff is good too. Anyway, I will see you later. Thanks very much for watching. Cheers. Bye-bye.